Detected that the host is a person with no assets, no house, no car, and no money. Would you like to bind to the system to change your life? Ding. Select System Binding. Ding. Binding complete. Host, Lin Qinsho. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charm, 6. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. What's that? System binding? That moment I am outside the Modu University. Based on his understanding, the condition is breakup. The system detect that he was a licking dog? How did it end up tied to him? When Lin Qinsho was calling the system, a long-haired girl walked in outside the door, wearing a large jacket. When Lin Qinsho saw the jacket, his expression became a little complicated, and it was not difficult to see that it was a man's clothes. And he dressed so blatantly, the purpose can be imagined. What's the matter with me? After he sat down, he said coldly. Lin Qinsho's eyes became complicated, and he picked up a bag from his side and put it on the table. Shall we? This is the honey brought from my hometown, which can be used for beauty and beauty. I sent it to you. He glanced at it, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. I know, is there anything else? Lin Qinsho opened his mouth, and stopped talking. He originally wanted to ask He clearly this time. If he didn't love, he would separate, but when he saw people, he couldn't speak. Seeing him like this, He said disdainfully, look at your bird-like appearance. I thought you were finally hardened and came to break up with me. Since you don't say it, let me open this mouth. Let's break up. Lin Qinsho looked at her sadly, and spit out those 3 words in his mouth. Why? Why? What am I trying to do with you? Picture, the silver necklace you gave me for my birthday last year? Or do you want us to go out and play, and I still have to pay for the house? Lin Qinsho, let me tell you the truth. I was with you at the beginning because your parents who were doing business outside were not rich, but they were still well off. Now that your parents have gone home to farm, and your living expenses are not as much as mine, what will you use to support me in the future? He's hysterical voice hit his heart again and again. Lin Qinsho opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The 2 people who originally loved each other eventually lost to reality. Lin Qinsho thought he was in love with each other. Ding. Detected that the host is breaking up with a money-worshipping girlfriend. Option 1, do everything you can to keep the other party and reward the titanium-licking dog nameplate. Option 2, splash the soy milk in front of you on the other party's face, and take away the honey you just gave the other party, and reward Pagani Win-sun. Lin Qinsho was directly stunned. Lick the dog plate. Or titanium. System, you're bullying. Do you think I don't dare to ask for a licking dog nameplate? I choose second. Instead of keeping a woman who looks at her with cold eyes, why not choose a luxury car, which is a son of Pagani Wind worth 25 million? Although he has never seen a real car, he has heard of the necessary cup artifact in Shinhao's novels. The system said that he was worshipping money, and when she got a luxury car, she should change her mind. System. The host licks the dog. He saw Lin Qinsho stunned there, and didn't speak for a long time, thinking that he couldn't accept this reality, and his eyes were full of disdain. Now that there are more people chasing me in my school, do you see this dress on me? When I first came out, a rich second-generation senior was afraid that I would be drenched in the rain and put on me, and he was just one of my spare tires. My spare tires are all rich second generation. What qualifications do you say you have to be my boyfriend, and how can you occupy the position of my main room? Lin Qinsho came back to his senses and smiled self-deprecatingly. The main room? Did he regard himself as an emperor? Immediately grabbed the soy milk on the table and splashed it directly on He's face, then picked up the honey on the table and walked towards the door. What I owe you is in this cup of soy milk, and we will not owe each other in the future, and we will never get along with each other. He wiped the soy milk on his face and said with a cold face. When she was first splashed, she was still angry for a moment, but she quickly suppressed her anger. Instead of letting Lin Qinsho stalk her, let him splash it once. As long as she can get rid of this dogskin plaster, it will be okay to be splashed 2 more cups. Maybe those spare tires will see their wet appearance, and they will run more diligently to offer their courtesy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the tasks of pouring soy milk and taking honey, and getting a Pagani Wind child, the reward has been placed at the door of the store in a reasonable way by the system, and the key is in the host's pocket. Lin Qinshu touched his pocket, and there was indeed an extra key. As soon as he stepped out of the gate of the Soy Milk King, he found his Pagani Wind child parked on the side of the road, and all the surrounding vehicles looked eclipsed in front of him. But there is a more unexpected place, a person wearing a bright red pleated skirt, a white shirt, and a slightly curly long hair covering her face at the moment, but from all aspects of figure and dress, she should be a big beauty. And next to the children of the Pagani Wind, there is a shared bicycle upside down on the ground. It seems that this beauty rode a shared bicycle and scraped Lin Qinshu's car. Lin Qinshu was speechless. As soon as he saw his new car, he was scratched, and after sighing leisurely, he walked towards the place where the car was. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Chen Shan. Appearance, 93. Age, 20. Height, 168. Bust, 34 Opinion, 0. Ding! Reaching a 90 opinion score will not leave the host. Lin Qinshu's footsteps obviously stopped, but he didn't expect it to be a 93-point appearance, although I don't know how this appearance score is played, but it can make the system send a prompt. It should also be a top beauty. And that favorability, it's completely the progress bar of the pickled girl. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman with a face value of more than 90 points rubbed against the host's car. Option 1, strongly demand compensation and use despicable means to make the beauty commit to you. Reward a box of super powerful Viagra. Option 2, do not ask for acclaim and send Chen Shan to an interview. Reward the #1 mansion of Yunlu Villa worth 500 million. Do you still need to choose? A mansion of 500 million and a beautiful woman plus a box of Viagra. It has to be a mansion. With that mansion, are you afraid that there will be no beauties in the future? And that super powerful Viagra, he doesn't need to be good at all. Now is the time to be young and limitless. Lin Qinshu walked to the front of the car and showed a smile that he thought was handsome. Beauty, do you need any help? Chen Shan glanced up at him and ignored him. She thought that Lin Qinshu was here to talk. She doesn't have time to talk to people now. She scraped someone else's car, and there was no phone left on the car, and she was still in a hurry to go to the interview, which was an audition interview that she finally passed, and now she has entered the re-examination stage. If she can't go, it will be equivalent to her abstaining. At this time, because there was no rain, the people around gradually increased, and when they saw the Pagani Wind sun at the school gate, they all stepped forward one after another. Wow! Which local tyrant came to our school? This is the son of the Pagani Wind. Isn't it just a sports car? Now domestic electric cars are also making sports cars, and soon sports cars are rotten on the street. Too bowsy, this Pagani Wind sun costs 25 million, don't compare those domestic electric sports cars. Isn't it? This car costs 25 million. But it's not unusual, this is the magic capital, and there are a lot of rich second-generation people who drive luxury cars to school in the school. I don't know which rich second generation it is, I'll have a chance to get to know it later. A woman with heavy makeup brushed the hair off her shoulders, extremely confident. Isn't that our school's civilian school flower Chen Shan? Why is she standing next to the car? It's not that she doesn't eat the fireworks of the world, many rich second generations pursue her, and she doesn't even take a look. Cut. I said she was a bewitching slut a long time ago, and she was the first to get there. Those rich second generations may not have met her requirements. Millions of sports cars and tens of millions of sports cars have different identities. You see that there is a shared bicycle next to the sports car. Maybe this is the ploy of our civilian schoolgirls. Idol dramas are all played like this. The surrounding discussion reached Chen Shan's ears, and she was shocked. 25 million. She couldn't even take out 2,500 yuan from her whole body, and she looked a little overwhelmed for a while. Seeing that she didn't pay attention, Lin Qinshu scratched his head in embarrassment, took out the car key and pressed the unlock button. If you don't need help, get out of the way, I'm leaving. Astound. Petrifaction. Everyone looked at the silky man in front of them and took out the key to the son of the wind in Pagani. I thought it was just a thick-skinned conversation with this, but I didn't expect it to be the owner. Impossible. The clothes he was wearing were 30 yuan stall goods. How could he drive such an expensive car? Don't ask me why I know, because I also have an identical one. The things that rich people like are not measured by money. If the whole person wears jewelry, it means that this person is more likely to pretend to be forced. Do you know so well that you're rich? I'm not, but I have an aunt's next door friend's son who is rich. Now others raised their middle fingers one after another. Shan said in a panic, that. Sorry, I accidentally scratched your car. Look at how much money you need to lose, although I can't afford to lose now, but when I make money, I will definitely lose. Lin Qinshu glanced around, and indeed drew a white mark. Do you know how much this car costs? Maybe this scratch will have to be repaired by hundreds of thousands. Lin Qinshu said lightly, although he didn't know how much it would cost to repair, but there were too many bucket sounds, and he could always see relevant news, and luxury cars would have to be repaired for hundreds of thousands of dollars if they were scraped casually. Shan's face instantly turned pale, and she said in a slur manner, I don't have that much money. I'm not trying to blackmail you, so let's do it. Do you have any relatives and friends who do auto repair you can call and ask? Lin Qinshu was not in a hurry to make conditions. Some things are going to come naturally, and he rashly proposed to send her to the interview. Won't it become a licking dog again? Lin Qinshu didn't realize it himself, but after having a system, he suddenly got the hang of this kind of thing. Shan really has a cousin who works as an auto repairer, and in the magic capital, when she first came to college, her father also took her to dinner, and left a phone at that time, but she has not been in touch for several years. Because at that time, her cousin did not particularly treat this distant poor relative. Uncle cousin, I'm Chen Shan. Chen dialed her cousin's phone. There was also the screeching voice of the hand mill on the other end of the phone. Shan. Why haven't you come to my uncle's place for dinner in the past few years? I'm sorry, cousin, I'll take some time. I've got something going on here, and I want to ask you. Shan looked a little embarrassed, suddenly contacting others. It was not her character in the first place. If it wasn't for the exaggeration of this matter, she didn't want to trouble others. Oh. What's the matter? Let's hear it. Uncle cousin, I scraped someone else's car on my bicycle and scratched a scratch of more than 10 centimeters. What should I be? Isn't it just scratched, not deep? If it's not deep, it's a few $100s of paint, and a good car is only $1,000. Shan's eyes lit up when she heard this. If it was hundreds or thousands of yuan, then she could still solve it by borrowing it. But this is a sports car. Shan's cousin was obviously silent for a while. Sports cars are more troublesome. What brand? If it's better, it's tens of thousands of dollars. Pagani son of the wind. Lin Qinshu saw Shan's inquiring gaze. This car seems to be called Pagani son of the wind. Da. The call was hung up. Shan also instantly understood what a terrifying existence this car was, and his cousin was afraid that he would be affected, so the phone was hung up decisively. How? Question: Did you get the result? Lin Qinshu looked at her with a smile. Shan said with a pale face, I'm sorry. I'll definitely pay you this money, but I don't have any money right now. Can I pay you back when I make money? Lin Qinshu shook his head, looking at your anxious appearance. It seems that you are going somewhere, right? Yes, I have an interview that I have to rush over, and when I pass the interview, I can work and earn money to pay you back. Shan shook her head when she saw him, thinking that Lin Qinshu was unwilling, and hurriedly said that she was going to an interview, and she would soon be able to make money and compensate him. Lin Qinshu smiled. That's it. You promise me one thing, and you won't have to pay for this money. Shan suddenly looked at him with a vigilant face. Ding. Shan's host's favorability -10. Ding. Shan's host's favorability -10. Ding. Shan's host's opinion is currently -20. Wipe. After paving for so long, the result is still a drop in favorability. However, the first priority is to get the quest reward in hand. This classmate. I, Shan, am not the kind of person you imagine. If you have a bad idea of me, I advise you to give up. I'll call the police right now to deal with this. Chen Shan said righteously, and took out her mobile phone to call the police. Lin Qinshu sneered, "What kind of person are you? I haven't said anything yet, and you think I'm trying to do something wrong. Are you thinking too highly of yourself?" When Chen Shan heard this, her face turned blue and white. "My condition is that you take my car and I will send you to the company for the interview, so that I will not hold you responsible, and there are so many people here watching, and some people have even recorded videos. I tricked you into the car. If you plot against you, is it a dead end? I'm not a person who likes to be too public. There are too many people around me who make me feel uncomfortable. Let's discuss how to deal with this matter as we walk," Lin Qinshu said lightly. Chen Shan realized that there were many students gathered around, and even most of them took out their mobile phones to shoot videos at her. Lin Qinshu took out the car key and pressed it, and the doors on both sides opened like wings. Chen Shan didn't want to stay here anymore, so she hurriedly got into the car. Lin Qin guarded the accelerator, and the son of the Pagani wind roared and walked away. At the moment when both of them got into the car, he happened to come out of the Soy Milk King's shop, saw this scene, and was shocked. Then he thought, "Lin Qinshu, how can that silk have a sports car? It must be rented, and even that woman is rented." Silk is silk, and it just happens to wait for me to come out before getting in the car. Even if you pretend to be rich, it will only make me look down on you even more. He snorted coldly and walked towards the school. She didn't see the woman just now. If she knew that it was Chen Shan, she wouldn't think it was rented. She and Lin Qinshu are both from the countryside. Lin Qinshu's parents are doing business outside, and in the eyes of the villagers, the conditions are relatively good, but who knows that 2 years ago, his parents suddenly stopped doing business and went home to be farmers. Immediately, the people in the village sneered at them, and even had a lot of gossip, saying that Lin Qinshu's parents owed a huge amount of money outside and hid back home after business failure. Lin Qinshu was also driving a sports car for the first time, and he used to have a Toyota at home, which was still a manual transmission, but that already made him feel that he couldn't put it down. The feeling of holding the steering wheel with one hand and navigating the road is amazing. He suddenly remembered a sentence on the internet: he looked so handsome when he drove a Ferrari with one hand. Although Lin Qinshu is not a Ferrari now, it is also more expensive than most Ferraris. Lin Qinshu and Chen Shan sat in the car silently. Chen Shan was still thinking about how she got into the car in a daze. What if Lin Qinshu drove her to a place where no one was trying to do wrong? Should I call the police first? In the end, Lin Qinshu couldn't help but open his mouth first. "Where is the company you want to interview? You have to tell me." Chen Shan reacted at this time, picked up her mobile phone and began to navigate, but the navigation didn't seem to be normal, and kept letting Lin Qinshu turn into a small alley, which could only accommodate 2 or 3 people wide, and his car really couldn't pass. Lin Qinshu took Chen Shan's mobile phone and glanced at the destination, which was a Lujiazui branch of the Demon Capital Bank. He changed the writing set up by Chen Shan to driving, and finally guided the right place. After arriving at the destination, Chen Shan got out of the car. Lin Qinshu didn't even say a word, and drove away. A woman with a -20 favorability, no matter how beautiful she is, he doesn't have much to worry about now. Chen Shan's face was suddenly embarrassed, and it was only at this time that she really believed that Lin Qinshu really sent her for an interview. Until she got off the car, she still thought that the other party wanted to plot against her, and she left immediately after sending her, without saying a word. It seemed that she had misunderstood him. And why Lin Qinshu left in such a hurry was because he found that the car was running out of gas, and he didn't have money to refuel now. No one should believe that a person who drives tens of millions of luxury cars has no money to refuel. What I miss is not to say anything, what I miss is to dream together. Lin Qinshu's mobile phone rang. This is the bell he changed after the Cold War with He, which is very in line with his state of mind at that time. Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and saw that it was a magic number. "Hey! Hello, who?" "Hello Mr. Lin, I am the sales office of Yunlu Villa, and I am the housekeeper of the sales department called Li Qing. The duplex mansion you bought is ready to be handed over. When do you think it's convenient to come over?" A pleasant woman's voice rang on the other end of the phone. Well, Lin Qinshu remembered Chen Shan's task. Logically speaking, shouldn't there be a system prompt? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sending Chen Shan to the interview. and getting a reward of 500 million yuan worth of Yunlu Villa mansions. It turned out to be delayed, but I didn't expect the system to be delayed. Ding! The system releases the selection task, and the reward will be directly distributed at the moment when the host completes it. The prompt will appear at a suitable time, not a system delay. I see, but now Lin Qinshu doesn't want to collect the house for the time being, if he has to pay any property management fees or something, he can't afford to pay. Miss Li, I haven't had time to pass here for the time being, so I'll take some time to go over when the time comes. Although he now has the system, he does not fully understand the functions of the system. He was rewarded with a luxury car and a mansion at the beginning. Will there be less money? It shouldn't take 2 days to give him the reward money. Okay, Mr. Lin, then I'm waiting for your arrival. After Li Qing finished speaking, Lin Qinshu hung up the phone. He drove the car to the basement of the IFC. There are a lot of luxury cars in this basement, and the ability of the property is still very good. His car is the most reassuring here, that is, the parking fee is more expensive for him, but now he can't manage so much. Now that he drives a luxury car and appears in school, it will definitely cause a sensation. It's not that he doesn't want such a sensation, it's just that the gas in the car is no longer enough, and he insists on going back to school. This system doesn't play cards according to the routine, and other systems give money first, so this system just gives him a luxury car and a mansion first, and it's good to give me tens of thousands of dollars to add fuel first. Lin Qinshu took the bus back to Modu Jiatong University, and his last bit of savings had already ordered soy milk in the Soy Milk King. For the rest of the day, I can only rely on more than 50 yuan in the campus card, and there are only 3 yuan left in the bank card. Lin Qinshu chose to take the bus, although it took a longer time, but there was no need to transfer buses, and it was direct. You have to go around the subway and the cost is higher. After Lin Qinshu returned to the dormitory, the 3 roommates were holding their mobile phones in the 3rd row of King Canyon. His dormitory is known as the best dormitory in the whole school, because everyone's name is well known and easy to remember. Fan Jianxiang, Xiaolu, Li Wuqi, Lin Qinshu. Each name reads with a different response. Yo, the beast is back, hurry up and update the number. It's a new season, and it's time to be full. The nasty is going out on a date, wait for the 3 rows of us. Li Wuqi glanced at Lin Qinshu, who had just entered the door, and hurriedly greeted. He was more arrogant, and he completely forgot that Lin Qinshu had told them that he was going to break up with his girlfriend. The other 2 looked at Lin Qinshu carefully and found that he was not as depressed as he imagined, and even saw a trace of joy between his eyebrows. Beast, it can't be that there is no share, right? Your girlfriend obviously doesn't want you anymore, and the Cold War has been going on for so long, forcing you to break up. Fan Jianxiang asked with a frown. Xia Lu's game character had just been killed, and the screen turned gray-white. He put down his phone and leaned over. You shouldn't be licking it back, right? The 3 people in the dormitory usually say that Lin Qinshu is a licking dog, but Lin Qinshu doesn't admit it. He never feels that he is a licking dog. You. It's just that I've met other happy things. Lin Qinshu put his hand on Xia Lu's shoulder and patted it twice, signaling him to rest assured. Indecent, it's been resurrected, hurry up, it's the last wave. Li Wuqi hurriedly shouted. The other 2 were also relieved when they heard Lin Qinshu say that they were divided. They don't know he, but Lin Qinshu is a 1-meter-8 man, with a decent appearance, and he is neither humble nor arrogant to anyone. Is the only one who whether it is a phone call or a video chat, he is humble. Xia Lu picked up the mobile phone on the desktop and continued to play the game, saying while playing, don't worry, I'll go out to dinner with Yen Yen later, and let her introduce you to a girlfriend. Where there is no grass at the end of the world, why bother to love a flower? And that's not a good flower, although there is a bit of beauty, but there are more postures in our school. Lin Qinshu smiled and didn't answer, picked up his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Just now on the way back to the dormitory, it was still a little rainy, and it was just right to take a hot bath. Lin Qinshu, who was drenched in hot water, seemed to have become clear in his mind, recalling his past with He. When he looked at him from the person concerned to a bystander, He really didn't love him as much as he imagined. It's more of a lonely companion. Lin Qinshu is not as relaxed as on the surface, and he is still very sad in his heart, but the matter has come to this point. and he can only let time slowly calm down these emotional pains, and when he got the system, he was still thinking about how to redeem the other party, and when he finished pouring soy milk, what he said made him realize that he really had no affection for him at all. In order to break up with him, she didn't even scold him when she was splashed, just because she was worried that Lin Qinsho would continue to pester her. Lin Qinsho, who came out of the shower, saw that only Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang were left in the dormitory, and Xia Lu had already gone out on a date. In the past, Lao Fan and I were single in our dormitory, and every time I saw you in the dirty going out to find a partner, I was envious. Now that the bachelor has become 3, you are welcome to join the bachelor dog team. Li Wuqi said shyly. Lin Qinsho shrugged his shoulders, pursed his lips and said, I have had a partner for too many days, and now I want to return to my single life. The feeling that this gap brings me, you won't understand it for a while. Li Wuqi raised a middle finger at Lin Qinsho, hurry up and get on the number. 3 rows are waiting for you. I don't play, I've been running all day, I'm going to sleep for a while. Help me make a duck leg rice for dinner, the meal is stuck on my table. Lin Qinsho climbed into bed, took out his mobile phone and swiped the circle of friends. Happened to see He-Ifa's circle of friends. Thank you Senior Zhang Gang for your clothes, so that I didn't get cold in the rain on this rainy day. There is also a top-down selfie below, wearing the afternoon jacket, and the hand is compared. Lin Qinsho directly crossed the circle of friends and put his phone aside. System, open the panel. Host, Lin Qinsho. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charm, 6. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Son of the Wind. Mansion, Yunlu Villa. Now there are cars and mansions popping up again, and today is the first day to get the system, and the goal that most people have been working on all their lives has been accomplished. Lin Qinsho was thinking about the circumstances under which the selection task released by the system could be triggered. It seems that staying in the dormitory is the least likely to trigger the mission. After Chen Shanshan's task release just now, it seems that the system will trigger the task if it detects a beautiful woman with more than 90 points, and it seems that there is still more to go out for a walk. Lin Qinsho decided to go out for a stroll after some sleep. In a daze, Lin Qinsho was woken up by Fan Jianxiang. They had already come back from cooking, let him eat it while it was hot. Dirty told us to go to the bar to play, their family Yen Yen is on her birthday today, call the 2 dormitory people to go to the bar to celebrate her birthday. Li Wuqi came in from outside the dormitory door and said. Lin Qinsho just wanted to say no, but then he thought about it, he originally wanted to go out for a walk, instead of walking aimlessly, it was better to go to the bar with his brothers. As for money, he doesn't have to worry about it, Xia Lu himself is the rich second generation in their dormitory. On weekdays, Xia Lu is also generous to his brothers, and the first time the 3 of them went to the bar, Xia Lu brought him. The 3 of them hurriedly cleaned up and went out, it was still early, and they decided to walk over. The bar Xia Lu said was 2 blocks away from the school, and it was not close, and it was not far away. Mainly students from ordinary families, the cost of taking a taxi is too high. Senior! A delicate voice shouted from behind Lin Qin. There was a bustling crowd at the entrance of the campus, and all the boys turned their heads to look at the sound when they heard this call. A girl who exuded infinite vitality trotted in front of Lin Qinsho. The girl has a faint fragrance floating all over her body, 2 big eyes and 2 small pair vortices, and her height of 1 meter and 6'4" meters came to Lin Qinsho to form the cutest height difference. A black pleated skirt with a white t-shirt, the towering white rabbit swayed and led Lin Qinsho's eyes to blink up and down. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Yi Mengxi. Appearance, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160. Bust, 36D. Opinion, 85. Meng Meng, have you eaten? Lin Qinsho was surprised that Yi Mengxi's favorability towards him was so high, and he was only 5 points away from being able to reach the realm of never giving up. And Yi Mengxi's appearance is actually judged by the system as a beauty with an appearance of more than 90 points. However, Lin Qinsho's question made everyone present speechless for a while. It's almost time for supper, and I ask if anyone has eaten, which is a question that can only be asked without much conversation. I've eaten, seniors. Where are you going? The school gates are about to close. Yi Mingxi asked in a playful voice. The school closes at 10:30, and you can't get in after 10:30. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock now, Lin Qinshu and the others were still walking out in a hurry, feeling like they would not go back to school for the night. Oh, your senior Xia is going to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday, so let's go over to socialize. Lin Qinshu replied truthfully. Xia Liudu has already opened a room outside tonight, and he will go directly to the hotel to sleep in the middle of the night after playing until the third watch, and there will be classes in the last 2 classes tomorrow morning. Just return before 10 o'clock. When Yi Mingxi heard this, a trace of strangeness flashed in his eyes, but his face was still full of smiles and quipped, then senior, don't have a problem with the friendship. When your girlfriend knows, the senior won't be able to eat and go around. Lin Qinshu waved his hand. It's okay, we've broken up. Now I'm single, and I'm not afraid of problems with my friendship. Hearing this, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Yi Mingxi's eyes. Beast, this schoolgirl is very raw. Why haven't I heard you say it? Li Wuqi wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes burst into green light, like a jackal. Lin Qinshu looked at his unsightly appearance with disdain, and introduced to them, this is senior sister Yi Mingxi, who I met when the freshmen entered the school. These two are my roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianshan. Poof! When Yi Mingxi heard the names of these two people, he couldn't help laughing. I almost forgot, the senior is the best dormitory in our school. Yi Mingxi's laughter made Li Wuqi blush, but he also reacted in an instant. Yi Mingxi. Isn't that the name of the new school flower? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qinshu in shock. He didn't expect that licking dogs and beasts actually knew the new school flower, and it was so enjoyable to be a licking dog with this kind of resource. The new school girl? Lin Qinshu looked at Li Wuqi suspiciously. Because he was still in a relationship with Yi before, he didn't know about these campus gossip, and he wouldn't even take a second look at other girls. Li Wuqi visits the campus forum every day and knows a lot about these things, the so-called school flower level, which class, and what name are clear. Yi Mingxi, a freshman in the Department of Communication, because of his cute face and proud figure, he was unanimously voted by all the freshmen as soon as he entered his freshman year, and he became the new school flower. Together with Su Weiwei, Xin Yu, and Xin Wolin, they are known as the 4 school flowers of magic capital Jiaotong University. However, Xin Wolin has already gone out for internships, and there are only 3 major school flowers in the school. Li Wuqi didn't know where to take out a pair of gold wire glasses and put them on, as if reading out the legend of the rivers and lakes, reading the message of the school flower. Lin Qinshu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but he didn't expect that the so-called school flowers were actually 4, so what kind of school flower is this? Li Wuqi seemed to sense Lin Qinshu's doubts, and continued, the 4 school flowers are tied for the school flowers because they have their own looks and figures, which is recognized by our Jiaotong University. Oh, no! It's just the love of the students. Yi Mingxi shook his head with a smile, not acting very happy, nor unhappy. Yi Mingxi hurriedly changed the topic. Senior, do you have time tomorrow? An MCN company invited me to come for an interview in the afternoon, but my friends are not available, and I am not familiar with the magic capital. If the senior has time, can you go with me? After the interview, I invited my seniors to dinner. Yi Mingxi playfully stuck out his tongue. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected and is requesting a host. Option 1, reject the other party, let the other party disappoint you, and reward 1 million yuan in cash. Option 2, promise the other party to accompany Yi Mingxi to the interview tomorrow, and reward 100,000 yuan in cash plus 1 attribute point. Well, the task is coming. Sure enough, the mission will be triggered when you go out and meet a beautiful woman. If you hide in the dormitory, this system is the same as a waste. Finally, cash came, 1 million, 1/2 million. It seems to be a good deal for 1 million. As long as you say no, you can get 1 million. But who am I, Lin Qinshu? How can you hurt a girl's heart because of just 500,000? I choose the second one. In fact, it's not that Lin Qinshu doesn't want that million, but because there is still a little bit of all attribute points in the 500,000. That's an attribute added to him. Ordinary people are full of 10 attributes, and he is only 6 now, just reaching the passing line. With the system, 500,000 is easy to get, but the attribute points are different, and even some attributes may not be able to improve a little in their lifetime. I only have classes tomorrow morning, and I happen to be free in the afternoon, so I'll go with you. Lin Qinshu agreed. Yimingxi's eyes suddenly shone with joy, and he said again and again, "Thank you, senior, then I'll see you tomorrow." After Yimingxi left happily for a long time, Li Wuqi, who was beside Lin Qinshu, yelled, "Beast, you actually know the school flower, and the school flower actually asked you to go out with you. Oh my god. Are you blind? A handsome and dashing person like me can't compare to a licking dog." Fan Jianxiang also looked at Lin Qinshu indignantly, although he was not good at words, but his inner thoughts were the same as Li Wuqi's. Lin Qinshu slapped the back of Li Wuqi's head with his big hand. "You dog, who is scolding a dog? Let's go, Lao Xia is already impatient to wait." Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang hurriedly followed Lin Qinshu's footsteps, but their eyes were still full of resentment. The three of them soon came to the bar that Xia Lu said, and at this time, some people gathered at the door of the bar, and they didn't know why they were clashing. The three of them wanted to ignore it and go directly to the bar, but they heard Xia Lu's voice. "Apologize to Yun Yun and her friends immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Xia Lu's angry voice came from the crowd at the door. Hearing this, Lin Qinshu and the three of them hurriedly squeezed into the crowd, only to see 4 young girls standing next to Xia Lu, and standing opposite him was a yellow-haired thin man. The yellow-haired thin man's face was flushed, and he was a little unsteady on his feet, obviously in a state where he had drunk too much. "Just a few bitches, let me apologize to them, do they deserve it?" Belch. Huang Mao burped after speaking, and a smell of wine wafted out of his mouth, and the girls around Xia Lu frowned and covered their noses. "Lao Xia, what's going on?" Lin Qinshu and the three of them finally squeezed in, and now in this society, there will never be a shortage of people watching the excitement, and they are all stared at in the process of squeezing in. When Xia Lu saw the three of them coming, he suddenly became more confident, although there was only one person on the other side, but just now he was surrounded by some women. Now that they have 4 men here, it's not easy to deal with a drunk. Xia Lu told them about the conflict. It turned out that after this drunk man came out of the bar, he saw the 4 girls beside Xia Lu, so he opened his mouth and said 10,000 yuan per person, accompanying him for 1 night tonight. Whoever behaves well will be rewarded with an additional 10,000 yuan. When Xia Lu heard this, he was about to rush up and beat Huang Mao, but was stopped by his girlfriend Yin Yin. And then there is the current scene, asking the other party to apologize. When Li Wuqi heard this, he rushed to Huang Mao and slapped him directly on the back of the head. "You're a hooligan here, aren't you? Apologize quickly, otherwise, I'll show you why the flowers are so red." Huang Mao, who was slapped by Li Wuqi, suddenly sobered up a lot with his drunken head, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Do you know who I am?" Li Wuqi saw him sneering, and his anger suddenly came up. "Lao Tzu doesn't care who you are. Apologize quickly." 7 or 8 people suddenly walked out of the bar and shouted at Huang Mao, "Li Xiao, why did you disappear in a blink of an eye? I thought you were gone." Xia Lu, Li Wuqi, and the others saw that there were so many people coming out of each other, their faces suddenly changed, and Li Wuqi also slowly retreated backwards and retreated to Lin Qinshu and the others. After Huang Mao said something to the bar, the other party stepped forward, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. "Li Xiao, you all dare to fight, I see that you don't want to mix in the magic capital. Give you a chance to let those 4 sluts accompany Li Xiao for 1 night, you 4 men drilled through my crotch, and this matter was revealed." Li Wuqi's face turned red, and he shouted angrily, "It's your fault first, and you dare to speak wildly." Fan Jianxiang also stepped forward. His body was the most burly of the 4. When he stood beside Li Wuqi, it suddenly made Li Wuqi feel a lot more confident. The man next to Huang Mao sneered, "It's useless to give you a chance." After speaking, he slapped his palms twice, and the people who came out with him surrounded him, and even the security guards of the bar followed behind them. This scene made Lin Qinshu and the others suddenly realize that Huang Mao's identity was not simple. Even the security guards at the bar didn't hesitate to choose to stand on their side. The bar that Xia Lu brought them to is called Drifting Snow. Although it is not the best bar in the magic capital, it also has its own peculiarities. It is rumored that the owner of this bar is a woman named Piaoxua. This woman is rumored to be a very beautiful woman, so even if the bar is not particularly high-end, there will be many rich second generations who come to consume, just to see the beauty of Piaoxua. And a beautiful woman who runs a bar in this magic capital, and can be alone, shows that she is also a very capable person. Ding! Detected that the host is in danger of being beaten. Option 1, rise up and resist, no matter success or failure, play your own dignity. Bonus strength attribute points +1, snow bar ownership. Option 2, admit it, ask the other party to let it go, agree to the other party's request, and drill through the crotch. The reward is 200,000 yuan in cash, and the reward is a titanium nameplate. When Lin Qinshu heard this task, he was shocked. It's coming finally triggered the selection task again. It seems that it's not just about meeting beautiful women. Even if something happens, it can trigger a choice. However, the system has a titanium nameplate at every turn, which is really a bit too insulting. Rub. System, you're enough. How can I, Lin Qin, be a dignified 7-foot man, drill people's crotch and beg for mercy? Fight if you want to. Lin Qinshu roared in his heart, and came to the front of Xiao Lu and the others with heavy steps, 4-10, obviously unable to beat, but the other party had drunk, and the 4 of them were young and strong, and they could still fight. Option 1 is the full attribute point plus the ownership of the bar in front of him, and the second option is 200,000 in cash. For Lin Qinshu, he has to kneel and lick others to get 200,000 if he has the system, which is something that Wan can't do. He didn't even reply to the system, and made the decision to choose one without hesitation. The people around Huang Mao sneered, and commanded the people behind him, toast and don't eat and drink. The man breaks his hands and feet, and the woman sends it to Li Xiao. More than a dozen people around, plus the security guards of the drifting snow bar, immediately surrounded them. Ding! The host's courage is commendable, and it chooses a tough and evil force. As the host of the system, the host is humiliated as the system is humiliated. Now reward the hosted man for 1 hour. Please let the host vent the power in your body. Lin Qinshu suddenly felt a bunch of information about Wing Chun pour into his brain, and the muscles of his body instantly became condensed. Lin Qinshu took a step forward and stretched out his hand to push Li Wuqi and Fan Jiansheng back. Stand back, little Karami, just let me come. Lin Qinshu stretched out his finger and hooked the other party. I'm going to hit 10. Except for Huang Mao and the person who spoke just now, there are exactly 10 people on the other side. Li Wuqi and the 3 of them looked at Lin Qinshu in front of them, who suddenly had a soaring temperament, and they didn't react for a while. Damn, so arrogant, if I don't beat you out, I won't be in the snow. A man with a strong smell of wine picked up the ice cream cone next to him and threw it at Lin Qinshu. Seeing this, Xiao Lu and the 3 of them hurriedly stepped forward to help, but who knew that the next scene shocked them in place? I saw that after Lin Qinshu dodged the attack of the ice cream cone sideways, he quickly stepped forward and flew out of the drunk holding the ice cream cone with his shoulder. This kid is a little weird, let's go together. The drunken man who was flying on the top got up from the ground and shouted. The 10 people around him added their fists and feet to Lin Qinshu, and bursts of terrible screams sounded, and in less than 2 minutes, the 10 people on the Huangmao side were already lying on the ground. Lin Qinshu clapped his hands and walked slowly towards Huang Mao. Seeing this, Huang Mao immediately shouted loudly, "Do you know who I am? My dad is Li Jianfu of Jianlong Real Estate. If you dare to touch a single hair of me, my dad won't let you go." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around. Li Jianfu of Jianlong Real Estate, who has a black background, is rumored to have made his fortune by stepping on the sea of swords and blood. For so long, his opponents have either gone bankrupt or died unexpectedly, and none of them have been able to die well, which has also led to Jianlong Real Estate being feared in the industry. It's just that in recent years, Jianlong Real Estate has not been so high profile. And Li Jianfu also has a gentleman's son, named Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong's negative news has a fight with his father, but his father's murder and arson incident, and his is some despicable news such as robbing people's daughters. An underworld group that is well known in the demon capital. Now that his son has appeared in front of Lin Qinshu, the people around him who are watching the excitement have also stepped back, and even covered their faces, for fear that Li Tianzong will admit their mistake and mix them up with Lin Qinshu's side. And Li Tianzong looked at Lin Qinshou standing in front of him without moving, and thought that he had frightened the other party, and said with a sneer, "Now that you know my identity, why don't you hurry up and let those 4 little ladies help me to the hotel?" Then drank a little too much, and I had to let them carry me. Lift? The corners of Lin Qinshou's mouth showed a hint of sneer, and he slapped Li Tianzong in the face. Smack! The loud slap brought the air around him to a standstill. What followed was Li Tianzong's terrible scream, "Ah, how dare you hit me? You're dead, no one can save you." Smack! Another slap sounded, and Lin Qinshou also imprinted a palm print on the other side of his face. The dog leg on the side wanted to help, but was slapped a few times by Lin Qinshou and sat on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the revolt mission. Bonus strength attribute points +1, snow bar ownership. Host, Lin Qinshou, Ip Man in the upper body. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charm, 6. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Son of the Wind. Mansion, Yunlu Villa, unclaimed. Mr. Lin, please stop. A lazy sound rang out from inside the bar. I saw a woman in a red dress walking out of the bar. The woman's face was immature with a bit of maturity, and the tall figure suddenly attracted the attention of everyone around. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Wenru Xue. Appearance, 95. Age, 26. Height, 172. Bust, 36c. Opinion, 50. Drifting snow. It's the owner of the drifting snow bar, and the drifting snow is out. Someone next to him exclaimed. Is this the legendary drifting snow? It's really a beauty, and even I'm a woman who is excited to see it. The girl next to Guan Yan also sighed. Cut, isn't it just pretty, and I don't know how many people have slept with it. The other girl next to Yan said disdainfully. Lin Qinshou frowned slightly and looked at the other party. It turned out that Piaoshua's real name was Wenru Xue, but how did this Piaoshua know about herself? From the fact that she called him Mr. Lin just now, it was obvious that she knew him. Piaoshua walked out of the bar, swept past Lin Qinshou and came to Yan's daughters, and stretched out her right hand, bang. A slap in the face of the girl who had just spoken ill of her. Little sister, next time don't just bring your mouth out, remember to bring your head out too. After Piaoshua finished speaking, she turned around and came to Lin Qinshou's side. The beaten woman covered her face was blue and purple for a while, and she saw that all the women in Yan around her had no intention of helping her, and after snorting coldly, she left the scene. It's true that she is wrong first, so she can't be unreasonable. Can the two of you sell me Piaoshua a face? Whether this matter is right or wrong, let's reveal it. Piaoshua's lips opened lightly and looked at Lin Qinshou. After all, the current situation is controlled by Lin Qinshou. Li Tianzong was slapped twice, and his face was swollen. He naturally hoped that Lin Qinshou would agree, and when he turned back, he would find someone to deal with Lin Qinshou and them. Why should I give you face? Lin Qinshou looked at Wenru Xue lightly. Although he is silk, then he will not have to turn into a licking dog when he sees a beauty. Wenru Xue's expression was a little stunned. She didn't expect that her tried and tested words would be blocked back, and she immediately stood in place. Xia Lu and others also stepped forward to persuade Lin Qinshou, beasts, forget it, fight and fight. If this stalemate continues, Yonyan's birthday won't have to be over. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qinshou shouted to Li Tianzong, apologize to a few ladies, and you can go. It's not a way to keep entangled like this. His Wing Chun boxing is also time limited, and when the trouble gets bigger, Wing Chun expires, and it's still yourself who suffers. Li Tianzong's face turned red with anger. For so many years, he has been rampant and domineering, and he has never encountered such a thing. Who would have thought that today's kick was ironclad? Li Tianzong yelled in his heart, I will definitely take revenge. Li Tianzong looked left and right, and his dog-legged legs just now were avoiding his eyes at the moment. It's not that they don't want to hug their thighs, it's that Wing Chun hurts. Li Tianzong gritted his teeth and said to the 3 daughters of Yan, I'm sorry. Then he turned and quickly fled the scene. After such a fuss, Xiao Lu was not interested in the bar anymore, and planned to find another place to celebrate Yin Yan's birthday. Mr. Lin stays, and the Snow can arrange an upstairs box for Mr. Lin's friends, and the drinks are free. And we have pastry chefs in Piaoxue who can make a birthday cake right away. When Ruxue heard that the few of them originally planned to come to Piaoxue bar to celebrate their birthdays, but they met Li Tianzong's little hooligan, and this stubble happened. Although Lin Qinshu didn't give her face just now, she has no choice but to appease the other party first. How do you know my surname is Lin? Although Lin Qinshu had some guesses in his heart that it was the ghost of the system, he still wanted to hear the other party confirm it in person. When Ruxue chuckled, Mr. Lin is really a noble person, we have been in touch. As he spoke, he gestured to the snow bar behind him. Hearing Wen Ruxue say this, he was sure that the system implanted Wen Ruxue with memories of some things about his purchase of the drifting snow bar when the rewards were issued, and these things did not appear in Lin Qinshu's mind. This should be what the system says, rewarding the host in a reasonable way. Lin Qinshu looked back at Xiao Lu and the others. They also hesitated, because Lin Qinshu had shocked them too much tonight, making them a little trance for a while, and now even the owner of the drifting snow bar was respectful to him. Since Boss Piaoxue has invited us, we have to find another place anyway. I think it's okay here. Li Wuqi jumped out and said, but his eyes never left Piaoxue's body, and Halatzi was about to drip on the ground. After Xiao Lu rolled his eyes at him, he also said to Lin Qinshu, Beast, then let's be here. I'm afraid it's too late to find another place. After such a toss just now, it's almost 11 o'clock now, and it's almost past Yin Yan's birthday. In that case, then I'll be bothered by Boss Piaoxue. Lin Qinshu also wanted to know about the income of this drifting snow bar, how to say that it is also his bar now. The liquidity and the like, as well as the staffing, and how to manage it in the future, he will have to come over sooner or later to understand. It's better to choose a day than to hit the day. When Ruxue asked the bar waiter to take the rest of the people to the box on the second floor, and she led Lin Qinshu to the office. Lin Qinshu looked inside the bar all the way and found that it was full, and such a lively bar was actually opened by a female streamer. After coming to the office, when Ruxue walked straight to the desk and took out a stack of materials from under the desk. Mr. Lin, here is all the information of the bar. You sign this bar will be yours in the future. When Ruxue's eyes flashed a trace of reluctance, if she wasn't in a hurry to use money, she wouldn't have sold this bar. Lin Qinshu looked through the accounts, and there were still hundreds of thousands of people left in the bar's account to run the bar, as well as some staff information. He glanced at it and threw it on the table. Miss Wen has any plans for the future? The reluctance in your eyes to the snow bar is quite obvious. Why don't you stay? Lin Qinshu doesn't know anything about the operation of this bar and other things. This drifting snow bar is in his hands. I'm afraid it won't take long to close down. When Ruxue's eyes instantly became sharp, and she asked coldly, how do you know that my surname is Wen? Who the hell are you? Lin Qinshu was taken aback by her sudden change. Didn't she just know a name? How could she react so much? Miss Wen, you don't care where I found out, you just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. I don't know anything about running a bar, and with the snow in my hands, maybe it won't be long before it closes down, and you are willing to spend so much effort on a bar that will close down in 3 or 2 days. I'm willing to give you 30% of the shares and hire you to come back and continue to manage this bar. When Ruxue's eyes flickered, and she didn't know what Lin Qinshu meant for a while, since she didn't know how to operate, why did she buy Piaoxue, was the purpose on herself. After a while, when Ruxue smiled, since that's the case, then from today onwards, I have to call you boss. Please take care of Boss Lin. No matter what the other party's purpose is, she is really reluctant to drift in the snow. And after leaving the drifting snow bar, she didn't know what to do. Originally, I planned to go on a trip, but I can't travel for a lifetime. Staying at the drifting snow bar is what makes her feel worthy. And with her identity as the illegitimate daughter of the Wen family, she can only hide herself in this familiar snow bar. For so many years, it was the third uncle of the Wen family who helped her secretly and took care of her. Now that the third uncle is in trouble, he resells the drifting snow bar and does his best. For when Ruxue, the money is obtained, and the bar is kept in her own hands, although it only accounts for a small share, which can be regarded as the best result. Let's make a share contract. I only take a share, and I don't care about the rest of the business plan, I leave it to you to decide. Lin Chincho sat on the sofa, picked up the box of huazi on the table, and lit it. He occasionally smokes a few puffs, and he is neither repulsed nor addicted to cigarettes. When Rushue walked to the desk and turned on the computer, suddenly remembered something, and said to Lin Chincho embarrassedly, that I have withdrawn most of the bar's liquidity, and the money in the current account is only enough to maintain the daily operation, and there is nothing extra to withdraw. Lin Chincho was speechless for a while, and he was still thinking about taking some money out of this bar to spend it, but he only had money with a meal card. Now there are only a few dozen yuan of cash left on his body, but as long as he accompanies Yi Mingxi to try it out tomorrow, he can get 500,000 yuan, and the little money in this bar is forgotten. If there is no one, there will be no one. It's okay, the money in here is enough to turn around the bar, you don't need to take it out. Is there enough money in it? Do you need me to inject some money into it? Lin Chincho pretended not to care and said. Lin Chin kept a woolen fund, which was purely bluffing, pretending to be forced in front of Wen Rushue. When Rushue made it clear that the funds in it are enough to turn over, where do you need to inject additional capital? When Rushue shook her head, the funds in it are enough. With the business of the drifting snow bar, it will soon be profitable, and it is useless to inject excess funds. The sound of Wen Rushue tapping on the keyboard resounded throughout the office, and soon after, Wen Rushue took out the contract by listening to the printing sound of the printer's didi. Lin Chincho didn't look closely, so he directly signed his name. There is no suspicion in employing people, and there is no need for suspicious people. It's a free bar, so even if you don't feel sorry for him, it's better to open up the pattern. When Rushue's eyes also flashed a strange color, it has been less than an hour since she and Lin Chincho met, but the other party was able to sign the contract she took out so calmly and without hesitation. This requires a certain amount of courage and confidence. In Wen Rushue's opinion, Lin Chincho should be the young master of a big family, and he can't look down on this little money at all. After signing the paper, Lin Chincho prepared to leave the office. Li Tianzong's side will definitely take revenge on you, I will help you deal with this matter, and Li Jianfu should still give me this face. But on the surface, if Li Tianzong can't do anything about you, he may come secretly, and Boss Lin will pay attention to his own safety. Wen Rushue said without raising her head. Lin Chincho shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the office door with an indifferent look, and as soon as he went out, he felt his body instantly deflated. It was IP Man's force value that 1 hour left, and he couldn't fight 10 now. Of course, Lin Chincho knows what the consequences of offending a rich second generation with an underworld background are, but he is also young and vigorous, and the self-confidence brought to him by the system binding, so he is not afraid of the powerful to teach the other party a lesson, and he still has to think of a way to prevent future troubles in the future. When he walked into the box on the second floor of the Piashue bar, he was instantly clamped by 3 people. Li Wuqi hugged his legs, Fan Jianshan locked his 2 hands, Xia Lu hugged his head, and shouted, "Tell me quickly, who are you, sacred, you dare to take away my brother?" Lin Chincho pretended to be angry and laughed, "I am an ancient demon god, don't kneel down when you are young." The 3 of them suddenly let go of him with a boring face, taking advantage of this piece in their mouths, and the 3 of them were not Lin Chincho's opponents. "Beast, you're hiding deep enough. Martial arts are strong, the boss of Piashue is still respectful to you, you told us before that you were just an ordinary family, now what is like an ordinary family?" Xia Lu asked the question that all 3 of them were puzzled about. "It's nothing, the heavenly system, I am now the chosen one, I want the wind to be the wind and the rain." Lin Chincho knew that they would ask, so he thought of countermeasures early in the morning, and just told the truth about the answers of these brothers. They would definitely not believe it. As expected, all 3 of them cut and didn't ask any more questions. "Hurry up and cut the cake, it's almost 12 o'clock. Xia Lu's girlfriend Guan Yan hurriedly greeted. "I've been tossing all night, and I haven't introduced you to each other, these 2 are my roommates, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who walked just now was Guo Ting. These 3 are Xia Lu's roommates, well it's very famous in the school, the best dormitory people, I shouldn't need to introduce it." Guan Yan covered her mouth and laughed as she spoke. They are all used to this kind of scene, who made the names of the 4 of them so easy to remember, and they just happened to get together in a dormitory. This is either the providence of the underworld, or the school deliberately. "Li Jiao? We are our own family, Maybe there was a little kinship hundreds of years ago. Can I call you Jiao Jiao? Li Wuqi lived up to this shameless name, and came to Li Jiao's side with his own familiarity. Li Jiao is a relatively cold girl. Lin Qinshu has never seen her say a few words since he saw her. On the contrary, that Wang Xiaoqing is just a talker, chattering all the time. Student Lin, did you learn martial arts since you were a child? What's your name? Is it too late for me to learn? Can you teach me? Wang Xiaoqing asked several questions in a row, and he didn't know which one to answer. And the roommate Guoting who left, according to Guan Yan, was a gold worshipper. When Li Tianzong teased them just now, Guoting still wanted to step forward and ask if it was true or not. Was pulled by them, and later complained that they blocked her wealth and offended the Li family. So when Guoting was slapped by Wen Rushue, they didn't speak for Guoting. Fan Jianxiang cried silently on the side. There were 3 girls in total. One was Xia Lu's girlfriend, one was entangled by Li Wuqi, and the other was pestered by Lin Qinshu, and in the end he was left. Guan Yan's roommates are all good-looking, not very beautiful, but not bad-looking. If according to the system's scoring standards, they should all belong to 80 points. After cutting the cake, everyone felt that it was boring in the box, so it was more atmospheric to go to the bottom of the lobby. Lin Qinshu said hello to Wen Rushue and moved to the bottom. At this time, it is the most lively and atmospheric time of the whole bar. Everyone was a little dazed. I don't know when. Lin Qinshu had already fainted drunk. His alcohol consumption itself was poor. He had drunk some beer before, and today when Rushue sent foreign wine, and I don't know when it was broken. A ray of sunlight shone on Lin Qinshu's face, and Lin Qinshu's eyelashes that poked straight forward trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes in the next second. The feeling of a hangover filled the brain, and even the whole body was a little sore. After patting his head twice, he began to look around, because his memory was still stuck in the drifting snow bar, and he didn't know when he was already drunk. The place where Lin Qinshu was a room, and from the fragrance and ornaments in the room, it could be seen that this was a woman's room. He hurriedly looked at himself, and his clothes were still alive, indicating that nothing had happened, which also made him breathe a sigh of relief. If you lose your body unclearly, it will be a big loss. Drunk like that, even if it was a beautiful woman who made him lose his body, he felt a loss, and he didn't feel wasted. Lin Qinshu walked out of the door of the room and saw a busy woman figure in the kitchen, simple home clothes, wearing a pair of shorts underneath, and her slender legs were straight even if she was wearing slippers. The woman turned to Lin Qinshu and said, "There are toothbrushes and towels in the bathroom. Wash yourself. I'm already cooking noodles. Let's leave after eating." This woman is none other than Wen Rushue, the owner of the drifting snow bar. Lin Qinshu couldn't remember how he could be in Wen Rushue's house, where such a beautiful woman cooked noodles for herself after she got up. What a sense of happiness she had, but now his head was extremely painful, and he couldn't feel this sense of happiness. Lin Qinshu walked into the bathroom, and there was already a brand new toothbrush and towel on the sink. It's just that a man has never been in the girl's bathroom, and some things are still placed casually. Lin Qinshu's eyes were attracted, and he suddenly felt that his head didn't hurt so much after a hangover. Suddenly there was a sound of trotting outside, when Rushue rushed into the bathroom with a slightly red face and took the clothes out. When Lin Qinshu entered the bathroom, she remembered that the clothes she had changed last night had not been washed, and hurriedly ran over. Ahem, this bathroom is still very good, and this tile is also good. Lin Qinshu hurriedly used a dry cough to hide his embarrassment. His actions just now were indeed a little obscene. After washing up, Lin Qinshu took a serious look at the house. Not big, not small, about 90 square meters. The hall occupies 2/3. There is only one room, a kitchen and a bathroom. Wen Rushue is also rich and capricious. You must know that when people buy a 60 square meter house, they can't wait to have a 3-room room. Lin Qinshu walked to the window and looked at it, and he could directly see Jiaotong University here, which means that it was near yesterday's drifting snow bar, a suite in the magic capital, and it was tens of millions at every turn. Although Lin Qinshu didn't know how much money the system spent on the bar, and he didn't take a closer look last night, it should be about the same value as the house. Isn't it better to sell a bar and sell a house? It's rented, not bought by me. I love this type of house and have been paying rent for 10 years. Come and eat. Noodles. When Rushue walked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles, as if she had guessed Lin Qinshu's doubts. Lin Qinsho sat at the table and asked about him. Why am I here? What about my friends? Speaking of this, when Rushua rolled her eyes, your friends, I don't know, I met you at the door of Piaoxue, you were already drunk, and you didn't bring your ID card, so I can only bring you back, after all, you are my boss, I can't turn a blind eye to the drunk boss. Lin Qinsho smiled awkwardly, his amount of alcohol was really not good, he was mixed with wine last night, and it was broken all of a sudden. And his group of friends is probably about the same, but I don't know what happened to those girls. Don't worry, I explained to them, find out your friends and settle them, don't have any accidents, there should be nothing wrong. Lin Qinsho nodded, thank you. Didn't happen anything bad last night, did you? Lin Qinsho asked cautiously, after all, he still knew what he looked like when he was drunk. In the past, when I was drunk, I always liked to pull others to talk about my thoughts, and said with a handful of snot and tears, if it was like this last night, it would be a big mess. When Rushua, who was chewing slowly, looked up at Lin Qinsho, she remembered that because she couldn't find Lin Qinsho's ID card last night, she could only take him back to her own home, and let her room for the other party to sleep in, this kind of thing she would not have done before, probably because the other party was drunk, which made her feel that there was no danger. It may also be because the other party just bought the drifting snow bar at a super high price and gave back 30% of the shares, which makes one Rushua feel that she is not reluctant to take the other party home. And there was something that happened last night that made her puzzled. When she took a taxi, Lin Qinsho suddenly woke up and turned around to pay the fare, but when he took out his mobile phone to pay, it showed that the balance was insufficient. During this period, Lin Qinsho also operated the card replacement payment, but the balance was still insufficient. This is not the same as when Rushua imagined. How could someone who could buy the drifting snow bar at a super high price and give her 30% of the shares lightly, how could he not even have a fare of dozens of yuan? However, when Rushua is also a smart woman, although she can't figure it out, she won't ask. The person who can make the drifting snow bar stand in the magic capital, although she has the support of the Wen family behind her, is more about her personal ability and super high emotional intelligence. When Rushua picked up the mobile phone on the side, opened her WeChat QR code and pushed it in front of Lin Qinsho, add a contact information, and I can report to you. Lin Qinsho took out his mobile phone and was about to scan the code, when he found that he had several missed calls, and when he opened it, it was Yi Mingxi calling. Hurriedly looked at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My 500,000. Lin Qinsho hurriedly put down his chopsticks and ran out of the door, calling the phone back as he ran. When Rushua looked at Lin Qinsho, who suddenly ran away at the dining table, and was speechless for a while. Is there really an urgent matter, or I don't want to add my own WeChat? Don't even have time to scan the code? Meng, I'm sorry, I drank too much last night and overslept. As soon as the phone was connected, Lin Qinsho hurriedly said. It's okay, senior, are you feeling better now? I've heard that hangovers are hard. Yi Mengxi's tone of concern made Lin Qinsho feel guilty. It's okay, where are you now? I'll go look for you. For Lin Qinsho, it's not just a promise to the girl, it's also 500,000 and attribute points. Senior, I'm already on my way to the interview. You don't have to come here and get some rest. Originally, Yi Mingxi hoped that Lin Qinsho could accompany her to take the subway to the interview, but now that she heard that Lin Qinsho was hangover, she didn't want him to toss and hope that he would have a good rest. What a stupid thing, I promised you that I will definitely do it, and I have long since sobered up. Okay, listen to me, you give me the address, and I'll go directly to the door of the company and wait for you, and accompany you in. Lin Xin said righteously, not allowing Yi Mingxi to refuse. When Yi Mingxi heard this, he was both happy and moved in his heart, and after hanging up the phone, he hurriedly sent Lin Qinsho the address. After Lin Qinsho received the address, he rushed to the subway station non-stop, and in the subway he saw a bank message on his mobile phone. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, and the balance is 100,003 yuan. Hey! Lin Qinsho looked at this message in surprise. It can't be a scam company to defraud me of the only 3 yuan I have left, right? What I miss is that I don't have anything to say. The phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number from the magic capital. Hello, who? It's me, Wenru Xue. The slightly depressed response on the other end of the phone reminded Lin Qinsho that he seemed to be adding her friend just now, but he ran away in a hurry without adding it. Ahem. I was in a bit of a hurry just now, so I left first. Can you get through my phone and explain that there is my number, and my WeChat is also this number, you can add it. Lin Chincho coughed twice in embarrassment. I've added it, you didn't pass. Don't talk about this, I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your account at Modu Bank, did you receive it? Lin Chincho's expression was suddenly a little stunned. Why did you transfer money to me? Doesn't it mean that there are just enough funds in the bar account? Last night, he told him that the working capital in the bar could not be moved, and he didn't figure out why when Rushue transferred money to him for no reason today. Piashua's funds are enough, these money are set up by me before you buy a bar, and it can be regarded as my unkindness, since Piashue I still have a share, and my difficulties have been temporarily solved, then this 100,000 yuan is the capital to buy 30% of Piashue's shares. After speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Chincho to respond. In fact, the 100,000 yuan is Wen Rushua's own money, and after seeing Lin Chincho's insufficient balance last night, he gave the money to the other party in this way. She was gambling, betting that Lin Chincho had encountered something, such as being frozen by his family's bank card, or Lin Chincho had another card that was not bound to his mobile phone, so he couldn't pay the dozens of yuan for the car. Her 100,000 yuan may be able to send charcoal in the snow, so that Lin Chin can keep this love. At the same time, he is also betting that Lin Chincho is a child of a family that is stronger than the Wen family. Besides, Piashue now has 30% of the shares, and it won't take long for the 100,000 yuan to earn back. No matter how you look at it, the 100,000 yuan is worth the money, and it can also make Lin Chincho accept it comfortably. Lin Chincho on the other side was already ecstatic. He was not as arrogant as when Rushue imagined, 100,000 yuan. In his life, he had never had so much money on him at one time. I didn't expect the drifting snow bar to create money for him so quickly, and I thought it would take a month or two before the money was shared. It seems that it was the right decision to spend 30% of his shares last night to keep Wen Rushue, just with his own age and social experience, let him run Piashue, and it won't take long to close down. Now that I have money, I can finally spend it freely. Lin Chincho looked at the address sent by Yimingshi. It happened to be near the IFC, and his Pagani Winsun was still in the basement of the IFC, so he could go out to refuel first. Yimingshi had just set off from school, and he was already almost there. At least he had to wait for an extra hour to wait for her, and at this time he would go and drive the car out first, and refuel first. When the car drove into the underground parking lot of Guajin, the parking fee was already more than 100 yuan, and it was really a very expensive parking fee. Lin Chincho's 6-digit balance dropped by 5 digits in an instant after paying the parking fee. He drove the car to a nearby gas station to fill up the fuel tank, and then drove to the place where he met Yimingshi. When I passed a road that deviated from the main road, I suddenly found that the front was blocked, and a group of people gathered there, as if something had happened. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected in front of the host. Option 1, the other party seems to be in trouble, go over to help the beauty solve the problem, and reward the ownership of the Golden Trade Building. Option 2, crazy whistle, go away, reward 3,000 yuan. Rub, who does the 3,000 yuan look down on? This task is obviously to send him a mansion. Lin Chincho parked the car behind, got out of the car and walked towards the crowd, Jinmao Building, which was a grade A office building. It just so happened that the MCN company that Yimingshi was going to was in the Golden Trade Building. If you can get that building, the rent you collect every year is enough for him to eat and wear, right? The system arranged so quickly for him to reach the pinnacle of his life, and the days of collecting rent were the envy of the world. Lin Chincho squeezed into the crowd and saw a woman in a striped professional suit standing in front of a Porsche Taycan, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, and I felt pity for the loss in her eyes. The capable appearance of a royal sister, but because of the things in front of her, she seemed a little hesitant and anxious. The right side of the Porsche Taycan crashed into a stone pier, and although it was not serious, it was also to the point where it could not continue driving. On the left side of the car, a woman of about 60 years old was sitting on the ground crying for her father and mother, and there was a stout young man beside her. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Chen. Appearance, 92. Age, 25. Height, 168. Bust, 36 cm. Opinion, 0. Stinky, bumped into your mother, you can't leave without losing money. You'll have to go back with us and take care of my mom for a few days. The strong man beside the old woman said viciously, and there was a wolf-like green light in his eyes. Obviously, seeing that the other party was so beautiful, he moved other thoughts. And the old woman who was crying on the ground heard that she was going to take the other party back, obviously different from the plan, and quietly pinched the strong man's calf. I didn't hit her, I hit the pillar to avoid her, and she came over and lay down in front of my car and said I hit her. Can you call the police for me? Let the police handle it. Chen Jie's face turned red. The person in front of him was here to touch porcelain, and suddenly rushed out from the side of the road. At first he was glad that he reacted quickly and didn't hit anyone. As a result, when she hit the stone pillar, the old woman walked slowly to the car and sat down, and the next second she began to cry and call her mother. And the strong man quickly rushed to the front of the car, holding an iron rod, and smashed the position of the dashcam in the car from the side, and the shattered glass blocked the camera of the dashcam. Then he walked up to Chen Jie unhurriedly and said that she bumped into his mother and demanded that Chen Jie pay money. Chen Jie was angry. She saw that the other party was lying down in front of the car, and now that she came out and smashed her car again, of course she didn't want people to blackmail like this, so she took out the phone and prepared to call the police. The strong man walked forward quickly, slapped Chen Jie's mobile phone away, and after the mobile phone fell to the ground, the strong man stepped forward and stomped twice, so that Chen Jie couldn't even call the police now, and his expression was helpless. The people around were all in the mood of watching the excitement, and the strong man glanced around fiercely, and no one dared to take out his mobile phone to call the police. Lin Qinqiu glanced up at the surroundings. This place happened to be in a position without monitoring, and judging from the method of smashing the dashcam as soon as the strong man came, he was already a habitual offender. Smashing the dashcam is not for fear of being photographed touching porcelain, but because the strong man is afraid that his appearance will be photographed, and when the money is extorted, the old woman who exposes her appearance can hide, and he can continue to be chic outside. Lin Qinqiu rolled his eyes slightly, retreated first, found a corner to call the police, and then saw a little boy in the back with a drone in his hand, sitting on the steps on the side of the sullen mood. It seemed that the child's mother was also crowded in front of it to watch the excitement. Kid, can you sell me this drone? Lin Qinqiu had a plan in his mind, and planned to buy the drone in the child's hand first. It's a toy, does the big brother want to play with it too? I'll lend you to play. The child handed him the drone and the remote control without hesitation. Lin Qinqiu couldn't help but sigh that this kid was really sensible, completely different from those bare children. Kid, I might break your toy later, so sell it to me. When the time comes, you go buy a new one. After the little boy hesitated, he turned on the QR code on his phone and watch, and Lin Qinqiu swept 2,000 yuan, because he didn't know how much this drone cost, and 2,000 yuan should be enough to buy one. Kid, in 2 minutes, can you help my brother drive this drone over the crowd? Lin Qinqiu suddenly remembered that he wouldn't use this thing, and if he learned how to play with it, the daylily would be cold. The little boy nodded, although he didn't understand what the big brother in front of him was going to do, but just playing with the drone, he could still easily help. After making an agreement with the little boy, Lin Qinqiu once again got into the crowd. At this time, Chen Jie also planned to compromise. There were so many people around, but none of them were willing to help her. They were all purely watching the excitement. If you want to get out of the predicament in front of you, you can only break the fortune and eliminate the disaster. Chen Jie bit her lip and asked, "How much do you want?" When the strong man heard Chen Jie ask, a smile of successful conspiracy appeared on his face. I have just said that I will pay 300,000 yuan, and then go back with us and take care of my mother for 3 days, and it will be fine. When Chen Jie heard this, her face was instantly replaced by anger. You are dreaming. The other party obviously has bad intentions, and if he goes back with them, he won't know where he will appear in a few days. Maid, toast and don't eat and drink. The strong man slapped Chen Jie in the face. Chen Jie saw the palm that was getting closer and closer, and instinctively closed her eyes. Smack! A hand reached out from Chen Jie's side and grabbed the strong man's wrist. What? If you can't blackmail it, you want to use it? A faint voice sounded beside Chen Jie. Chen Jie opened her eyes and looked at the man beside her. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and couldn't help but feel a little excited. finally someone was willing to come out to help her. After the strong man's wrist was grabbed by Lin Qinshu, he hurriedly wanted to pull it out, but found that the strength of the other party was comparable to him. Where did the yellow-haired boy come from? He watched too many TV series, and did he also learn to save the beauty of heroes? The strong man's other hand slapped Lin Qinshu fiercely, and Lin Qinshu released the wrist he was grabbing, and pushed it forward, pushing the strong man back 2 steps. If it weren't for the fact that he added a little strength attribute points last night, he really wouldn't be the opponent of this strong man. Judging from the confrontation of forces just now, the strength of this strong man must also be 7, and it is still 7 or higher. The strong man also felt that the person in front of him was not simple. He looked like a yellow-haired boy, but his strength was able to compete with him. The anger in his eyes flashed, and he said viciously, "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in your affairs, otherwise something will happen to you on the road in the future, but don't blame me for my good voice and good spirit." Lin Qinshu smiled disdainfully. In broad daylight, touching porcelain, blackmailing, and blatantly playing kidnapping, it's really lawless. I've already called the police, or it won't be long before the police arrive. The strong man's face changed, and suddenly a drone flew above them and stopped. Lin Qinshu pointed to the drone. "Do you see it? This is the latest equipment in the police department, drones. There are cameras on it, so you can record the people and situations on the scene in advance before the police arrive. You smashed this car just now, just because you were afraid that the recorder inside would shoot you. The record of touching porcelain is there, and now the record of extortion will be there soon." Lin Qinshu had a smile on his face. The strong man's face changed greatly. The reason why he smashed the car glass was because he was a fugitive. If he was photographed, according to the police's Tianyan system, he would soon be able to lock him. If he was not exposed, then it would not be easy for the police to find him. The strong man hurriedly covered his face with his hands and stared at Lin Qinshu viciously. "Boy, I remember you. Be careful with Lao Tzu when you walk at night in the future." With that, he covered his face with one hand and ran quickly outside, and when the old woman of his accomplice saw this, she quickly got up and left. After the strong man and the old woman left, the crowd of onlookers around them also dispersed. The little boy walked up to Lin Qinshu and handed him the drone. "You keep it, this matter is our secret. Don't tell anyone." When the little boy wanted to say something, he was pulled away by his mother, and his mother was also one of the onlookers, and only looked for her son after he dispersed. When he saw his son talking to Lin Qinshu, he ran over and pulled him away, but she heard the cruel words of the strong man just now, for fear of affecting herself. "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what would have happened today." Chen Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and the heart that was holding on finally relaxed. Lin Qinshu looked at the beauty with a score of 92 in front of him. He didn't see it much from a distance just now, but now when he looks closer, the beauty who can make the system score 92 points is really worthy of his reputation. It's no wonder that the strong man not only wants to rob money, but also thinks about robbing sex. It's a matter of effort. At this point in time, young people are in a hurry to go to work, otherwise no one would let such a beautiful girl be blackmailed. "And I've called the police, so you'll tell them when the police come." Lin Qinshu smiled and was about to turn around and leave. He still has to go to the Golden Trade Building. Although Chen Jia is indeed very beautiful, but there are still 500,000 waiting for him in the Golden Trade Building, and now he doesn't have that spare time to pick up girls. When the economic strength is improved, there are all kinds of beauties. When Chen Jia heard this, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Although many people praised her for being beautiful, but it was rare for her to say that she was beautiful so directly. Seeing Lin Qinshu, who turned around and was about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, "Let's add a contact information. I'll treat you to dinner another day as a token of appreciation." Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone. He didn't propose to add the other party's WeChat. That was because he didn't want to give people a feeling of taking advantage of others' danger. Now that the other party has proposed to add WeChat, what else is there to pretend? "My name is Chen Jie." After the two added friends to each other, Chen Jie stretched out her slender jade hand to Lin Qinshu. "Lin Qinshu." The two hands were clasped together. Lin Qinshu held the soft hand, and before he had time to feel it, he heard the siren sound not far away. He let go of Chen Jie's hand and walked towards his car. In Chen Jie's slightly surprised gaze, he sat on the Pagani Winsun and walked away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to save the beauty. Reward the ownership of the Golden Trade Building. Lin Qinshu, who went to the Golden Trade Building, sounded the system prompt in his mind, and he was excited to hear this news. He was going to live a chartered life in the future, playing here and there every day, and collecting rent at the beginning of the month. This kind of life that everyone dreams of is about to come true. Unconsciously, Lin Qinshu has come to the front of the Jinmao building. Although it is an MCN company, there are many internet celebrities in it, and there are many luxury cars, but in front of Lin Qinshu, the son of Pagani Wind, they are all overshadowed. Who is this? Is it the new internet celebrity signed by this internet celebrity company? No, although it doesn't look bad, but that cheap dress doesn't look like it. That's right, now internet celebrities have to package themselves, dress better than anyone else, and they are very conspicuous. Could it be just an assistant? Driving for a big influencer? Impossible, the live broadcast company above has not yet been able to afford to drive the car in front of you. This is the son of the Pagani Wind, limited edition, and money may not be able to buy it. When the people around saw Lin Qinshu after getting out of the car, they were all talking. Lin Qinshu, who got out of the car, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He was not a native of the magic capital. He knew that the Golden Trade Building was very bad, but he didn't expect it to be the one in front of him. He was shocked all the way over just now, because he had entered the financial center of the magic capital, and in the building in front of him, he had sighed to his classmates at the beginning. If he could find a job in this building in the future, he would have no regrets. Now I didn't expect that this whole building has become his, and this Jinmao building can collect more than 100 million yuan a year in rent. Lin Qinshu took his mobile phone out of his pocket tremblingly, carefully looking for information about the Golden Trade Building. This is a building that has won the Architectural Structure Award, and it is also a landmark building in the Magic Capital, and not far behind Linqin is the Huangpu River in the Magic Capital. Jinmao building is a building of a large group, and I don't know how the system transferred this building to its own name, which is really cheating. Senior. A call pulled Lin Qinshu out of his thoughts, and Yi Mengshi came to Lin Qinshu with a happy face. Lin Qinshu also put away the look of shock on his face, and asked with a smile, "You weren't late for the interview, were you?" Yi Mengshi shook his head. "There is still half an hour, it's too late." The two walked into the Golden Trade Building hand in hand. The front entrance hall of the Golden Trade Building occupies 2 floors, making people feel small when they stand inside. Lin Qinshu and Yi Mengshi came to the 17th floor, and the MCN company that Yi Mengshi wants to interview today is called Majin Media. It is said that it is also a small MCN company, and there are countless millions of fans and internet celebrities in the company, but there is only one in the tens of millions. The young lady at the front desk led Yi Mengshi to the interview, and Lin Qinshu was left at the front desk to wait. Lin Qinshu, who had nothing to do, took out his mobile phone, and when he got the ownership of Jinmao building just now, a phone appeared in the mobile phone, Sun Ji. The person in charge of the property of the Golden Trade Building, the entire Golden Trade Building is represented by him. As for the process of whether the other party recognizes him or not, it has been arranged clearly by the system, so Lin Qinshu doesn't have to worry about how to introduce himself. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to receive your call." When Lin Qinshu dialed the phone, the other party said happily, "Manager Sun, I'm on the 17th floor of Jinmao building now. While I'm more leisurely, I want to learn more about it. Where are you?" "I'm looking for you." Yi Mengshi's interview shouldn't be so fast. "I have already seen a lot of people with resumes coming in just now. Take this time to learn about Jinmao building first, and by the way, see if this year's rent is time to collect." No, where do you dare to bother, Mr. Lin? You are on the 17th floor, right? I will bring the information to report to you." Sun Ji said in panic. Lin Qinshu also let him be. If people want to come over. Originally planned to send a message to Yi Mengshi and let her stay where she is, but since Sun Ji is here, he doesn't have to send a message to Yi Mengshi. Just when Lin Qinshu put the mobile phone in his pocket, Yi Mengshi rushed out, with an angry look on his face, as if he had been wronged. Meng, what's going on?" Lin Qinshu was a little curious. Isn't the interview just to see if he can correspond to the job? If he can do it, if he can't do it, he won't do it. Even if you want the job so badly, if you don't get selected, it should be a color of disappointment, not a color of anger. Yi Mengshi took a few deep breaths, calmed down his anger, and shook his head at Lin Qinshu. "Senior, it's okay, let's go." Lin Qinshu obviously saw that something was wrong, and grabbed her wrist. "What's the matter?" Lin Qinshu's tone was serious. Yi Mingxi is well known for her good temper, and if she can be so angry, she must have been wronged. The purpose of his trip is to prevent Yi Mingxi from being hurt and wronged, otherwise what if he can't get the reward? Yi Mingxi's eyes were red, his mouth was flattened, he leaned his head on Lin Qinshuo's chest, and told what happened during the interview just now. The interviewer is Shang Xinyuan, the son of Shang Yuan, the boss of Majin Media. And this Shang Xinyuan was shocked the moment he saw Yi Mingxi, although he had seen it in the live broadcast, but now the beauty filter is so developed, no one knows whether the appearance on the internet is true or false. Shang Xinyuan never expected that the woman in front of him was even more beautiful than what he saw in the live broadcast room. Even if Shang Xinyuan passed Yi Mingxi's interview, Yi Mingxi was very happy at first, but slowly she noticed that something was wrong. Shang Xinyuan looked at her as if she was going to eat someone, and she had already left her position, walking around her all the time, asking some if there was any. I even asked her if it was the first time, whether she had ever talked about a boyfriend, and whether she had kissed her mouth. Yi Mingxi's heart felt a little scared, and only her monk Xinyuan was in the interview office. Her heart had already retreated. Yi Mingxi's whole body was tense, and she secretly decided that even if she passed the interview, she would not come here. Shang Xinyuan walked behind Yi Mingxi and bowed his head obscenely. "Come here so far, you're tired, I'll help you press it." Shang Xinyuan put his hand on Yi Mingxi's shoulder. Yi Mingxi screamed like a frightened rabbit, pushed Shang Xinyuan away, and rushed out. After listening to everything, Lin Qinshuo was full of anger, and he dared to bully Yi Mingxi under his nose. You must know that Yi Mingxi asked him to accompany him to prevent this situation from happening in front of him. Uncle can bear it, and can't bear it. And Lin Qinshuo has already set Yi Mingxi as his own woman, and now that he is humiliated by this, if he doesn't do something, is he still a man? Lin Qinshuo walked directly to the direction that Yi Mingxi had just run out, and the young lady at the front desk also heard the conversation between Yi Mingxi and Lin Qinshuo just now, and there didn't seem to be much surprise in her expression. It seemed that this was a common picture. She didn't choose to stop Lin Qinshuo, but directly picked up the phone at the front desk and dialed it skillfully. "Senior, I didn't suffer, let's go. It's good not to deal with this group of people in the future. After all, this is someone else's territory, and Yi Mingxi is worried that the impulsive Lin Qinshuo will suffer. Meng Meng, if you encounter such a thing, if I don't help you breathe, then what's the point of me accompanying you? With me, no one can bully you." Lin Qinshuo pushed open the door of the personnel department. I saw that Shang Xinyuan, who was inside, was putting his hand into the neckline of an interviewer, and the interviewer woman's face was flushed and she didn't dare to speak. Shang Xinyuan was taken aback by the person who suddenly pushed the door in. "Maid, didn't I say that when I was interviewing, no one can come in without permission? Which department are you? Immediately cover Lao Tzu and leave." Pushing the door so hard that he was scared and wilted in an instant. When the interview woman saw someone coming in, she hurriedly covered her face with her resume and ran out. She was also taken aback by Shang Xinyuan, but she didn't have the courage to resist, so she could only sit in a daze. And now someone rushed in to relieve the siege, and she was immediately relieved. When he saw Yi Mingxi behind Lin Qin, the corners of Shang Xinyuan's mouth hooked up a smile again. "Figured it out so quickly? I thought you wouldn't come back to me until at least tomorrow. It looks like I think highly of you." When Yi Mingxi ran out, he didn't chase after him, and directly called the next interviewer to come in. Because in his opinion, becoming an internet celebrity and a star is what all women dream of, and Yi Mingxi is no exception. Sooner or later he will come back to him, and then he will train him well. Smack! A loud slap resounded throughout the office. Shang Xinyuan was stunned, and Yi Mingxi covered his mouth with both hands. Unbelievable. "How dare you hit me? I'm making up Nima." Shang Xinyuan, who reacted, swung his fist at Lin Qinshuo, but both fists were grabbed by Lin Qinshuo at the same time. "Just these two pigs trotters dare to touch my dreams, right? Don't ask for it." Lin Qinshuo grabbed Shang Xinyuan's two fists and flipped them out, only to hear a crackling sound of bones, followed by Shang Xinyuan's terrible screams. Although Shang Xinyuan is also a big man of 1.8 meters, the perennial wine has already hollowed out his body. Where will he be the opponent of Lin Qinshuo in the prime of life? Lin Qinshuo said his dream just now, and Yi Mangzikyo, who heard this, blushed slightly, and was happy in his heart. As a result, the next scene frightened her pale, and Lin Qinshuo directly broke the other party's hand. The young lady at the front desk outside the door rushed in with 4 security guards. this is the security guard of Jinmao building. When I heard the conversation between Lin Qinshu and the two just now, the front desk knew that something would happen, because this kind of thing often occurs in their company, so they immediately called the security department. Who would have thought that it would be a step too late? The man in front of him didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly beat Shang Xingyuan. I'll make up Nima, and I'll look at a fart, beat this kid to death for me, and I'll bear it if something happens. Shang Xingyuan shouted, and when he saw the front desk coming in with a security guard, he was indifferent and immediately scolded. These security guards usually have a lot of benefits for him, so every time the front desk calls the security department, this group of people is very active. For security guards rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush forward. I'm afraid you can't afford it, stop it. A middle-aged man walked in from outside the door with a cold snort. The four security guards looked at the middle-aged man in front of them and hurriedly greeted, "Mr. Sun, why are you here? Leave this to us, how can we let you run?" Hearing what the security guard said, Shang Xingyuan also thought that Sun Ji was here to support him, and hurriedly endured the pain and said to Sun Ji, "Maid, this wild boy who doesn't know where he came from, he broke my hand when he came in. Mr. Sun doesn't have to worry about affecting our Jinmao. If he is disabled, it will be mine, and he definitely doesn't care about Jinmao." Didn't you hear what I just said? You can't afford it. Sun Ji walked up to Lin Qinshu and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for a long time, and letting you encounter this kind of thing. Sun Ji doesn't care about the right or wrong of this kind of thing. In this golden trade building, as long as Lin Qinshu does it, it is right." Astound. Petrifaction. The audience was silent. A person who made them look up was so respectful to a hairy boy. Yi Mingxi also looked at Lin Qinshu in surprise, although he didn't know who the son was in front of him, but he seemed to have a higher status than the others, and this person with the highest status in the audience was actually respectful to his seniors. "Manager Sun, any cat or dog can come to settle in this Jinmao building, and I am now thinking about whether I should change the property company next quarter," Lin Qinshu said coldly. Sun Jian's face changed greatly when he heard this, and a drop of sweat flowed down his forehead. Jinmao building can create tens of millions of profits for their property company in a year. If it is replaced like this, then he, the general manager, will not have to do it, and will even be held accountable. "Mr. Lin is very sorry. It is Sun Ji who did not screen the merchants to settle in. This matter is handed over to Sun Ji to deal with. I hope Mr. Lin will give us another chance to give the property." Sun Ji made a 90-degree bend and bowed, and Lin Qinshu waved his hand impatiently. A middle-aged man also pushed open the door at this time and walked in. "What's the matter? Who hurt my son?" Just now he was in the hotel on the 68th floor of the Golden Trade Building. Dozens of floors above the Golden Trade Building are hotels, and the blue pill was just taken in, and the company's front desk phone called, saying that his son had been beaten. Now he is not only holding fire in his stomach, but also has fire all over his body. Shang Yuan looked around, and also discovered Sun Ji's existence, and hurriedly trotted in front of Sun Ji. "Yo, Mr. Sun, how did this little thing alarm you? It's all children who are ignorant. We will deal with this matter well, and we won't discredit Jinmao building." Shang Yuan thought that Sun Ji was afraid that they would make a big fuss, so he came over for a special trip. "What the hell is going on? Say." Shang Yuan took out the majesty of being a father and yelled at Shang Xingyuan. "Dad, it's this kid. As soon as he came in, he slapped me and broke my hand. I want him to lie down and get out." Shang Xingyuan's crooked finger pointed at Lin Qinshu. "Humph. Boss Shan's rent for the last quarter hasn't been paid yet, right?" Sun Ji suddenly snorted coldly and asked. "It's still far from knowing, so I don't know why Sun Ji asked like this. Mr. Sun, haven't we already talked about this? I gave my rent last quarter in this quarter's time together, and there was a big project that involved my funds." Sun Ji smiled coldly. "Tomorrow this quarter will be over, plus 1 quarter, you already owe us 2 quarters of rent. You are limited to pay the rent before tomorrow, and the contract has just expired, so you can move out. Jinmao building can't accommodate your big Buddha." Shang Yuan was stunned. What is the situation? Why did he suddenly drive himself away? However, Shang Yuan is also an old fox, and he guessed at once that it must be related to this incident. "It's... Mr. Sun, is there any misunderstanding here?" Shang Yuan asked cautiously. "Misunderstanding? Sunji walked to Lin Qinsho's side, raised his hand and introduced, "This is Mr. Lin, the new owner of Jinmao Building. If you offend Mr. Lin, you are the enemy of my grandson, you are no longer welcome in Jinmao Building, hurry up and pack up your things and get out. Oh, and remember to settle the rent before leaving. And the four of you, go to the financial settlement salary, and you won't be using it from tomorrow. Mr. Lin, please, let's go to the office to talk." Astound. The audience was shocked. The four security guards didn't expect that. They just answered the phone and ran up, and they were fired before they could do anything. Shang Xingyuan looked at this person who suddenly rushed in and beat him in shock. It was actually the new boss of Jinmao Building. "Sunday, Mr. Sun. You're not kidding, just this hairy boy, the owner of the Golden Trade Building?" Shang Xingyuan asked incredulously. Sunji's face darkened. "Just by what you said, within today, if you don't pay off the rent and move out of this place, I will take compulsory measures. There is an unwritten rule in the lease contract of Jinmao Building: when the tenant infringes on the interests of Jinmao Building, the property has the right to evict without breaking the law." Lin Qinsho ignored Sunji's handling of it, turned around and pulled Yi Mengshi, who was already so shocked that he couldn't speak, towards the door, and Sunji hurriedly followed behind him. Smack! A slap sounded, making Lin Qinsho also turn his head curiously. I saw Shang Yuan grabbing his son and beating him violently, making Shang Xingyuan cry and call his mother. It was the first time Lin Qinsho had seen Lao Tzu beat his son, and he beat him so hard that even the stool was lifted and smashed on Shang Xingyuan. After a beating, Shang Yuan grabbed Shang Xingyuan and asked him to kneel. "Mr. Lin, although I don't know where the dog offended you, it must be the dog's fault. For the sake of me, I've already beaten him, can I give Mr. Sun a few days of grace?" Shang Yuan bent down. He knew that it would definitely be impossible to stay, and he had not made any money at all in engaging in this media all these years. The two fathers and sons are more lustful than the other, and they both target those internet celebrities, and the purpose of making this media company is to untack those internet celebrities. And the money it costs to build an internet celebrity is a bottomless pit, and now he can't come up with any money for a while. Lin Qinsho ignored him, pulled Yi Mengshi and turned around and walked into the elevator. 3 days. The moment the elevator door closed, Lin Qinsho's voice came from there, and Shang Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Sunji took Lin Qinsho and the two to the 50th floor, which was the office of the former boss of Jinmao Building, and now it has become Lin Qinsho's. However, Lin Qinsho is a student, and it is useless to ask for this office. After coming to the 50th floor, Sunji took out a card, and after swiping the access control, the door slowly opened. "Mr. Lin, this is your office area and rest area, and no one can come up at ordinary times. Your face and fingerprints are already recorded in advance at the door, and you only need to use your face to open the door. This entire floor is the office of the boss of the Golden Trade Building, close to the boss's office of 3,000 square meters. Lin Qinsho feels a little luxurious. Do you want to think about it? Withdraw this floor, take it out and rent it." After entering the gate, Sunji led Lin Qinsho and the two to visit. Although it is said to be an office, it is actually more like a large private club, with a restaurant, a conference room, an entertainment area, a lounge, and an indoor golf area. The office is only a small part. It is more prosperous than many local tyrants' manor villas, and it is said to be an office, but it is actually a private club for receiving important people. In the office on this floor, there is even a wine cellar, on which all kinds of famous wines are still placed. This made Lin Qinsho smack. These famous wines are sold for a lot of money. There is also a tea cabinet and cigarette cabinet in the office, which are filled with all kinds of famous teas and cigarettes. Even Lin Qinsho, who doesn't drink much tea and smoke, feels happy when he sees these things. "Senior, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. This Jinmao Building is actually yours." Yi Mengshi was shocked from downstairs to now, and finally relieved. Lin Qinsho smiled, leaned into her ear and whispered, "You are the only one who knows about this matter. Take this as a secret between us, okay?" Yi Mengshi nodded with a slightly red face because Lin Qinsho was too close, and said firmly, "I won't say anything to anyone, it's a secret between us." Lin Qinsho stood up for him just now, which already moved her. Originally she had her own filter when she saw Lin Qinsho, but now there are so many plus points, and the favorability is instantly off the charts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the interview task of accompanying Yi Mengshi to the Golden Trade Building. Reward attribute points +1, reward cash of 500,000 yuan, has been transferred to the host's Modu bank card in a reasonable way. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 500,000 yuan, and the balance is 599,053 yuan. The system beep rings along with the phone beep. Lin Qinshu, who only had 3 yuan on his bank card 2 hours ago, instantly added a huge sum of 600,000 yuan. Ding! Yi Mingxi, who has an appearance of more than 90 points, has a favorability of 90 points towards the host and will never give up. In view of the fact that the host is favored by a beautiful woman with a face value of more than 90 points for the first time, a special reward will be added to all attributes +1 point. After the host allows it, do you want to increase the stat points now? Don't improve first, let's go back later. Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart. He didn't expect Yi Mingxi to fall, but Yi Mingxi had a crush on him originally, and after today's operation, it is not surprising that he is completely devoted to him. Sun Ji came to the office with Lin Qinshu and took the initiative to sit on the tea table to make tea. Mr. Lin, dare to sit in your place and make a good pot of tea for you. Sun Ji had a flattering smile on his face. Although Sun Ji had been in this place before, he had never touched anything, and this was the first time he had sat down in it. Manager Sun, please feel free, don't be so outside. I don't know how to make tea myself, so I can only bother Manager Sun to make a pot of good tea to drink. Lin Qinshu sat down in the guest seat. Yi Mingxi was very curious about everything in this, so she didn't sit down, and Lin Qinshu also let her walk around casually. After all, he is the first person to break through 90 favorability for himself, and I don't know if the first person who breaks through 90 favorability in the system refers to the appearance of more than 90 points, or the first among all girls. If it is the latter, then Lin Qinshu will want to cry without tears. After being with He for so many years, He's favorability towards him has never broken through to more than 90. Ding! After system scanning, Yi Mingxi is the first woman to have a favorability of the host over 90, which has nothing to do with the appearance score. Rub, dog system, really hit. Lin Qinshu, who came back to his senses, said to Sun Ji, Mr. Sun, I was just angry just now, I hope you don't take it to heart, but our Jinmao building should really take a good look at the cultural image of the settled company. As a landmark of the magic capital, Jinmao building is not only an office building of a financial center, but also represents the image of the magic city. Lin Qinshu first retracted what he had just said about replacing the property, and then put pressure on Sun Ji again, asking him not to feel that he was young and didn't understand anything, so he could mess around. When Sun Ji heard this, his hands that were pouring tea trembled, and the cold sweat on his forehead flowed down again. He didn't know that Lin Qinshu was beating him, even if the person in front of him looked young, but that method was comparable to many big bosses. Mr. Lin, it was my negligence. I heard about some of the tricks of Majin Media earlier, and the father and son set up a media company just to sleep internet celebrities. It's just that no one has ever made trouble, so I can't kick them out because of these rumors. Mr. Lin is assured that he will definitely screen the faces of these people in the future. After Sun Ji finished speaking, he hurriedly took the pile of information in his hand to Lin Qinshu. Mr. Lin, these are all the tenant information of Jinmao building. The rent of Jinmao building is collected on a quarterly basis, and tomorrow is the time to collect the rent for the next quarter. Lin Qinshu, who was originally looking at the information, suddenly flashed a trace of excitement in his eyes, and wrote down the card number of his Demon Capital Bank. After the two chatted for a while at the tea table, Lin Qinshu planned to leave, because Yi Mingxi still had elective classes to take at night. Sun Ji originally planned to find the chef of the hotel upstairs to cook a meal, but now he can only forget it. Lin Qinshu took a few cigarettes from the cigarette cabinet. These are all useful things, and they are wasted here. Mr. Lin, what is your license plate number? I'll let the system record it, and then get you an exclusive parking space. Sun Ji is worthy of being the property manager of Jinmao building, and he can handle these trivial details clearly. As soon as Sun Ji said this, Lin Qinshu remembered that he hadn't even looked at what the license plate was. Hurriedly took out his mobile phone to look at the photos taken before, and the license plate reads Magic A10,000. When Lin Qinshu saw this license plate, he was stunned. It was such a neat license plate number, and this license plate number alone was worth a lot of money. When Sun Ji saw this license plate number, he respected Lin Qinshu even more. If you want to have such a good license plate number in the magic capital, it is not enough to have money alone, and you can see from the license plate that the identity of the new owner of the Golden Trade Building in front of you is not simple. Lin Qinshu and the two came to the hall on the first floor accompanied by Sun Ji, and were about to say goodbye, when suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. "Mr. Sun, you didn't answer my phone call, it turned out to be here." Lin Qinshu was stunned for a moment when he saw the person coming, because the person who shouted to stop Sun Ji was Chen Jie he met on the way here. "Hey, Mr. Lin, you're here too. Do you also work in this place?" Chen Jie was a little surprised, and his eyes swept over Yi Mingxi beside him without a trace. Lin Qinshu nodded and smiled, but did not answer. "Mr. Chen, what's the matter?" Originally, Sun Ji wanted Chen Jie to wait for a while, but now that he sees that Chen Jie knows Lin Qinshu, it will be different. "Oh, that's what I told you before, we're going to expand the office space, didn't you say there was no extra space? Now I hear that Majin Media on the 17th floor is moving out, and I want to ask if you can rent it to me." Chen Jie also heard about Majin Media on the 17th floor, and it was said that she offended an important person, so she was driven away. Jinmao Building has never been worried about renting, so when she heard the news, she kept contacting Sun Ji. She herself is also a media company. Majin Media moved away, it is a ready-made office land for her, and even decoration is saved. As a result, Sun Ji did not answer any phone calls because he was entertaining Lin Qinshu. When Sun Ji heard this, he glanced at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu opened his mouth and said, "Manager Sun, don't worry about me, just go through the normal process." "Miss Chen, I still have something to do, so let's go first." With that, he walked out of the hall with Yi Mingxi. Chen Jie asked Sun Ji puzzled, "Mr. Sun, is this Mr. Lin also a tenant of our Jinmao Building? What did he mean by that?" Sun Ji looked at Chen Jie and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Chen and Mr. Lin are not very familiar with each other, aren't they? Otherwise, you don't have to come to me if you want to rent the 17th floor." Chen Jie was even more puzzled. "Who are you looking for? Aren't you in charge of the Golden Trade Tower?" Sun Ji laughed. "Mr. Lin is the new owner of Jinmao Building, he has the final say in the entire building, and the rent you pay is for him. If you know Mr. Lin, you can just find him directly. But now that you have found me, for the sake of you knowing Mr. Lin, the 17th floor will be rented to you first, and someone will send you the contract later." After saying that, Sun Ji turned around and left the place. Chen Jie had been petrified in place, originally thinking that he saw Lin Qinshu driving a sports car, just a rich second generation. Unexpectedly, Sun Ji told her that the entire Jinmao Building was guarded by Lin Qin. Chen Jie couldn't help but be curious about Lin Qinshu. The Golden Trade Building was originally a large group building. Normally speaking, if the group wants to go to the point of selling the Golden Trade Building, it means that the group is not far from bankruptcy. But I haven't heard any negative news about that big group lately. And the little girl next to Lin Qinshu just now seemed a little familiar. I don't know if it was his girlfriend. Chen Jie walked into the elevator and thought, unaware that she had already raised a strong curiosity about Lin Qinshu. A woman is curious about a man, that is the beginning of the fall. Yi Mingxi, who was in the car, looked a little lonely. Not only Chen Jie saw her, but she also saw Chen Jie's beautiful appearance. "The seniors I like have become so good now, won't many people like them in the future? Meng, what are you thinking?" Lin Qinshu saw that she was unconscious, but he didn't guess why Yi Mingxi was like this. Yi Mingxi came back to his senses and smiled at Lin Qinshu. "Senior, that sister was so beautiful just now. Is it your friend?" "Oh, I met her on the road in the morning, when she met the porcelain party. I happened to pass by, so I helped her out. I only know that her name is Chen Jie, and I don't know anything else." Lin Qinshu now probably guessed the reason why Yi Mingxi was depressed. It turned out that he was jealous. There are women who are jealous of him. This is the first time for him to feel this kind of feeling, and he feels beautiful in his heart. Thinking back to the past, even if he is closer to which girl he is, he will not even ask. Meng, I've called you Meng for several years, why do you still call me a senior so outside?" Yi Mingxi's face was slightly red, although the name senior didn't sound so close, but Yi Mingxi only called Lin Qinshu senior, and she called other seniors senior brother, which was also a little secret in her heart. However, she didn't plan to let Lin Qinshu know this little secret. "Then I'll call you brother Qinshu in the future." Lin Qin guarded his head full of black lines, and when he called like this, he became a beast brother. Don't call me Brother Qin or Brother Shou. So we can still be close. Yi Mingxi sneered, she did it on purpose just now, then call Brother Qin. Brother Qin is good. Hey! Yi Mingxi immediately reacted when he saw the evil smile on Lin Qinshou's face. Oops, senior, you hate it. Yi Mingxi covered her slightly red cheeks. She had been depressed when she got into the car just now, but now she came back to her senses and saw the luxurious decorations in the car. Brother Shou, your car is very expensive. It's my first time riding a sports car. Yi Mingxi touched left and right, her family is in a small business, and her father has a BMW, but compared with the car in front of him, it seems that there is no comparison. It seems to be more than 20 million, I don't know how much it is, someone else gave it to me. Lin Qinshu was right, this was given to him by the system after he completed the task. Brother Shou, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation, why were you so low-key at school before? By the way, your girlfriend knew that you were so rich and broke up with you, she would regret it. Last night, after hearing that Lin Qinshu returned to be single, she was also overjoyed, and Lin Qinshu after being single also showed that her secret love can be turned into a bright love. Lin Qinshu showed a wry smile on his face, she doesn't know, forget it, there is no fate. I can see her clearly. After the breakup, his mind was clear, and when he recalled the past, he knew that he had never loved him at all. Yi Mingxi stretched out his little hand and put it on Lin Qinshu's right hand holding the gear handle. Brother Shou, don't be sad, it's that woman who is not blessed. There will be better ones in the future, like you are so good and the conditions are so good, there will definitely be many people who like you. A lot of people? Are you included? Lin Qinshu looked at her with a wicked smile, he had already obtained Yi Mingxi's favorability score from the system, it was like playing a game to open the eyes of the sky. Yi Mingxi's face suddenly turned red, and Rudy, who was placed on Lin Qinshu's right hand, was instantly retracted, and grabbed the corner of his clothes. I don't know, senior, you're so bad. Lin Qinshu smiled, it's good to this extent, if you are too anxious, maybe it will give Yi Mingxi a feeling of a scumbag, and when the favorability drops, it will be a big loss. Meng, there are so many suitors around you, why did you ask me to accompany you for an interview? Lin Qinshu asked the question he had wanted to ask since he saw Yi Mingxi last night. It stands to reason that in addition to growing taller, he should be very ordinary in other aspects, and even the system only gave him 6,666 attribute points. How could he make a school flower with a face value of more than 90 points? It's because you didn't pursue me. Yi Mingxi winked at him playfully. Lin Qinshu laughed twice, he was not a half-hearted person, and after having Yi before, he would not take a second look at other girls, let alone have other ideas. In Yi's words, he is an honest man. It's just that today he is no longer an honest man. Honesty will only be bullied at will. From today on, Lin Qinshu will be a sea king, no longer stay for a tree, and develop a forest. I am from Shanchang, I have never left my parents since I was a child, and it is the first time I have left my parents to live in Modu to study at university. When I came to school, I was at a loss and at a loss. At this time, the seniors were like a light, leading me to adapt to school life, and I was worried that I would not adapt, so he took me to eat for a month and became familiar with all corners of the campus. Yi Mingxi looked at Lin Qinshu who was driving, and there was a trace of affection in his eyes. Lin Qinshu suddenly realized that he had met himself in a new environment and became a little dependent on himself. Sure enough, it wasn't because of her charm, but a girl who was inadvertently taken advantage of by herself when she was most vulnerable. However, this can be regarded as solving a question in his heart, at least knowing why Yi Mingxi has a crush on him. Lin Qinshu drove the car and stopped at the school gate, and at this time, Uncle Wang, the campus security guard, stepped forward, and students in the campus were not allowed to drive in at will, and they needed to apply for registration. Lin boy, where did you get a sports car? It's so cool. After the window fell, Uncle Wang was a little surprised to see the person driving inside. Lin Qinshu is very familiar with this security uncle, and he often invites him to drink beer on weekdays. Lin Qinshu took out the cigarette he had just taken in the Jinmao building from the car and handed it to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, I just bought a new car, help register it here. Uncle Wang's eyes widened when he saw the two white in the world handed to him by Lin Qinshu. Ahem. Registration is a small problem, you drive in, and tomorrow the entry and exit cards will be given to you. With such an expensive cigarette, don't buy it again next time. Uncle Wang said as he hugged the 2 cigarettes that Lin Qinshu was holding into his arms. After Lin Qinshu left, Uncle Wang looked around left and right to see if anyone saw him, and he was not the only security guard here. He was reluctant to share such a good cigarette with others. Hey, I was just looking at the cigarette just now, and the little girl in Lin Xiaozi's car didn't even see who it was. Uncle Wang muttered. A Pagani Wind Sun shuttle through Jiaotong University, attracting the attention of countless people. Lin Qinshu parked the car downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Thank you seniors for accompanying me to the interview today. Although the interview failed, I am still very happy. When Yimingshi was about to open the car door with his hand, he turned around again and said, a good person like Brother Shou will be liked by many people, including me. As soon as the words fell, Yimingshi leaned into Lin Qinshu's face and took a sip, and then quickly got out of the car and ran back to the dormitory. Lin Qinshu was also stunned by this sudden attack for a few seconds, and then the corners of his mouth unconsciously smiled. I kicked the accelerator and left the girls' dormitory. Parking the car in the dormitory parking area, Lin Qinshu walked back to the dormitory on foot. In Jiaotong University, there are countless students who come by car, so the school has specially set aside a parking area for students to park. After all, this is the magic capital, and the most important thing is the rich second generation. Lin Qinshu, who walked back to the dormitory, found that there was no one in the dormitory. Suddenly remembered that today was Friday, Xia Lu took his girlfriend Guan Yan out to play, Fan Jianxiang went out to find his buddies, and Li Wuqi went out to work. In this dormitory, Li Wuqi's family conditions are a little worse. Xia Lu is the second generation of rich, Lin Qinshu and Fan Jianxiang are relatively better, not poor, but not rich. I originally made a little fortune and wanted to take my brothers out for a while, but it didn't turn out. Lin Qinshu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly remembered that he still had attribute points that were useless. Hurriedly opened the system character panel. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charm, 6. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Son of the Wind. Mansion, Yulu Villa, unclaimed, balance, 599,053. Except for the strength added by 1 point, the others are still 6 points. The system also has a full attribute plus. A little bit that I don't use, and there is also a little attribute point to accompany Yimingshi to the interview. After thinking for a while, Lin Qinshu decided to add that bit of attribute to his physique. If his physique is strong, his other talents will be strong. System, use all the attribute points, and add the extra bit to the physique. Ding! +1 for all stats and +1 for constitution, which has helped the host improve. The lifting process is somewhat painful, and the system will help the host to fall asleep. Before Lin Qinshu could react, he was forced to shut down by the system and fell asleep on the bed. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next morning. Lin Qinshu raised his hand and found that he was a little slimy, and after getting off the bed, he found that his body had become very light. At the moment, Lin Qinshu didn't bother to check himself, and the dirt on his body exuded a foul smell. After taking a bath, Lin Qinshu threw away all the bedding and mattresses on the bed, and after a sleep, these dirt seeped in, and there would be a smell when washed, and it happened that now there is money to replace it with a new one. After doing all this, he opened the system panel to view. Host, Lin Qinshu. Power, 8. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 7. Charm, 7. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Son of the Wind. Mansion, Yunlu Villa, unclaimed. Balance, 599,053. The physique and strength are 8, and the spirit and charm are only 7. Lin Qinshu waved his fist, and even had the sound of fist wind. With his current physique, he should have reached the standard of special forces. Now that he meets Li Tianzong's group again, even if he doesn't have IP Man's upper body, he can deal with most of them. Lin Qinshu looked in the mirror and found that his original abdominal muscles were now divided into 8 pieces. It seems to be much more pleasing to the eye, and the growth of charm still has a significant effect. Lin Qinshu picked up his phone and found that there were several messages on it. Yi Mingxi, brother Shou, in fact, I only call you a senior. Yi Mingxi, brother Shou, I'll call you senior in the future, I think it's more kind to call you senior. Yi Mingxi, senior, are you busy? Yi Mingxi, senior, is my liking causing your trouble? If so, I can continue to put away my heart. Yi Mingxi, senior, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kissed you, I shouldn't have confessed to you, can you ignore me? The time span of the message, from afternoon to early morning, it seems that he didn't reply to the message, which made this girl think more. Lin Qinshu, Meng, I'm sorry, I fell asleep after I came back yesterday afternoon. Just woke up, fool, how can your liking be bothered, I can't even be happy. As soon as the message was sent, Lin Qinshu just wanted to quit to see other information, and Yi Mingxi's reply came. Yi Mingxi, great, I thought the seniors would ignore me in the future, woo woo. I didn't sleep all night, just to wait for news from my seniors. So is the senior accepting me now? Lin Qinshu was a little surprised, is this a woman whose favorability has reached 90? Actually didn't sleep all night because he didn't reply to the message, which made his vanity burst instantly. Lin Qinshu, you go to bed first, and when you wake up, I will tell you in person that I don't have the habit of expressing my thoughts on WeChat. Yi Mingxi, well, I'll go to sleep, and I'll send a message to my seniors when I wake up. Lin Qinshu exited the page chatting with Yi Mingxi, and saw that Chen Jie also sent him a message, saying that he was grateful to him. Because of his reasons, Sun Ji gave priority to renting the 17th floor of the Golden Trade Building to her, and asked Lin Qinshu if he had time to eat at night or something. Lin Qinshu replied that he was not free, so he didn't say anything more. Although it was a beautiful appointment, he thought that he should have an appointment with Yi Mingxi at night. No matter how he slept on, Yi Mingxi should also wake up at night, eat this to his mouth first, and then go to the development of the Dow line. Chen Jia, who had just arrived at the company, did not look good after seeing Lin Qinshu's news. After all, this is the first time to ask a guy for dinner. Was rejected so neatly, and didn't even explain why he wasn't available. I typed so many words myself, and I ended up giving her 2 words back. If you are another man, you will definitely explain a lot of why you are not available. Wrong. If you were another man, you wouldn't refuse her at all. Lin Qinshu, I will definitely make you regret rejecting me. Lin Qinshu didn't know that the 2 words he replied casually had aroused Chen Jie's desire to win. Chen Jie was not only curious to know Lin Qinshu now, but also aroused her proud desire to win. Lin Qinshu, who was staying in the dormitory, didn't know about these things. He transferred the 600,000 yuan yesterday and was planning to transfer some money to his parents. Lin Qinshu thought about it and decided to transfer 100,000 yuan home first. If he transferred too much, his family would not dare to accept it, and he would have to explain the 100,000 yuan for a long time. Took out his mobile phone and operated, and a limit interface popped up, and his Motu bank card had a limit of 10,000 yuan per day. Rub, what a humiliation this is for him, a future hero. It seems that I have to go to the Motu bank today to deal with the problem of this limit. After going to the bank, he has to go and get the house, and he will live in the new house on the weekend. Lin Qinshu changed his clothes and found that his clothes had become a little tight, and after the improvement of his physique turned the fat on his body into tendon meat, he couldn't wear his clothes. I'll have to buy some new clothes to wear. Arriving at the parking lot with the car keys, he found many students taking pictures standing around his car. It's actually the son of the Pagani Wind, this is a magic car. A total of 100 luxury sports cars have been built. One costs 25 million. Although there is no shortage of rich second generations in our school, there should not be many rich second generations who can drive more than 20 million sports cars. That's just what you don't know, the most important thing in the magic capital is the rich. This Pagani Wind son doesn't have many cars in the country. If you can let me go up and drive 2 laps, I would like to call the owner my father. Think beautifully, you want to be called someone's father, and people don't look down on your obscene son. Borrow it. This group of students surrounded Lin Qinshu's car, and it was a little difficult for him to squeeze in. Are you also here to see the chariot? Don't you see that you have to queue up? Why should I give you this position where I arrived first? A crowd of onlookers straightened up and wouldn't let him in. Lin Chincho reluctantly took out the car key and pressed it. You blocked my car. Astound. Petrifaction. I thought the owner was a handsome and chic, rich second generation with his own aura. Turned out to be an ordinary student who was not good looking, although he was not ugly, but he didn't look like a rich man no matter how he looked at it, and he was far worse than the rich second generation in their impression. Lin Chincho ignored their shock, pulled away the students who were blocking the way, got into the car and drove away. Lin Chincho navigated to the nearest magic bank. This place made him feel a little familiar, and suddenly remembered that this was not the place where Chen Shan was sent last time. I don't know if Chen Shan passed the interview. After Lin Chincho parked the car, he walked into the Magic Capital Bank, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Shan. In front of her, dressed in a black bank uniform, was a middle-aged woman, who seemed to be Chen Shan's boss, who was admonishing her. Why do you think you were hired by us? Do you know how many students graduate from the University of Finance and Economics every year? A large number of graduate students come to our bank for interviews, and they have all been brushed off. How can you be hired? It's because you're pretty, and your beauty is an advantage. Let you meet customers, you still dare to offend customers, don't you want to do it? The middle-aged woman scolded. Being scolded so much in this bank hall, the look on Chen Shan's face was aggrieved and unwilling. This is Chen Shan's second day at work, and on the first day of work, the boss in front of her arranged a petition task for her. The petitioner was the son of a group, and the rich second generation had a green light in his eyes the moment he saw Chen Shan, saying that he was willing to cooperate with all of Chen Shan's work. Chen Shan, who was not deeply involved in the world, thought that she was lucky and met a good customer. When the other party's salty pig hand was on her shoulder and said that she was going to take her to open a room, she knew that the other party was plotting wrong, and quickly got up and slapped the other party and ran away. The group immediately called Modu Bank to complain about Chen Shan, and even threatened to withdraw the money and no longer cooperate with Modu Bank, so there was this scene. Li Xiao said that as long as you pass over today and your attitude satisfies him, he will designate you as his private bank. When the time comes, you will be able to stay at work, and even with private banking clients, your salary will increase several times, and you will be able to turn regular immediately. Think for yourself whether it is your insignificant things that matter, or whether it is important to have a better material life. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly and turned around and walked into the office. Ding! Detecting a beautiful woman with a face value higher than 90 points is having a hard time. Option 1, ignore it, let the beautiful sheep enter the tiger's mouth, and reward 10 million in cash. Option 2, become Chen Shan's private bank, help her complete the performance of saving money, and successfully get promoted and raised. Reward 1 billion coins, reward God how pretending to force God car Lamborghini poison. Lin Chincho, who was standing at the door of the bank watching the bustle, was startled by the sudden task prompt. Looking carefully at the tasks on the panel, I feel that both of them want it very much, and what he lacks most at the moment is cash. As long as he doesn't do anything, he can get 10 million. If he helps Chen Shan, he can get 1 billion coins, and the coins are of little use to people who don't watch live broadcasts much, unless he finds someone to unite and give crazy rewards to convert the money. There was also a Lamborghini poison, a slightly redundant reward for him. His Pagani Son of the Wind hasn't even driven enough for 100 kilometers, and there is a new car, and he has also heard that the poison is a luxury car of 100 million, and he would rather turn this 100 million into cash, and what he has in his pocket is really there. Lin Chincho thought for a moment and decided to choose the second option. The results of both choices were beneficial to him, but he was not used to seeing beautiful women in the mouth of the tiger. How could such a beautiful girl give it to others? Lin Chincho walked behind Chen Shan. Hello, I want to ask, do I need to get a number to increase the card limit? Lin Chincho pretended to consult. After all, Chen Shan's favorability towards him was very low, and if he didn't have a chance encounter, the later plans would not be able to be carried out. Chen Shan hurriedly wiped the aggrieved tears from the corners of her eyes, turned around with a smile on her face, and when she saw Lin Chincho, the two were stunned at the same time. Chen Shan was stunned because she saw Lin Chincho, and Lin Chincho saw Chen Shan smile, although there were some short times that day, but I never saw Chen Shan smile all the way. It turns out that the beauty with a face value of more than 90 points is so amazing when she smiles, and the beauty is suffocating. Shan was the first to react and said, "Thank you that day." Lin Chincho smiled and quipped, "It seems that the interview was successful, so there will be money to pay me to repair the car." Shan suddenly became a little flustered, "That? I've just started work, and I'll pay you when I get paid." Lin Chincho waved his hand, "Just kidding, otherwise, the tears in the corners of your eyes haven't been wiped away. I'm a gossip person, you tell me why you're crying, I don't need you to fix it." Lin Chincho used the old routine. Shan smiled bitterly and shook her head. She didn't have the habit of spitting bitterness on strangers. "You just said you want to raise the limit, right? Come here, I'll handle it for you. Give me your ID and bank card." Shan stepped aside and picked up a tablet. Lin Chincho saw that his old routine was ineffective, so he could only not mention it first. After Shan operated on the tablet, she saw the balance in Lin Chincho's card, which was more than 590,000. For those who work in a bank, this amount of money is really a relatively ordinary balance. But for Shan, this is the biggest amount of money she has ever seen. After all, she only went to work the next day. "Your limit here is 10,000 yuan a day, how much do you need to adjust?" Shan entered the working state, which made Lin Chincho on the side a little stupid. "Ahem, can there be no limit?" Lin Chincho came back to his senses and thought about it. It is always troublesome to have a limit, although there are only more than 500,000 in it now, there will be more and more in the future. And if he remembers correctly, today should be the day of rent collection in Jinmao building, and soon he will have a large amount of rent in his account, and it will be too uncomfortable to set a limit. "My authority can help you open up to 100,000 a day. If there is no limit, you have to have a private bank, and you have a special bank treasurer." Shan had participated in training on bank work before coming to work, so she still knew a little about these things. Private banking? Lin Chincho didn't know anything about this and didn't know what it meant. Shan patiently explained, "Private banking means that in this bank, there is a financial controller who is responsible for your account balance, and you must reach a high deposit to apply for private banking." Lin Chincho suddenly realized that with his current deposits, he could not reach a private bank, so this limit could only wait a little longer. The deposit of the private bank must reach more than 50 million to process, or apply for a quota to persuade a customer to deposit 50 million. Lin Chincho's eyes lit up when he heard this. "It's only 50 million, wouldn't it be solved by letting Sun Ji transfer part of the rent in advance?" Lin Chincho's eyes rolled slightly, and a plan was born in his mind again. "Actually, I just heard your boss lecture you. Wouldn't it help you if I became your private banking client?" Lin Chincho proposed. Shan looked at Lin Chincho blankly, not knowing what he meant. After coming back to his senses, he said, "Since you heard it, it doesn't matter if you tell you, originally that Li Xiao's deposit reached 50 million, so my boss asked me to apply to be his private bank. Who knew that the surname Li had bad intentions and was slapped by me?" She was furious when she said that. "Student Lin, first of all, I still want to thank you, but I still don't need your help. I don't want to stay in this kind of dirty place for a moment. It's a big deal that I go to deliver takeaways, I have hands and feet, I can't starve to death." Shan suddenly figured it out. It was impossible for her to go to Li Xiao for forgiveness, so she could only say goodbye to this hard-won job. As for what Lin Chincho said to help her, she didn't take it to heart. Maybe she also felt that Lin Chincho couldn't help her, so she just said it casually. Lin Chincho also admires this kind of person with strong self-esteem. If it were him, he might have bowed his head for money countless times. However, if you have too much self-esteem, you will be very tired. And he still has a task to do, and he must help Shan solve the trouble in front of him in order to get a reward. Can you guarantee that you won't be treated like this anywhere else? Once you can leave your job and get away with it, what about the next time? This society is like this, no matter where you go or what industry you do, your beautiful appearance is a flower that attracts bees. If you want to completely solve this phenomenon in you, you must make yourself excellent." When Lin Chincho said this, his expression became serious. Shan suddenly found that the man in front of her seemed to be much more pleasing to the eye than a few days ago, and she didn't know if it was because Lin Chincho's charm had increased a little or because Shan had changed her opinion of him. Lin Qinshu didn't wait for Chen Shanshan's reply, took out his mobile phone and called out. Manager Sun, transfer the rent you received first to my card in Modu Bank. Lin Qinshu also didn't know whether the group of people in the Golden Trade Building would pay the rent on time, because Mojin Media owed 2/4 of rent, and who knew if there would be other merchants who would also owe it like this. Okay, take the special passage here immediately, and ensure that the rent can be in your card within 2 minutes. Sunji originally wanted to deal with it today, but he didn't expect Lin Qinshu to call early in the morning. In his opinion, this may be Mr. Lin testing his work ability, and after hanging up the phone, he went to handle the matter non-stop. Not long after hanging up the phone, the mobile phone rang with a message prompt. Lin Qinshu looked at the outdated Gua 8th generation mobile phone, thinking that he should also change to a better one. In the past, it was because he had no money, and this mobile phone was quite smooth to play games, but now it's different. With his current ability, it's no problem to buy dozens of games for playing. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 3 billion yuan, and the balance is 300,599,053 yuan. 300 million. I didn't expect that there would be 300 million yuan in a quarter. Did Sunji collect the rent so early? This made Lin Qinshu himself confused. The original bank balance of 590,000 yuan was already very considerable for him, and he had not started to use the money, but suddenly there was an extra 300 million. The second message on the mobile phone was sent by Sunji, which meant that the rent had been collected in full, and some of it was left in the building account, which was transferred to Lin Qinshu as a whole number. The stairs beside him sounded the sound of footsteps going downstairs. A woman in a bank uniform ran down from downstairs. Lin Qinshu looked at the other party, and found that she was also a very beautiful girl, but she walked in twisted, as if she was deliberately walking like this, and she was showing off coquettishness. The girl rolled her eyes when she saw Chen Shanshan. You won't be useless if you give you a chance. Originally, I went to Finally Xiao, but Sister Wu asked me to give you a chance to perform, but you messed up. Now there is another big customer in the bank, who has just transferred 300 million yuan to our bank's account. I will not give this to you again, and let you mess up a customer, then our branch may be removed. The middle-aged woman who reprimanded Chen Shanshan just now also opened the door of the office and walked out at this time, and when she saw that Chen Shanshan was still in place, she frowned and scolded, Why are you still here? Why don't you hurry up and finally Xiao? Chen Shanshan bit her lip and frowned slightly. I'm handling a limit increase for this guest. As soon as the words fell, the woman on the side laughed. It seems that you are only worthy of doing these non-high-grade things. In vain, Sister Wu still has high hopes for you, which is really sad. The woman said with a mocking tone, and glanced at Lin Qinshu with disdain. The middle-aged woman known as Sister Wu also shook her head in disappointment. Is this the kind of hospitality that Modu Bank has? Lin Qinshu also laughed a little angrily. This green tea didn't avoid him at all, and said that he was a low-end person in front of him. After hearing this, the woman was even more disdainful. Is the deposit 100,000 or 200,000? Do you know what I'm going to have to find out what that customer's deposit is later? Compared to hundreds of millions of customers, you are low-end. After speaking, she took out the phone and called. This is the information of the big customer she just asked from the inside, and she has not given out the place in her private bank, just to wait for a big customer. What I miss is to say everything. What I miss is to dream together. Lin Qinshu's mobile phone rang at the right time, and it was heard from their conversation just now that the big customer of 300 million should be him, and the other party said in front of him that he was a low-end customer. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly and picked up the phone. Mr. Lin, I am Yang Yin from Modu Bank, and I see that you have a sum of 300 million yuan deposited into our bank, which has reached the private banking standard of our bank, and from today on, Xiao Yang will serve you 24 hours a day. As soon as the phone was connected, Yang Yan's flattering appearance appeared on her face, and she deliberately accentuated her tone for 24 hours. Really? But just now someone said that I am a low-end customer. Lin Qinshu looked at Yang Yan with his back to him with a sneer. How could it be? You are so powerful. Yang Yan reacted suddenly, turned around suddenly, and saw Lin Qinshu, who was holding the phone and looking at her coldly. Lin. Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you, so I said something nasty. Yang Yan was worthy of Lin Qinshu's identification of green tea, and hurriedly replaced the stunned expression, changed it. into a smiling face, came to Lin Qinshu and bowed and apologized, revealing the deep ravine. At this moment, Chen Shanshan was already stunned. Originally Lin Qinshu said that she wanted to help her. She also thought that the other party said it casually, but she didn't expect to easily transfer 300 million into the account. 300 million. Even if she goes to classes for 2 more lifetimes, she won't make that much money. And Sister Wu reacted quickly, and hurriedly stepped forward. Hello Mr. Lin, I am Wu Chen, the financial director of this bank. I am very sorry, it is because I did not discipline well, so these employees are too talkative. Don't hurry up to apologize to Mr. Lin. I'm sorry Mr. Lin, it's my fault, I'm willing to accept any punishment from you. Yang Yan said and threw a suggestive wink at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu pretended not to see it. The attitude of the Modu Bank disappointed me too much. It was originally for Shanshan's sake that I transferred the funds, but now I see you bullying Shanshan so much, then I don't have to transfer the billion in the future. Shanshan, go and submit your resignation, don't wait in this kind of place. It's a big deal to go to my company to do finance. With me, no one dares to bully you. When Wu Qian and Yang Yan heard this, their faces suddenly became frightened. And there will be 1 billion in the future? If such a big customer left Modu Bank because of the 2 of them, then the work of the 2 of them would basically be cold. Shanshan, why didn't you say it earlier if you have a big customer like Mr. Lin, so that our branch will snub Mr. Lin? Now Wu Qian has long forgotten what Li Xiao is, and this Mr. Lin in front of him can be compared to 6 Li Xiao. What's going on? What are you doing here? A middle-aged man walked into the bank and shouted with a frown. Wu Qian saw that the president was coming, and hurriedly stepped forward to explain the reason to him, and when the president understood the situation, he immediately changed his smile and walked towards Lin Qinshu. Hello Mr. Lin, I am the president of this branch, Wu Xiugang. Let's go to my office and talk. Lin Qinshu hummed, took Chen Shanshan's hand, and followed behind Wu Xiugang. Chen Shanshan's face was slightly red at the moment. This was the first time she was held by a man, and Lin Qinshu's mouthful just now made her feel blushing, but she knew that Lin Qinshu was helping her and deliberately making a show for others to see, so she didn't say anything. In the president's office, Wu Xiugang was sending a huazi to Lin Qinshu, with a flattering smile on his face. As the president, he can bend and stretch, stand tall in front of his subordinates, and be a cow and a horse in front of the gold lord. Regardless of whether the billion Lin Qinshu said is deposited or not, there are indeed 300 million in this bank. Mr. Lin, it's me who can't discipline me and make the people below rude. I am willing to send you a gift package, and then assign you the best financial team, which can help you do a good job of risk control and the like. You see what other requirements there are, we are all negotiable. Wu Xiugang's dog-legged appearance made Lin Qinshu feel extremely comfortable in his heart. This is the feeling of a rich man. Does Governor Wu think I will care about the so-called gift package and the finance team? I transferred the money to your bank because of Shanshan, but now I feel very disappointed. Shanshan doesn't plan to do it. You can approve the resignation here, and I will take Shanshan away. Lin Qinshu takes retreat as advance. His purpose is to help Chen Shanshan solve the dilemma, and even get promoted and raised. It is impossible for a person who has just joined the work to be promoted immediately, so Lin Qinshu can only use this method to force the other party to let Chen Shanshan be promoted. Wu Xiugang glanced at Chen Shanshan with a little meaning. Wu Qian told him the process just now. This Chen Shanshan's matter has been brought in one bite. It seems that the main reason is this girl. Wu Xiugang's eyes rolled slightly, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Hello Xiao Chen, you just came to work. We are meeting for the first time. The magic bank is still very good, but some people may do something that makes you unhappy because I am too busy and neglect to discipline them. I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter, resignation, you see. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu a little bewildered. Wu Xiugang's obvious goal was Lin Qinshu, and she was only to keep Lin Qinshu, a big customer. But she didn't want to make it difficult for Lin Qinshu to do because of her own business, so she looked at him. Lin Qinshu patted the back of her hand lightly and said to Wu Xiugang, President Wu, you have to find a job anywhere. Rather than letting Shanshan be wronged here, it is better to let her resign. With my strength, I can't afford to support her. If this is the sincerity of your Modu Bank, then we will take our leave. Lin Qinshu pulled Chen Shanshan up from the sofa and was about to walk out the door. Mr. Lin, please stay. Wu Xiugang hurriedly stood up. Such a big customer was lost like this, which was a big loss for their bank. He also kept scolding Wu Qian and Yang Yan in his heart, two stinky girls who were not successful enough to fail. Lin Qinshu stopped and turned around. President Wu, don't say that I'm hard to speak. I'll give you another chance and give me a satisfactory plan, otherwise, I will let other banks come to you to transfer out the 300 million. If you want to transfer the full amount of money into the bank will set all kinds of restrictions. However, if Lin Qinshu found a carte blanche agent from another bank, these things would have become much simpler. Mr. Lin, in view of the harm caused to you by the arrogance of some employees of our bank, Wu Qian is now demoted from the chief financial officer to the financial commissioner. Yang Yan's finance specialist was demoted to the front desk of the bank, and Shan was promoted to the financial controller and Mr. Lin's private bank manager. Are you satisfied with this treatment? Wu Shougang gritted his teeth and made a personnel transfer. Wu Qian is his cousin, and now in order to retain a big customer, his cousin has to be sold. An imperceptible smile rose at the corner of Lin Qinshu's mouth. His goal was basically achieved. In this case, then I am not a difficult person to speak, and it will be too much if I am not satisfied, so I will do what President Wu said. I am relieved to have Shan as my private bank steward. Shan was also carried away by this news at the moment, and she didn't know what to do for a while. After reacting, he hurriedly refused. No, the president, I'm a newcomer, how can he be this financial director? Please take back the governor's order. This pig teammate. Lin Qinshu cursed secretly in his heart. However, Wu Shougang is also an eye-catching person, so naturally he will not let Shan refuse. It's okay, I will let Wu Qian be your assistant and let you be familiar with the work. This matter is settled, and I have already submitted a personnel appointment letter to the above, and with my status as the branch president, it can be done in a day at most. Wu Shougang was afraid that Lin Qinshu would regret it, so he tapped on the keyboard while talking. As soon as the words fell, the appointment application had already passed the review, and an announcement was also made on the official website of Modu Bank. Shan didn't even have a chance to refuse, so she was promoted. Lin Qinshu saw that the task was completed, and he was also about to leave. Then President Lao Wu will take care of our family. Shan, I have something to do in the afternoon, so I won't accompany you to lunch. You have a lot to do when you first become the director, so I'll leave first. Lin Qinshu said and opened his hands and quickly hugged Shan, and then left the place quickly. After acting for so long, he is about to enter the play. I helped Shan get promoted and raised, and it's not too much to ask for a hug. Shan was still in a daze. Lin Qinshu hugged her, but she didn't react. Now her face is a little red. This is the first time she has grown up and has such an intimate move with the opposite sex, and she also knows that Lin Qinshu is taking advantage of her, but she doesn't seem to be disgusted at this moment. Lin Qinshu, who was sitting in the car, was still reminiscing about the soft embrace just now, and while Shan didn't react, it was not too much to ask for some interest by himself. Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and looked for the phone number of the sales department of Yunlu Villa that day. I got the house today, took Yi Mingxi out for dinner in the evening, carried out a dating ceremony, and said goodbye to the life of the 5 girls. Since the Cold War with Yi for several months, he has relied on the 5 girls to release the pressure in his heart. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Li Qing, are you coming over today? As soon as the phone was connected, the other party directly called out Lin Qinshu's name, and these gold medal sales were still a little outstanding. Yes, I'll go over now, about half an hour or so. Lin Qinshu clicked on the navigation and looked at it. The distance was less than 20 kilometers, but the traffic in the city was more complicated, and it was almost half an hour. Okay, Li Qing is waiting for your arrival. Boom! Lin Qing kicked the accelerator and left the place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping Shan get promoted and raised, rewarding 1 billion coins, and rewarding Lamborghini Poison for pretending to be a god car. Ding! Lamborghini Poison has been placed in the garage of the host Yunlu Villa. Lin Qinshu, who heard the prompt sound, also raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lamborghini Poison, worth 100 million. 1 billion coins, a ratio of 1 to 10, only 1 billion can have 1 billion coins when you charge 100 million. If you convert it, it's 50 million. However, for Lin Qinshu's financial resources now, there is no need to convert it, just use it to reward the anchor. The most important thing is that this mission rescued a girl with a face value of 93 points. And I believe that I have also left a trace in her heart, and the future is long. As long as I work hard, I will be able to conquer Chen Shan. In the past, Lin Qinshu always wanted to be wholeheartedly to others, but after the He incident and the fact that he got this Shan house system, he felt that his previous self was a stupid ex. Actually give up a forest for a tree. Half an hour later, Lin Qinshu arrived at the sales department of Yunlu Villa, and at a glance, in addition to the two tall security guards at the door of the sales department, there was only one wearing a black uniform skirt and a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk. A pair of large bright eyes on her beautiful face, and a signature smile on the corner of her mouth. After seeing Lin Qinshu, he walked slowly and greeted, "Hello Mr. Lin, I am the sales and housekeeper in charge of your Yunlu Villa number 1, and I will serve you 24 hours a day." 24-hour service? Is this the same as I thought? Lin Qinshu started a reverie because of Li Qing's words. Li Qing in front of him did not trigger the prompt sound of the system, indicating that his appearance did not reach 90 points, but in Lin Qinshu's opinion, even if he did not have 90 points, it was very close. How can they have a score of 85 or more? Such a big beauty said to you that she is at your service 24 hours a day, who can do it without thinking? Mr. Lin, please come here. Li Qing smiled. She was used to the way men looked at her. Everyone longed for her, although she didn't reject this kind of thing, but she had to find someone with potential. Those old men couldn't move for a few years. It was better to keep their bodies like jade, preserve their value, and when they met a good one, they would like to dedicate themselves. And now Lin Qinshu is the target of her investigation, because he is very young, and he can spend 500 million yuan to buy number 1 Yunlu Villa at one time, and his financial resources cannot be underestimated. Lin Qinshu withdrew his aggressive gaze and followed Li Qing's footsteps. On the way, Li Qing was explaining the relevant information of this set of Yunlu Mountain Villa number 1. Mr. Lin, Yunlu Villa number 1 is the king of Yunlu Villa, which was bought by a mysterious rich man and spent 880 million. And after this set of building kings was bought, the mysterious rich man did not come to live. Some time ago he made an emergency move, and now the owner of this house king has become you. Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. He remembered that the system told him that he was a mansion worth 500 million, and when he bought it in the previous term, it was 880 million, which seemed to be an inflated price. The system calculates the true price of number 1 Yunlu Villa. The two came to this huge manor, and the scene at the gate made Lin Qinshu stunned. I saw 2 rows of maids wearing black maid skirts and black silk at their feet standing at the door. What is the situation? Lin Qinshu looked at many beauties, each with a value of no less than 80 points, tall, and each pair of long legs wore black silk. Li Qing chuckled and explained, "These 6 women were originally recruited by the previous owner and asked me to help him recruit them, and they were responsible for living and eating. As soon as the recruitment was made, the landlord sold the house to you. These maids also lost their jobs, and it was Li Qing who took it upon herself to let them stay for one more day to see if you needed these maids." "Yes. I need it so much." Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart. 6 pairs of black silk beautiful legs shook in front of his eyes every day. What a beautiful thing it was. Lin Qinshu remained calm on the surface and did not express his longing heart. "Besides, let's take a look at the house and introduce me to the layout." After Lin Qinshu said lightly, he walked past the 6 maids. This scene made Li Qing feel a little surprised. Originally she saw Lin Qinshu staring at her legs all the time. She already felt that this was a womanizer, and she was very good at this kind of person. As a result, now more beauties have appeared, but the other party has calmed down. Was it pretended, or was the feeling given to her before an illusion? Li Qing quickly stepped forward to introduce Yunlu Villa to Lin Qinshu. Li Qing walked to Lin Qinshu's side and approached Lin Qinshu intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Qinshu also knew what she meant, and looked at her quietly. Yunlu Mountain Villa can be called a mountain villa. First of all, the place is big enough. There is a golf course at the back of the house, a huge landscaped garden, a basketball court, a temperature-controlled swimming pool upstairs, and a wine cellar in the basement with a large number of famous wines, all of which were left over from the previous owner. When you come to the parking lot on the side, you will see a black carbon fiber Lamborghini Poison. "Hey, when did this car appear here? It wasn't before." Li Qing was a little surprised when she saw the Lamborghini Poison. She often came here and had never seen this car before. This is my car, I had someone send it here. Lin Qinshu didn't know how the system used to get the car here, so he could only open his mouth and take the matter down. It took more than half an hour to visit the whole villa, and the two returned to the hall of the house. Lin Qinshu sat on the sofa worth 7 figures, and each of the 6 maids on the side came over with a plate, some with red wine, some with fruits and snacks and other things. When they were placed on the table, they were still put down after kneeling down. Li Qing also noticed the fire in Lin Qinshu's eyes, and took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Lin, these maids are all high-achieving students, but their majors are a little unpopular, including dance, singing, food, bartending, and so on. You can consider leaving them behind. For the hygiene of the villa and some garden maintenance issues, our community has a special person in charge. They can take care of some of your daily life." Are these skills still unpopular? There are life classes, as well as entertainment classes, which fully meet the standards of rich maids. Lin Qinshu glanced at Li Qing thoughtfully. What is their salary? Li Qing responded with a smile. The annual salary is 500,000. The annual salary of 500,000 yuan is relatively small in this magic capital, and these are all beauties, or high-achieving students, although the major is unpopular. But how can you get an annual salary of 200 or 300,000 when you go out to work? What about yours? Lin Qinshu didn't just want these maids, Li Qing also wanted them. After all, these maids still had all the affairs of Yunlu Villa No. 1, which was originally managed by Li Qing. Li Qing didn't seem surprised by Lin Qinshu's question. Just now he bumped Lin Qinshu's arm with his proudest place all the way, just so that he could also enter his eyes. I am mainly responsible for after-sales butler services, and my annual salary is between 80 to 1 million. Does Mr. Lin want to dig me up too? Li Qing blinked her eyes and asked knowingly. Who knew that Lin Qinshu didn't play his cards according to common sense, and smiled slightly. It's nothing, I just asked casually. In that case, then these 6 people should stay. The annual salary used to be 500,000, and now I can give you an annual salary of 1 million. Give me your card number and I'll arrange the transfer now. Lin Qinshu took a sip of red wine. I feel that this red wine is not bad. There is no bitter feeling in the mouth, and there is some sweetness after swallowing. Looking down, it said Romani Conti in English. It turned out to be a world-famous wine. No wonder it was so delicious. Li Qing on the side was stunned, and the person who originally thought that he could handle it casually did not play cards according to common sense. Lin Qinshu really wanted Li Qing to stay here as a housekeeper, but Li Qing was too proud, although he was humble on the surface, but the arrogance in his bones still made him feel that this kind of person who wanted to control the master had to frustrate her spirit. From the meaning to the present, Li Qing has always led the rhythm, and she wants to control Lin Qinshu in her rhythm, and Lin Qinshu is not a fool. If Lin Qinshu, who was in love before, might have fallen into the other party's way, the current Lin Qinshu has just experienced a breakup and emotional injury, and his mind is extremely clear. Coupled with the improvement of attribute points, his love brain has been eliminated. When the other 6 maids heard that Lin Qinshu was going to give them a raise to stay, they were overjoyed and stepped forward to introduce themselves. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Li Shui, my major is the Department of Gastronomy, and I can cook all kinds of food and snacks. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Young Man, I am a dancer major. If you are bored, I can dance for you. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Xiaxi, my major is singing. When you want to listen to music, I can sing to you, or you can sing to Man when she dances. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Songyu, I graduated from the Department of Music with a major in musical instruments, and I am good at a variety of musical instruments, such as piano and guitar. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Yu Chen, my profession is a bartender. I can mix all kinds of wine, even if it is a drink. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Han Shuang, I am a major in the medical department. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, I can take care of you and prepare good medicine for you. Han Shuang said and took out a stethoscope from his jacket pocket. While introducing herself, the 6 girls made slightly sexy movements, which made Lin Qinshu look dry. Ahem, let me talk about my requirements first. The first one is the title problem. You will call me the master in the future. If someone can't accept it, you can leave, I don't force it. The 6 girls glanced at each other, their pretty faces were slightly ruddy, and they shouted sweetly to Lin Qinshu, Master. Lin Qinshu was crisped to the bone by these masters. This feeling is really refreshing. Several maids have their own strengths, so that he finally feels what the life of a rich person is like. Who said you won't lose things when you have money? I have lost my troubles. Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart. The second requirement is that Han Shuang should change into clothes that match your profession, and now you take your bank card, I will give you the first year's salary first. Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and looked at them. There was a trace of hesitation in the love of the six goddesses, which made Lin Qinshu a little puzzled. He wanted to pay them his salary first, but they hesitated. Master, you will pay us now, aren't you afraid that we will run? Li Shui asked the question they wanted to ask, and they were all worried that this was Lin Qinshu testing whether they really dared to take out the card. Lin Qinshu smiled suddenly. It turned out that it was because of this that they were indifferent. Don't worry, this is really to pay you wages. As for whether you will run after receiving your wages, then I can only say that you can do whatever you want, because this million will run, and I don't know who will lose more at that time. When the six women heard this, their eyes were all firm, and they quickly returned to the room to get the card, and they decided that if this was a test for Lin Qinshu, then they must pass the test and stay. Lin Qinshu leaned on the sofa and tasted the expensive Romanicanti, and suddenly saw Li Qing on the side. Miss Li, you haven't left yet. I'm already familiar with this house, and besides, I still have these maids to take me to get acquainted with, so you can go back and get busy first. Li Qing's face was a little embarrassed. She thought that Lin Qinshu was just joking just now, but now that everyone has opened their mouths to issue an eviction order, then it is not a joke. And the scene where Lin Qinshu raised the salaries of the maids just now really scared her. The original annual salary of 500,000 yuan was directly opened to 1 million, and it felt like it was not money. If you can stay here, you can double your annual salary. Li Qing was just about to say something. Li Shui and the other women had already taken the cards, and Lin Qinshu transferred 1.2 million to them in turn, and when the women received the SMS reminder, they were all stunned. Actually paid them wages first, and it was 200,000 more. This 200,000 is the money you spend on daily clothes and jewelry. You don't have to simply wear professional clothes. Isn't there a lot of cosplay two-dimensional costumes now? As long as it is suitable, you can buy it and wear it, and whoever performs well will have a bonus. Lin Qinshu thought that with such a good figure, it would not be a waste to try other clothes more. Moreover, the purpose of his first salary is to stimulate Li Qing, and giving more than 200,000 yuan is just a leg hair for him. Not only Li Shui and the six daughters were stunned, but even Li Qing on the side was also stunned. Although she just said that her annual salary is 80 to 1 million, in fact, she helps the owner deal with all kinds of chores, recruitment, etc., and the red envelopes she receives plus the salary are only 600,000 yuan per year. When the owner of Yunlu Villa No. 1 spent 500,000 to recruit a maid, she was also moved, but her appetite was not only the 500,000, she wanted more, so she held back. Now those maids have an annual salary of 1 million, and there is an extra 200,000 yuan for them to buy clothes, which suddenly makes Li Qing feel regretful. What kind of high is he pretending? Otherwise, he now has that 1.2 million. Thinking of this, Li Qing's eyes became firm, and he said to Lin Qinshu, Mr. Lin, do you need me to be your housekeeper, such as paying salaries? I can help you do it, and you only need to tell me. I can arrange all the things and serve you 24 hours a day. Li Qing deliberately accentuated the 24 hours. The corners of Lin Qinshu's mouth raised a subtle smile, but on the surface, he was embarrassed. But this kind of thing, I let Li Shui and them do the same. When Li Qing heard this, her face changed, and she hurriedly looked at the six girls with a pleading expression. The six girls originally stayed and introduced to Lin Qinshu because of Li Qing's help, and the kind ones also remembered this kindness, but they didn't dare to speak, for fear of causing the new boss's displeasure. Han Shuang gritted her teeth and stood up. Master, we are usually managed by Sister Li Qing. If you can you recruit Sister Li Qing too? I can reduce my salary and give half of my salary to Sister Li Qing. Li Qing looked at Han Shuang gratefully, and at the same time, the other 5 women also spoke out to persuade at the same time, and the meaning was probably similar to Han Shuang. Lin Qinshu's face turned cold. Are you forcing me to do something? The faces of the women changed suddenly, and they all stood in place and did not dare to speak again. Li Qing smiled bitterly. Mr. Lin, don't blame them, they are too kind-hearted, and they have met such a good boss as you. I hope I can be together. Li Cheng understood what Mr. Lin meant, so he left. Mr. Lin can also contact me at any time if he needs anything in the future. Li Cheng stood up lonely and walked towards the door. It seemed that the pride in her heart was completely shattered at this moment. It seemed that she could only return to her former position to work, although there were more things, but the income was still considerable. She was just not very willing. such a good opportunity was lost by herself. Wait! Lin Chincho stopped Li Qing, who was about to walk out of the door. Alas, I'm the most unbearable woman to intercede with me, Miss Li should stay, but your treatment is the same as theirs, is this acceptable? Lin Chincho shook his head inside. Li Qing was instantly overjoyed when she heard this. Thank you, Mr. Lin, I will definitely behave myself well and do all the things that Mr. Lin commands. As long as the salary is the same as that of other women, she is very satisfied. Where will there be any objections, and Lin Chincho is so generous, she will only get more if she stays. It's still Mr. Lin? You were here just now, you should know what to call me when you work here, right? Lin Chincho smiled. Why didn't he want Li Qing? From the beginning, he felt that Li Qing was a very capable person, and now subduing her after frustrating her arrogance like this would only make her feel grateful, instead of being obedient on the surface and high in her heart. Yes, master. Li Qing was not so twisted, and did not hesitate to shout these two words. Thank you, master, for being willing to accept Sister Li Qing. Han Shuang took the lead in leaning over Lin Chincho and kissed him on the face. The rest of the women also followed suit, making Lin Chincho secretly happy. In the end, even Li Qing came up and kissed Lin Chincho on the cheek. Lin Chincho directly transferred 5 million to Li Qing, 1,200,000 of it is yours, and the rest of the money will be put on you first. Such a big manner, there are many places to use money, I don't want you to ask me for these small money from time to time. Li Qing saw the balance in her card and immediately felt that she had made the best decision in her life. Just for convenience, he directly transferred 5 million to her, so how strong is the owner's assets in front of him? Li Qing left the villa. She was different from the maid, she still had a job, so she had to go over and submit her resignation this time. Although such a hasty resignation will pay some liquidated damages, it is also a drizzle for her who is now carrying millions. Lin Chincho came to the master room and found that there was a bathtub that could take a bath, and immediately ordered the maid to release water for him. He has never soaked in the bathtub, he didn't have that condition before, and he was dirty in the hotel, but now it's his own home, so it's different. Li Shui went to prepare lunch at noon. She is a food professional. As long as Lin Chincho designates a cuisine, she can make dozens of dishes. Lin Chincho, who was lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, suddenly felt that someone came in, and saw a young man walk behind Lin Chincho and help him pinch his shoulders. Master, several of us are trained, massage and wash your feet, let man help you pinch it. Lin Chincho hummed and continued to close his eyes. But the heart has already turned upside down, and a woman walked in the bathroom. He is a man with strong blood. Haven't you seen the previous owner since you came here? Lin Chincho suddenly remembered something and asked. Yang Man shook his head. I haven't seen it, but we heard Sister Li Qing say that the other party is a big boss, and this place seems to be used to entertain distinguished guests, but it seems that something happened to that boss, and even the distinguished guests with him were also implicated, so this house was sold. Suddenly, Yang Man's cheeks flashed a hint of redness, because Lin Chincho had already stood up and walked out of the bathtub as if no one was around. Since you've been trained in massage, come and give me a press. How can you not enjoy this kind of technology? He hasn't been pressed yet, and a cousin used to say that he would take him, but he couldn't do it because of his thin skin. There is also a sauna in this room, and Yang Man, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and took Lin Chincho to the sauna. The massage tables here are all in the 7 figures, and Lin Chincho is also emotional. The owner of this house will really enjoy it. This sauna room is next to the master room. Lin Chincho leaned towards the sauna bed, and the whole bed began to change, as if the air cushion structure inside the bed was changing. The bed senses the various positions of the human body and then inflates and deflates the internal air cushion to adjust to the most suitable shape and position. The air cushion underneath is even a little hot, so that the human body is in a warm state even if you are not wearing clothes. A pair of tender little hands put on Lin Chincho's back and began to massage. I have to say that Yang Man's massage techniques are very comfortable, and Lin Chincho fell asleep unconsciously. And Yang Man didn't stop massaging. Even when Lin Chincho turned around unconsciously in her sleep, she also continued to massage, but her cheeks were a little flushed. After all, when massaging, you can't always be through clothes. In that case, it will rub the skin on the skin. When Lin Chincho woke up after squinting for a while, Yang Man was still pressing the MO for him, and was standing next to his right hand at this time. Lin Chincho's spirit was a little trance for a while, and this dreamlike life made him not know whether he was in a dream or real. Suddenly, young man's body shook slightly, and her face became more ruddy, but the light in it was a little dim, and she couldn't see her face now. What is going to happen next? You shouldn't like to watch it. I'll watch it for you. When the women downstairs heard the movement above, their cheeks were hot. Li Shui also stopped what she was doing. She prepared the ingredients, and when Lin Xinshu wanted to eat them, she could make them in a few minutes. Now it seems that Lin Xinshu will not want to eat for a while. An hour later, Lin Xinshu looked at the red on the sheets and cast a surprised look at young man. In this regard, Lin Xinshu's thinking was a little bad, and he mistakenly thought that young man was a person who had experienced things. Man, I'm sorry. Lin Xinshu felt a little guilty in his heart, and he didn't know what to say. It's all over, and it seems that there is no point in saying anything now. This kind of guilt is not only because of his roughness just now, but also because he felt that young man was the kind of casual woman who was looked down upon by him from the beginning. Master, it's okay, Man feels very happy to be treated by the owner. Didn't Sister Li Qing tell you? Another condition for applying for a maid is that you must not be hired. Yang Man blinked his big eyes and looked at Lin Xinshu curiously. This Lin Xinshu really didn't listen to Li Qing, and hearing this news made him feel even more worth the money. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Man, are you being hired to do these things in the first place? Yang Man hurriedly shook his head. No, it was already written in the contract at the beginning. We can't be forced to do what we don't want, I just volunteered. Yang Manxiao's face was slightly red. Lin Xinshu was young and golden, although she was not particularly handsome, but each of them was a plus in her eyes. You can rest here, and I'll let them bring you food later. For a girl like young man, Lin Xinshu also recognized her from the bottom of his heart, and he would love her more in the future. Master, I'm fine, I'm learning to dance, and when I used to stretch, I often suffered some small injuries, but I persevered. Young man didn't want to be too vulnerable in front of Lin Xinshu. Well, listen to me. Lin Xinshu touched her head and said distressfully. After Lin Xinshu went downstairs, he told Li Shui to bring food to young man later and take good care of her. Li Shui and the other women looked at Lin Xinshu with a little rippling eyes, and those movements just now made them all shy. I didn't expect Lin Xinshu to be able to dangle and joke in front of them like no one else. Although none of them have ever eaten pork, they have always seen pigs run. How strong Lin Xinshu's strength must be for such a long time. Lin Xinshu was also surprised by himself just now. He was disgusted by He before, and even had a cold war with him for several days every time he finished his work. How bad his performance had to be for He to be like this. It seems that the reason for the improvement of his physique, he only had a physique of 6 points at the beginning, and now it is 8 points. Don't look at the 2 points of improvement, it's just a difference between heaven and earth. Lin Xinshu began to look forward to the next mission. He wanted to see what kind of existence he would be after his attribute points were full. Lin Xinshu came to the table, and Li Shui had already prepared the meal, because Lin Xinshu said that he wanted to eat Sichuan food, so he made a few more traditional dishes. Li Shui is worthy of being a food professional, and the Sichuan food he cooks is better than what he eats outside. After eating, Lin Xinshu remembered that he wanted to transfer money to his family, and even transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother's account. In less than a minute, Lin Xinshu's mother, Chen called. Lin Xinshu smiled bitterly and connected the phone. Xiaoqin, why did you transfer me 100,000 yuan? Where did you get the money? You can't be doing something bad, are you? Don't think about it. Chen Xiaoxiang asked a series of questions, and Lin Xinshu didn't know how to answer. Mom, don't worry, my classmates and I made a software at school, sold it to a big company, and sold it for some money. You can spend it well, my software can make me a lot of money. Lin Xinshu's parents don't know much about these new age things, so whatever he says is what it is. Mom, you can use this money first. Didn't you want to change your refrigerator or air conditioner for a long time? Now you can change it as you like. I still have some money for myself, you don't have to worry about me, and you don't have to pay for my food in the future. Lin Xinshu continued to persuade him, for fear that his mother would transfer the money back to him. Okay, I'll save this money for you and leave it for you to marry your wife in the future. Your father planted tea at home, and now the tea has begun to sell, and the money for the two of us is enough. and the family expenses are not large, so you will use the money you earn in the future, and you don't need to transfer it to the family. Chen Xiaoxiang is still very relieved about her son, and they never think that the child has to hand over the money every month when he earns it, and he says that he will save it for the child, but in fact, he doesn't know where to spend it. Chen Xiaoxiang chatted to Lin Qinshou for a while, and then hung up the phone after admonishing her. Lin Qinshou, who was swiping his mobile phone, suddenly saw a group message. This group was a group of 4 people in their dormitory. The goddess finally settled on money. This was broken out on the campus forum in the morning, and some students took pictures of it and posted it on the forum. Li Wuqi sent a picture. Lin Qinshou clicked on the picture and saw that it was a sports car, and the girl in the car kissed the face of the person in the driver's seat, but at the angle of this photo, the face of the person in the driver's seat happened to be reflected by the light, and it was not clear who it was. Isn't this a leaf school flower? I thought I had just met Yi Xiaohua, and I might have a chance. As a result, it was hooked away by the rich second generation. Fan Jianxiang doesn't talk much on weekdays, but he chatters endlessly in the chat window. In Li Wuqi's words, people like Fan Jianxiang are sullen, pretending to be pure in front of him, and dare to say anything when hiding behind the screen. Yi Xiaohua is so beautiful, and it's normal to have a boyfriend. It's better for you to lose to the rich second generation than to lose to the poor silk. If the poor silk soaked away your goddess, wouldn't you be even more angry? Xia Lu also spoke, although it was not very good, but it made a lot of sense. Lin Qinshou looked at this picture, and his face was a little strange. Because the person in the driver's seat is him, this scene is what happened when Yi Mingxi was sent back to school. Rub, nasty, what are you talking nonsense about? What about the beasts? I thought that this leaf school flower was interesting to our beasts, but it turned out to be an illusion. I don't know if the beasts are serious. If it is serious, the beast has fallen out of love again, twice in 3 days, and it is also a record. Li Wuqi gloated. If I say that the person who was kissed by your goddess is me, do you believe me? The corners of Lin Qinshou's mouth involuntarily raised a smile. He thought about how wonderful their expressions would be if this fact was known to them. What are you talking about? Don't say if that person is you. Do you know what kind of car that car is? That's the son of the Pagani Wind, worth 25 million. Li Wuqi has always studied these things very much, and there is a saying that he still understands life poorly. Beast, you're not in a lovelorn situation anymore, you're crazy about losing your heart. Fan Jianxiang is also continuing to output. Alas, don't say a word, go back tomorrow night to accompany the beast out for 2 drinks, a brother, to take him out of the shadow of broken love. Anyway, I'm going to Disney with Yun Yun, so take care of the beasts. Lin Qinshou looked at their information and smiled dumbly. To be honest, no one believed it. What could he do? He was also helpless. At this time, Yi Mingxi's message also came. She had already gotten up and eaten. Reading between the lines expresses the meaning of wanting to see Lin Qinshou. It just so happened that Lin Qinshou also planned to go out for a walk in the afternoon, buy some clothes, and change to a better mobile phone, by the way. Now that he is rich, he can't wrong himself. Lin Qinshou picked up the key to the Lamborghini Poison. He didn't know much about the car, so he went online to check the information about the car. I don't know if I don't check. I was shocked when I checked it. There are not many such cars in the world, and the system gave him this one is a Lamborghini Poison worth 100 million. The whole car was made of carbon fiber, and Lin Qinshou sat in it and slammed the accelerator, and the roar was full of power. This is really pretending to be a god car, and the Pagani Wind Sun is suddenly not fragrant. Lin Qinshou deliberately glanced at the license plate this time, and the license plate number of this poison was Magic A10001. The cars presented by the system are automatically licensed and all the formalities are processed. Lin Qinshou drove in the direction of Jiaotong University with poison. Yi Mingxi attaches great importance to this date with Lin Qinshou, because Lin Qinshou told her in the morning that he had something to say in person. In her opinion, Lin Qinshou was ready to accept her, so she spent a long time dressing herself up and changing into a white dress with suspenders that she had never worn before. I couldn't wait to come to the school gate and wait. However, Lin Qinshou hadn't arrived yet, but someone else parked the car next to Yi Mingxi first. A white BMW Z4 stopped beside Yi Mingxi, and a young man with an inch head walked over from the car holding a bouquet of roses. Mengshi, great, I was going to look for you downstairs, but God actually let me meet you at the school gate. This bouquet of roses is for you, it represents my heart, I love you, Mengshi, be my girlfriend. Yi Mengshi's eyes flashed with irritability. Senior brother Lu, thank you for your words, but I am allergic to roses, so I won't accept your flowers. Also, I have a boyfriend, please stop harassing me. Today is the day to establish a relationship with the senior. If the senior sees it and misunderstands her, everything that was done before will be in vain. Lu smiled confidently. Mengshi, you don't have to lie to me. In the past 2 years of college, I haven't seen a boy appear next to you. If you have a boyfriend, you ask him to come out and prove it. Boom! A car roared from far and near, and a black sports car drove in front of Yi Mengshi. Lin Qinshu stepped out of the car, and Yi Mengshi trotted over with a happy face. Senior, you're here, let's go. Lin Qinshu also saw Lu, and probably guessed that it was Yi Mengshi's suitor. Lu's face was very dark at the moment. He had never seen Yi Mengshi smile, and the first time he saw her smile at other men. When Lu saw Yi Mengshi holding the other party's hand, he couldn't help it even more. Mengshi, even if you want to be angry with me and reject me, please don't belittle yourself. Lu felt that this person must have been found by Yi Mengshi to act, and specially found someone to drive a sports car, so that some did not dare to regenerate delusions about her. Yi Mengshi looked at him with a fool's gaze. Senior brother Lu ****, I have already said that I have a boyfriend. The senior is my boyfriend, thank you for liking, but I won't accept you, you can think whatever you like. After Yi Mengshi finished speaking, he wrapped his hands around Lin Qinshu's neck and kissed Lin Qinshu's lips. Yi Mengshi decided to give the other party a dose of fierce medicine, otherwise Lu would always be self-righteous and think that the senior was an actor he had found. Of course, this also contains a little selfishness of her own, and she has the courage to kiss her seniors at this time. Lin Qinshu was stunned by Yi Mengshi's sudden chinwei, but he quickly reacted and stuck his tongue out by the way. No! Lu looked at the scene in front of him. Everyone was about to break, and the 99 roses in his hands fell to the ground. The two kissing slowly separated, and their lips were still stretched. Yi Mengshi's face was slightly red, and she looked at Lin Qinshu emotionally. The latter took out a rose from behind him. Meng, I originally wanted to fill the trunk with flowers, but who knew that this car didn't have a trunk, so I could only buy one. Yi Mengshi happily took this rose and said happily, thank you, senior, how do you know that I like roses the most? Poof. Lu on the side was about to vomit out a mouthful of old blood. Just now she clearly said that she was allergic to roses, and she disdained her 99 roses, but now she accepted someone else's rose so happily, and said that she liked roses the most. Lin Qinshu and Yi Mengshi got into the car and walked away, leaving Lu alone in the same place. The surrounding students were also discussing, and many people had already taken out their mobile phones to take pictures. It seems that the campus forum is going to be lively again, and the actor who was not photographed in the car before was completely photographed to the front this time. Senior, others don't understand the amorous feelings, but I can see your goodness. What do you think of me? A girl of 180 pounds came to Lu's side delicately and said. Lu has a height of 1.8 meters, is still a sports student, and has a strong figure, plus a little money. He was originally a Sea King in school. It's just that Yi Mengshi's heart lived in Lin Qinshu too early. Even if Lin Qinshu had nothing, she wouldn't look at Lu. Get out of here. Lu pushed the fat girl next to him away. The fat girl was annoyed and angry, and scolded, I really think who you are, the car is not as good as the family, and no one is handsome. If it were me, I would also choose that. Deserved to be rejected. Lu's face was full of anger, and he slapped the fat girl in the face. I'll murder, I'll fight with you. The fat girl rushed forward and fought with Lu. This scene will also become the lively material of the forum, but Lin Qinshu and the others, who have already left, don't know that there are such interesting things that have happened behind this. Meng, let's go shopping at IFC, I just want to buy a few clothes recently, can you accompany me? Yi Mengshi, who was on the side, looked at Lin Qinshu who was driving with affection all the way, nodded after hearing this, and asked cautiously, Senior, are we boyfriend and girlfriend now? Lin Qinshu chuckled and quipped, isn't it possible for boyfriends and girlfriends to kiss? That saliva just now is all drawn, can you do this with someone who is not your boyfriend? Yi Mengshi hurriedly waved his hand, no, It's my first time kissing, and it was my first kiss just now, senior, you have to believe me. Yi Mingxi's state of walking on thin ice also made Lin Qinshu feel a little distressed. I'm also joking, what kind of girl my dream is, I don't know. Lin Qinshu stretched out his right hand and stroked her head. The two soon arrived at the IFC underground parking lot. There was also an orange Lamborghini in front of his car, and the two Lamborghini were parked side by side in two parking spaces. Lin Qinshu pulled the rope of the doorknob and opened the door, and the passenger seat of the orange Lamborghini on the side also opened the door at the same time. The distance between the two cars was a little far, so they wouldn't touch, but the person who got down from the co-pilot made Lin Qinshu's expression suddenly cold. When the other party saw Lin Qinshu, the corners of his mouth raised a sneer. I thought you were so atmospheric, you were still following me. I said, the two of us are out of play, can you leave my life? The person who got down from the co-driver of the Lamborghini on the side was Lin Qinshu's ex-girlfriend, He. And the man in the main driver also walked over. What's wrong? He hurriedly grabbed the man's arm. Lin Qinshu, this is Senior Zhou Junfeng, he is now my boyfriend, you will die of this heart, don't follow me anymore. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly, you opened this IFC? I can't come and hang out? Yi Mingxi also came to Lin Qinshu's side at this time. Senior, who is this? Lin Qinshu took Yi Mingxi's hand. It's just a self-righteous person, let's go. He only saw Lin Qinshu's car at this time, which seemed to be different from the one a few days ago, which made her even more convinced that the sports cars were rented by Lin Qinshu, and she saw that this car didn't even have a door handle just now, and she had to pull the rope to open the door, which was sure that it was a garbage truck for her who didn't understand cars. Don't pretend there. Why is the car that came to me a few days ago different from today? Is that one too expensive for you to rent, so change to this one cheaply? Lin Qinshu ignored her and got on the elevator to the mall with Yi Mingxi. Xiaoyi, is this your ex-boyfriend? Looks pretty handsome. Zhou Junfeng's chin raised slightly, and he said coldly. When the other party said this, he noticed that Lin Qinshu seemed to have become a little different, and he didn't look carefully at the specific differences, but he did look better than before. But now that she is Zhou Junfeng's girlfriend, of course she can't say these. Alas, how can he be handsome? It's just a silk, renting a sports car and deliberately running in front of me. It should be that he still wants to get back together with me. Zhou Junfeng's eyes kept staring at the direction Lin Qinshu left. Yi Mingxi's appearance just now made him feel amazing. What a beautiful girl. Although he is not bad, standing next to Yi Mingxi is not a great at all. Rented? This Lamborghini rental also costs a lot of money. If your ex-boyfriend is really poor, this day's rental car money is enough for his 2 months' living expenses. Although they are all Lamborghini, Zhou Junfeng is not very familiar with the car in front of him, and if it weren't for the logo of the cow, he wouldn't know that this is a Lamborghini. He said with a disdainful face, how can he compare with the senior's car? He must be cheaper to rent. I saw it just now. This broken car doesn't even have a door handle, and it has to be pulled with a rope. After he finished speaking, he also patted the roof of the car. Unaware of the fact that Zhou Junfeng behind him had changed his face greatly. Drawstring door handles, the sixth element. In a Lamborghini, only the top-of-the-line Lamborghini Poison is like this. Zhou Junfeng walked to Lin Qin's car and saw the line of Veneno in English. It's really poison. Zhou Junfeng yelled in his heart. The price of this poison is enough to buy a dozen of his cabs. Who is this He's ex-boyfriend, a man who can prescribe poison, and he is definitely not rented. There are very few such cars in the world, who will take hundreds of millions of cars for rent, and the people who collect this car are not even willing to drive. Zhou Junfeng hurriedly pulled He, who was about to slap the roof of the car again, and left the car. This is a poison, it will cost hundreds of thousands of losses to drive around casually. Let He shoot a few more times, his car is not enough to compensate. However, Zhou Junfeng did not tell He what kind of car this was. He had his own selfishness. He chased the woman in front of him for a long time before he caught it. If she knew that her ex-boyfriend was a hero, he would definitely be dumped. It's better to hide it first, and get the other party first. Senior, is that woman your ex-girlfriend just now? Yi Mingxi also heard from those words. That woman was Lin Qinshu's ex-girlfriend He. Lin Qinshu nodded, it's her. Yi Mingxi hugged his arm tightly, and Lin Qinshu patted her hand and smiled to signal her not to care. The two came to the mall, where the IFC has a variety of luxury brands. Lin Xinshu didn't know about this, so Yi Mengshi took the initiative to take up the heavy responsibility and pulled Lin Xinshu to a Versace store. Although Yi Mengshi has never come to buy clothes on weekdays, she understands these things better by her nature. I chose 3 sets of casual clothes for Lin Xinshu, as well as some belts, shoes, and the like. The two of them tried while shopping, and bought a total of 5 sets of clothes, spending more than 600,000 yuan, with an average of more than 100,000 yuan. Meng, my matter is settled, now it's your turn, let's go, ask your boyfriend to buy you a few clothes. Lin Xinshu pulled Yi Mengshi to a Chanel store. Senior, I don't need it, I still have a lot of clothes to wear, I don't need to buy them. Yi Mengshi also just knew that Lin Xinshu was rich, but she still felt sorry for the other party's money, and she accepted Lin Xinshu's gift as soon as they got together, and she didn't want to be considered a big worshipper. Be obedient, if you don't accept it, I will be unhappy. I'll probably have to go back then, and I don't want to go any further. Lin Qin's words were quite effective, and Yi Mengshi suddenly didn't struggle. As soon as I entered the store, I saw Yi with a narrow road. At the moment, she was standing in front of the mirror and looking at the clothes she had tried on. From the mirror, she also saw Lin Xinshu coming in, and her face was suddenly full of anger. You are still finished. Is it interesting to haunt the ghosts? Zhou Junfeng, who was originally sitting on the sofa in the store, raised his head and saw Lin Xinshu, and his face was suddenly a little embarrassed. It's so unlucky, Meng, why don't we go to other stores and have a look? Lin Xinshu didn't expect such a large IFC to meet Yi so coincidentally. Yi Mengshi frowned, and grabbed Lin Xinshu's arm. No need, let's buy it here, why do you want us to go? If you want to go, they will go. Lin Xinshu smiled and touched her head. He knew that Yi Mengshi didn't want him to hide from this ex-girlfriend everywhere. Okay, then listen to you. He saw the woman next to Lin Xinshu at this time. She didn't look carefully in the parking lot just now, because she thought from the bottom of her heart that this woman was also an actor rented by Lin Xinshu from. I specially rented a woman to walk around in front of me. Lin Xinshu, can you be mature? The food money you gave you at home has been used up like this. Renting a car and renting a person. It seems that you are going to take out an online loan. Why didn't I find you so narcissistic before? Just because you're not qualified enough for me to do this. Meng, let's go pick out clothes. Lin Xinshu sneered, and then walked towards the women's clothing area with Yi Mengshi in his arms. Senior is my boyfriend now, please keep your mouth shut, don't be so self-righteous and harass us. Yi Mengshi couldn't help but snort. When Yi heard this, an uncomfortable feeling suddenly surged in his heart. It's like a toy that a child has been playing with for many years, and suddenly someone else takes it, and others still treat it as a treasure. Shopping guide, hurry up and drive these two out. These two people are poor sour goods, they can't afford to buy things here, just to come in and take pictures and pretend to be forced. The shopping guide looked at Zhou Junwei, because Zhou Junwei was a regular customer here, and he had brought girls to buy clothes more than once, and the girls who came were different every time. Zhou Junwei pretended to be reading a magazine without even raising his head. He knew that Lin Xinshu was definitely not an ordinary person. Those who can prescribe Lamborghini poison, where will there be ordinary people? It's just that now he is also in a dilemma. If he opens his mouth to help he will offend Lin Xinshu, and maybe he will be slapped in the face by the other party. Opened his mouth to help Lin Xinshu, then he would lose the prey, so he simply kept silent and pretended not to know anything. The shopping guide mistakenly thought that Zhou Junwei had acquiesced, and suddenly had the confidence to walk in front of Lin Xinshu and the others. Sir, miss, you have disturbed our guests, and now we will ask you to leave. As he spoke, he made a gesture of please. Lin Xinshu smiled angrily. The shopping guide in this store was able to drive away customers just because of a word from others. Why are you doing this? Why did they drive us away when they were noisy first? Yi Mengshi is also angry. This Chanel shopping guide is too dog-eyed and low-looking. This shopping guide still has some vision, and Lin Xinshu's clothes and shoes add up to 300 yuan at most. Yi Mengshi is better, plus the small CK bag of more than 500 yuan, it will be 1,000 yuan. On the other side, Zhou Junwei is a frequent customer in the store, and it is easy to grasp which is more important. Mr. Zhou is the VIP of our store, and the two of them have affected our VIP shopping, so we want to expel you. Lin Chincho smiled coldly and pulled Yi Mingxi to another shopping guide standing in the corner. Help me find your store manager, and I'll give you a big performance. Zhou Chunyan is a new shopping guide. In fact, she can't see what another female shopping guide does, and she is not less robbed of performance by the other party on weekdays. She is new. In order to be able to work hard in this store, she can only swallow her anger. Zhou Chunyan also struggled a little in her heart, although she didn't believe that the other party could bring her any great achievements, but she longed for what the other party said was true. This mentality is like buying a lottery ticket. Before buying, I always feel that I can win the lottery by chance. The person who won the lottery may also be her. This has led to the lottery industry can be long-lasting. Zhou Chunyan gritted her teeth, and finally dialed the store manager's phone. Just a phone call, and she would not lose her job, and she would be hated if she was hated. It just so happened that the store manager had just parked his car and was walking towards the store. The shopping guide who drove Lin Chincho and the two had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and looked at them with his hands crossed. Even if the store manager came, it was useless. She was an old man in the store, and most of the performance in this store was made by her. Even the store manager didn't dare to fire her easily. A woman in her 40s walked briskly into the store. What's going on? When Zhou Chunyan saw the store manager, she quickly stepped forward and explained what had happened. After listening to these things, the store manager Lin Xiaomei frowned slightly, and glanced at another shopping guide unhappily. This kind of thing can obviously be solved by appeasement, but you have to choose one of the two to offend the customer. Lin Chincho didn't wait for the store manager to respond, and took out a card from his arms. I want everything in this store, including the one on that woman, buy them all, and the performance will be counted on this lady's head. As the store manager, you should have the right to calculate the value of the goods in the store, and by the way, check the funds in my card, so as not to joke for me. Astound. Petrifaction. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. Only Zhou Junwei remained calm, because in his opinion, even if the other party bought this store, it would not be surprising. Ha 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 ha, neurotic. The shopping guide who drove Lin Chincho suddenly laughed, pretending to be forced to see it, but he had never seen such a pretending to be forced. Are you kidding, sir? Lin Xiaomei also felt a little incredulous. Are you kidding? You can check if I have enough money in my card. Lin Chincho was a little impatient. Yi Mingxi hurriedly pulled his hand. Senior, forget it, it's a big deal, let's not buy it, or change stores. Lin Chincho clenched her hand and said softly, don't worry, no one can bully you except me, I must take this bad breath for you. Lin Xiaomei walked to the front desk and inserted the card into a machine, which suddenly showed a 9-digit balance. She stood still, her chest rising and falling, caused by over-agitation. Lin Xiaomei walked forward quickly, and returned the card to Lin Chincho with both hands. Sir, this will calculate the value of the goods in the store for you. Because there are a lot of goods, where are you going to send them here? Do you have any other requirements from your side? When he heard Lin Xiaomei's words, the shopping guide was like a bolt from the blue, because this meant that what Lin Chincho said just now was not pretending, it was true. What was even more surprising was Yi, the initiator. She was not a stupid person, and she understood the relationship at once. Impossible, impossible. You're not the store manager here, you're an actor invited by Lin Chincho. He pointed at them and shouted. Everyone looked at her like a fool. If the store manager was fake, the shopping guide would always recognize it. Zhou Junfeng also felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be slapped in the face, and now although he was slapped in the face, it was not his face. Let's go to the store next door. Zhou Junfeng pulled He, who was a little crazy, and was about to walk out the door. Zhou Chunyan hurriedly blocked their way. Sir, the clothes on this young lady are still in our store, please change them and leave. Zhou Junwei was a little impatient. How much is it? I paid it, I want to wear this dress. Isn't it just a piece of clothing? I have spent a lot of money in this store, and this little hand dares to stop him. Store manager Lin, there is one less thing in this store, and I will take back all the things I want to buy. Lin Chincho smiled coldly. Lin Chincho, don't go too far. He stared at him viciously. Until now she didn't want to believe that Lin Chincho was rich, she would rather believe that these people were actors. Even if Lin Chincho was really rich, she was unwilling to bow her head and eat Lin Chincho's huitu grass, although she might not be able to eat it. Lin Chincho ignored her, turned his head to Lin Xiaomei and said, Manager Lin, I want all the things in the store now. If there is one less, I don't want them all. Go and deal with it. After speaking, he pulled Yi Mingxi to the restroom of the store. Lin Chincho deliberately didn't say anything about another shopping guide. He wanted to see if Lin Xiaomei would deal with it. The other shopping guide who wanted to drive away Lin Chincho and the two was also panicked at the moment, and hurriedly turned around and walked to the rest area, wanting to find Lin Chincho to make amends, but was blocked by Lin Xiaomei. You go, you don't have to come to work anymore, you almost cost us a big customer. Although the customer didn't say anything, if I didn't deal with it, no one would dare to come to this store in the future. No, you can't fire me, the performance of this store is all done by me. If you fire me, the headquarters will lose a lot, and you will be blamed when the time comes. The shopping guide hurriedly said, wanting Lin Xiaomei to take back her life. After all, even the guests didn't mean to blame her. Why did the store manager fire her? Lin Xiaomei smiled coldly. Performance? Just based on your meager performance, you dare to say that the headquarters is lost? Do you think I don't know what you're doing in the store? Bullying newcomers. Seeing customers who are about to close, they will take the newcomers away and write the performance in their own names. These newcomers dare not speak out. If it weren't for the fact that you are an old man, I would have fired you a long time ago, and you secretly took things out in the store to smuggle bills. Do you think I don't know? Hurry up or I'll call the police. The shopping guide's face changed, he bit his lip, and he looked unwilling, and finally walked away. She has taken a lot of private orders in this, and if the other party calls the police, she will have prison food to eat, and she will have to pay a lot of money if she is not good. It's too much of a deception. Senior Junfeng, you can help me. I will grant you any request. He is out, she just doesn't want to lose to Lin Chincho. Zhou Juanfeng's eyes lit up. Although he was not short of women, He could always give him a heartwarming feeling, so he was special to He in his heart. If He can be satisfied this time, he will be able to get her today. Store manager Lin, I'm also a regular customer in the store. Give me face, I'll buy this dress at 3 times the price. Zhou Junfeng said to Lin Xiaomei. Lin Xiaomei smiled slightly. I'm sorry Mr. Zhou, all the items in the store have been sold to Mr. Lin today. If there is a need here, buy it from Mr. Lin. I can't be the master. Zhou Juanfeng's face was ugly, but in order to get he could only bow his head to the other party. Brother, sell me this dress, and I am willing to pay 5 times the price. Lin Chincho smiled coldly. Brother? Who is your brother? Manager Lin, the dress she wears is not for sale, take it off and take it to the toilet to mop the floor. You! Zhou Junfeng pointed at Lin Chincho angrily. Leave a line today, see you in the future, maybe there will be a time when you beg me in the future. Lin Chincho laughed. Please? Are you worthy? He's face was pale. She knew that Zhou Junfeng couldn't help her anymore, so she shook off Zhou Juanfeng's hand, rushed into the fitting room to change back into her clothes, and rushed out of the store. Even Zhou Junfeng didn't pay attention to it, and left on her own. Showy. Zhou Junfeng hurriedly chased out. The corners of Lin Chincho's mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. This result made him very comfortable, as if the evil breath in his chest had finally been spit out. Zhou Chenyan came to the rest area with 2 cups of coffee. Sir, the 2 of them have left, you and Miss can go and choose what you need. Lin Xiaomei asked her to come over again to make sure if she wanted to buy the goods in the whole store. After all, it was their clerk who was at fault first, and now even if Lin Chincho repented, they would not have any complaints. Lin Chincho frowned. Didn't I say that I want everything in the whole store? How many times do you want me to say it? Go and count the price. Zhou Chenyan couldn't hide the joy in her heart, and walked quickly towards Lin Xiaomei. Senior, there's a lot of stuff in this whole store. Do you have so many girls to give? Otherwise, let's listen to them and pick a few. Yi Mingxi looked at these dazzling clothes and jewelry, as well as perfume and lipstick, and the most expensive should be those bags. Lin Chincho smiled and touched her head. I bought them all, and gave them all to you. What you want to do with these things is up to you. Yi Mingxi was petrified on the spot. Originally she thought that Lin Chincho bought these just to export her evil spirit, and then find a way to sell them again, because after all, this is a brand new thing, but she didn't expect it to be all given to herself. No, these are too valuable, I can't ask for them. Yi Mingxi hurriedly refused. Lin Qinshu pretended to be lonely inside. Since you don't want it, then I can only give it to other girls. After all, I can't use these girls' things. No way. Yi Mingxi hurriedly shouted. What girl can withstand the sugar-coated cannonballs of this Chanel store, and when the time comes, she will have a few more rivals in love? Isn't that asking for her own hardship? In the end, Yi Mingxi agreed, because there were still some men's clothes in it, and she planned to sort them out for Lin Qinshu, and there were so many things, she had no place to put them. Buy a suite, put these things for you, and occasionally we live in a warm two-person world. Lin Qinshu thought about it. Although he had Yunlu Villa, it didn't seem so convenient to bring Yi Mingxi there. After all, there are 7 black silk beauties there, and now that I still have money in hand, wouldn't it be better to buy a suite for Yi Mingxi? Jinwu Zhangjiao? Buying a house? Lin Qin's words were not shocking, and he refreshed Yi Mingxi's cognition again and again. Are you so capricious when you have money? How much money does the senior have? Yes, I don't have a house either. We can't go back to school on a weekend date, and it's not convenient to stay in a hotel, so it's better to buy a house as our love nest. The reason why Lin Qinshu did this was because a task prompt had sounded in his mind just now. Ding! Detected that the host is dating a woman with a face value of 90 points or more and a favorability score of 90 points. Option 1. Use all your skills to improve the happiness of the other party, with a limited time of 24 hours, rewarding martial arts mastery. Option 2. Plain dating, showing the host's door-slamming side, limited to 24 hours, rewarding the mastery of the next 3 indiscriminate moves. These 2 rewards are actually not bad. Lin Qinshu wants both, and there is nothing wrong with the moves of the lower 3 indiscriminate moves to deal with the people who are indiscriminate. What may seem like a simple task is actually quite difficult. For example, when you open the Lamborghini Poison yourself, there is no way to complete this task, and the loss of luxury cars is not picked. Where else can you pick? Another thing that is also very difficult to improve happiness is because happiness is given to oneself. Some people who have had a hard time suddenly have a good meal tonight, and their happiness is very high. But everyone's perception of happiness is different, so it's hard to do that. Since Lin Qinshu can't do it anymore, let's work hard in the direction of happiness. He is proficient in martial arts, and he still recalls the scene of 10 at the door of the drifting snowbar that day, and his blood will still boil. Who doesn't have a martial arts dream? So now Lin Qinshu is doing everything possible to improve Yi Mingxi's happiness. Ding! Yi Mingxi's current happiness index is 65. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index reaches 90, and the host is considered to have completed the task. Lin Qinshu had a little headache. He gave her the whole Chanel, and even said that he would take her to buy a house and build a love nest together, and this happiness index did not increase much. It seems that money is really not everything. At least spending tens of millions of dollars in it can improve Yi Mingxi's happiness index. Yi Mingxi put his arms around Lin Qinshu's neck, and said with eyes like water, "Senior, you are so good to me. I'm so happy." After saying that, the cherry mouth came up. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index is +3, and now the happiness index is 68 points. Rub, happy only added 3 points, these points and a few points. When can the task be completed? But fortunately, when the system released this task, it had just started the 24-hour countdown, and he still had a full day. When the two kissed fiercely, Lin Xiaomei pushed open the door of the lounge. Yi Mingxi suddenly let go of the hand holding Lin Qinshu's neck, and her pretty face turned red. As if she hadn't seen it, Lin Xiaomei took a few pieces of paper and stepped forward. "Mr. Lin, this is the statistics of all the items in our store, with a total value of 6.34 million yuan. Here's a membership for you, and after using the membership discount, count you as 6 million. Lin Qinshu simply flipped through it. The clothes, jewelry and beauty in the store were not too expensive, but those bags accounted for most of the price, but this price was also expected by Lin Qinshu. The store itself is not particularly large, and the value of the goods is more than 6 million, which is also reasonable. This is also the first time that Lin Qinshu has spent money so extravagantly. His surface is calm, but in fact, his heart is also turbulent. If it weren't for the fact that there were still hundreds of millions of dollars in the card that made him inflate, he wouldn't have spent money like this. 6 million. Although Yi Mingxi knew that the things in the store were not cheap, the price was beyond her imagination. Lin Chincho took out the card and handed it over. Swipe the card. If you are a member, give Meng Meng one. I don't need this member. You pack your things, and in 2 days Meng Meng will send you an address, and you can just send everything there. There's nowhere to put these things yet, and it's not too early to buy a house, so let's wait until tomorrow and Sunday. After swiping the card, Yimingshi picked out a few sets of clothes to take away, and went to a store selling domestic mobile phones with Lin Chincho. Lin Chincho's Fruit mobile phone was already a product of 6 or 7 years ago, although it can still be used, but it is relatively old, and it is not quite in line with his identity as a god. Lin Chincho picked 2 of the most expensive folding screen mobile phones, although they were a bit bulky, but he liked such a novel and pretending mobile phone. The 2 went shopping and went to watch a love movie, and in the end, the hero and heroine were not together. Yimingshi cried a lot, and Lin Chin fell asleep directly. When I walked out of the cinema, it was time for dinner. Meng Meng, what do you want to eat? Yimingshi shook her head. She didn't have much pursuit of what to eat. Senior, it's good if you decide. Lin Chincho saw that she hadn't come out of the plot of the movie yet, and secretly swore that she would not take girls to watch these bloody love movies in the future, and if it affected her mood, it would affect the next process. Lin Chincho remembered the top private dish in the magic capital that he often heard about, Shuiyun Pavilion. It is said that the place only hosts 8 tables a day, and each table costs more than 100,000 yuan, including precious red wine and white wine, as well as some delicacies from the mountains and seas. In the past, he only dared to think about it, but now, he has enough strength to eat a meal. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere to eat, I've only heard of it. Lin Chincho sat in the car and turned on the navigation. Shuiyun Pavilion is located near the Magic City Park in the urban area, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the rent alone is several million per month, but people have engaged in a limited amount of hunger marketing, and the daily turnover is millions, and you can earn those rents in a few days. After Lin Chincho parked the car, he walked to the gate of the Shuiyun Pavilion, and the welcome lady at the gate hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" Lin Chincho shook his head. "There is no reservation, I am willing to pay double the money plus a seat." Miss Welcome looked stunned. Double the price, that is, more than 100,000 yuan. She didn't dare to make a decision, so she immediately called her boss. Shang Ping, the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, walked out of it, and his slightly raised head showed that this person was a proud person. However, Lin Chincho now has a lethal weapon against the proud, and that is the ability to make money. "Sir, I'm sorry, but our appointment for today is full, and even if you're willing to pay double the price, I can't make an exception. There are some things that can be bought without money, just like the rules of my Shuiyun Pavilion. No matter how rich you are, you can't break them." Shang Ping looked arrogant, as if he came out this time to reject him to his face and slap the faces of these people who thought that money could solve everything. Ding! Detected that the host is being despised. How could Shenhao endure such humiliation? Option 1, today's dinner must be eaten in Shuiyun Pavilion, and you must eat the top set meal, and the reward is 1 billion in cash. Option 2, beat up the Shuiyun Pavilion boss in front of you and reward a pair of limited edition silver handcuffs. Rub, who are you mocking? These silver handcuffs and 1 billion are everyone who knows how to choose. Originally, seeing that the other party was not affected by the ability to make money, Lin Chincho was ready to leave. Who knew that the system suddenly popped up to release tasks? This is the first time that 2 tasks exist at the same time, and there is still a task of Yimingshi's happiness index on it that has not been completed. But what the hell is Shun Ping's sentence humiliating? This dog system is not too sensitive. Lin Chincho saw the $1 billion reward, and immediately made up his mind, saying that he had to complete the task in front of him, which was 1 billion, don't get along with money. Ahem, Boss Shang, I'll pay 100 million to buy your Shuiyun Pavilion. I have only one request, and I want to add one more table tonight. Shang Ping's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this. 100 million, although I have spent tens of millions of investments here, but business has not been good recently, and today is fully booked because it is a weekend. On weekdays, at most 3 tables are set, although there are many rich people in the magic capital, but the traffic here is not very convenient, and the meals will be jammed with traffic, and they will be blocked for a long time. The price opened by Lin Chincho made him struggle a little in his heart, and 100 million was transferred to Lin Chincho, and his efforts and losses during this period of time could be filled, and he could earn tens of millions. Shang Ping gritted his teeth. Sir, this Shuiyun Pavilion is my hard work. It can't be measured by money. You don't have to say it anymore. The rules can't be broken, please. 200 million. Lin Qinshu directly interrupted him and added 100 million yuan, which was also the last price he could offer. Shuiyun Pavilion is not worth 200 million at all, and Lin Qinshu's card only has more than 200 million money left. If the other party doesn't agree, it means that it is no longer a matter of money, and he can only give up this task. Deal. Shang Ping immediately agreed. The hesitation of 100 million is that you still want to fight for your career dream, and if you hesitate for 200 million, you are a fool. What dream can be worth 200 million? Lin Qinshu was stunned by the speed he promised. The other party was so arrogant, he was ready to give up the task, and the other party agreed in one bite. Boss, please come in, I'll go and prepare the contract in private room. Shang Ping had a flattering smile on his face. Lin Qinshu pulled Yi Mingxi, who was already stunned, and when he passed by Shang Ping's side, he stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. I still like your unruly appearance just now. When Shang Ping heard this, he immediately straightened his waist, the smile on his face disappeared, and he walked into the Shuiyun Pavilion with Lin Qinshu. Senior, am I dreaming? You spent 200 million just to take me here for a meal? In the private room, Yi Mingxi still couldn't believe what he had just experienced, and even wondered if they were talking about money or happy beans. Since I promised you to bring you to eat, then I can't break my promise. Just spend 200 million, as long as you are happy. Lin Qinshu was dripping blood in his heart, but as long as he finished eating, his 200 million would become 1 billion, and he didn't seem so distressed when he thought about it. Senior, you're so good to me, let's stop eating, let's go back. Yi Mingxi pulled Lin Qinshu and was about to leave here. Lin Qinshu pulled her into his arms and whispered, listen to me, enjoy the food here. If it is so delicious as rumored, in order to have a good meal with you, it is worth spending 200 million, and it won't take long to earn it back, don't worry. He didn't know if he could make money here. As long as the task was completed, he would directly earn 800 million. At that time, he doesn't care if the Shuiyun Pavilion is dead or alive, so he won't let Yi Mingxi go. As long as she told Yi Mingxi that this was just her own investment idea, of course, it was also to take her for a meal, and she shouldn't be clamoring to leave. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yi Mingxi honestly sat back in his place, and his heart was very moved. At this time, Shang Ping also walked in wearing a chef's uniform. Boss Shang is still a chef, and the next dinner will not be chef by Boss Shang. Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shang Ping to be the chef of this water cloud pavilion. Shang Ping smiled proudly. No, I am the chef of Shuiyun Pavilion. I have won the title of 3-star Michelin chef, and I am the only chef in China who can completely and independently make a full banquet of the Manchu and Han dynasty. Lin Qinshu was shocked by these words. It turned out that Shang Ping was so awesome, no wonder he was so arrogant. Lin Dong, let go of the contract in advance, and then Shang Ping will prepare tonight's dinner for you. Shang Ping clapped his palms, and the waiter outside the door was holding an ice bucket with 2 bottles of red wine in the ice bucket. This is Lafite 82, and 2 bottles of all you can drink have been specially prepared for you. Originally, it was a red wine sold for 300,000 yuan in the store, but today the new owner arrives and gives it to you. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. He spent 200 million to buy this Shuiyun Pavilion, and the things in it should be his. Shang Ping borrowed flowers to offer Buddha, borrowed his own flowers, and finally gave them to himself. Lin Qinshu waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and serve the food. Shang Ping smiled awkwardly. His operation was indeed borrowing other people's butts as a face. Serve. The door of the private room opened, and dozens of waiters appeared outside the door, each holding a basin in their hands, and the waiter who had just taken the ice bucket also poured out 2 glasses of red wine and brought them to Lin Qinshu and the others. The first waiter placed the plate on the table and removed the lid from the top of the plate. The dishes on the plate were steaming and smoking, but Lin Qinshu didn't see what the dish was. Chef Shang, let's introduce it. Shang Ping's body suddenly exuded a confident glow. This is the first dish, steamed lamb. Shuiyun Pavilion will prepare a full seat on the weekend, because it takes a long time, so it is only prepared once a week, originally reserved for tomorrow's guests, but today you come, it will be served to you. Full Han banquet? There are more than 100 dishes in this special, and he and Yi Mingxi can't taste so many dishes when they eat them. Don't worry, these are all small portions, because the Manchuan Han full banquets can provide multi-person dining, and those who come to Shuiyun Pavilion are not the type of multi-person dinners, so I have made a small portion of this dish, you can eat it slowly. Shang Ping seemed to have guessed Lin Qinshuo's thoughts, and hurriedly explained. Even if you eat these dishes slowly, you can't eat those 108 dishes, but the Manchu Han dynasty Lin Qinshuo has only heard about it, and even if he can't eat it, he is happy to taste it. Lin Qinshuo beckoned Yi Mingxi to move chopsticks together, drinking red wine while eating the Manchuan Han full banquet. The taste of Lafite in 82 is not bad, but it is not as good as the Romani Conti of Yunlu Villa. The two of them couldn't eat the 30th dish at all. Lin Qinshuo could only ask Shang Ping to pack the rest and send it to Yunlu Villa No. 1, where there were still his own 7 maids. It was better to pack them for them to eat than to waste it. Yi Mingxi was so full that he couldn't stand up. Lin Qinshuo followed Shang Ping to his office to sign the contract, and after signing the transfer, Shang Ping said with a flattering smile, "Boss, we still have fireworks here, do you need to put some fireworks to see?" Lin Qinshuo's eyes lit up suddenly. Fireworks are the girl's favorite, maybe it can increase the happiness index. However, the fireworks around here are only in the water cloud pavilion, so you have to look up and look at it, which is too neck-consuming. Shang Ping then proposed, the best place to see the fireworks here is the presidential suite of the Bulgari Hotel opposite, where the huge floor-to-ceiling windows can see the whole sky, and I have opened the presidential suite, you can go there and rest. Lin Qinshuo gave him a very sensible look, no wonder Shang Ping was smiling so cheaply from just now. Shang Ping was the chef here, so Shuiyun Pavilion was still managed by him in the end, and Lin Qinshuo also gave him 30% of the shares in order to keep him. Shang Ping then sold 70% of the shares of Shuiyun Pavilion for 200 million. Shang Ping spent 30 million yuan to invest in this Shuiyun Pavilion, plus the operating expenses, and the initial profits. In fact, the capital has already returned. It's just that if this situation continues now, it may be a loss, and Lin Qinshuo's takeover made him net 200 million. At the same time, in the Modu Bank, Shan was sorting out some information and was called to the office by Wu Xiaogang. Chen, the amount of your private bank fluctuates a bit, you just spent 200 million, and now there are only more than 80 million left, do you want to tell Mr. Lin? If it's less than 50 million, then you can't do it as a private bank. Wu Xiaogang said earnestly. Before the day came, the 300 million had already been made out by Lin Qinshuo for more than 200 million. Originally, I thought it was a big customer, but if it goes on like this, Lin Qinshuo will not be a big customer. Shan doesn't know what to do, it's his business how he spends other people's money. How can you interfere with it? Chen, your job has not been officially completed. If it is only this deposit amount, maybe your ability is not very competent for this position. Would you like to talk to Mr. Lin and ask him to find a way to stabilize your work? Wu Xiaogang continued to persuade. President Wu, I will communicate with Mr. Lin, I will go out first. Shan bit her lip and went out the door, took out her mobile phone and hesitated for a while, then called Lin Qinshuo's number. At this moment, Lin Qinshuo was just about to leave Shang Ping's office. When he saw Shan's phone, he was still a little inexplicable. How could this woman call him? Good evening, Mr. Lin, have you eaten? Shan didn't know how to speak, thinking about whether to make an appointment to meet. I've already eaten, Miss Shan won't still be working overtime. Lin Qinshuo listened to the awkward greeting from the other side and felt confused. Shan gritted her teeth. That's the case, I saw that your bank account fluctuated a little bit here, and I wanted to ask if something happened. As soon as Shan said this, Lin Qinshuo immediately understood the meaning of the phone call. It should be that he transferred too much money, and the bank put pressure on Shan. And Shan is a little girl who has just come out of society, and she doesn't dare to say anything clearly. I'm sorry, but I just had an investment today, and I used a lot of money. It's Wu Xiaogang who put pressure on you, don't worry, I'll help you solve the problem. Lin Qinshuo remembered that his task had been completed, and the reward should come down soon, so Shan's problem was solved. No, classmate Lin, I just want to ask if you have eaten, and I want to invite you to eat to repay me, I don't mean anything else. Shan hurriedly explained. Lin Qinshuo didn't debunk her either, and hung up the phone after chatting for a few words. After hanging up the phone, Shan's heart also calmed down a lot. I don't know why, Lin Qinshuo's casual words can bring her a great sense of security. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Water Cloud Pavilion eating quest. Cash reward of 1 billion. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 10 billion yuan, and the balance is 1,082,369,053 yuan. As soon as Lin Qinshu hung up the phone, the moving prompt tone of the system rang. Wu Shougang of Modu Bank was sitting in front of the computer in a daze, and suddenly saw an account with 1 billion funds pouring in. Wu Shougang hurriedly sat up and wiped his eyes, and after confirming that he was correct, he quickly printed out the appointment letter and ran to Chen Shanshan's new office step by step. In fact, the appointment order had already been passed, otherwise Lin Qinshu would not have received the task reward. Just now he just wanted to use Chen Shanshan to get more funds from the other party. As soon as Chen Shanshan returned to the office and sat down, she saw Wu Shougang rushing in with a piece of paper. Governor Wu, you are. Chen Shanshan looked at Wu Shougang, who was in a hurry, and asked puzzledly. Wu Shougang calmed down his panting breath, and a hypocritical smile appeared on his face. Xiao Chen, I was joking just now, your appointment order has already come down, I just want to scare you to play. Oh, this is your letter of appointment, signed that you are the financial director of the Lujiazui branch of Modu Bank. Remember to say hello to Mr. Lin for me. Wu Shougang put down the appointment letter and left the office, which made Chen Shanshan confused. When Chen Shanshan turned on her computer, the bank's internal website showed that her customer had transferred $1 billion a minute earlier. Only then did Chen Shanshan know why Wu Shougang suddenly changed his attitude. A man who can transfer 1 billion at any time, that is a big customer that the president of the head office has to hold. Chen Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but remember what Lin Qinshu said to reassure her just now. Immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lin Qinshu, thank you. Lin Qinshu took a look at the information and put away his mobile phone. The billion task is complete, and there is a happiness task. It was the first time that Lin Qinshu felt so powerless about the task, and the full Han dynasty, coupled with a series of operations, finally made Yi Mingxi's happiness increase by 2 points. It's 70, and there are 20 happiness points left to complete the task, which is too difficult. Yi Mingxi in the private room was already a little confused at this time. The stamina of red wine was still a little big, and Yi Mingxi was a person who had never drunk alcohol. Lin Qinshu helped her out of the door of Shuiyun Pavilion, handed over the car key to Shang Ping, and asked him to drive the car to the Bulgari Hotel opposite, and he and Yi Mingxi got into the Rolls-Royce shuttle bus of Shuiyun Pavilion together. Senior, I'm so happy. In the car, Yi Mingxi wrapped his hands around Lin Qinshu's neck, as if he knew what was going to happen next, and his ruddy face didn't know if it was because of the drinking, or because he thought of something. Lin Qinshu stretched out his finger and scraped the bridge of her little upturned nose. Wait a minute, there's another surprise for you, don't fall asleep yet. Yi Mingxi cheered up, and the car soon arrived at the Bulgari Hotel on the other side of the artificial lake in Shuiyun Pavilion, and after Lin Qinshu reported his name, someone took them to the presidential suite. This is the first time Lin Qinshu has entered the presidential suite. The waiter was also about to introduce the space arrangement facilities of the room, and was directly driven out by Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu hugged Yi Mingxi directly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a princess hug, and the opposite side of the floor-to-ceiling window was the Shuiyun Pavilion where they were eating just now. He turned off the lights in the house first, came to Yi Mingxi's side and made a call. It's time to start. Yi Mingxi looked at the busy Lin Qinshu inexplicably. This is the method that Lin Qinshu thought of when Shang Ping proposed to have fireworks just now. Since the ability of money does not work, let's return to sincerity and romance. Sometimes that's the case. When you don't have money, what others ask for is money. When you have money, it's just that you are romantic enough. After hanging up the phone, a light suddenly appeared in the Shuiyun Pavilion on the opposite side, heading straight into the sky and spreading out in the sky. The fireworks in the sky lit up the sky, and this was the surprise that Lin Qinshu prepared for her. It's beautiful. Yi Mingxi muttered involuntarily. Lin Qinshu came behind her and hugged her, and the two of them just stood and watched the fireworks on the other side, which lasted for more than 10 minutes before it ended, at which time Lin Qinshu finally heard the system prompt he wanted to hear. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index is plus 18, and now the happiness index is 88 points. It's 88 o'clock, and it's almost 2 points away. It seems that Yi Mingxi belongs to the emotional category, and the result of Lin Qinshu throwing so much money is an increase in the number of points. As soon as the worthless fireworks were released, coupled with this environment, the two snuggled up to each other, and instantly skyrocketed by 18 points. Yi Mingxi looked at Lin Qinshu with burning eyes. "Senior, I love you." The two figures hugged each other tightly in the fireworks in the sky. This night, there was nothing to say. Early in the morning, Lin Qinshu was woken up by an itch on his nose, and when he opened his eyes, he found that Yi Mingxi was grabbing her long hair and gently sweeping it on Lin Qinshu's face. What caught her eye was Yi Mingxi's playful smile, and Lin Qinshu hugged her tightly dotingly. "Get up so early, you were so tired last night, don't you sleep for a while?" Yi Mingxi buried his head in Lin Qinshu's arms. "Senior, I feel like I'm dreaming now, so happy, so happy." Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index is +3, and now the happiness index is 91 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, complete the task of increasing Yi Mingxi's happiness index, and reward martial arts mastery. A large amount of information about martial arts quickly flooded into Lin Qinshu's brain, and the muscles in his body seemed to be full of memories of those martial arts. Unexpectedly, just waking up in the morning, he had already completed the task, and Lin Qinshu was still thinking about whether he would have to wait until he bought the house today to add these two happiness indexes. Maybe for Yi Mingxi, it is also a very happy thing to be able to see the person he likes as soon as he opens his eyes in the morning. In a phrase that I don't know who said it, happiness is given to oneself. When you are a contented person, it is easier to reap happiness. On the other hand, if you are a person who is not content, like a bottomless pit, then no matter how much good things happen, you will not be able to produce happiness. The task is completed, and it should be celebrated, but Yi Mingxi, who experienced this for the first time, can't stand the toss, and Lin Qinshu can only give up. Called the hotel to bring breakfast, got up and washed up. Yi Mingxi was unable to move, and Lin Qinshu walked around with her in his arms the whole time. I didn't look closely at the presidential suite last night, but now I see that there is a distance from the room to the door. It is worthy of the presidential suite of 188,000 in one night, with everything in it, as well as an entertainment room. Unfortunately, he only needed a room and a bed, and after eating and drinking, the waiter returned the car keys to him. Lin Qinshu helped Yi Mingxi, who had some difficulty walking, to get into the car. He was going to buy a house today, but Yi Mingxi's state was not suitable for running around. And because of overwork last night, Yi Mingxi has been yawning, and Lin Qinshu can only send her back to school. "Senior, I'm sorry, I'm so useless, ruining your fun." Yi Mingxi blamed herself and said, originally Lin Qinshu said that he would take her to buy a house today, but now because of her physical problems, he can only cancel this trip. "What kind of stupid thing are you talking about? It's also my fault that you become like this. You can rest well. We'll go back when you're rested." Lin Qinshu rubbed her drooping head. Lin Qinshu and the two were in the car for a while, and Yi Mingxi reluctantly got out of the car. He also left the school and went back to the Yunlu villa. Yi Mingxi is not there, and he also bothered to run the real estate by himself, just returned to Yunlu villa and let Li Qing take charge. In the campus forum of Modu Jiaotong University, there was a big wave at this time. The fact that the newly promoted school Hanaba Mingxi left the school in a luxury car of 100 million is already a big gossip in the school. A lot of headline parties also ran out. Shocked. The new school flower goddess has been defeated by poison. Terrible. The appearance of poison has brought the school flower to its knees. Jiaotong University's new gold school flower. God is coming. Recruit the school flowers. One article after another with pictures was posted on the campus network, and the photos in it were taken at the moment when Lin Qinshu and Yi Mingxi were drawing. Hey, why is this man a little familiar? When you say that, it seems familiar to me. Isn't this the beast of our class? Nani? One of the 4 generals of the best dormitory *** Silk Forest beast? Aren't animals an ordinary family? It is said that he was just dumped by his girlfriend because he was poor, and he drove a luxury car in a blink of an eye? Maybe he rented it. Goddess Yi, he is a fake god, don't be deceived by him. Rent? Hundreds of millions of Lamborghini poisons, you rent them to me. The comments on the forum set off huge waves, and all kinds of sour words appeared frequently. I don't believe that Lin Qinshu can drive a luxury car with hundreds of millions of dollars. Yi Mingxi was also surrounded by 3 good girlfriends in the same dormitory at this time. The 3 of them frowned and surrounded her, and from the steps Yi Mingxi walked in, they already sensed that something was wrong. Meng Meng, you didn't come back last night, and today is in this state again, should you? Ruan Qingqing was a little worried about Yi Mingxi's answer. Yi Mingxi nodded shyly. This scene made the other 3 like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Meng Meng, you are confused. Even if that person is really a rich second generation, but you give yourself to him so quickly, then he will dump you in minutes. Yao Jingjing patted her head, looking like she hated iron but not steel. Yes, and we haven't heard you talk about this person. Why are you suddenly with him? You can't have been drugged by him, right? Wang Ying was also puzzled by this. I've liked seniors for a long time, but I didn't tell you, and I took the initiative. When I liked him, he wasn't a senior who drove luxury cars. Yi Mingxi explained to his girlfriends. The 3 of them sighed at the same time when they heard this, a schoolgirl in a dignified place, and actually fell to a man. If they had this kind of capital, it would have been in the middle of 100 flowers. Now the forums are saying that you worship money, and it seems that your position as a schoolflower will soon be eliminated. Wang Ying looked at the whale on the forum. Yes, the 4 schoolgirls were voted for by everyone because they were single. You are not single now, and you are still making a fuss, and you will definitely be brushed down. Yao Jingjing also looked at her phone. Yi Mingxi pursed his lips. I'm not rare to be that schoolgirl. I didn't want to be it. I just want to be a little woman as a senior. Ruan Qingqing sighed. At number 1 Yulu Villa, Lin Qin Shouzhen was lying on the massage table, enjoying the massage of Xia Shi and Yu Qian. Suddenly, the phone messages vibrated continuously, and I don't know who sent a bunch of messages. Lin Qinshu picked it up and saw that it was Fan Jianxiang who sent it in the group. Fan Jianxiang. It. Xia Lu, did you take the wrong medicine? Fan Jianxiang, indecent, you should hurry up and read the article at the top of the campus forum. Xia Lu. Is that a beast? Fan Jianxiang, I didn't expect the beast to really get Ji Xiaohua, and a flower was inserted in cow dung. Lin Qinshu, I don't allow you to say that Meng Meng is cow dung. Fan Jianxiang, I'm talking about you. Fan Jianxiang posted a picture of a middle finger. Xia Lu, Lamborghini poison. Beast, what's the matter with the car? You can't really be some kind of invisible rich, right? Lin Qinshu, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I don't pretend. I'm a billionaire, and I have a showdown. Fan Jianxiang, damn. With such thick thighs, don't let me hold it sooner. Lin Qinshu, I told you yesterday that the person in the car was me, but you don't believe it. Xia Lu, where's the shamelessness? He should be the first to jump out of this situation. Why is it so quiet? Fan Jianxiang, that's right, if the shameless man knew that the beast was a god, he would have jumped out and recognized the thief as his father. How could there be no movement? I'll call him. Lin Qinshu put down his mobile phone, closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Not to mention, the 2 girls really have the skills to loosen their muscles after training. Although his physique has increased, under the massage techniques of the 2 women, the whole person has become relaxed, and even a little drowsy. Just when Lin Qinshu wanted to do something, his phone rang again, and Lin Qinshu could only take his hands back, and he wanted to curse in his heart. He could only pull out his hand and pick up the phone on the side. Beast, something has happened. Something happened over there at Shameless. Fan Jianxiang said anxiously. Lin Qinshu hurriedly sat up. What's wrong? Something happened. Fan Jianxiang's voice was a little anxious, and he seemed to be running. I called just now. It was a stranger who answered. Shamelessly was blocked at the place where he worked, and now the other party told the 3 of us to pass, otherwise I would break his legs. It seems that Li Tianzong's group of people last night somehow found the Shameless. Send me the address, I'll go over now. Lin Qinshu quickly changed his clothes and ran out with the car keys. Li Wuqi goes to work every weekend, because his family is relatively poor. His parents are farmers in the family, and he came out to go to college because everyone in the village gave him money. Although his name is Shameless, he is a sensible and filial person, and if he can make money by working on his own, he will never reach out to his family to ask for it. Li Wuqi's job today is to work in a bubble tea shop, and it just so happened that someone from Li Tianzong came here to see him. Even if he called Li Tianzong, because of Wen Rushuet and the Piaoshuet bar, Li Tianzong couldn't find out the origin of these people if he wanted to, and when he arrived at Wen Rushuet, it would be stagnant. Now that I have finally found someone, I have to say that I have to export my evil anger. Li Tianzong took his father's bodyguards and more than a dozen people that night to the bubble tea shop, and immediately beat Li Wuqi violently. Let him call Lin Qinshu and the others over, Li Wuqi would rather die than harm his brother. Who would have thought that at this time, Fan Jianxiang's phone call came and he knew about Li Wuqi's situation. Lin Qinshu was close and soon reached the pedestrian street. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang also arrived at the place when he just got off the bus. Li Tianzong's hateful eyes stared at Lin Qinshu deadly. He saw that the car Lin Qinshu was driving was Lamborghini Poison, and he also guessed that Lin Qinshu's identity was not simple. But now he has been carried away by hatred. He has never been beaten since he was a child, nor has he suffered that kind of grievance. This revenge, he must revenge. Li Wuqi was trampled under the feet of Li Tianzong, and said viciously to Lin Qinshu and the others, "If you want me to let him go, don't move the three of you, let my people beat me, and then I will let you go." Of course. This kind of thing is impossible. Li Tianzong is a lawless person. If he doesn't resist, the four of them may be killed and disabled by him. Fan Jianxiang raised his middle finger at Li Tianzong, and said disdainfully, "You're thinking about fart." This scene instantly annoyed Li Tianzong, and Li Tianzong said angrily to the people around him, "Kill them for me, and I will be responsible for the death." Lin Qinshu hurriedly said to Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang, "You find the opportunity to rescue the shameless, let me be responsible for the fight. I just got a mastery of martial arts, and now it's time to try my skills." Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang have both seen Lin Qinshu's toughness at the door of the drifting snow bar that night, so they naturally took 2 steps back. The group of people obviously slowed down when they approached Lin Qinshu. They were all people who were present that night, and now they were still in a faint pain all over their bodies, and if they rushed up and let the other party beat each other, then they didn't have to get out of bed for half a month. Li Tianzong also noticed this, and shouted loudly, "As long as the person who does it will have 100,000 yuan, and I will cover all the medical expenses." Hearing that there were 100,000 yuan, these people immediately rushed forward regardless of it. Lin Qinshu put on a Wing Chun starting pose, crackling and hammering, and more than a dozen people lay on the ground again. Although he is as powerful today as he was that night, he is indeed much weaker in strength. What was originally knocked down with 1 punch now has to be done with 2 punches. From this, it can be inferred that the strength of IP Man's upper body that night should be 9 or 10. After defeating the group of minions in front of him, Lin Qinshu looked at the man in sunglasses beside Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong didn't expect this group of shrimp soldiers and crabs to have any effect. His confidence came from the one next to him, his father's bodyguard. The bodyguard hired with an annual salary of 5 million, his father Li Jianfu has encountered many dangers over the years, and he has been solved by the bodyguard in front of him. "Brother Tian, help me kill this kid, and I'll arrange a few women for you at night." Zhang Tian shook his head, "I don't want a woman, give me 1 million. Ding. Host detected encountering strong opponents. Option 1, use all your skills to defeat the opponent and reward +1 constitution points. Option 2, just run away, don't fight against it, and deduct the previous reward. What's going on? Why is there a deduction of rewards? In the past, a relatively poor reward would be given. Is this a must-have for me to fight? The last reward was martial arts mastery, so he was reluctant to be deducted. Wing Chun, the use of skillful boxing, is useless in the face of absolute power. Zhang Tianyi ripped off the clothes on his body, revealing his strong muscles. Before Lin Qinshu could speak, Zhang Tian's fist had already come to him. Lin Qinshu dodged sideways and punched Zhang Tian in the chest, making him feel like he had hammered into a stone for a moment. Humph! Zhang Tian's chest thrust and bounced Lin Qinshu away. After a short confrontation, Lin Qinshu probably guessed that the other party's level should be about the same as his own, whether it is strength or physique, it should be 8 points. Since Wing Chun doesn't work, let's change it. Lin Qinshu raised his hands horizontally, facing Zhang Tian one after the other. Seeing this, Zhang Tian also had a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He saw that this style was no longer Wing Chun, and the starting hand style raised according to the balance of the 2 fists up and down should be Bajiquan. Just when Lin Qinzhou and Zhang Tian were fighting, Xiaolu and Fan Jianxiang had already quietly come to Li Tianzong's side. At this moment, Li Tianzong was not aware of the danger, and suddenly a punch the size of a sandbag appeared in front of him, knocking him down with one punch. Xiaolu hurriedly helped Li Wuqi up, while Fan Jianxiang pressed Li Tianzong on the side. "When that kid dies, it's your time of death." Li Tianzong hugged his head and said to them viciously. At this time, Li Wuqi, who had a blue nose and swollen face, also eased up, rushed up and stepped on his thighs. A heart-rending sound sounded. Zhang Tian looked back in the direction of Li Tianzong, and saw that Li Tianzong's thigh was bleeding continuously. The moment Zhang Tian turned his head, Lin Qinzhou quickly used Baji Fist to punch him in the chest, knocking him out. Two evenly matched people fight for experience and state. As long as they are a little distracted, they will lose. Zhang Tian got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Li Tianzong. Seeing this, Xiaolu and the three hurriedly ran away. Zhang Tian carried Li Tianzong on his shoulder, and Li Tianzong roared, "Kill them for me, kill them! The opponent's strength is on par with mine, and the martial arts are even more subtle, so I am not his opponent." Zhang Tian took a deep look at Lin Qinzhou and left the place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the confrontation mission. Bonus Constitution stats +1. Lin Qinzhou, who was originally a little gasping, suddenly felt a surge of energy gushing out of his body, sweeping away the tiredness. Host, Lin Qinzhou. Power, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 7. Charm, 7. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Ride, Pagani Son of the Wind, Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, Yunlu Villa No. 1. Skill, Martial Arts Mastery. Balance, 108-236-9053. Open the character panel of the system, and the physique column has risen to 9 o'clock. There's also an extra skill bar, and the skills you get in the future will also be displayed on this panel. Li Wuqi was beaten a little badly, and Xiaolu called a car and took him to the hospital together. After a hospital examination, his ribs were broken, his hand was fractured, and he had to be put in a plaster cast and tied a chest strap. "I can't do the heavy work, so I can only give up those part-time jobs first." Jiaotan University Male Dormitory. Damn, these beasts. Fortunately the beasts are a practitioner, otherwise we would all be wasted. Fan Jianxiang scolded and scolded. Xiaolu's expression was a little solemn. This kind of thing is endless. This time he injured Li Tianzong. It won't be long before he comes back to retaliate. We all have to be careful in the future. Shameless, don't go out to work yet. Li Wuqi sighed. I can't work in this state. It seems that I have to save money during this time. After Lin Qinzhou parked the car, he returned to the dormitory, saw the three of them with sad faces, and guessed the reason for their worries. Don't worry, I'll solve this matter, Shameless. I've already charged your meal card with money, and you can't go to work recently, so you have to eat. If you feel embarrassed, then you will pay me back when you make money in the future. Lin Qinzhou joked. Although Li Wuqi is poor, he is a person with strong self-esteem, and he has never been willing to accept assistance from others. Li Wuqi was very moved in his heart, and secretly decided that he must return it to Lin Qinzhou in the future, because Lin Qinzhou's family was not much better than him, and at this time he didn't know what happened on the forum, and he still insisted on saying stubbornly, if you make your own decisions like this, I won't pay you back this money. Fan Jianxiang took out his meal card and walked to Lin Qinzhou. Shanhao is great, please help me charge it too. You! Lin Qinzhou scolded with a smile. At this time, Xiaolu told Li Wuqi about the things on the forum, as well as Lin Qinzhou's sports car and the identity of the rich man. The three of them took a taxi just now, and at first they thought that Lin Qinzhou had something wrong, so they didn't join them. Lamborghini Poison. Li Wuqi looked at the boss with his mouth open on the information on the forum, and he was not so surprised by Yi Mingxi's pro-Lin Qinzhou, but surprised by the sports car. Father-in-law. I am your long-lost son. Li Wuqi grabbed Lin Qinzhou with his hand that did not put on a plaster. Yes, I am shameless to recognize a thief as my father. Xiaolu shrugged his shoulders and had an expression that he had seen through everything. Father-in-law, can you give the poison to the righteous son, and let the righteous son feel what it feels like to have a luxury car of hundreds of millions? Fan Jianxian pulled Li Wuqi away and shouted flatteringly. Rub. Xia Lu thought that Fan Jianxian would complain with him, but he was the next one to recognize the thief as his father. Lin Xinshu was not surprised by them like this. I'll play it for you next time. Now I'll go out first and see if there is a way to solve this matter. Really? Father-in-law. The two spoke in unison. Father-in-law, go slowly. It's important to remember the words of the day. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxian watched Lin Xinshu leave the dormitory. Li Tianzong's retribution will only become an annoyance, although he repelled him twice, but the enemy is in the dark, always choking his throat like a fishbone. When Rushue said that she was responsible for solving this matter, but now it seems that there is no solution at all, and everything has to be done on her own. Lin Xinshu left the school. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang didn't plan to go out, and accompanied Li Wuqi in the dormitory. After all, one hand was broken, and it was a little difficult for him to even eat. Lin Xinshu came to the drifting snow bar, and about Li Tianzong, he still had to know the news from Wen Rushue. As a result, when Rushue was not in the bar, and she was not in a state of turning off her phone when she called, he had no choice but to go home. Lin Xinshu, who was just about to return to Yunlu Villa, saw a message from Chen Shan, which meant to thank him for his help and wanted to invite him to dinner at noon. The beauties met. Of course, Lin Xinshu had to go to the appointment, and drove directly to the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. Chen Shan didn't go to work today, and she is still a senior in college, so she still lives in the school. The car stopped at the school gate, which immediately caused a sensation among the surrounding students. A woman wearing a red stepmother skirt came to the car window with heavy makeup on her face. Handsome guy, my name is Qian Yaman, can I add a WeChat? Lin Xinshu looked at the woman lying on his car window. Although she was only about 80 points in appearance, but she had a proud figure. A pair of huge headlights flashed his eyes, and the deep ravine seemed to suck Lin Xinshu in. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone, it's not convenient. If you can meet me next time, I will give you WeChat. Such an active girl shouldn't be a good thing. Lin Xinshu, who originally wanted to refuse, remembered a sentence from an internet pickle god: good girl, don't miss it. Bad girl, don't waste it. That's why Lin Xinshu said that the next time he met, he would add her on WeChat. Shen Yumeng is also very interesting. The other party said this, and if he is entangled, he will only make the other party feel disgusted. Okay, handsome guy, remember what you said. I feel like we'll meet again soon. After Chen Yumeng gave him a flying kiss in the blink, he left the car. But Lin Xinshu's car is too eye-catching, and there is not only one woman who comes forward to talk to Chen Yumeng, but also a lot of girls, and even some of them pull the car door directly. Fortunately, Lin Xinshu locked the car door, otherwise he would not have been eaten raw by this group of female jackals. Chen Shan was wearing a white dress and carrying a white canvas bag on her shoulder, and as soon as she ran out of the school gate, she saw Lin Xinshu being surrounded. When Lin Xinshu finally drove this group of people away, he finally saw Chen Shan smiling in the back. Immediately got out of the car and walked to the co-pilot, opened the door and gave it to her. If you don't come again, I'm going to be torn apart by the girls at your school. Lin Xinshu breathed a sigh of relief. This was terrible. Sure enough, luxury cars can't be parked at the school gate casually, which is too eye-catching. You don't know that the University of Finance and Economics is originally dominated by female students, and many girls come to the University of Finance and Economics for money, because most of the people who do finance are rich people. Moreover, the rich second generation also attaches more importance to people in such professional schools. Chen Shan sat in the car and said with a chuckle. Lin Xinshu looked at her with some surprise. This should be the first conversation between him and Chen Shan as friends. What about you, you think that way too? Lin Xinshu joked with a smile. Chen Shan glanced at him. I am an exception. My dream since I was a child was to work in a bank, and now it can be regarded as a dream come true. Don't talk about that. What do you want to eat? Lin Xinshu shrugged. Whatever, I'll eat whatever you invite. He really doesn't have any requirements for eating. He is not a pampered person all the time, and he only ate the Manchu and Han banquets last night, and he has no desire to eat. Then go to the old town. There is a noodle restaurant there is not bad, although the environment is a little worse, the taste is still okay. After all, I've just started work, I haven't been paid yet, and I have limited funds. Chen Shanshan stuck out her tongue. Lin Qinshu felt that Chen Shanshan had become much more natural in front of him, and it seemed that he had used his banknote ability a few times, but he still increased his favorability, but he didn't know what his favorability was. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host is currently 80. The system heard Lin Qinshu's question, and immediately replied to him in his mind, Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him. It's 80 o'clock, and it was still negative before. TSK, it seems that no matter how hard I work, I will be able to win this flower of the University of Finance and Economics. Okay, you have a treat, you have the final say. Lin Qin guarded the accelerator, and the roar resounded throughout the school gate. Lamborghini roared away, but the gate of the University of Finance and Economics had already caused a huge sensation. I read that right, our school flower Chen Shanshan actually sat in a Lamborghini. Didn't you say that Chen Xiaohua didn't want to see the rich second generation the most? Now I can't get in the car of a rich man. Is there a possibility the school flower just doesn't want to see the ordinary rich second generation, and the one who can open Lamborghini poison is not an ordinary rich second generation? Alas, there is another innocent schoolgirl in this world. There was a strong resentment at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics, the men's resentment, the women's jealousy, and even secretly scolded Chen Shanshan for being a slut, usually pretending to be high, but now when she sees Shanhao, she pounces faster than anyone else. Qian Yunlun, who was the first to talk to Lin Qinshu, also looked at the direction of Lamborghini's disappearance with resentment. Yu Meng, what's wrong with these people? Why is the negative energy so heavy? He came to Qian Yuming's side and asked curiously. There was a god just now. I heard these people say that the sports car is hundreds of millions of Lamborghini, but it's a pity. I went up to talk to people and ignored me, and I want to see him next time, so I am willing to add my WeChat. Qian Yumeng felt a little pity. He suddenly remembered what happened yesterday, which made her want to vomit when she heard Lamborghini now. Zhou Junfeng has also been blocked by her, and he thought he was a rich second generation, but he was slapped in the face by Lin Qinshu and didn't dare to let go of a fart. By the way, didn't you go on a date with Senior Junfeng? How to get out of school? I thought you'd come back from outside. Qian Yuming suddenly thought that the best friend in front of her seemed to be dating a rich second generation who drove a Lamborghini, and today the two made an appointment to go out together. Originally both of them should have come back from outside the school. Why did he come out of school? He waved his hand with a displeased face. Don't mention it, a wreck. I met my ex-boyfriend Silk, and I didn't dare to fight back when he slapped me in the face, so I didn't have any face at all. No, isn't your ex a poor? Can you still slap Zhou Xiao in the face? Qian Yumeng was a little surprised, because she had also heard that he had a Silk boyfriend, and she persuaded the other party to dump Silk more than once. I don't know where I found the relationship. I rented a tattered Lamborghini, and I didn't even have the doorknob inside, so I opened the door with a rope. I was able to slap me in the face with the manager of the Chanel store. He still doesn't want to believe that Lin Qinshu is really rich, but thinks that he must have found another relationship to play her, but she can't guess where Lin Qinshu came from. Drawstring doorknobs? Qian Yuming suddenly remembered that she was lying on the Lamborghini just now, and saw that the doorknob inside seemed to be also a rope. Shoei, is there a possibility that there is a Lamborghini doorknob with a drawstring? Qian Yuming heard the discussion of the people around her. The Lamborghini just now is a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. What if the design of the car itself is a drawstring? Impossible, I told Zhou Junfeng at the time, and he didn't say anything. If there was such a style, he would have told me so that I would not be embarrassed. He shook his head. Qian Yuming seemed to understand something. It should be Zhou Junfeng who knew that the other party's car was advanced, and his own was not as good as the other party, so he didn't want he to know, but she didn't say anything, and took he out of the school gate. What about you? I went to a cocktail party with a top rich second generation last night. What was the result? He also asked about this good girlfriend. Qian Yumeng pouted. Don't mention it, he was a little brother at the drinking party. He walked around and patted horses, and I left to go home and sleep on the spot. However, I also added the WeChat of several other rich second generations, so I could sift through it well. The two of you left the school gate without saying a word. Lin Qinshu drove to the old city, and because the road was narrow and crowded, they had to park their car in the parking lot outside and walk in. This seems to be an old street in the magic capital, and there are a lot of pedestrians, and vehicles can't get in. Shan led him straight to a place called a noodle restaurant, which was a 20 square meter storefront, and there was a table at the door. There is a noodle shop where the owners are a couple in their 50s, and there are many pedestrians outside at the moment, but the business of the noodle shop is really bleak, and there is no one. The two couples immediately smiled when they saw Shan with sad faces. Xiao Chen is here. How's it going, got a job? This can't be your boyfriend. The proprietress Chen Wanqing enthusiastically took Shan's hand and looked Lin Qinshu up and down. Shan's face flushed, and she hurriedly explained, "No, this is my friend, Lin Qinshu. I've found a job, working at Modu Bank." At this time, the boss Wang Ding also stepped forward and said with a smile, "Congratulations on finding a good job, the benefits of bank work are good. What do you want to eat today? I will make it for you." He rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. "I'm here to patronize your business today. How can I ask you to invite you to 2 bowls of signature noodles?" Shan found a table near the door and sat down. Lin Qinshu was a little surprised by the behavior of the girl in front of him, because this was a table that had not been cleaned up, and there were many clean places around to sit, and Shan chose to sit here. Because this location is facing the gate, you can see it from the outside. This is a small way to do business in the store. Let people outside know that the store is eaten, and it can slightly boost the popularity. Chinese people still prefer to be lively. The more people queue up, even if they don't know, they will squeeze in to queue up to see. When you see that there is not a single customer in a store, no matter how delicious it is, most people will not choose to go in. "Xiao Chen, you and your friends sit down first, and I'll go get you some cold dishes." The proprietress went into the kitchen. "During my 4 years at university, I spent most of my time working here. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen treated me very well because they didn't have children, so I could feel that they treated me like a daughter. The conditions of our family are not good, and basically we have to go out to work to earn our own food." Shan looked at the busy couple in the kitchen, her eyes flashing with gratitude. Although Lin Qinshu had only just met these two couples, he also saw that the other party was a warm and kind person in a short contact. Shan took out a silver gray bag from her bag and took out the contents of the bag. "This is a gift from our bank to private banking customers, a total of 10 gold bars, and 1 gold bar for every 100 million deposits. There is also this card for you to exchange. Your ordinary card can be invalidated, use this black gold supreme card." Lin Qinshu took the heavy gold bar. No wonder she looked so heavy with her bag just now. The gold bar is engraved with 100 million words, and it seems that as long as you deposit more than 100 million in the Modu Bank, you will have this gift. Although for the current Lin Qinshu, the value of this gold bar is really not enough, but who doesn't like this kind of glittering gift? Another black gold card is printed with the original bank card tail number, and the black and gold-edged card looks very high-end. Originally, your gift would not be issued until after signing the deposit date agreement, but the president got it for you in advance. "Give me that old card, and I'll take it back and destroy it." This Shan is also a simple person, and if she is a other financial specialist, she will definitely add fuel and vinegar to say how hard she has worked to get this gift for him. In Shan, this has pushed this matter away lightly. Lin Qinshu took the old card to her, and the noodles just came out of the kitchen. After Shan saw the noodles, her eyes lit up, and she quickly picked up the chopsticks and feasted on them, ignoring her own image. Wang Ding looked at her kindly. "Eat slowly, no one will rob you." Chen Wanqing also came out with a plate of cold dishes. "You love to eat the noodles made by your Uncle Wang so much, let your Uncle Wang teach you to make them later. Otherwise, you may have to come to our hometown in the future to eat." Chen Wanqing's expression was a little lonely after speaking. Shan also noticed the sad looks on the faces of the two at this time. "Why? Uncle Wang, Aunt Chen, aren't you opening a store?" Chen Wanqing sighed. "The landlord here is in a hurry to sell this place, and today is our last day of business. We're going to move tomorrow, and the prices in the magic capital are rising, and we can't afford to rent it, so we can only go back to our hometown to find something to do." As soon as these words came out, Shan's expression also changed. Why is this landlord like this? I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, but I don't have the ability to help you now. Shan was very disappointed, and a sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. This kind of thing that can be solved with money is the most powerless for her. Lao Wang, are you starting to pack up your things? A middle-aged woman walked in through the door. Wang Ding hurriedly stepped forward. Landlord, I still have guests here, let me finish today. The landlord sighed and said, Alas, I also know that it is not easy for you, so you have not brought customers to see the store during your opening. But it's been delaying for too long, and I'm really anxious. Judging from these conversations, it seems that the landlord is not a difficult person to talk to, and he should be forced to do so. We understand that you haven't increased our rent for so many years, and everyone understands this affection. Chen Wanqing stepped forward and said gratefully. Shan's expression flickered, and she gritted her teeth. And landlord, can you give us a few days? I will go to the bank to apply for a loan to buy your store. The landlord glanced at Shan. She had seen her in the store before. Hey, this is Xiao Chen. I haven't seen you for a long time. Of course I can take out a loan. As long as I have money, I will sell it. I am a 3-story building, and I plan to sell it for 6 million. The landlord looked at her suspiciously. In the old town of the magic capital, a 3-story building, selling for 6 million is actually very cheap. However, a girl who was still working in this noodle restaurant at the beginning, she didn't think that the other party would have the money to buy it. Even if it was a loan, she had to have something to borrow. Xiao Chun, this is our husband and wife's business, and there is no store. We have other ways to survive, you don't have to worry about these. Wang Ding hurriedly said. That's 6 million, even if a little girl who has just come out of society can take out a loan, she will spend the rest of her life in a loan, or is there any life to speak of? Shan took out her mobile phone and called Wu Xiugang. President, is it in my name? Can I borrow 6 million? The other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said earnestly, Xiao Chun, you just work now, and the system can't approve your loan. At most you can get a credit card. 6 million is a bit too much for you personally. If you don't want Mr. Lin to help you, isn't 6 million just a matter of a few days' interest for him? Wu Xiugang kept complaining in his heart. If it weren't for Shan's big customer Lin Qinshou behind him, he would have scolded him a long time ago, and he wanted to take out a loan of 6 million just after he went to work. It's daydreaming. Shan hung up the phone in frustration, and glanced at Lin Qinshou inexplicably, but she didn't say anything. Lin Qinshou just wanted to speak, but suddenly the system prompt sound in his head made him shut his mouth. Ding! A beautiful woman with a 90-point appearance is found to be in difficulty. Option 1, help the other party solve the dilemma, buy this building, and reward cash 8888888888. Option 2, ignore it, don't make a sound, reward a copy of Jianlong Real Estate's black material evidence, 3 billion in cash. Option 1, help Shan buy it, and make a net profit of 800 million, and the 6 million is like a drizzle to himself, and maybe he can get an increase in Shan's favorability. The second option also has money, although it is only 300 million, but there is also evidence of Jianlong Real Estate's black material. He wants to solve the grievances with Li Tianzong, this thing is bound for him. After thinking about it, Lin Qinshou chose the second item this time. Lin Qinshou didn't speak, a trace of loss flashed in Shan's eyes. She really wanted to ask Lin Qinshou for help, but she couldn't think of any reason why Lin Qinshou would help her, and finally didn't speak. I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, Aunt Chen, I couldn't help. Chen Wanqing hurriedly hugged Shan and comforted her. It's okay, even if you want to help with this matter, our husband and wife will not accept it. Shan and Lin Qinshou walked out of the noodle shop together. On the way out, Shan looked unconcealably lost. She still has a lot of feelings for Wang Ding and his wife, in this big city where there are no relatives, and she feels the love of her relatives from them. Classmate Lin, I'll take a ride back by myself, so you don't need to send me. After saying goodbye to Lin Qinshou, he walked into the subway station. Just when Shan disappeared from Lin Qinshou's sight, the task prompt finally came. Ding! Congratulations to the host, complete the task of ignoring it, and reward a copy of Jianlong Real Estate Black Material Evidence. Jianlong Real Estate Li Family Black Material Evidence has been stored in the host's car. 3 billion cash has been deposited into the host's tail number 9527 Modu bank card. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card Received a transfer of 30 billion yuan, and the balance is 1,389,053 yuan. Lin Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief, and finally completed the task. For the first time, he chose to ignore the option, and the process was really painful. Now that the mission is complete, he can make amends. Lin Qinshu turned around and walked towards the noodle restaurant. At this time the landlord was still talking to Wang Ding and his wife about his difficulties. When he saw Lin Qinshu coming in, Wang Ding asked in surprise, "Little brother, did you forget something?" Lin Qinshu said with a smile, "And landlord, I bought this building, you go and prepare the contract, and I will give you a one-time payment here. Uncle Wang, Shan worked with you before, you should have an ID card to keep your back, you can also give the documents to the landlord." This building was transferred to Shan's name. Petrifaction. Quiescence. Little brother, do you mean this? We don't have to break this fee, it's not easy for her to be alone in the magic capital, how can we let her bear such a heavy debt? Chen Wanqing hurriedly refused. Young man, don't be joking, don't let the old woman run up and down, you won't have any money to give it then. The landlord also didn't believe that Lin Qinshu could come up with 6 million. Open your code. Lin Qinshu swept a deposit of 1 million to the landlord. This is your deposit, if I can't afford it, you can eat it without paying me back. After receiving the million, the landlord immediately smiled and ran out quickly. Little brother, this. We really don't need your help, we have hands and feet, and we can't starve to death even if we don't open this noodle shop. Wang Ding continued to persuade. Uncle Wang, you take so good care of Shan, as long as you can help you, what is this money? But I did this secretly, and you must not tell Shan that her character does not like to owe others. That's why she didn't ask me to help her just now. Lin Qinshu admonished. Shan will soon know about such a big matter as the transfer, so Lin Qinshu also deliberately said this to give Wang Ding and his wife a good impression. Sure enough, Chen Wanqing's expression softened. Brother Xiaolin is pursuing Shan, right? Shan is really blessed to know you. But we'll still tell her, after all, this building is hers, she's our new landlord, and we still have to pay rent to her. The landlord quickly ran back and handed over the contract. Lin Qinshu signed Shan's name, and Wang Ding took out the copy of Shan's ID card that he had left before, and went to handle the transfer with the landlord. Lin Qinshu also transferred the remaining 5 million to the landlord, and then left the noodle shop. On the other side, Shan, who had just returned to the school dormitory, suddenly received a message from Chen Wanqing. Shan, Xiaolin is a good person, you can consider it. Shan was confused when she saw this information, and then saw that Chen Wanqing sent a PDF file, which said that the real estate property was written, and the owner was Shan. Aunt Chen, what's going on? Why did the homeowner become me? Shan saw that the place was the building of the noodle restaurant. It's your friend, who bought the whole building and gave it to you. He also told me not to tell you, for fear that you would be burdened, so let's continue to open a noodle shop there. Shan was speechless in shock. Lin Qinshu didn't speak just now, and he didn't say anything even when he left. Is it just to surprise yourself? Why do you want to transfer the ownership to your own name? Shan thought about it, and finally came to a conclusion that Lin Qinshu was interesting to herself, wanted to pursue herself, and didn't want to let herself have a burden in this regard, so she secretly went back and bought the building. Aunt Chen, then you can continue to be a noodle restaurant, as long as you and Uncle Wang can stay, it is better than anything. Shan originally wanted to help Wang Ding and his wife, and now the goal has been achieved in another way, which is of course good, but she also decided that she must let Lin Qinshu transfer the house back, which is too precious for her. After that, you will be our landlord, and we will transfer the rent to you on time, and you can increase the rent when you should, and you don't have to worry about anything. Chen Wanqing felt that she couldn't take advantage of Chen Shan in vain. No need, Aunt Chen, I have started working now, and I have an income. Just keep doing it. Chen Shan hurriedly refused. After all, she was still not deeply involved in the world, and she still had some resistance in her heart to this kind of unprovoked money. Chen Wanqing didn't say anything more, just transfer the money directly to Chen Shan when the time comes. Although they make a noodle shop on the first floor, they also use the second and third floors, and the rent of a building is there, so how can they take advantage of it like this? After hanging up the phone, Shan was still thinking about what Lin Qinshu had done. Lin Qinshu's way of pursuing her was not very straightforward, nor did it burden and pressure her. Made her feel that the other party was also a very caring person, and she couldn't help but have a good impression of Lin Qinshu in her heart. If he really became his girlfriend, would he still be so good to her? Bah, what are you thinking, Chen Shan, you don't have a word. Chen Shan covered her blushing face and said. Ding. Chen Shan's favorability towards the host has increased by 5 points, and is now 85 points. Lin Qinshu, who had just returned to Yunlu Villa, suddenly heard a system prompt. This prompt sound made Lin Qinshu also a little puzzled. Why didn't anyone else have it? Just Chen Shan would have this favorability prompt sound. Is there still a hidden mission? Lin Qinshu thought about it, and it seemed that there was only this explanation. Lin Qinshu came to the study and took out the file bag of Jianlong Real Estate's black materials, which contained various paper materials, most of which were some improper agreements signed. Looking at these contents, many of them are signed with the victim's family, which is not much evidence, and there is a USB flash drive in it. The content in the USB flash drive is the most exciting. The USB flash drive is divided into 2 folders, one is Li Jianfu and the other is Li Tianzong. The 2 fathers and sons are both evil people, and a few G videos are in it. Clicked on Li Jianfu's folder and opened a video casually. In the video, in a private room of a hotel, Li Jianfu and a man are holding a girl and discussing something. Then Li Jianfu took out a cardboard box and pushed it to the man. In the video, you can see that the inside of the box is full of cash, which should be several million. Lin Qinshu didn't know the man, but the one who could make Li Jianfu bribe should also be a person in the officialdom. Lin Qinshu randomly flipped through some of the videos inside. Li Jianfu's video was either bribery or murder, and most of the people he bribed were high-ranking officials in the magic capital, and his information would cause a big splash when it flowed out. Li Tianzong's is not in the stream, most of them are girls, and there are also a few girls who have been played to death. Lin Qinshu turned off the computer and closed his eyes. The energy of the Li family and his son in the magic capital should not be underestimated. Even if he handed over this information, he would sink into the sea, and it would lead to death at that time. It seems that it is necessary to find a person with more power and no intersection with the Li father and son in order for this information to be effective. Lin Qinshu closed his eyes and thought about what to do, when suddenly a pair of slender jade hands stretched out from behind his back and pressed lightly on his head. Lin Qinshu had already noticed that someone was coming, but he didn't know who it was, so he didn't look at it. Just close her eyes and let her press. The master's study can't come in silently, don't you understand this rule? Lin Qinshu closed his eyes and wanted to scare a certain maid behind him. The pair of jade hands trembled slightly, and then continued to press. I'm sorry, master, Li Qing is willing to accept punishment. It turned out to be Li Qing. No wonder she dared to enter her study, but the other maids were not so bold. Lin Qinshu turned around and pulled, and Li Qing sat in his arms with a sigh of surprise. Li Qing was dressed in black professional clothes, wearing black silk but no shoes under his feet. No wonder he didn't notice it until he was behind him. Looking at the face that was close at hand, Lin Qinshu kissed him fiercely. Li Qing's body instantly became stiff, and then slowly relaxed her body and responded jerkily. Lin Qinshu's hands also began to be dishonest, and Li Qing involuntarily let out a slight nasal sound. What I miss is to say everything, what I miss is to dream together. A phone rang, waking the two up. Li Qing hurriedly got out of Lin Qinshu's arms, and ran out in a panic, pulling her skirt while walking. Lin Qinshu was depressed for a while, and scolded in his heart, the person who called had better have something, otherwise you will die. When I picked up the phone, I saw that it was Wen Ruxue calling. I went to the bar today to look for her and couldn't find her, and the phone couldn't get through, but I came back at this time, and I really knew how to pick the time. Boss Lin, I heard you're looking for me. It just so happens that I have something to look for you, so can I come to get together in the snow? Wen Rushue's lazy voice rang from the other end of the phone. Yes, I happen to have something to look for you. Lin Qinshu explained to Li Qing, and then drove in the direction of the drifting snow bar. Li Qing's face was still a little ruddy at this time, and he was almost kept by Lin Qing just now, and he even forgot what he wanted to report. At this time, in the office in the Peshua bar, when Rushue was wearing a robe and coat, covering her graceful figure, and was holding her forehead with a sad face waiting for Lin Chincho's arrival. It's already night, and the music in the bar has already sounded. Lin Chincho pushed the door in, and saw Wen Rushue with a tired face. What's wrong with shopkeeper 1? It looks like he hasn't rested for days and nights. When Rushue shook her head and made a cup of tea for Lin Chincho, you say at first, is there something wrong with looking for me? 2 days ago, I beat Li Tianzong at this door, and I found the door and injured my friend. I'm going to ask you to find out about the other party's information. In fact, I don't need it now. I learned about the energy of their Jianlong real estate from other places, and you shouldn't be able to handle it with a weak woman. Lin Chincho saw the strength of Jianlong real estate from the pile of black material. Although it is not the top level of the magic capital, but it is not an ordinary person who can be the enemy. Although I don't know what kind of background Wen Rushue has behind her, even if she is strong, it is not her own. This kind of thing should not drag others down, just find a way to solve it yourself. I'm sorry for this. Originally I planned to let my third uncle come forward and let Li Jianfu restrain his son. But now that there has been an accident on my third uncle's side, I don't have time to take care of these things. That's why I asked Li Tianzong to come to you to take revenge, and I will find a chance to talk to the third uncle. Wen Rushue said with some shame. Lin Chincho waved his hand. It's okay, it's not my style to seek refuge with you, I'll handle this matter myself. What about you? Is there something looking for me? The bar is short of money? Although it had only been a day or two since he last came to the bar, he was no longer what it used to be, and he had been expecting money to be in the bar for him to withdraw 2 days ago, and now the balance in his card had made him lose his worries about money. Wen Rushue stared at him with blazing eyes, and there was even a hint of resoluteness in her eyes. I want you to take care of me. Poof. Lin Chincho, who had just taken a sip of tea, was suddenly frightened and vomited. What kind of tiger and wolf words are this? Although he didn't know what kind of family the so-called Wen family was, listening to Wen Rushue's meaning, her third uncle could call Li Jianfu's family in one sentence, it should only be strong and not weak. Although Wen Rushue is an illegitimate daughter, she is also a member of the Wen family. Why is she begging for support here? Lin Chincho wiped the tea that he spit out, and asked lightly, go on, if you can put this forward, it means that there must be a request. I want to know your request. Wen Rushue poured Lin Chincho another cup of tea and continued, my request is very simple, give me 20 million a year, and I can do anything for you in this year, become your lover, secretary, employee, nanny. You can do anything to me for 10 years, a total of 200 million. I have to pay 5 years of alimony, which is 100 million yuan. Lin Chincho looked at Wen Rushue like a fool. Do you know 200 million? How many nannies, secretaries, and lovers can I find? 1 a day is fine, no duplicate is fine. Where did you get the confidence that I would agree to this offer to you? I'm rich, but I'm not stupid. This woman's request is extremely unreasonable. Even if you are inlaid with gold, it is not worth 200 million, and his maids are only 1 million a year. If you want to be the eldest lady of the Wen family, it is better to recruit a few more maids with special skills. When Rushue lowered her head and bit her lip, she knew how outrageous the request she had just made was, but she had no choice. As long as she can help her third uncle, it doesn't matter if she sacrifices herself. And now, in her opinion, only Lin Chincho in front of her has a glimmer of hope that can help her. Wen Rushue also knew that she wasn't worth the price at all, but she still wanted to try. Ding! Detect a beauty with a face value higher than 90 points and ask for a host. Option 1, agree to the other party's request, help Wen Rushue solve difficulties, reward 800 million in cash, and a copy of the Wen family secret. Option 2, reject Wen Rushue's request, hang high if you don't care about yourself, and reward 2 billion in cash. Again, this kind of task that both options are tempting, the Wen family's secret plus 800 million, and the other 2 billion. Obviously, the second option is better, and the Wen family's secrets are of little use to him. It's just that now Lin Chincho doesn't seem to be short of money, plus he is most unaccustomed to seeing beautiful women crying. Thinking about it, he still decided to choose the 800 million. Can you tell me why you made this decision? Maybe I know the reason and am willing to accept your request? Wen Rushue must have encountered something when she put forward such an unreasonable request for support. Wen Rushue sighed and said quietly, I am a member of the Wen family in the demon capital. Although I am only an illegitimate daughter, I have to admit that I have the blood of the Wen family in my body. Lin Qinzhou interrupted her when he heard this. The Wen family in the demon capital? Isn't it amazing? How is the old Wang of Yida Plaza? Wen Rushue looked at him in surprise. You don't know the Wen family in the demon capital? Lin Qinzhou shook his head. He was not from the demon capital, and it was impossible for him to know about those high-end families as an ordinary student before. Wen Rushue looked at him as if he really didn't know the Wen family in the demon capital, so she opened her mouth and said, the four major families in the demon capital, the Wen family, the Shan family, the Zhao family, and the Wang family. 80% of the annual GDP of the entire magic capital is created by these four major families, and the old Wang of the Yida Plaza you said is just a clansman pushed to the surface by the Wang family. You don't know that the four major families of the magic capital. Lin Qinzhou pursed his lips. I don't know, isn't it normal? I'm not from the demon capital, and the GDP they created wasn't handed over to me, so why do I have to know about the four major families of the Rashi? Wen Rushue was a little speechless. The four major families knew everything in the demon capital, and no one knew about it, and with his identity and strength, he didn't know. Wen Rushue continued, now the Wen family is in charge of my grandfather, but my grandfather has been critically ill recently. My father is the eldest brother of the Wen family, the second uncle Wen Jiaxu, and the third uncle Wen Jiaming are now counting the performance and competing for the position of the head of the family. Hearing this, Lin Qinzhou probably guessed Wen Rushue's intentions. What she is doing now should be for this battle for the head of the family. Wen Rushue remembered the previous meeting, and Lin Qinzhou directly called her Miss Wen. Although I don't know where you know about me, but no one should know my story except for my father and third uncle. At that time, my mother's family was all servants of the Wen family, although my mother was raised in the Wen family, but when she grew up, she automatically became a servant of the Wen family, and her life trajectory was no different from that of my grandmother and master. My mother was on one night, met the drunk De Shao, the Wen family, after being forcibly occupied with me. So I have not been treated well by the Wen family since I was born. My mother was also forced to death by the Wen family's original partner, and my grandmother and grandfather were also forced to die soon for various reasons. Wen Rushue hugged herself, and her whole body trembled slightly. Lin Qinzhou wanted to reach out and pat her back to comfort her, but then thought that he didn't seem to be suitable now. Wen Rushue didn't notice Lin Qinzhou's movements, and continued to take care of herself. The Wen family is a nightmare existence for me. My biological father has never looked at me directly, only the third uncle Wen Jiaming has been secretly helping me, and when I just turned 18 years old, he secretly sent me out of the Wen family. Now the third uncle is in danger in the battle for the head of the family, and the company he runs has a gap of 1 billion yuan. The money cannot be found, and the related people have long been missing. If you can't fill this amount tomorrow, not only will you lose the qualification of the head of the family, but even spend the rest of your life in a prison cell. When Wen Rushue said this, she suddenly stood up, untied the bow tied around her waist, and untied her coat. Lin Qinzhou's eyes widened suddenly. I'm willing to hand over my untouched body first, as long as you're willing to help me, let alone the next 10 years, as long as I live, I'll always be your person. Wen Rushue increased his chips, and it seemed that his third uncle occupied a very high position in his mind. Lin Qinzhou stood up, turned around, covered his nose that was about to heat up, and pretended to be calm. How much is it missing? Wen Rushue's slightly trembling hand stopped her next movement and looked at him suspiciously. How much is your third uncle's fund missing? There are still 500 million left. Wen Rushue hurriedly said. Lin Qinzhou turned around, and the powerful picture was still there. He slowly stepped forward, looked at Wen Rushue with burning eyes, and stretched out his hands to cover her coat back. I agree to your request. I will give you this 500 million, and you will be my person in the future. Your heart is not here now, and I am not so hungry and thirsty, so when you are done with these things, adjust your state to meet me. Lin Qinzhou took out his mobile phone and transferred 500 million to Wen Rushue. Then he grabbed her waist violently and kissed her fiercely. Wen Rushue just wanted to push him away, but when her hand touched Lin Qinzhou, she didn't push him away forcefully, because this was her own request. After a long time, Lin Qinzhou turned around and left the office. The money has been transferred, come back to me after you take care of things. Lin Qinzhou, who left the drifting snow bar, licked his lips and spent 500 million, so he had to collect some interest. The picture Wen Rushue gave him just now was too exciting, and he almost couldn't help but rush up. Fortunately, I have eaten 2 meals of meat recently, and I can still control it. Now that I want Wen Rushue, the other party must be unwilling in his heart. With Lin Qinshuo's current system, he no longer blindly pursues physical comfort, and his spiritual satisfaction is even more important. He not only wants to get Wen Rushue's person, but also her heart. The person is now his, he can eat whenever he wants, and find a suitable time after a while, so that Wen Rushue can willingly become his woman. After returning to Yunlu Villa, as soon as he entered the door, the maids came forward to change his shoes, because he did not explain that he wanted to come back for dinner, so he had not cooked yet. Schwer, don't cook, order takeout today. Lin Qinshuo took out his mobile phone and made a call to Sun Ji. Manager Sun, is there a phone number from Manhwa Pavilion? I want to order some takeout to eat. Lin Qinshuo also heard of the Manchu Han Pavilion when he came to the demon capital. It is said that all their Huaxia vegetable markets will do it, and even the Manchuan Han full seats are available, but they are not as powerful as the Shuiyun Pavilion, and their Manchuan Han full seats need to be booked a month in advance. And there is an endless stream of people queuing up to eat every day, and even if you go to line up today to get the number, you may get the next month's number. Sun Ji was a little speechless. He had a phone number from Man Gu, but the other party didn't do takeout. Mr. Lin, Manhwa Pavilion doesn't do takeout, otherwise I'll buy you a front number, and you can go over and eat? Sun Ji's emotional intelligence is still relatively high, and the boss's method does not work, so he will use another method to suggest. It's okay, you give me the phone, I'll talk to the other side. Immediately, Lin Qinshuo got the phone number of the manager on duty at Manhwa Pavilion. Hello, this is Manhwa Pavilion, may I ask if there is anything I can help you? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. I want to order a takeout and bring it to me. Lin Qinshuo said casually. I'm sorry sir, we don't accept takeout in Manhwa Pavilion. I can help you get a number. Now the number is scheduled for the 15th of next month, and you can come to our Manhwa Pavilion to eat when the time comes. The manager on duty spoke in a calm tone, and it seemed that he had received such calls many times. It would take a month for Manhwa Pavilion to get the number it took to eat it today, and this popularity was enough to make their employees arrogantly refuse these rude requests. In this way, I still plan to spend 3 million to eat a meal at Manhwa Pavilion at home. Since you don't like my money, then forget it. I'll find another one that can order takeout. Lin Qinshuo said with some regret. Etc. Wait a minute. Sir, please give me an address immediately. I happen to have a team of chefs idle here, so I'll ask them to bring the ingredients over. The manager on duty was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. 3 million, one meal can do 3 million performance. He, the manager on duty, can remove the word duty in an instant. Although I don't know if what the other party said is true or not, when the time comes, I will collect some deposits after asking the chef to come to the door, and there is no shortage of rich people in the magic capital, and there is a high probability that it will be true. Oh, that'll do. Yunlu Villa number 1, hurry up, I'm hungry. Bring me all the top ingredients of your Manhwa Pavilion. 3 million is enough to eat your dishes. The Manchuan Han dynasty don't need 3 million to eat, and Lin Qinshuo asked the Manchu Pavilion to make takeout for him purely because of his own bad taste after he has money. I just want to see if these unruly people will eventually give up their pride because of money. As it turns out, it does. In other words, when he is poor, there is a high probability that he will give up his so-called dignity because of money. Yunlu Villa. The manager on duty is full of joy. This single is stable. Yunlu Villa is a gathering place for housing prices of more than 100 million, and the people in it are no longer rich, they are all heroic. 15 minutes later, the people of Manhwa Pavilion arrived, and a bus was followed by a large truck, a team of 20 cooks, and a team of cleaning staff. The truck was loaded with some top-notch ingredients and kitchen utensils, and the chefs began to set up in Lin Qinshuo's yard. Judging from these techniques, it should not be the first time that Manhwa Pavilion has done this kind of export sales, and he was still loading it in front of him just now. A chef came to Lin Qinshuo with a gift box. Mr. Lin, this is the Gujing tribute wine that we sent you from Manhwa Pavilion, although it is not the most expensive one, but this bottle has also reached a high price of 300,000 yuan, as the so-called Chinese food with white wine, Western food with red wine. Lin Qinshu took it and put it away. His amount of wine was average, and he didn't have much interest in wine, and there were a lot of high-priced liquor in his cellar. This bottle of 300,000 wine really couldn't get into his eyes, and after paying the 3 million promised to Manhwa Pavilion, the chefs started faster. In less than half an hour, the 5-meter-long dining table was already full of vegetables, and Lin Qinshu beckoned the maids to come out to eat together, each holding a small bowl and walking around to eat. Lin Qinshu also opened the 300,000 yuan of wine, poured a glass by himself, drank it in the back, and asked Li Qing to go to the underground wine cellar to get a few more bottles of mitai out, and let the chefs also drink a few glasses together. Lin Qinshu drank until he was dizzy, and the people of Manhwa Pavilion had already packed up their things and left. All the women were already drunk and confused, and they all looked at Lin Qinshu with confused eyes. Everyone take out their mobile phones and now play a game of grabbing red envelopes. The one who grabs the least will be punished. The person who grabs the most can get a reward. I don't know if everyone drank too much and didn't hear clearly, or they didn't have time to react, and the scene became very quiet. Li Qing was the first to react, and said to everyone with a smile, "Everyone, don't take out your mobile phone quickly." The girls took out their mobile phones. Li Qing took the lead in pulling a group, and Lin Qinshu sent a red envelope out. Yang Man grabbed the best luck, while Xiaoxi grabbed the least. The person who grabs the most can ask the least person to do one thing and get a reward. Lin Qinshu first gave the reward to Yang Man and transferred 100,000 yuan. Because Lin Qinshu transferred money in the group, everyone saw it. Originally, I thought it was Lin Qinshu's evil taste reward, so everyone cooperated, but they were interested. Who would have thought that it was actually a cash reward, or 100,000 yuan, and their monthly salary was only 100,000 yuan? The women instantly lifted their spirits. After receiving the reward, Yang Man immediately threw himself into Lin Qinshu's arms and sent a fragrant incense. She has been surrendered by Lin Qinshu from the depths of her heart, and she naturally won't twist and pinch these things. "Master, can I tell her to do whatever I tell her to do? Others have to cooperate, right?" Yang Man blinked his eyes wide. "Of course, everyone has to cooperate with the victor's punishment, including me." Lin Qinshu patted his chest and reassured. Yang Man looked at Xiaoxi with a wicked smile. "Xiaoxi wants to talk to the master Shangxiang for 3 minutes, and he can't rest halfway. Remember to be very affectionate." When Xiaoxi heard this, his face, which was already a little red because of drinking, instantly became even redder. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up. Originally he just planned to send red envelopes to the maids to help the fun, but he didn't expect that there would be this kind of benefit, or Yang Man was sensible, and he silently praised Yang Man in his heart. "If you don't accept the punishment, you can send a 10,000 red envelope to everyone to grab, so you don't have to be punished." Lin Qinshu added a fire. Xiaoxi is a shy girl. If she doesn't add a fire, she may be able to twist and pinch it all night. Hearing this, Xiaoxi hurriedly moved his body to Lin Qinshu's side and incensed it. Let's not say that she is reluctant to give out the 10,000 red envelopes, just because of a game that makes the owner unhappy. That is more than worth the loss. 3 minutes later, Xiaoxi's eyes had become very misty, and at this moment, even Lin Qinshu seemed to be able to do whatever he wanted. Lin Qinshu was also a little impatient. If it weren't for all the women, he would really have to carry Xiaoxi to the room. The second round of the red envelope game began. This time Yang Man became the target of the least punishment, and Li Shui became the most lucky. This round of punishment was Yang Man, and as for the content, it just washed Lin Qinshu's face. In the third round of the red envelope game, the two people who grabbed the least this time were actually two. Yu Chen and Han Shuang, both of them grabbed a red envelope of 18.88 at the same time, and the punishment was naturally borne by the two of them. The best luck was Yang Man again, and Yang Man had an evil smile on his face. Yu Qian and Han Shuang, one stands in the front, the other stands in the back. Follow-up self-brain supplement. Lin Qinshu silently praised Yang Man again in his heart. The sensible Yang Man, he must reward her more in the future. Yu Qian and Han Shuang had already drunk, and the game had reached this point. Although they were shy, they didn't twist, and they directly completed Yang Man's punishment. As a result, after completing the punishment, he was teased by Yang Man. "You guys are too much. You can send a red envelope to revoke the punishment. Anyway, you robbed so much." The two girls immediately started to fight with Yang Man. After the whole game, Lin Qinshu was very happy, but all the girls were crimson. In the 2-hour game, none of the women were spared, and they all won the best and the least, and none of them were punished. I thought it was Yang Man who was rewarded the most, but it turned out to be Songyu. Songyu was punished for kissing once, and other times it was either the best, or the middle was neither high nor low. In the future, you don't have to stay at home every day, you can go out and play if you want, although this job is relatively easy, but it can't be locked up every day. After Lin Qinsho finished speaking, he asked everyone to go back to take a bath and rest, and he also went back to the room. If he continued to play, his body couldn't bear it, so he hurriedly went back to take a cold shower to cool down, and called Young Man over to play some adult games later. Lin Qinsho lay on the bed after taking a bath. I drank a lot tonight, and I don't know if the maids have taken a shower. He was just sobering up at the moment, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Took out his mobile phone and was about to call Yang Man over, but suddenly remembered that he had also gotten Dogecoin before, and he hadn't even had time to turn on Douyin these days. Now I can finally watch the live broadcast quietly, so many coins have to be spent, and then call Young Man over after a while for the live broadcast. Turned on Douyin, and I didn't see anything good to watch for a long time, probably because he didn't often watch live broadcasts, so Big Data recommended everything to him, and he was dazzled when he watched it. Suddenly, Lin Qinsho brushed a familiar person. This familiarity is not an acquaintance, but a girl who knew before. This girl's name is Xiaoyu, a game commentator, and it seems that she is also the official host of the game. It's been many years since she came out, and when she first came out, she was still very popular because of her outstanding appearance and excellent professional level, and then more and more new generation commentators appeared, and her popularity gradually declined. Xiaoyu is not very good at work, purely relying on her appearance and excellent professional ability. She can barely occupy a place in the hosting and commentary world. One thing that is more addictive is that she has never had an affair, and she has never heard of her getting close to any man. Unlike other female host commentators, although they rise quickly, there are too many lace news, and the speed of defanning is also fast. Today is Xiaoyu's first live broadcast in Douyin, and there are only a few more than 30 people in the live broadcast room. Xiaoyu's business has become less and less recently, and the work in the hosting industry has been snatched away by other newcomers who can work hard. An old host commentator like her doesn't have much work, so she can only post on Weibo every day and brush up on her presence. Because of the contract, she can't broadcast live casually, and today the contract just expired, and she didn't want to renew it, so she came to Douyin Live to see how it worked. Facts have proved that her popularity has plummeted, although it is also because she did not build momentum for the live broadcast, but the natural recommendation and retention can also see whether she should eat this line of food. Thank you brothers who still support me. My contract with the game company has expired, and I may not plan to do this in the future. In order to thank my brothers for their support, I will send a lucky bag for everyone to grab. Xiaoyu looked a little lonely. Why? A whiteboard number named Shuangmu Qincha typed out a line of words. Because there are not many people in the live broadcast room, the scrolling of the words is not fast. Xiaoyu also happened to see this information and pretended to be relaxed and said, "No way, the business ability is not good, and the work is getting less and less. Sitting on a cold bench every day, it's better to go out and break through." I originally wanted to see if the live broadcast effect could make me transform, but now there are only more than 30 people watching, and it seems that the transformation will not work. Is Xiaoyu going to quit the circle? Don't, my goddess has withdrawn from the circle, and I can only watch those live hostesses in the future. Is Xiaoyu quitting the circle preparing to get married? Shouldn't it be to get out of singleness and get married and have children? Xiaoyu looked at the scrolling words and couldn't help laughing. I'm not married, I don't know what to do for the time being. I may want to go out to travel first, see the outside world, and then plan when I come back. Do you want to quit the circle, or are you forced to be helpless? Shuangmu Qincha asked again. Xiaoyu saw it and patiently replied, "Of course I'm forced to be helpless, even if I don't have any lofty ambitions, I have to eat. And I love my job, it's just that there are fewer and fewer opportunities to work. Not to mention anything else, there are still 30 seconds left to grab the lucky bag." Just now she sent out 30 lucky bags and filled them with 2,000 yuan. There are more than 30 people in it, and each person can grab an average of 666 coins, which is also 66 yuan when converted. And it is a lucky bag with no limit, and some lucky bags in the live broadcast room need to be paid attention to, and even joined the fan group to receive it. I'll help you. Shuangmu Qincha said one more word, and suddenly the entire screen was occupied by a huge carnival gift. Someone's special gift stopped me from snatching the lucky bag. You can also point if you block it. Hurry up and slam it, and you can open the lucky bag. Mine was stuck in this carnival, and the lucky bag is gone. Wait, was that a carnival? Finally, has the eldest brother come to Xiaoyu's live broadcast room? It was sent by the whiteboard number that I just said I was helping Xiaoyu. Everyone in the live broadcast room who had just reacted checked who the person who sent the carnival just now was. After sending a carnival, Shuangmu Qincha reached level 3 in an instant, and it was no longer a tabula rasa. Xiaoyu was also stunned. It was a carnival just now, a carnival of 30,000 coins, converted into cash. There are 3,000 yuan. Buckle it to the platform. She still has more than 2,000 in her hand, and the money from the lucky bag just now is back. Brother Shuangmu, you don't need to brush gifts. I'm not going to do this, let's just chat together. Xiaoyu persuaded. She really doesn't want others to give her gifts, since she is ready to withdraw from the circle, don't pick up the wool of fans, and leave a good story for herself decently. Shuangmu Qincha didn't speak, and another carnival brushed out. Before the live broadcast room could react, the carnivals appeared one after another. The popularity of the live broadcast room was also detected by the system, and it began to recommend this live broadcast room to people watching the live broadcast. In the past, many people still played that game, so there were many people who knew Xiaoyu, and when they saw that it was Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, they stopped one after another. Carnival brushed like this, and my phone screen was stuck. Brother, is it possible that your phone is too spicy and changed? Isn't this light rain? Xiaoyu also came to Douyin live broadcast. This was my favorite goddess at the beginning, but I've been busy with life in recent years, and I haven't watched the game commentary for a long time. More and more people are entering the live broadcast room, and Shuangmu Qincha's gifts are still being brushed. Xiaoyu was already completely stunned, and sent a private message to Shuangmu Qincha in the background, asking him not to brush it. However, Shuangmu Qincha didn't pay attention to her, and was still swiping the carnival. After brushing so many carnivals, did Xiaoyu meet the big brother? Not necessarily, maybe Xiaoyu signed the company and gave her momentum. There are companies that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to build momentum, but this is $1 million. That's right, Xiaoyu's coffee position is not worth the investment of those companies. That's when you meet the eldest brother, Xiaoyu, you have to take advantage of it. Xiaoyu looked at the carnival full of screens and gave up struggling, and returned to the live broadcast interface after sending a thank you to the private chat window. After Shuangmu Qincha's brushing, Xiaoyu's live broadcast room instantly rushed to the first place on the Quan Douyin live broadcast gift list. After brushing 6,666 carnivals, Shuangmu Qincha's level has also broken through to level 60. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room also reached 100,000 plus, which suddenly made this unpopular live broadcast room popular. In the live broadcast room, there was still a heated discussion about whether the gods came or the guild helped. Shuangmu Qincha stopped brushing gifts and quit the live broadcast room. This move made Xiaoyu stunned for a moment, and this Shuangmu Qin sent in and said a total of 3 words, and then began to frantically brush the gifts. Swiped a gift of 200 million coins to Xiaoyu in one night. Even if the platform has the most demanding algorithm, Xiaoyu can get 10 million for these gifts. However, the other party didn't say anything, and left the live broadcast room without doing anything. Shuangmu Qincha said that he helped her, and it really helped, because Xiaoyu's fans skyrocketed by nearly 1 million overnight. With these fan bases, as long as she starts a live broadcast, a large number of people will come to watch, and she can even start a live broadcast to bring goods. Xiaoyu hurriedly left a message to Shuangmu Qincha in the private chat window, and sent her private WeChat account to the other party. After all, I helped her, so I have to get to know her to show my gratitude. At this time, at number 1 Yunlu Villa, Lin Qincho was looking for a mobile phone charger, and the Shuangmu Qincha in the Xiaoyu live broadcast room just now was him, who originally wanted to swipe 100 million coins to enter, but only swiped 20 million mobile phones and ran out of power. It was the first time he gave a gift, and he didn't know that he could keep giving gifts by pressing and holding it, and later found out that his phone was almost out of battery when he found out. Now that the phone is charged, He doesn't plan to go in again, just go in and brush another day if he has time. Anyway, he has a lot of coins, and he brushed it overnight, and there are 800 million coins in it. The most important thing is that he used to like Xiaoyu's explanation, and he has the conditions, so he brushes it casually. Lin Qinshu looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Young man should have been asleep, so he simply didn't call her over. Tomorrow is Monday, and I still have to go to class, so this weekend has been really fulfilling. It's just that in the middle of the night, there was a small episode in Lin Qinshu's room. He seemed to have done something in a half-dream, but he didn't know who the other party was. In the early morning, the sun shone into the room through the window, and Lin Qinshu forgot to close the curtains last night. I was awakened by this ray of sunshine. Thinking of what happened in the half-asleep and half-awake last night, he hurriedly looked to the side. I saw Li Qing turn her head to him, and her closed eyes couldn't stop trembling. This look is that he has woken up and is pretending to be asleep. A wicked smile rose at the corner of Lin Qinshu's mouth and began to make evil. Ah, Li Qing exclaimed, her brows furrowed slightly. When Lin Qinshu saw Li Qing's state, he immediately knew the reason. The 6 maids also said that in the past, because they were recruited according to the unstaffed. It's just that he didn't expect that Li Qing, who has been in society for many years, is the same type as the 6 maids. Li Qing is a smart woman. She knows what is important to women, not only for herself, but also for men. A woman's important things can give a man a satisfying vanity and even make a man feel like his trophies. So when she didn't meet a man who was worth her investment in pay, she always kept herself clean and self-loving. Now that she met Lin Qinshu, she made up her mind to deliver herself. Lin Qinshu lowered his head and kissed Li Qing's forehead, and said softly, "Have a good rest today. Put everything else aside and take care of your body first." Li Qing nodded happily in her heart. Seeing Lin Qinshu's attitude, she knew that she had made the right bet this time. Lin Qinshu cleaned up and drove to the school, passing by the school gate, handed 2 more cigarettes to the security guard, and asked him to help get a license plate. The security guard patted his chest excitedly and promised that he would just talk to him in the future to ensure that he could enter the campus unimpeded. On campus, the students who were heading to the teaching building saw Lin Qinshu's car and were all talking. Is this the person who took away Yi Xiaohua's superb dormitory the day before yesterday? Lamborghini poison, who else but that superb dormitory beast? I don't know why this person suddenly became so high profile. Is it a demolition household? It's hard to say. If you get rich overnight, you will either win the jackpot, or your home will be demolished. Was it the palace that was demolished? That's a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, and what demolition can pay so much? Maid, why can't such a handsome and dashing person as me encounter such a thing as getting rich overnight? Who has pee? Wake him up for me. I'm peeing yellow, I'm coming. Senior. As soon as Lin Qinshu got out of the car, Yi Mingxi trotted towards him, and it seemed that the day's rest had allowed her to recover. Lin Qinshu touched her head dotingly. Are you better? Yi Mingxi's face flushed. It's much better. The 3 girls behind Yi Mingxi stepped forward and looked at him with a hostile expression. This is the senior you have been talking about. Lin Qinshu didn't know why. Why were these 3 girls so hostile? He didn't seem to provoke them, and he didn't even know them. Senior, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates, who are also my good sisters. Yao Jingjing, Wan Qingqing, Wang Ying. Yi Mingxi pulled Yao Jingjing, who was speaking. Lin Qinshu showed a look of sudden realization on his face. No wonder the hostility was so great. It was probably because he was afraid that Yi Mingxi would meet a scumbag. Good morning, young ladies. I am Meng Meng's boyfriend, Lin Qinshu. Meng Meng is blessed to have sisters who care about her so much. Lin Qinshu said with a smile, a pun, ostensibly saying that they cared about Yi Mingxi, but in fact they were nosy. However, the looks of these women in Meng Meng's dormitory are not bad, although they do not have Yi Mingxi's 90-point appearance, but there are also more than 85 points. I warn you, you have to dream of our family, otherwise, I want you to look good. Wang Ying raised her small fist and waved. Lin Qinshu smiled. Of course, I'm not good to Meng Meng, who is good. I went to class first and waited for me to eat at noon. After Lin Qinshu kissed Yi Mingxi's forehead, he walked towards the teaching building. Lin Qinshu, who entered the classroom, suddenly felt the eyes of the people around him, including envious, jealous and hateful eyes. The number of people in today's classroom is extraordinarily large, and Lin Qinshu thought that he had gone to the wrong classroom. Beast, this way. Li Wuqi waved and shouted in the back row. What's the matter? Why are there so many people in this law class today? Lin Qinshu sat next to the dormitory trio. Today's class is with the medical class, Li Wuqi said excitedly. Lin Qinshu looked at his still bruised face, and couldn't help but complain, do you need the medical class to help you treat the bruises on your face? What is there to be excited about? And why do medical classes also take law classes? Are you afraid of the doctor? Li Wuqi rolled his eyes and rubbed the bruises on his face. You know, Mao, don't you know that Su Weiwei is in the medical class? We can be in the same class as the schoolgirl Su Weiwei today. Do you know how many people outside envy us? Lin Qinshu pursed his lips and said disdainfully, look at your worthless appearance, aren't you just a schoolflower? No matter how beautiful you are, can you still have a beautiful dream? Fan Jianxiang also opened his mouth at this time and said, Su Weiwei is different from Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua is a lively and playful type. Su Weiwei is an elegant, holy image. Li Wuqi gave Fan Jianxiang a look, you know me. I have Yin Yan, and the so-called schoolflower is another woman in my eyes. Xia Lu flipped through the book and said without raising his eyes. He is a lover, and Guan Yan is a childhood sweetheart. Xia Lu's current state is just like Lin Qinshu at the beginning, with only his own object in his eyes, and he can't tolerate any other girl. Li Wuqi gave him a middle finger with disdain, and the last person who said this had broken up, that was Lin Qinshu. Suddenly, the eyes of the entire class moved to the door of the classroom, and a white shadow slowly walked in from the door. With her long vertical hair falling down, holding a book in her hands, her big bright eyes blinking and blinking, touching everyone's hearts, with a light spirit, her steps and movements really make people feel that she is a gentle person. It seems that all the boys in the class have been hooked away at this moment. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Su Weiwei. Appearance, 94. Age, 20. Height, 171. Bust, 36D. Opinion, 50. Ding! It is detected that the host meets a beautiful woman with a value of more than 90 points again, and the rescue mission is triggered. Option 1, cure Su Weiwei's encephalopathy by all means, reward spiritual points +1, and be proficient in medical skills. Option 2, use all means to cure Su Weiwei's encephalopathy, and at the same time make the other party fall in love with you, reward spiritual points +1, medical mastery, King Kong kidney. Hey! Lin Qinshu didn't feel strange that there was a beautiful woman appearing, and the system released the task. The strange thing is that the reward for this mission is about the same, and both options let him cure Su Weiwei. How can I treat it if I'm not a doctor? After being cured, you have to give me medical mastery before I can cure her. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while, but Su Weiwei was the second most beautiful existence among the girls he had met, reaching 94 points. Don't look at this score, it's just a little higher, it's already a lot better for the appearance. And why does the system have to treat this? The only difference between the two options is to make Su Weiwei fall in love with him during the mission, and the reward is King Kong kidney, which sounds like a longing thing. After all, there are more women now, and the amount of exercise in the past 2 days has exceeded the standard. Even if the physique has improved, the kidneys are still somewhat unbearable. But I really didn't see that this delicate Su Weiwei was so rich, and she had to fight for that King Kong kidney. No matter how bad it is, you have to use all the methods to complete the first item, get a medical mastery. With medical mastery, you can rely on this skill to help your family and the people around you, and even if you don't get the Vajra kidney, you can also adjust your own physique through medical skills. Vivi, come and sit with me. In the classroom, a handsome man is waving wildly. Li Wuqi leaned into everyone's ears and said, that is Shinli, the top rich second generation in the demon capital, who has pursued Su Weiwei for a long time. But Su Weiwei didn't pay much attention to him. The most important thing is that Shinli's sister is Xinyu, another school flower of our Jiaotong University. Lin Qinshu glanced at Shinli and found that the other party was still very handsome, and if he could have a schoolgirl sister, their family's genes would definitely not be bad. And Xinyu and Shinli are both from the Shan family in the demon capital, and the Shan family, one of the 4 major families in the demon capital, Li Wuqi added, Lin Chincho glanced at Li Wuchi with a little surprise. How do you know everything? Such gossip. A big man who pays attention to these gossip news all day long. Everyone in the classroom was watching to see if Su Weiwei would fall under the top rich second generation of the demon capital. The entire classroom was already full, except for a place next to Xun Li that he had reserved for Su Weiwei. Only the 4 people in the best dormitory had a place next to it. Xun Li's one is for Su Weiwei. Some people want to sit and they are driven away. The best dormitory has formed a superb aura, and everyone doesn't want to get too close to them. And Lin Chincho was the last of the 4 to come, and he also sat on the outside, and the rest of the seats were just next to him. Everyone in the class also knows the news on the campus forum. One is Xun Li, the son of the Shan family in the magic capital, and the other is Lin Chincho, a representative of the overnight riches who drove hundreds of millions of luxury cars. In their opinion, it must be Lin Chincho who was originally rich, but he used to be low-key, and he didn't know what was going on recently, and suddenly became high-profile. The secret competition between these 2 top rich second generations, who Su Weiwei chooses, it means who won the first confrontation. Su Weiwei glanced at the only 2 remaining seats in the classroom, and then walked towards Lin Chincho. Xun Li's pursuit of her, the whole school knew that she would definitely not sit next to Xun Li. She didn't want to be thought that she had something to do with Xun Li. And Lin Chincho is different. She doesn't know each other, but in the past 2 days, she has also heard that Yi Mengshi and the man in front of her are in love, and the man who has a partner will always be clean and self-conscious in front of everyone, and at the same time, he will not cause gossip. Lin Chincho's position is obviously a better choice. Classmate, can I sit here? Su Weiwei walked to Lin Chincho and asked softly. Lin Chincho frowned slightly. He suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was not as holy and simple as on the surface, and a feeling of being used suddenly rose in his heart. Xun Li invited Su Weiwei to sit in front of the whole class. Su Weiwei ignored it and walked straight to Lin Chincho's side, which was completely provoking the contradiction between Lin Chincho and Xun Li. Although Lin Chincho didn't care about Xun Li, but it was still very unpleasant to be used like this. The beauty in front of him suddenly disgusted him. Even if he had the reward of King Kong kidney, he was not interested. Whatever, the classroom isn't mine. If it were mine, I wouldn't let you sit down, Lin Chincho said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the entire classroom fell silent in an instant. Su Xiaohua was rejected? Still slapped? Do rich people not know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade? Su Weiwei was stunned, smiled slightly, and didn't seem to care about what she said just now, but still chose to sit down next to Lin Chincho. Bang! Xun Li slapped the table violently. I don't know how to lift. It's your honor that Weiwei is willing to sit next to you. Apologize to Vivi immediately, or I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Lin Chincho sneered, looked at the other party and said disdainfully, it's another dead-licking dog. When everyone in the classroom heard this, they felt that there was a good show to watch immediately, and the 2 rich second generations competed against each other, and their group of people loved to watch this kind of excitement the most. Xun Li was so angry that he immediately stood up and was about to rush over. What he hated the most was that others said that he was licking a dog. What do you want to do? A female teacher in a white professional skirt with a high ponytail walked into the classroom and shouted. Just now she heard a noisy sound before she entered the classroom, and as soon as she came in, she saw Xun Li getting up from the table, looking like she was going to fight. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Su Xia. Appearance, 93. Age, 26. Height, 169. Bust, 34D. Opinion, 0. Su Xia walked to the podium and picked up the microphone on the table. Sit down for me. If you don't want to listen to the class, get out of here. Xun Li originally wanted to say something, but in the end, for some reason, he didn't speak, and sat down indignantly. Lin Chincho's eyes lit up when he saw this teacher, and he was a beauty with a score of 90, but this time the system did not release any tasks, and it stands to reason that every time a beauty with a score of more than 90 appears, it will be accompanied by a task. The classroom is large enough that one person's voice alone cannot reach every corner of the classroom, so this kind of large classroom will have a microphone. Su Xia saw that the students were quiet, so he said, I am your future law teacher. My name is Su Xia. In the future, your 2 classes will take my class together. If there are classmates who don't want to, you cannot use it. When you fail to make up for the course next year, maybe I won't teach you. Also, because of the lack of teaching resources in the school, most of the classes in your 2 classes will be taken together, so what you have to do is to get along well, understand? The last sentence was a slightly dignified sentence, so that the students involuntarily replied, I understand. Lin Qinshu looked at Su Xia on the stage, and was amazed. A 26-year-old beautiful teacher actually had such majesty, and that domineering appearance seemed to be innate. This group of students is not much younger than Su Xia, but they were trembling when they were said in a few words, and no one dared to refute it. What made Lin Qinshu feel the most strange was the 2 roommates around him, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang. The 2 jackals who saw the beauties with more than 80 points in their eyes were green and drooling, and they didn't dare to say a word after seeing Su Xia. Even the green light in his eyes was suppressed, for fear of attracting Su Xia's attention. Did you 2 take the wrong medicine? Is this new teacher the elder in your family? I'm afraid of being like this. Lin Qinshu looked at the 2 suspiciously. Li Wuqi hurriedly put up a finger and put it to his mouth. Shoo. This scene made Lin Qinshu even more confused. What are these 2 guys afraid of? Fan Jianxiang explained on the side, don't look at this beautiful teacher, her identity is even more terrifying. She is the daughter of Su Banning, secretary of the Modu Municipal Party Committee. Didn't you see Shanli, one of the 4 sons of the demon capital, not daring to squeak? Li Wuqi also added on the side, the father of the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee is just a little bit, she also has an elder brother, who is the god of war of the southern military region, and her grandfather is one of the founding generals. It is said that when Su Xia was in junior high school, a boy blocked her on the way back in order to pursue her. Although nothing happened at that time, but that night, a fighter jet flew away from the southern military district. The boy has not been seen since, along with his family, and has disappeared without a trace. Is this an official background or an underworld background? Su Xia's identity: his father is the secretary of the Modu Municipal Party Committee, his brother is the god of war in the military region, and his grandfather is still a red generation. No wonder the Su Xia's aura is so sufficient. A sentence made Shanli, one of the 4 sons of the demon capital, dare not move. Hey, how do you know these things? Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang can know this, it is beyond the scope of gossip. Ordinary people shouldn't know these things, after all, the descendants of the red generation are known for their low profile. Forum, I said it a few days ago, there is a new beautiful teacher in our school, named Su Xia. As soon as Lao Fan and I heard that it was a beauty, we hurried to the forum to look at the photos of the beauty, and by the way, we participated in the discussion, and as a result, an insider broke the news about these things. Lin Qinshu glanced at Xia Lu, as if asking if he also knew. Xia Lu shrugged her shoulders, I don't watch the forum, I went to the video with Yen Yen for that time. Su Weiwei, who was sitting next to Lin Qinshu, also heard their conversation, and seemed to be staring at the podium, but in fact, her heart was shocked. I didn't expect the new teacher to have such a strong background. Su Weiwei couldn't help but wonder if she had a good relationship with the teacher, and Shenli and the other boys wouldn't have harassed her. She doesn't have much heart to fall in love now, and she has started to get sick again during this time, and Su Weiwei's purpose in applying for a medical profession is to cure herself of this rare disease, which is a disease that there are not even a few cases in the whole world. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value higher than 90 has been detected. Option 1, skip class, tease Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom, and reward chess mastery. Option 2, skip class, tease Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom, have physical contact, reward chess mastery, and marksmanship mastery. Here it is, there is a task. Rob, but is this mission for him to die? It's nothing to skip class, at most it's a failure, but flirting with Su Xia, the other party has a military god of war as an elder brother. After the teasing, will you not even know how you died? Especially in the second item, there should be physical contact in the flirtation. System, can I stop doing this task? Ding! There is no penalty for not doing a task, but if you can't complete even such a simple task, host, the chance of triggering the task will be smaller. Host discretion. Lin Qinshu's face was cloudy, and he finally gritted his teeth and decided to do it, otherwise if the system didn't give him a task in the future, he would want to cry without tears. This time, Lin Qinshu plans to choose the first item, just tease it, if you get started, you may lose your life, but you have just gotten the system for a long time, and you haven't enjoyed it yet. At this moment, the scene of their group of people whispering was seen by Su Xia. In the penultimate row, that male classmate in white stood up for me. Su Xia said sharply. It just so happened that only Lin Qinshu and Su Weiwei were wearing white clothes in the entire back row, and most of the others were black and royal blue. It was the four of them who spoke, but because the clothes were the same, Su Xia was not easy to call people, so he could only call by the color of his clothes, so he chose Lin Qinshu so coincidentally. Lin Qinshu slowly stood up and stared at Su Xia. He was thinking about how to complete the task just now, when he was suddenly called up. Which class? What's the name? Su Xia is a new teacher, and she doesn't know any of the students in this classroom, let alone which class the other party is. Lin Qinshu, Sociology Class 1. Lin Qinshu said casually. Su Xia frowned when he saw his attitude. Did you hear what I said? Repeat. Lin Qinshu smiled slightly. I'm sorry, the teacher's voice is so pleasant, it makes me think about it, so I didn't hear anything clearly. The audience was silent. They even looked at Lin Qinshu with frightened eyes. Shinli even threw a gloating glance at him. Most of the people in the classroom will go to the campus forum, and even those who can't learn about Su Xia's identity from the people next to them just now. Knowing that Su Xia's identity is so powerful, he still dares to flirt. Is this so boring and crooked? Su Xia suddenly became angry. For so many years, since the incident of the missing male classmate blocking her back then, no one dared to speak to her like this. Okay, if I can't hear you, I just need a teaching assistant for today's class, so it's up to you to come. Su Xia remembered the way to rectify Lin Qinshu. Su Xia had learned some self-defense techniques with her brother, and she could just use this to punish the student who dared to speak out and tease her. Her self-defense skills were certified by her brother, and even ordinary soldiers had no way to take her. Lin Qinshu walked to the podium, and the two stood together to form the cutest height difference. Su Xia turned to the other students and said, Today, I will popularize to you what kind of law can correspond to when girls are harassed. You think of yourself as a scoundrel, and now you insult me. Lin Qinshu was stunned, and all the students in the classroom were also stunned. What kind of tiger and wolf words are this, which actually makes people directly insult her? Lin Qinshu reacted quickly. It seems that there is a conspiracy, but the physical contact sent to the door, how can he not want it? He is worried that there is no way to complete the task. Lin Qinshu stretched out his hand and touched Su Xia's waist. Su Xia grabbed his hand with both hands, quickly turned his back, and wanted to give Lin Qinshu a shoulder fall, but Lin Qinshu didn't move at all, and at the same time quickly stretched out his other hand and patted her behind Lin Qinshu. Su Xia let go of Lin Qinshu's arm with an exclamation and looked at him angrily. Lin Qinshu said with a wicked smile, Didn't the teacher just want to fall over my shoulder, right? I don't have any characteristics in this person, but the lower plate is relatively strong. Su Xia's face was angry, and his face was a little ruddy. He was so big, he had never been touched by a stranger of the opposite sex, but he was beaten to his place by Lin Qinshu just now. The case just now is a primary form of indecent assault on a woman, and you will be in criminal detention for at least 15 days. Although I didn't succeed in falling, I still have to continue to talk about the lessons that should be taught. Now you put your hands on my shoulders. Su Xia gritted his teeth and said. Lin Qinshu put his hand on her shoulder. Su Xia raised his hands, intending to push Lin Qinshu's hands apart, and then hit his face with his head. As a result, his hand was not pushed away, but was pulled into his arms by Lin Qinshu. You let me go. Su Xia was held in Lin Qinshu's arms, and shouted with a flushed face in anger. Teacher, didn't you say let me play the hooligan? Do you think the hooligans out there will listen to you? Lin Qinshu said with a sly smile. Let me go immediately. Su Xia's anger value was about to reach its peak, and he wanted to teach Lin Qinshu a lesson, but he was taken advantage of. Seeing this, Lin Qinshu let go of his hand. He was not playing tricks on Su Xia. The task had been completed beyond the standard, and the next thing was to skip class. You don't have to go to today's class, let me out. Su Xia pointed to the classroom door. Teacher, this is all done to cooperate with you, you are a little unreasonable now. Lin Qinshu looked innocent. What you are thinking, everyone can see. Don't think that if you know a little martial arts, you can do whatever you want. Get out of here and stand, and follow me to the office after class. Lin Qinshu deliberately took advantage of her, but she called the other party up, and now she sees that the other party is very angry. Lin Qinshu shrugged his shoulders and left the classroom. However, he didn't listen to Su Xia, but left the teaching building directly. On the way, he also sent a message to Yi Mengxi. Meng Meng, is class over? What do you want to eat at noon? Yi Mengxi didn't reply. He could only go back to the dormitory first, and he wouldn't stay at the door of the classroom, which was different from his truancy. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, I heard a prompt sound in my head that the system task was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, agreeing to the other party's request, helping Wen Rushue solve the difficulty, and rewarding 800 million in cash, a copy of the Wen family's secrets. Ding! The Wen family secrets have been transferred to the host's WeChat favorites in the form of a file. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 8 billion yuan, and the balance is 1,362,369,053 yuan. Well, why is this reward? I thought it was Su Xia's task just now. This is the task that cost Wen Rushue 500 million last night, and it seems that the crisis has been resolved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of flirting with Su Xia, rewarding mastery of chess and marksmanship. Host, Lin Qinshu. Power, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 7. Charm, 7. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Ride, Pagani Son of the Wind, Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, Yunlu Villa number 1. Skills, martial arts mastery, chess mastery, marksmanship mastery. Balance, 136-236-9053. The reward for Su Xia's mission also arrived, and Lin Qinshu suddenly felt that he had more knowledge about chess and marksmanship in his mind. These two skills are really useless to him, and he doesn't like to play chess, and he doesn't want to be a soldier. However, there are many skills that do not pressure the body, and it is better than nothing. Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and opened his favorites, planning to take advantage of this time to see what the Wen family's secrets were. Lin Qinshu clicked on the large document with a G, and there were some secret outlines written in it. There are also some accompanying pictures. Are there so many bloody incidents in these big families? In the Wen family's big house, the Wen family's wife, who is from the Yang family in Kyoto, is reckless and not delicate. Often used without knowing it, conceited, arrogant, and stupid. It is not loved by the old family owner, but it is helpless to be a big house. The Wen family has a son, Wen Wenfeng, but this son is not the son of the Wen family, but Wen Jiaxu's. Wen Wenfeng still does not know the truth of this matter. One night more than 20 years ago, the Wen family passed by the servants' room drunkenly, and when they saw the maid who had just finished taking a bath, they lost their minds and corrected the other party on the spot, and the maid after that night was pregnant with a child, and finally gave birth to Wen Rushue. In fact, Wen Rushue is not the daughter of the Wen family, because the Wen family has a hidden disease and cannot have children, and his wife Yang Xinghua concealed the matter because of Wen Wenfeng, so as not to let the Wen family know that she has a hidden disease. 2 years ago, in a clubhouse, when Shan played a young lady to death because of taking illegal drugs, and no one knew about it, and he buried his body under a big tree at the entrance of the Wen family ancestral hall. The young lady who was toyed to death was an orphan, with a strange heart, and had no friends, so even if she disappeared, no one looked for her, and the matter has been hidden. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is just the beginning, it's so exciting." When Rushua's father is not her father, and her father doesn't know that his son and daughter are not his own, this is really a good show. These rich people are really good at playing, and it's such a messy relationship when they come out, so if you look at it again. Lin Qinshu continued to look at it. In addition to introducing the family relationship of the Wen family, there were also some things he did. He loved gambling, and was found by his second brother Wen Jiaxu to set a trap, and now he owes 80 million usury. Didn't dare to say it, for fear that he would be kicked out of the family owner competition. As long as he could become the head of the family and take charge of the Wen group, he would be able to pay back the money. However, this has also become a handle in Wen Jiaxu's hands. If there is no accident, Wen Jiaxu will say it on the day of the head of the family, so as to kick out the head of the family. Seeing this, the secrets of the Wen family have ended, and there are still a few photos left in the end, all of which are photos related to these secrets, which are simply unbearable and impossible for people to look at directly, but Lin Qinshu still looks at them with relish. There are also a few photos of Wen Jiaxu drinking and discussing the incident with those who gambled on the Wen family, and the simplest photo is a photo of a big tree, which should be the big tree where the Wen family is buried. Seeing this, Lin Qinshu couldn't help but sigh at the power of the system. This kind of photo was obviously not taken, it felt like the whole picture was screenshotted at a specific time. Lin Qinshu looked at the secrets of the second child of the Wen family. Compared to the Wen family's nest, Wen Jiaxu's is much more exciting. Wen Jiaxu, the city is very deep. His wife is the head of the secretary's office in the Demon City, and she is a strong person, and she has not given birth to any children so far. On the wedding night of the eldest brother Wen's family, he took advantage of the Wen family's drunkenness and did some thunderstorming things. Wen Jiaxu is an ambitious man, unlike the stupidity of the eldest brother and the cowardice of the third brother, and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. His wife, Yu Qing, as the Secretary General of the city secretary's office, has important help to him, so even if Yu Qing doesn't let him touch it at all on weekdays, he can swallow his anger. Even if he was rumored that he was incompetent and unable to have children, he did not refute it, because he knew that he already had a queen. Even secretly joined forces with the demon capital Wang family, vowing to seize the position of the head of the Wen family. His wife Yu Qing is a person who doesn't like men, and since she married into the Wen family, she has never let Wen Jiaxu touch her. The two were originally a union with their own ghosts, and they had already made 3 chapters of the law at the beginning. The photos behind Wen Jiaxu are all photos of meeting people from all walks of life, as well as photos of Yu Qing and some women in the hotel. Lin Qinshu looked at the photos of Yu Qing playing with some women, and couldn't help but be amazed. It turned out that the TV series didn't deceive people, and there were really couples who played their own games. Although this Yu Qing is almost 40 years old, she still looks charming and full of charm. Sure enough, the woman didn't give birth to a baby, and she didn't age so fast, and according to this information, Yu Qing might not have gone through the personnel yet. Wen Jiaxu has a lot of conspiracy routines, and even Wen Jiaming's funding gap this time was caused by him. Lin Qinshu didn't look carefully, and turned to Wen Jiaming in the back, that is, Wen Rushue's third uncle. The person who can make Wen Rushue sign a deed of sale to help should be the better of the 3. Wen Jiaming, his wife Zhao Yaping, has a son, Wen Jianfeng, Wen Rushue's biological father. When Lin Qinshu saw this, he was instantly stunned. The Wen family can't have children, he is still thinking about whose child Wen Rushue is, and he gave him a result in a blink of an eye, which is really exciting. This is big news. Lin Qinshu continued to read on. More than 20 years ago, Wen Jiaming, who had just returned from school, was already late at night. On the way back to the room, a sobbing sound was heard coming from the servants' room. Wen Jiaming looked over, and in the dark room, a ray of moon shone into the room. In that faint light, Wen Jiaming saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. How could a boy who germinated in adolescence have such restraint? At that moment, he was carried away by desire, closed the door with his backhand, and pounced on the figure. The woman lying on the ground and sobbing was Wen Rushue's mother, who had just been violently assaulted by the Wen family and was once again knocked down by a black shadow. After a long time, the shadow fled the room. The next day, Wen Jiaming knew who the person he had knocked down last night was. Because of this, he didn't even dare to go home. He lived in the school, and he didn't dare to come back until Wen Rushue was born and Wen Rushue's mother died. Later, the Wen family married the Zhao family, and Wen Jiaming became the person who married, and after marrying Zhao Yaping, he gave birth to a son. By chance, I learned about the hidden illness of the eldest brother Wen's family. Also knew at this time that Wen Rushue was actually his daughter. Since then, he has secretly taken care of Wen Rushue. It's just that because of what he did at the beginning, he has never dared to recognize Wen Rushue. Wen Jiaming's secret is only this one, and the others are all decent performances. He has the least information, but there are still photos. When the moon shines into the room, the interior of the house looks as if it was taken recently, and it is not at all obvious that it is a photo taken more than 20 years ago. Lin Qinshu put down his phone and let out a sigh. These Wen family members do not have a good bird, although Wen Rushua's mother is mentioned in a few words, but these events ruined Wen Rushua's mother's life, and ended in a person's best years. Wen Rushua's mother's tragedy also extended to Wen Rushua. If Wen Jiaming hadn't found out that Wen Rushua was his daughter later, maybe Wen Rushua might have lived a worse life now, and I don't even know if she can live. Lin Qinshu looked at whether there were other stories behind, and there were only the third generation Wen Wenfeng and Wen Rushua in the back. Wen Rushua's main secret is that he has now become Lin Qinshu's lover, which is not a secret for him as a client. Wen Wenfeng's is more exciting. His personality is very similar to his biological father Wen Jiaxu. The city is deep, insidious, and cunning. What made Lin Qinshu almost vomit out was that Wen Wenfeng was actually a gay. Those pictures made Lin Qinshu vomit. This part is said to be the secret of the Wen family, but in fact, it is the unsightly things in the Wen family. With this information, he can control everyone in the Wen family. Moreover, the degree of Wen Wenfeng's perversion is far beyond imagination, and he almost suffered even his younger brother Wen Jianfeng. The story of the Wen family is bloody enough. What is this kind of family still doing? You have to let Wen Rushua leave that filthy place. I didn't expect to get my 500 million back, so I spent 500 million to buy Wen Rushua's freedom, and I was rewarded anyway, and I made 300 million in pure earnings. Ding! Detected the host's unwillingness to be 500 million. Option 1. Use the secrets of the Wen family in your hand to help Wen Jiaming win the position of the head of the Wen family, and reward 10 billion. Option 2. Use the Wen family's secrets in your hand to send Wen Rushua to the position of the head of the Wen family, with a reward of 8.8 billion in spirit plus 1. Well, I'm not unwilling. Dog system, I don't want to wade into the troubled waters of the Wen family. Ding! The battle of the head of the Wen family will be held tomorrow morning at the Wen Ancestral Hall. Good luck to the host. This system is rushing ducks to the shelves. I just casually crossed a thought. It's been issued a task. It seems that tomorrow I can't help but go. The system issued a task to him so lightly. In fact, how difficult this task is, Lin Qinshu knows. If you want Wen Rushua to be the head of the family, it is difficult to ascend to the sky. Even if you have this Wen family secret, you can't figure it out. And the three brothers of the Wen family and others disagree. How could a person who was originally an illegitimate daughter become the head of the family? Gotta figure it out. Lin Qinshu put away his phone and was thinking. I don't know how long it took. His phone rang. Senior, I'm out of class. Where are you? Yi Mingxi immediately called Lin Qinshu when he walked out of the classroom door. Meng, I'm sorry, I suddenly have something to do. I can't eat with you, or wait for the evening. I booked a room in Shuweiyun Pavilion. Lin Qinshu is not in the mood to eat now. He wants to think about tomorrow, and plans to talk to Wen Rushua. Yi Mingxi said with some loss, okay then. Seniors should also pay attention to safety when they go out to run errands. After hanging up the phone, Wan Qingqing on Yi Mingxi's side said indignantly, I just said that this is a scumbag, just got our family Meng, just release the pigeons. Yi Mingxi hurriedly explained, no, the senior just has something. He said that he would like to invite you to the Shuweiyun Pavilion for dinner in the evening. Water Cloud Pavilion? Really, Meng, is it the legendary Shuweiyun Pavilion where there are only 8 seats a day, and you can still eat a small Manchu and Han full seat? Wang Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. Yao Jingjing and Wan Qingqing were also a little surprised when they heard Wang Ying say this. Yi Mingxi nodded, of course it's true, Shuweiyun Pavilion has been bought by the seniors, and you can eat it at any time if you want to. Yi Mingxi remembered the scene of watching fireworks in the opposite hotel after eating at Shuweiyun Pavilion that night, and her pretty face became a little red. Ha! Shuweiyun Pavilion was actually bought by that scumbag? So how much does it cost to buy a high-end place? Ruan Qingqing said in surprise. Yi Mingxi looked at Ruan Qingqing with a flat mouth. Okay, it's me who was wrong, it's your senior, not a scumbag. Ruan Qingqing couldn't stand being stared at, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Shuweiyun Pavilion is very famous, it will cost tens of millions to buy it. Yao Jingjing was also surprised by Lin Qinshu's financial resources. A restaurant that existed in legends for them was actually bought by her best friend's boyfriend. I bought it for 200 million, and it was because the senior promised me to take me to Shuweiyun Pavilion for dinner, but there was no reservation, so the senior simply bought the entire Shuweiyun Pavilion. When Yi Mingxi said this, his face was full of pride, and he didn't know what the faces of the three girls around him had been shocked. Just to invite Ji Mingxi to eat a meal in Shuiyun Pavilion, he spent 200 million to buy the entire Shuiyun Pavilion in a fit of anger. This kind of man is still called a scumbag? Even if you are scum, you are willing to do it. Meng Meng, how much money does your senior have? Yao Jingjing was a little dry-mouthed, and dared to spend 200 million to buy all the restaurants in order to have a meal. This kind of rich people are no longer ordinary people, they suddenly turn from indignation to envy. Yi Mingxi shook his head. I don't know, I didn't ask the senior, I was not with the senior for money, when I liked him, or when he didn't have anything. The three girls were silent for a moment. They originally had a very bad impression of Lin Qinshu, a scumbag, but after suddenly knowing that the other party was a hero, this reversed impression made them suddenly at a loss, and if it was them, they would definitely fall. It's a pity that they are not, they can only be people who envy Yi Mingxi. Lin Qinshu, who was sitting in the car, was just about to make a phone call to Wen Rushue when Li Wuqi called. Beast, where have you gone? Teacher Su asked you to stand at the door of the classroom, and I didn't see you after class, and now everyone is going to blow up. I think you're going to be in trouble. Li Wuqi's tone was a little gloating. I left a little in advance, talked to Lao Fan and the obscene, ate together in the evening, and postponed all the other dates. Lin Qinshu said indifferently. Okay. Finally able to rub your meal, no date is more important than eating. Li Wuqi said excitedly, he didn't have a date in the first place. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshu called Wen Rushue again, but no one answered. I can only go to the drifting snow bar first to see if the other party is there. In broad daylight, the bar has not yet opened, and the cleaning staff also said that Wen Rushue is not there. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. He looked for Wen Rushue twice, but he couldn't find anyone both times. Just when Lin Qinshu was thinking about whether to go to Wen Rushue's house to find someone, Wen Rushue's phone called. Where are you? I have something to look for you. Do you want to eat together at noon? Lin Qinshu picked up the phone and said directly. The other party was silent for a moment and then said, I'm dealing with something right now, why don't we have dinner together in the evening? Wen Rushue was lying on the bed in her room at this time. Her expression was a little complicated. She thought that Lin Qinshu was looking for her to fulfill her promise, but it was so sudden in the daytime, Wen Rushue couldn't accept it for a while, so she can only shirk and say that she was not available. It's just that she can hide from the first day of junior high school, but she can't hide from the 15th. Give her half a day to prepare her mind. She feels that she should be mentally prepared at night. Lin Qinshu didn't know that her thoughts were so complicated, and he didn't have that plan, remembering that he had promised Yi Mingxi and them to eat in the evening, and it was not good to release the plane again. I have something to do in the evening, or else, I'll go to you when I'm done. It may be late. After thinking about it, I can only find time after eating. Okay, then I'll wait for you in the snow at night. Wen Rushue wanted to find a place with a lot of people to escape from this matter. No, go to your house. Drifting snow is too noisy to talk about. After speaking, Wen Rushue hung up the phone regardless of Wen Rushue's disagreement. Wen Rushue's face was a little ruddy, thinking of what would happen tonight, biting her lip and struggling. After a moment, his eyes became determined. What she promised, she has to do it, and backtracking is not her gentle style. Wen Rushue took a look at the environment inside the house and decided to decorate the house. Now that I'm going to hand myself over, I'm reluctant to twist and twist. It's better to be frank and swinging, arrange the environment, and add some sense of ceremony. Thinking of this, she took out her mobile phone, bought some decorations and flower petals on the same city internet, and even took out her normal 82-year-old Lafite red wine. After Lin Qinshu hung up the phone, he suddenly became confused. If he knew that when Rushue was not available, he would go to dinner with Yi Mingxi. Sitting in the car, he thought about it and called Chen Shan. After all, Chen Shan's favorability is about to exceed 90. If he succeeds in winning it, I don't know if the system will have any special rewards, and in the past 2 days, Chen Shan has sent a bunch of messages saying that he wants to transfer the property back to him, but he has not replied. At this time, Chen Shan was reading some finance-related books in the office, and now that she is in a high position, she has to study even more, so she can't always be unworthy. After answering Lin Qinshu's call, he quickly put down the books and took out the mirror to tidy up his appearance. Now she doesn't know what she feels about Lin Qinshu. As soon as she sees the other party's information, she will be very happy in her heart, and even often think of the other party. She didn't know if it was a feeling of liking. After all, liking this thing was a luxury for her before, and she couldn't have other thoughts at all in order to try to improve the life of the whole family. Chen Shanshan's branch of Modu Bank is located in the financial center of Modu. After Lin Qinshu received her, he didn't plan to go far away to eat. After he parked the car, the two walked to a nearby alley in the Western restaurant. Chen Shanshan took the lead in saying, "Let me invite you this meal, you have helped me so much, I should have invited you to dinner, and you fill in this information, I will transfer the building back to you. Of course, it's okay for you to have a treat, but forget about the transfer. If you transfer the property to me, Uncle Wang and they may be embarrassed to take advantage of me, because I don't know them well. And the assets of 6 million are dispensable to me. If you feel burdened, you can save money to pay me back 6 million. Lin Qinshu smiled. Girls with high self-esteem should be treated with respect. Who treats guests to dinner is an insignificant matter for Lin Qinshu today, but it is very important for Chen Shanshan. If Lin Qinshu put on a machismo now and had to treat himself to a treat, then Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him would drop suddenly. Lin Qinshu heard a cousin tell his story before. Because he was too macho, he always felt that men should pay when they were away, and a girl who had a crush on him said that she would invite him to dinner. In the end, the cousin secretly went to buy the bill himself, and the girl was very angry when she found out, and she never contacted her cousin since. For the cousin, it was a few $100s, but for the girl, it was a proof of equality and mutual respect. Just as the two of them were looking at the menu, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Shan, you are here too." A man with a big back and a casual suit appeared at the table. "Senior Wang Kun." Chen Shanshan looked at the person who came. She was her senior in the school, and she had graduated from school for a year. During his time at school, he had been frantically pursuing Chen Shanshan, but Chen Shanshan ignored him. Wang Kun's fiery gaze made Chen Shanshan very uncomfortable. "Shanshan, it's fate that we can meet in the vast sea of people, can I sit down?" Wang Kun smiled as he thought he was handsome. "Can't." Lin Qinshu said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know whether Chen Shanshan had a good relationship with this Wang Kun, he would have been ready to take people away. Only then did Wang Kun notice Lin Qinshu, who was sitting opposite Chen Shanshan. "Is this from our school? It looks like a little noodle student." "Hello junior, I am Wang Kun, who is several years higher than you can call me Senior Wang." Lin Qinshu coldly spit out a word, "Get out." Wang Kun's face suddenly looked as ugly as eating a fly. Chen Shanshan on the side didn't want to be disturbed by a good meal, so she said, "Senior Wang Kun, this is Lin Qinshu, not from our school, but my friend. The two of us are out for dinner today, and it may not be suitable for you to be here." Although Wang Kun has been rejected by Chen Shanshan countless times, his face is a little unbearable when he hears the other party's direct words. Smiled awkwardly. "Okay, then Shanshan, let's make an appointment another day." Chen Shanshan's face turned cold. "Senior Wang Kun, please call me Chen Shanshan, and I won't make an appointment with you in the future. Please pay attention to the wording." A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Kun's eyes, and he didn't say anything, and left this place directly. Wang Kun walked out of the restaurant with a black face. In fact, he followed Chen Shanshan all the way to this restaurant, and wanted to have a chance encounter to eat with Chen Shanshan. When he heard about Chen Shanshan's place of work from the school, he came over nonstop, and happened to see Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinshu walking to eat. He also deliberately didn't look at Lin Qinshu just now, wanting to see if the other party was a soft persimmon, but Lin Qinshu didn't give him face at all. "Brother Leopard, do me a favor, I'll invite my brothers to drink at night." Wang Kun made a phone call, and after explaining something, he turned his head and saw Chen Shanshan and Chen Shanshan talking and laughing through the glass. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he left the place. Lin Qinshu and the two finished the meal with a smile, and they also got to know each other a little in the process. Chen Shanshan is a child of a poor family. Her mother died soon after giving birth to her, and her father did not remarry, and the father and daughter depended on each other. Her father is a loyal and honest person, but he attaches great importance to education, and taught Chen Shanshan from an early age not to eat. That's why Chen Shanshan has such a strong sense of self-esteem. And Chen Shanshan is also more sensible, and she has been the first in the class since she was a child. Until now, she can finally let her father live a better life. This exchange made Chen Shan have a better view of Lin Qinshu, and halfway said many things that he liked to play when he was a child, and found that Lin Qinshu knew all about it, and he also played it. In her impression, rich people should not play with those things that poor children play, and the two have a lot more common topics. Do you want to go to work in the afternoon? Do you want to go for a walk? Lin Qinshu remembered that he didn't have classes in the afternoon, so he didn't have to go back to school, and Shuiyun Pavilion was nearby, so he didn't bother to run around. Chen Shan thought about it. It seemed that there was really nothing wrong. Wu Shougang didn't arrange too many things for her, because she hadn't completely adapted to the work intensity of the post. Yes, I just happened to be looking for a house, and I'm about to graduate, and now that I've got a job, I can't live in a dormitory all the time. When Lin Qinshu heard this, a black line floated across his forehead. He wanted to go to a movie theater with Chen Shan to watch a movie to pass the time, but the other party wanted to find a house. It's okay, but didn't your company assign you a dormitory? Lin Qinshu asked strangely. Ordinary bank staff have an allocated place to live, right? Chen Shan shook her head. This is a financial center, and the houses around here are too expensive, so the company has given everyone a housing subsidy, not including dormitories. The two found a bubble tea shop, ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and sat down to check the rental prices nearby. There are more than 6,000 single rooms in this vicinity, Chen Shan sighed while watching. It's too expensive. It seems that I can only find it farther away, otherwise most of my salary will go to the landlord. Chen Shan sighed and said. These poor and small environments cost 6 or 7,000, and her salary plus various subsidies, although she can also have 20 or 30,000, but it is still too expensive for her. It is not worth it, and she would rather go farther. Let's go. Instead of looking at your phone here, let's go and see the real environment. Lin Qinshu pulled Chen Shan and walked to some closer places, planning to take a look at the outside environment first, and then consider the inside if it was not bad. With Lin Qinshu's current strength, there is no pressure to buy a suite for her to live in. But Lin Qinshu knew that even if he was willing to buy it, people still didn't want to live in it. The two walked to a residential area, and saw that the nearby buildings were very old, and they felt that they were about to collapse at any time. This area should be too dense with locals to not rectify. The magic capital is so rich, how can it allow such an old place next to the financial center? When turning into an alley, 4 or 5 strong men appeared in front of them, staring at Lin Qinshu and the others fiercely. Lin Qinshu's brows furrowed slightly. He felt that this group of people was waiting for them. Chen Shan also felt that something was wrong. Regardless of the difference between men and women, she nervously pulled Lin Qinshu and was about to turn around and walk out, but 3 people also came behind her, and they were sandwiched back and forth. Lin Qinshu noticed that Chen Shan's hands were already sweating, and patted her gently with his other hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Qinshu turned around and looked at the few people opposite. I don't know what a few people are looking for us. The 2 gangs surrounded them both, not looking for them. Who else? A Scarface in front of him sneered. Our brother is a little jealous when he sees that you are dressed brightly and accompanied by beautiful women. You give us some money to let our brother spend the flowers, and by the way, leave this woman for me to play with, and you can go. Lin Qinshu stared at him and was about to make a move, when he suddenly saw a figure in the corner behind them. From the flickering figure, Lin Qinshu saw who it was, and suddenly understood why this group of people suddenly appeared here and stopped them. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly. Do you want to let the person hiding in the back come out and play first? Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't have a chance. As soon as Lin Qinshu's words fell, the figure rushed out, shouting as he ran, let go of my junior sister, what's coming at me? This figure is the same Wang Kun I met in the restaurant before. Wang Kun squeezed through the crowd, came to Chen Shan's side, and said righteously, Shan, don't worry, with me, no one can touch you. After finishing speaking, he turned around and put on a posture, and he was about to fight to the death with the other party. Everyone looked at him strangely. If he came out before Lin Qinshu spoke, then he could still act. Isn't it embarrassing that people have directly exposed your conspiracy and come out to act? Scarface coughed dryly twice. Brother Wang, the other party has seen through it, don't act. Wang Kun was stunned for a moment. He was recognized as soon as he ran out? Chen Shanshan stepped forward and looked at Wang Kun with disgust. Senior Wang Kun, I originally thought you were a normal person, a good person, but I still treat you as a friend in vain, but I didn't expect you to find someone to play a hero and save the beauty. Take your friends out of my sight or I'm going to call the police. Wang Kun also knew from Scarface's mouth how he was recognized. When he heard that it was Lin Qinshu who said it, he was about to vomit blood on the spot. People say casually, you just don't admit it. This group of pig teammates is really Wulong and Phoenix chicks are all gathered together. Just told him not to act, wouldn't that be the right seat? But since it's all exposed, don't act. Wang Kun stretched out his hand and slapped Chen Shanshan's mobile phone, and the screen went black instantly when the phone fell to the ground. Wang Kun simply didn't pretend, and sneered, call the police? Can you still report now? I've been chasing you for 4 years, and you haven't even looked at me, and you won't even give me the chance to eat together. Now I have come to my senses, Lao Tzu doesn't want to get your heart, just get your people. Brother Leopard, cripple the men, and bring the women back to enjoy with the brothers. The Scarface known as Brother Leopard smiled slightly, and his smile was more ugly than crying. Remember what you said, and my brother's wine money tonight, this woman can let you be the first to go. Chen Shanshan's body trembled slightly, angry and afraid. Lin Qinshu pulled her behind him and whispered, stay behind me, if you're afraid, close your eyes. Originally, he could have stopped Wang Kun from taking a picture of Chen Shanshan's mobile phone just now, but the mobile phone was a little rotten, and it didn't seem to have much value to save. What is the yellow-haired boy pretending? If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded. Call me. Wang Kun shouted angrily. Brother Leopard's men rushed up one after another. Chen Shanshan closed her eyes in fear, only listening to a few muffled snorts, followed by a miserable scream of pain. Chen Shanshan hurriedly opened her eyes that were closed because she was afraid, and the scene in front of her made her speechless in shock, only to see Lin Qinshu's figure shuttling through the other party's crowd, with a silky figure and a concise shot. In less than a minute, there were 9 people on the other side, and only Wang Kun was still standing at this time, and the leopard brother and the little brother he brought were all lying on the ground. Lin Qinshu came to Wang Kun's side and said in a voice that could just be heard by the leopard brother, I'll transfer the money to you later, I'm doing well. After patting him on the shoulder, he turned around and pulled Chen Shanshan away. After Lin Qinshu pulled Chen Shanshan away, Wang Kun was still in place with a confused expression. He didn't know what Lin Qinshu meant by what he said just now. Brother Leopard got up from the ground with a blue face, his right hand had just been dislocated by Lin Qinshu. Good boy, a suit in a set. It turns out that you are using us, and you are in league with that kid. Brother who can still move, call me. Brother Leopard kicked Wang Kun in the stomach, and a group of people didn't know what was going on. Anyway, they were beaten because of Wang Kun, and the boss did it. What are they waiting for? Lin Qinshu deliberately didn't hit Wang Kun just now, and when he left, he deliberately said that to Scarface. In this way, as soon as he leaves, there will be a dog-eat-dog fight. Even if Scarface knew that what Lin Qinshu said was false, but they had just been beaten up, and they were worried that they couldn't find a place to vent, even if it was fake, it was true. The alley sounded Wang Kun's crying father and mother's voice. Lin Qinshu and Chen Shanshan walked outside to react, and their hands kept holding. I'm sorry, the situation is urgent, I don't want to eat your tofu. Lin Qinshu smiled and let go of his hand. And Chen Shanshan also recovered from the shock. The originally desperate situation was turned by the man in front of him, and with the heroic posture of one enemy in 9, Chen Shanshan is afraid that she will never forget it for the rest of her life. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host +3, now 88 points. Classmate Lin, I didn't expect you to be able to do martial arts. I was scared to death just now, and I was ready to bite my tongue and kill myself. Chen Shanshan patted the undulating chest, and the ripples that were shaken up made Lin Qinshu swallow his saliva. Ahem. I will have a lot of things, and you will know when you have more contact with me in the future. Lin Qinshu used a dry cough to hide his embarrassment. Ding. A beautiful woman with a 90-point appearance who has been detected has encountered a difficulty. Option 1, help Chen Shanshan solve the housing problem and reward language proficiency, 3.3 billion. Option 2, ignore it, let Chen Shanshan find it by herself, and deduct 30 points from Chen Shanshan's favorability. Rub, why bother with the dog system, even if you give me more money? I also choose to help Shan. Why threaten me with a deductive favorability? The two of them walk like this. The environment here was obviously uninhabitable, it was too messy. Halfway through, Lin Qinsho said that he wanted to go to the bathroom, and when he came back, he carried a black bag in his hand. Shan, I happen to have a suite near where you work, why don't you go there first? I'm still a student, most of the time in the dormitory, and the house is empty. Lin Qinsho just came up with a plan to solve Shan's housing problem and complete the task. Shan was silent and did not speak. She didn't know what to say or how to say. In her heart, she really wanted to follow Lin Qinsho's method, but she always felt that she had troubled Lin Qinsho too much recently. And the relationship between the two is not clear. Is it not good to live in his house like this, although Lin Qinsho said that he did not live there? What if he had to live once in a while? It's not good for lonely men and widows to be in the same room. Lin Qinsho saw her concerns, so he said, if there is a burden on you, you can just give me the rent, 800 yuan a month, I like the number 8. Normally, I won't go without your permission, so you are the tenant and I am the landlord. Landlords can't just go into a tenant's house, so you don't have to worry about me going to live with you. Lin Qinsho said with a smile. And you look at the surrounding environment, it's dirty and messy. It's too unsafe for you as a girl. Listen to me, go and live with me. Lin Qinsho continued. Shan looked at Lin Qinsho with watery eyes. She couldn't see that the other party was under the steps of her self-esteem, and she didn't want to live up to the other party's wishes, because she really needed a place to live. If she was allowed to continue looking, she might eventually find a far place to go, and the daily commute time might take up most of the day. Thank you, why are you so nice to me? Shan said movingly. Lin Qinsho's series of behaviors in the past few days really hit her heart every time. Getting along makes her feel more comfortable as a woman with strong self-esteem and a weak sense of security. Because you're worth it. Lin Qinsho stared at her and replied. The eyes of the two collided, and the two heads got closer and closer. Just as they were about to kiss, the horn of an electric bicycle sounded in the back, pulling the two back from their feelings. If you want to be close to the side, this is a special intersection. Do you think you are filming an idol drama? An ant scolded. Lin Qinsho and the two happened to be at an intersection, blocking the electric bicycles coming and going. Shan's face turned red and left the place quickly, and Lin Qinsho hurriedly chased after him when he saw this. Shan, it's a little late today. I made an appointment with my roommate to have dinner in the evening, so I can only take you to see the house another day. Would you like to come with me to dinner? It's getting dark. Now even if Shan wants to see the house, he can't take it out, so he can only change his rhetoric, hurry up to buy a suite in the past 2 days, and ask Shan to go to dinner together. It is purely casual, and Lin Qinsho regrets it after speaking. If Shan says that he wants to go, then he will be in trouble. It is a dinner with Yi Mengxi. In Lin Qinsho's uneasy mood, Shan shook her head. I won't go, I have to go back to the company, and after dealing with it, I will go back to school to pack up my things. Do you have time for the weekend? If you can, take me to see it on the weekend, and move there by the way. Lin Qinsho secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course there is, as long as you need it, I have time at any time. He's really afraid that Shan will agree to come down. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Now I don't have time to take her to see the house, and I dare to say that I have time at any time. Spit from the system. By the way, this is a gift I just bought for you. Your phone was broken just now. I happened to pass by a mobile phone store when I went to the bathroom, so I bought it for you first. You can't refuse me, but if you really want to thank me, next time let me taste the taste of your own cooking. During the chat just now, Shan said that she was very good at cooking. Shan smiled. Okay, on the day of the move, I will cook it myself. Ding. Shan's favorability towards the host is +1, and the current favorability is 89. It's just 1 point away from succeeding. Lin Qinsho was extremely happy in his heart. After sending Shan back to the company, Lin Qinsho drove in the direction of Shuiyun Pavilion. This point happens to be the evening rush hour, and although Shuiyun Pavilion is not far away, it also takes more than an hour to get there. Lin Qinshu, who was in a traffic jam, was thinking about whether he should simply buy a helicopter, at least there would be no traffic jam. When Lin Qinshu came to the door, he had already seen Shang Ping standing there waiting. Yi Mingxi and the others were also picked up by Shang Ping. Shuiyun Pavilion originally had a Rolls-Royce as a shuttle bus. After Lin Qinshu bought Shuiyun Pavilion, Shang Ping used 2 more guests overnight for pickup. Lin Dong, the box has been prepared, and the guests have arrived. Will you still eat a full banquet this time? Shang Ping stepped forward and asked respectfully. Eat the full banquet again? Lin Qinshu was actually a little tired of eating. After all, he had only finished eating it the day before yesterday. Let's not eat it, let's change to something else. By the way, you have time to learn about helicopters. Shuiyun Pavilion should buy a helicopter to pick up guests, then business should be much better. He was thinking about this question when he was blocking all the way just now. The reason why Shuiyun Pavilion's business is getting worse and worse is mainly because the geographical location is too congested, and the reason why the business is good is also because of the geographical location. This position is like a double-edged knife, which can bring both gains and losses. As long as the traffic problem is solved, the cause of poor business will be solved. The corners of Shang Ping's mouth twitched, and Lin Qinshu said simply, any plane costs more than 10 million, and the expensive part of the plane is the maintenance on weekdays, and an aircraft apron has to be built. The most important thing is to cooperate with other buildings to build aprons on the roofs of those buildings, and the cost of this is calculated. Even if more people come to eat, it will be a loss. After all, what money can be earned for a meal? After thinking about it, Shang Ping still told Lin Qinshu about this stake, hoping that Lin Qinshu would see the reality clearly. Lin Qinshu doesn't know how to do business, and he doesn't understand these losses, but he has a system, plus he is rich and capricious. Losses are nothing to him at all. What he wants is to keep Shuiyun Pavilion. If he continues to lose like this, his Shang Ping chef will run away, who will make him a small Manchu full banquet in the future. Lin Qinshu patted Shang Ping on the shoulder. You don't have to think about the loss, you are responsible for running this project, buying planes, renting the apron, and the money for daily maintenance will be solved by me, not counting the investment in Shuiyun Pavilion. Shuiyun Pavilion only needs to be responsible for making money, let me do the loss of money. Lin Qinshu immediately transferred 100 million to Shang Ping, bought 3 helicopters and put them. Shuiyun Pavilion has a place, plus the rented building apron, and the daily maintenance of those helicopters. 100 million is enough for a long time, he told Shang Ping, and then asked him for it when it ran out. After the money was transferred, Lin Qinshu walked into the Shuiyun Pavilion by himself, leaving Shang Ping alone in the wind. A place to eat, investing 100 million at every turn. Is this person rich and capricious or has other plans? Shang Ping stood at the door and thought about it for a long time, but he didn't figure it out. Lin Qinshu came to the box, and Yi Mingxi greeted him happily. This is when he saw the 3 girlfriends who scolded him in the morning. They became a little quiet at the moment. Beast, this is the first time I've taken a Rolls-Royce, it's too luxurious, it's too luxurious. Li Wuqi also sighed. He and Fan Jianxiang came together, and Xiaolu brought his girlfriend Guan Yan, and the dormitory and other girls' dormitories were all brought, and it seemed that they were indeed true love. After they were all seated, Shang Ping began to serve the food. Today's dishes are not specified, what is served and eaten, but the food in Shuiyun Pavilion is not simple. Shang Ping even asked the waiter to carry 2 cases of 82-year-old Lafite. Because Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang said that red wine is not drunk, and it is definitely not enough to drink only 1 or 2 bottles of wine, so they simply took out all the inventory in the store. This cup I toast Ming Ming's girlfriends, thank you for your concern for her, if it weren't for your good sisters, I wouldn't have met Meng Meng now. Lin Qinshu raised his glass and toasted Ruan Xingxing's 3 daughters. Ruan Xingxing stood up and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, it's that some of us have no one in our eyes, and we apologize to you here. You shouldn't conclude that you're a scumbag when you don't know you. Yao Jingjing and Wang Ying also raised their glasses and stood up. After all, the 3 of them thought that Lin Qinshu was playing casually at first, but after hearing that the other party was spending money for Yi Mingxi, they felt that the other party should be serious, and although it was very superficial to see if a person was sincere, it was also very direct. Then how do you know I'm not going to be a scumbag? Lin Qinshu looked at them with a smile. Yao Jingjing was the first to speak, handsome and rich, I am willing to be a scumbag. Ruan Qingqing and Wang Ying hurriedly tugged at the corners of her clothes and motioned for her to stop talking. I promise here that as long as Meng Meng still wants me in the future, I will always rely on her side until she gets tired of it. Lin Qinshou drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Li Wuqi also came over with a cup, although he still had a plaster, but after hearing that there was a dinner tonight, he didn't take any anti-inflammatory drugs, so he just drank 2 cups. Hello beauties. My name is Li Wuqi, I am a good brother of the beast, and I am currently single. Poof. Wang Ying burst out laughing. Everyone turned their eyes to her, although Li Wuqi's name is very strange, but this is something that everyone already knows. How can the reaction be so big? I'm sorry, I'm from Shangjiang, and this senior's name is in my language, which means that you are shameless, so I can't help but laugh out loud. Wang Ying explained with a smile. Lin Qinshou was a little surprised, because very few Shangjiang people would come to the mainland to study. Either they would study in a local university, or they would choose to study abroad, because the local universities in Xinjiang have a score advantage for locals, and they are also relatively top schools, which can be compared. In addition to those top universities in the mainland, there are only those schools abroad, and the threshold for Shangjiang people to study abroad is also much lower. Fan Jianxiang pushed Li Wuqi away and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fan Jianxiang, which is much more normal than a shameless name. I'm single too." Poof. This time, the 3 girls all laughed together. Yao Jingjing said with a smile, "Don't always report your name in the best dormitory, no one in the whole Jiaotong University knows, no one knows." Fan Jianxiang and Li Wuqi smiled awkwardly at the same time. In the laughter, the time soon came to 9 o'clock, the school was about to close at 10:30, and it would take a while to go back from here, so there could be no second half. Lin Qinshou asked Sheng Ping to arrange a shuttle bus to send them all back, and in Yi Mingxi's resentful gaze, he sent her into the car. Lin Qinshou didn't want Yi Mingxi to stay, but he still had more important things to do. The time given to him by the system was too hasty, and he wanted to go to Wenruxue to see how to carry out tomorrow's plan, or to learn about the Wen family, and whether there were weaknesses other than secrets. After sending everyone away, Lin Qinshou also asked Sheng Ping to drive him to Wenruxue's residence. He also drank, but he had to use the car again tomorrow, so he could only make Sheng Ping work harder, and he took a taxi back after sending him off. Lin Qinshou groped his way to Wenruxue's residence with his memory and knocked on the door. Who? A sound as warm as snow came from inside the room. It's me, didn't you make an appointment to meet tonight? Lin Qinshou looked at the petals scattered at the door. This girl shouldn't be hiding a man inside, right? These petals look like they were plucked from a bouquet of flowers. Could it be that some suitor sent them over and hid them inside? Lin Qinshou put his ear to the door and listened to the movement inside. Wenruxue opened the door and welcomed Lin Qinshou in. Lin Qinshou looked at the dim environment inside, the faint light provided by a few candles, and the ground was full of flower petals. Can't you pay your electricity bill? Or are you starting to like the primitive and energy-efficient life? Lin Qinshou said incomprehensibly. Wenruxue lowered her head and said, "Why did you come so early? Wait for me a little longer." With that, he ran into the room. Lin Qinshou smelled a different smell in the air, and there were 2 plates on the table, covered with lids. And the red wine, candles, and petals on the ground are also scattered everywhere. If he doesn't understand this environment, then he is really a straight man of steel. Lin Qinshou also suddenly realized at this moment that Wenruxue had misunderstood what he meant, and she thought that she was going to find a way to fulfill her promise, so she arranged the environment. At this time, the door opened, and Wenruxue was wearing a black lace nightdress, stepping on the floor barefoot, and her hair was scattered like a waterfall. Because of the candlelight, Wenruxue's slightly red face was not easy to see. She slowly walked to Lin Qinshou and whispered, "I have prepared some wine and food, let's drink some." Lin Qinshou didn't expect that there would be unexpected surprises. Wenruxue prepared something for the day, even if she didn't have that kind of meaning. Let's cooperate first, don't hurt the woman's heart. After Lin Qinshou sat down, Wenruxue came to him and poured him wine. A faint fragrance emanated from Wenruxue's body and poured into Lin Qinshou's nasal cavity. Lin Qinshou couldn't help but take Wenruxue into his arms. Wenruxue exclaimed, and the wine in his hand was almost spilled. The two looked at each other, gradually getting closer and closer, and finally the two figures overlapped. Lin Qinshuo's dishonest hand was placed under the hem of her nightdress, and his hand began to move dishonestly. When Rushua was startled, and quickly stood up. Wait a minute, eat something first. Lin Qinshuo smacked his lips, looking at Wen Rushua, who hurriedly returned to his position. The temperature of the French wet kiss just now was still on his lips, and even left a trace of crystal. Wen Rushua's face was ruddy, and the flickering candlelight flickered on her face. Lin Qinshuo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Well, actually, I didn't come to you because of this, but because of other things. Wen Rushua looked at him suspiciously. I want to know more about your Wen family. Lin Qinshuo already knew a lot about the Wen family from the Wen family's secrets, and now he wanted to see what Wen Rushua thought of their family. Wen Rushua's expression was even more puzzled. Leaving herself a big beauty alone, she actually wanted to understand the people of the Wen family? Is it because I am not attractive enough, or is there really something? Although Wen Rushua didn't understand, she still cooperated and said, although I am a member of the Wen family, I don't know much about the Wen family. Since I was a child, I have been in existence no different from a servant. My father Wen has never looked at me squarely. Yang Xinghua is even more disgusted with me, and my half-brother Wen Wenfeng has never taken care of me. Yang Xinghua is a member of the Yang family in Kyoto, although it is not a top family in Kyoto, but it is also much stronger than our Wen family. So no matter how wasteful the Wen family is, he is also a popular candidate for the head of the family. Because we also have to consider the issue of the next head of the family. At present, we are only in our generation with an elder brother and a younger brother, and our Wen family has always been relatively sparsely populated. Second uncle Wen Jiaxu, I have very little contact with him. I met a few times when I was a child, and it seems that he has not been at home much. The second aunt is even rarer, except for a trip back during the New Year's holidays. She hardly sees it on weekdays. The second aunt is the Secretary General of the City Secretary's office, although she has no real power, but she stays by the side of the person with real power every day, and many times her power is greater than many people. And there are no heirs between the two of them, and the Wen family is the most mysterious one. And my third uncle, Wen Jiaming, may be the only normal person in the Wen family. The third aunt's name is Zhao Yaping, not a person from a big family, nor a high-ranking official. It's the daughter of an ordinary rich family. She gave birth to a son to her third uncle, Wen Jianfeng, who is now 10 years old. Speaking of this third uncle, Wen Rushua's expression became softer. It seems that Wen Jiaming was a light in her dark childhood, shining on her and not letting her fall into darkness. Lin Qinshuo pondered for a moment and asked, in your opinion, who will win tomorrow's battle for the head of the family? And is there still a voter in the battle for the head of your family? Wen Rushua looked at him in surprise. How do you know that there will be a selection meeting for the head of the family tomorrow? There is no one else, just three families, convincing each other, although this is a very stupid way, but the Wen family Ding ridiculed, there was no one in the first place, there was no need to find too many people to participate. The most certain thing should be the Wen family. After all, he is the eldest son, and Yang Xinghua has Yang Xinghua behind him to support him. My third uncle made up the amount because of the disappearance of those funds, but he must have been framed, and the handle must be in the hands of others, so he must be unable to compete. The battle for the head of the Wen family is actually a struggle for the Wen family to take power. One person is in power, and the shares of the Wen group are in charge, and the loser will leave the country and live elsewhere, never to return. The election method of the Wen family is indeed very stupid, and the three brothers persuaded each other that no one would accept each other for 7 days and 7 nights. When the time comes, it will either be coercion and temptation, or it will be a fight and killing. And this is not a dispute between the heads of the family. There are few people in the Wen family. At most it can be regarded as snatching the assets of the Wen family. When Jiaxu has prepared so many things, it seems that he is already 9 out of 10. Do you want to be the head of this house? Lin Qinshuo looked at Wen Rushua with blazing eyes. Wen Rushua looked stunned, and then shook her head. My only good impression of the Wen family is the third uncle's family. What happens to the Wen family is none of my business, and I am a woman, and I am still an illegitimate daughter. No matter which aspect, it is my turn to be the head of the family. Wen Rushua rejects the Wen family so much, even if the head of the family gives it to her, she doesn't want it, right? That's going to be hard. Otherwise, I'll help your third uncle. Lin Qinshu thought about it, since Wen Rushue didn't want to be the head of the family, then choose the first one and push Wen Jiaming up. Anyway, there is also a reward of 10 billion, which is just a little less spiritual than the second one. You? What are you going to do? Wen Rushue had been puzzled by Lin Qinshu's purpose from just now. Why are you suddenly interested in this matter? It seems that you didn't even know what kind of existence the Wen family was before, right? Wen Rushue stared at him directly, as if she wanted to find the answer from his face. It's nothing, now you are my person, I want to get back the grievances I suffered back then. Lin Qinshu pretended to be casual. Wen Rushue, who heard this, suddenly flashed with tears in her eyes. Except for the third uncle Wen Jiaming, no one has ever been so selfless to her since she was a child. Lin Qinshu went from buying a bar to giving her 500 million. Although it is nominally said that she will be Lin Qinshu's person in the future, as a reward, Lin Qinshu gave her 500 million. In fact, she knew how many caddies and tails she had, and Lin Qinshu did not ask her for any compensation. Even tonight, she misunderstood, so that the current situation would be like this. In fact, Lin Qinshu just wanted to help her get justice and interfere in the Wen family's election of the head of the family. Such unrequited help responds to her needs, not to mention that she is a woman who has lacked love since she was a child. No woman can stop such an offensive. When Rushue came behind Lin Qin and hugged him from behind, "Why are you so good to me? I'm not really worth it at all." Lin Qinshu grabbed the small hand stretched out in front of him. "Who said you weren't worth it? With me, you will always be worth it, let alone 500 million, even if 5 billion can buy you to be happy, I am willing. The atmosphere is baked here, and if I don't accept the style, it's really Megumi Yanishida." Lin Qinshu stood up from the stool and slowly turned to look at the other party. This time, when Rushue did not shy avoid his gaze, but took the initiative to come up. Lin Qinshu carried Princess Wen Rushue to the room, and said with a wicked smile, "Since you are ready, don't waste your thoughts." When Ruxwikio's face was slightly red, and she let out a light sound, and buried her head in Lin Qinshu's chest. The candlelight flickered, as if blessing them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the first kill of Wen Rushue with a face value of 95 points, rewarding charm +1, 10 perfect tonic pills *1. 10 perfect tonic pills, after taking it, what is lacking in the body is supplemented, and it is made up to the full value. Host, Lin Qinshu. Power, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 7. Charm, 8. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Ride, Pagani Son of the Wind, Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, Yunlu Villa No. 1. Skills, Martial Arts Mastery, Chess Mastery, Marksmanship Mastery. Balance, 126, 206, 9053. In the middle of the night, Lin Qinshu didn't think about it when he heard the system prompt, and fell asleep after finishing his business. The next morning, Lin Qinshu hugged Wen Rushue into the car, although he was already very gentle last night, but after all, Wen Rushue was the first time. There will still be some inconvenience in the movement, so Lin Qinshu went to buy breakfast early in the morning. Now it's time to set off for the Wen family ancestral hall and help Wen Rushue's third uncle take the position of the head of the family. Lin Qinshu didn't say that Wen Jiaming was her biological father, and after Wen Rushue knew about these things, she would be even more sad. The elders she has always respected actually did to her mother back then, and she was also the biological father who led to her birth. Such a bloody thing, think about it or don't talk about it, just keep the current relationship. Lin Qinshu drove the car to the Jinmao building first, and he asked Sunji to secretly print out some photos early in the morning and put them in 3 envelopes. Each envelope also had the names of the 3 Wen brothers written on it, and this was Lin Qinshu's plan for today, so that they would retreat after seeing the photos. "Qinshu, why don't you forget it? I think I'm already very happy now. The third uncle may be better if he doesn't be the head of the family, his personality is honest, and he is not suitable for being the head of the family. Let's go over like this, we can't even enter the ancestral hall." When Rushue persuaded that she didn't want to be the head of the Wen family, and she didn't want the third uncle to be the head of the family. To be an ordinary person, an ordinary family, maybe it is the most suitable, the most important thing is that she doesn't want Lin Qinshu to encounter any trouble. After all, the other party can't even get Jianlong real estate, let alone the more powerful Wen family. Don't worry, I'm sure to let Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiashu abdicate and make way for Shan. If my plan is useless, then Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiashu will also have a lot of trouble. Lin Qinshu didn't type out all the secrets of the Wen family, and only asked Sun Ji to type out those pictures. Soon arrived at the Wen family ancestral hall, and being able to have a small ancestral hall in the center of the city shows that the Wen family should be more awesome in the past, but now the people are withering to fight for the head of the family. Wen clan ancestral hall, tables and chairs have been set up in front of the spiritual seat. The Wen family of 3, Wen Jiashu and his wife, and Wen Jiaming's family of 3 are all sitting here at this time. When everyone is here, let's start. Wen Jiashang, who was sitting in the middle, closed his eyes and said calmly. He thinks he has his wife Yang Xinghua. What do the other two fight for? After fighting for the past, what contribution can you make to the family? Shuer hasn't arrived yet, and she is also a member of the Wen family. Wen Jiaming said that he called Wen Rushue last night to ask Wen Rushue to participate in the election of the head of the clan, but the phone never got through, and then sent a message, and I don't know if she saw it. A subordinate, what kind of Wen family? Let's start quickly. I also asked my sister to do SPA. Yang Xinghua snorted coldly and said impatiently. Wen Jiashang continued to close his eyes and said nothing. Jiaming, everyone's time is precious. Rushue doesn't have deep feelings for us people, maybe she won't come. Let's start directly. Wen Jiashu said lightly. Wen Jiaming looked out of the door, then sighed and stopped talking. He wanted Wen Rushue to participate in the family affairs more to see if he could seek some benefits for her. To be honest, I really don't want to come to see you people. Wen Rushue led Lin Qinshu and walked in. Presumptuous. How do you talk to your elders, and who else asked you to bring outsiders to my Wen family ancestral hall? Even you are not qualified to come to this ancestral hall, and you dare to bring someone here. Wen Jiashang opened his eyes and glared angrily, and yelled at Wen Rushue. Lin Qinshu stepped forward and blocked in front of Wen Rushue. Old thing, don't yell at my wife is willing to come to give the Wen family face, otherwise your Wen family can be ruined quietly. Lin Qinshu said disdainfully. If this Wen family is really Wen Rushue's father, he can still not scold him a little. No matter how he says it, he is also an old man. It's just a wreck with a little kinship, and he dares to yell at his woman. This is my fiancé, Lin Qinshu. It's not interesting to come this time, it's just that as a member of the Wen family, come and see your ugly face competing for the head of the family. After Wen Rushue introduced Lin Qinshu, she pulled him to Wen Jiaming and sat down. The Wen family was angry. Fiancé? When will I allow you to get married? You are a member of the Wen family, and the marriage is up to me, the father, to get out of here immediately. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly. Father? I don't know if the father is yours or not. As soon as these words came out, Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiashu and Wen Jiaming all changed their faces. Lin Qinshu said this to show the effect of 3 levels. Big brother, forget it, Rushue is also the Wen family no matter what she says, she brought her fiancé here, let them listen. Serious matters. Wen Jiashu looked at Lin Qinshu, and the coldness in his eyes flashed. The Wen family wanted to say something, but Yang Xinghua on the side also said, hurry up and start, my little sisters are urging me. Hearing Yang Xinghua say this, Wen Jiashang closed his mouth and snorted coldly. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiashu both glanced at Lin Qinshu in unison. They didn't know what this man meant just now, whether he knew something. Let's start. I don't think anyone should be willing to quit this battle of the head of the family, and talk about their own value. Jiaming, you are the youngest, you come first. Wen Jiashang waved his hand and said impatiently. Wen Jiaming took out a financial statement. This is the financial report of the enterprises under the Wen family group that I have been operating over the years. Wen Jiaming has worked hard and created nearly 10 billion wealth for the family. I believe that I still have some brains when it comes to making money, and that's what I'm worth. The implication of the Wen family is that if you don't let me be the head of the house, you will make money by yourself to see if you have the ability. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Qinshu's eyes. He didn't expect that this Wen Jiaming was honest on the surface, and he could say such sharp words when he was fighting for the head of the family, and it didn't seem to be a simple character. Oh? As far as I know, there is a huge funding gap in your company, and it seems that you have a lot of money in your personal collection, and you have actually made up for it. Wen Jiaxu flipped through the financial statements and began to fight back. When Jiaming's face changed, apart from him and Jia yapping, only Wen Rushue knew about this kind of thing. How did Wen Jiaxu know about the gap in his funds? If Wen Jiaxu can know about this, there are only two possibilities: or the people around him betrayed him and told Wen Jiaxu about it. However, with Wen Jiaming's understanding of Jia yapping and Wen Rushue, this kind of thing is impossible. Then there is only the second possibility: this kind of thing was done by Wen Jiaxu looking for someone, and it was a conspiracy against him from the beginning, for today. How can it be done? What's the use of making so much money? It's all in your own pocket. Even if you are not expelled from the family, you still want to be the head of the family. Wen Jiashang hurriedly said angrily when he heard this, and at the same time thought in his heart, his third brother is so rich, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to borrow tens of millions of dollars to pay off gambling debts, right? Second brother is a good means, When Jiaming snorted coldly and sat down, without speaking again, he knew that he couldn't fight for this family master. Mr. Wen tossed the financial statement aside and made it a joke to him. The Wen family is not the only one who can make money. As long as they have money, they can invite more people to work for their Wen family. I am in charge of public relations in the Wen family, and the network is basically in my hands. The family is not only money, but my wife Yu Qing is also the Secretary General of the City Secretary's office, and she has been dealing with various high-ranking officials all year round. As long as I become the head of the Wen family, I can lead the Wen family to a higher level, no longer limited to the business world. As soon as Wen Jiaxu's words came out, the scene became quiet, and what he said did have some truth. A family can't just have money. As long as they have connections, the money will continue to flow towards the Wen family. No one refuted him, and the Wen family also said his campaign speech, I am the eldest son of the Wen family, and my wife Yang Xinghua is a member of the Yang family in Kyoto, and my son Wen Wenfeng has also brought billions of profits to the family in recent years. A sneer rose at the corner of Wen Jiaxu's mouth. The so-called making money and connections are not the personal ability of the Wen family. A wreck is a wreck, relying on his wife and children to run for the position of head of the family, but he never thought that his wife and children are all his Wen Jiaxu's. I received a call some time ago. It seems that the eldest brother owes them a gambling debt, and the amount is not small. I don't know if this thing is true? Wen Jiaxu asked. When Jiashang's face darkened, he thought that no one knew about this kind of thing. How could the debt collector rush to Wen Jiaxu? There is no such thing. The second brother may have received a scam call, the Wen family said stiffly. Wen Jiaxu seemed to be prepared for this, and took out a piece of paper from his pocket, on which were written two large characters. I also thought it was a liar, so I asked someone to investigate, wanting to see who dared to defraud me, Wen Jiaxu, but the other party gave me an IOU. When the Wen family saw this IOU, their faces turned the color of pig liver. This was indeed an IOU signed by him, with an amount of 80 million. It's not that he doesn't have that much money, but because he has lost much more than that, and he has already emptied his pockets. When Jiaxu smiled slightly, Big brother, don't fight for the position of the head of the family. I will help you solve this matter and give you another 200 million. I have already bought you a good place abroad, and you will retire abroad in the future. When Jiashang didn't speak, turned his head to look at Yang Xinghua on the side, and Yang Xinghua was playing with his mobile phone at this time, ignoring him. When Jiashang was angry and slapped the mobile phone in her hand, Lao Tzu was forced to be like this. Don't you come out and say a few words? Yang Xinghua's face was full of anger. What do you have to say? If the second brother wants to be the head of the family, let him do it, and if you want to go abroad, you can go. The old lady took Wen Feng back to Kyoto. I want to divorce you. Slut, you dare. The Wen family raised their hands and was about to slap them on Yang Xinghua's face, but when Wenfeng grabbed his hand. The Wen family saw that their son, who had been in pain since he was a child, actually stood on the opposite side of him, and he was angry. It's the opposite, it's the opposite. At this time, Zhao Yaping suddenly stood up. Big brother, don't be impatient, I have a few photos here, you can take a look. Lin Qinshu glanced at those photos and found that they were almost exactly the same as the few in his hand. Could it be that the system stole them from her? It's a photo of Wen Jiaxu discussing things with a few people, and these people are probably the people who gave it to the Wen family. When the Wen family saw the photo, their faces immediately turned pale, and they gritted their teeth and said, Second brother, you are really a good means, you actually set me up. When Jiaxu saw that the matter was revealed, and he simply didn't pretend, Big Brother, become the king and lose the villain. If you get into this set, then it proves that I won. Humph, if you want to be the head of the house, you are dreaming. I will not agree with you to be the head of the house. When Jiashang snorted coldly. When Jiaxu smiled slightly, if you don't agree, you will pay back the money on this IOU. What does a head of the family look like if he owes gambling debts? The Wen family looked at the third brother, Jiaming. You lend 80 million to the eldest brother first, and I will return the money to you after I become the head of the family. When Jiaming sighed and shook his head, he didn't have 80 million, and he couldn't even take out 8 million. If Wen Rushue hadn't given him 500 million before, he might have been put into the game by Wen Jiaxu now. Although he was surprised why Zhao Yaping had these photos, it seemed that today's situation had been controlled by Wen Jiaxu. The position of the head of the family can only be Wen Jiaxu's. Lin Qinqiu on the side also looked at Zhao Yaping thoughtfully. There is not much information about her in the Wen family's secrets, and her current performance doesn't seem to be in line with the public's judgment. When Jiaxu stood up and laughed, both of you have flaws, and you don't have the same heart. Don't worry, I have already arranged for you abroad, and you will spend the rest of your life abroad. Everyone present was silent, and Wen Jiaxu seemed to have expected this result for a long time. At this time, Lin Qinqiu stood up. Let me say a few words. Everyone turned their eyes to him. When Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua's brows suddenly wrinkled, and they were still very worried about Lin Qinqiu's words when he appeared just now. This is our Wen family's business. What qualifications do you have as an outsider to say a few words? When Jiaxu glanced at Lin Qinqiu lightly. Lin Qinqiu took out a thick envelope from his pocket and threw it to Wen Jiaxu. I suggest you find a corner where no one else can see it. Lin Qinqiu said with a smile. When Jiaxu ignored him, and directly took out the photo in the envelope, and the first photo was a photo of him and Yang Xinghua, his forehead was sweating profusely, and he stuffed the photo back. Then I walked to a corner and took out the photo, and the more I looked at the content of the photo, the more frightened I became. He couldn't even remember when he was photographed, and if he handed it in, it would be enough to make him die several times. A few minutes passed, and Yu Qing wanted to go over to see what the pile of photos was, but when Jiaxu blocked it with his hand. When Jiaxu came to Lin Qinqiu with heavy steps, and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Lin Qinqiu smiled slightly. Give up the position of head of the family to Wen Jiaming, and all the shares in the Wen family's family will be transferred to Wen Jiaming's name, and then take your small treasury to retire abroad. I don't believe you haven't hidden some private money, and haven't you already settled everything abroad? When Jiaxu stared at Lin Qinqiu, and sighed after a long time, third brother, I didn't expect you to have this hand. It seems that the second brother has underestimated you all these years. Wen Jiaming sat behind with a confused expression, and when he heard Lin Qinqiu's request to Wen Jiaxu, he immediately turned his head to look at Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue just smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the reason. Lin Qinqiu pursed his lips. Don't put a top hat on him, he doesn't know me at all, and he doesn't know about these things. If it weren't for Cher's sake, I wouldn't have wanted to come today. Lin Qinqiu actually didn't have a good impression of Wen Jiaming. After all, he was also one of the perpetrators of violence back then. Don't make any excuses about being young and impulsive. Who hasn't been young? After Wen Jiaxu glanced at Yang Xinghua and Wen Wenfang with complicated eyes, he sighed deeply, and the whole person instantly aged a lot. I promise you, as long as these things are not exposed, I can stay abroad forever. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was shocked. Wen Jiaxu, what kind of are you talking about? Yu Qing took the case. Yang Xinghua also looked at him in shock. When Jiaxu came to her last night and told her that as long as he won the position of head of the family, he would divorce Yu Qing and give Yang Xinghua a proper name, and the Wen family would be driven out of the country by him. Now that Wen Jiaxu has given up being the head of the family and has chosen to go abroad, is his previous promise no longer counted? Humph, even if Wen Jiaxu doesn't be the head of the family, there is still me. I didn't agree to let Jiaming be the head of the house. The stirring stick on the Wen family jumped out again. Lin Qinqiu took out the photo of the big tree from an envelope and threw it over. You are the same, transfer all the shares of Wen Enterprise under your name to Wen Jiaming, and then get out. Wen Jiashang, who looked disdainful, instantly ran down the cold sweat on his forehead the moment he received the photo. This big tree is the big tree in the courtyard of the ancestral hall, and there is a corpse hidden underneath, and the person who buried this corpse is him. This kind of thing that no one knows about in his opinion, why would the other party know? When Shan looked suspicious, crumpled the photo in his hand, stared at Lin Qinshu fiercely, and finally sat down weakly in the chair. Lin Qinshu took out several share transfer contracts and asked them to sign them. What kind of means did you use to threaten my father and second uncle? When Wenfeng stood up and shouted loudly. Lin Qinshu saw him stand up, and hurriedly took 2 steps back in fright. He didn't want to get too close to this man. You have it too. Lin Qinshu touched his pocket, took out the envelope with Wen Wenfeng written on it, and threw it over. Unexpectedly, Wen Wenfeng slapped the flying envelope on the ground, and the photos in the envelope were scattered all over the ground. Don't try to threaten me with these things. It's useful to my father and second uncle, but it's useless to me. Wen Wenfeng didn't even look down at the photos. Lin Qinshu looked at him with a strange expression. Are you sure? Wen Wenfeng's photos are all explosive. Everyone present was originally curious about those small envelopes, and looked at the photos scattered all over the ground. One of them fell at Yang Xinghua's feet, and when she picked it up and looked at it, her face suddenly turned black. Bastard thing. The Wen family, who saw the photo, kicked behind Wen Wenfeng. Wen Wenfeng, who was kicked to the ground, still looked confused, and the moment he looked down and saw the photo, he knew how outrageous he was wrong. In the photo, he is with 2 men, which is the deepest secret of his heart, and now he is exposed to his closest family. Now he finally understands why his father and second uncle were manipulated at will because of an envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu were also trembling with anger when they saw these photos. The only child was not normal. When Wenfeng stared at Lin Qinshu viciously, gritted his teeth and said, "Why do you have these photos? Who are you?" At this moment, Lin Qinshu seems to be a demonic existence in front of everyone, able to penetrate the darkest secrets in everyone's heart. Lin Qinshu took out the remaining envelopes from his pocket, and Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing were left, as well as Wen Jiaming's. Lin Qinshu put Wen Jiaming's away, and threw Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing's over, since they were all given, then give them a complete one, so that they can also understand together why Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu bowed their heads. The moment Yang Xinghua saw the photo, she stuffed it back into the envelope and looked at Lin Qinshu with a pale face. Yu Qing was the same, with a look of shock on her face. Now that everyone's curiosity has been satisfied, let's do whatever we want. Lin Qinshu sat back in his place. Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu signed their names on the equity transfer form. I hope you can keep your promise. After Wen Jiaxu glanced at Lin Qinshu deeply, he turned around and left the place, but the moment he turned around, the cold light in his eyes became sharper and sharper. Wen Jiashang also snorted coldly and left quickly. Wen Rushui asked curiously, "What method did you use to make this group of people admit it? What's in those envelopes?" Lin Qinshu took her hand. "It's just some shady handles. Okay, the matter is settled, let's go." When the two were about to leave, Wen Jiaming stood up. "Wait." Wen Jiaming felt like he was in a dream, and when he came in the morning, he knew that he could not possibly become the head of the Wen family. The speech just now is only a dying struggle, and I want to try harder. In the end, he failed, and he thought that his family would leave Huaxia and live abroad. As a result, Lin Qinshu stood up and drove Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu away. He sat there and didn't do anything. He had already become the head of the Wen family, and even the share transfer contract had been signed. I know you're helping me for Share's sake, but I still want to thank you. Share is blessed to have met you. Share, you can move back home in the future, and from now on, we will be a real family. Wen Jiaming said excitedly. Yes, Shuer, although you have always called us third uncle and third aunt, we all treat you as our own daughter. Zhao Yaping also smiled. The photo she had just provided was given to her by one of her cousins, who happened to be one of the people in the group of people in the Wen family. She originally wanted to rely on that photo to make the eldest brother and the second brother fight to break the net, and then sit on her own family to reap the benefits of the fisherman, but she turned out to be too naive. The Wen family is too cowardly, and a few words and a few things can make him have nothing to say, so that he has no courage to argue anymore. When Lin Qinshu heard this, he sneered instead. Does this Wen Jiaming want to recognize Wen Rushui in this way? He didn't want Wen Rushue to know his true life experience, otherwise, he would have handed over the hidden disease casebook from the Wen family to the other party just now. Wen Rushue is living happily now, and there is no need to toss around these bloody things. Lin Qinshu took out the envelope belonging to Wen Jiaming from his arms and threw it over. Shuer will not go back to the Wen family to live, she will have nothing to do with the Wen family in the future. How you like to toss and how to toss. Lin Qinshu's words made Wen Rushue puzzled. She didn't know why Lin Qinshu was so hostile to the third uncle. Secretly tugging at his sleeve on the side, Lin Qinshu grabbed her hand, turned around and pulled Wen Rushue out of the Wen family ancestral hall. Wen Jiaming held the envelope in his hand and looked at the two who left, not knowing why. He couldn't understand why Lin Qinshu was so malicious to him. He didn't disagree with the two being together, he didn't say anything before he was disgusted. Wen Jiaming opened the envelope, and Zhao Yaping came over. He was about to take out the photos inside, but he suddenly stopped, remembering the performance of the group of people just now after seeing the contents of the envelope, coupled with Wen Wenfeng's photos. Wen Jiaming felt that this kind of photo could only be seen by himself, not by Zhao Yaping. Why don't you take it out and take a look? Zhao Yaping looked at him suspiciously. There's nothing to see, you take Jianfeng home first, I'll go to the company to deal with the rest of the things, and the Wen family will be our family in the future. Wen Jiaming couldn't hide his excitement. Zhao Yaping was also very happy, so she didn't pursue the contents of the envelope anymore. Although she is not particularly smart, she also knows that everyone has their own secrets, and if some secrets are known, there may be no way to turn back. After returning to the company, Wen Jiaming came to the office, locked the door, and took out the envelope that Lin Qinshu had given him. He took out a photograph of him returning from school late at night more than 20 years ago. Wen Jiaming trembled when he saw it, and he couldn't imagine where he got the photo. It was late at night, and it was pitch black inside, with only a faint moon shining in. And the clarity of this photo was also impossible to take at that time. Wen Jiaming sat down in his chair, his eyes wandering, with a look of fear and complexity. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment, and after a long time, he pressed the secretary's phone. Convene all the executives and shareholders of the Wen Group and attend the shareholders' meeting in 2 hours. On the other side, as soon as Lin Qinshu got in the car, he received a call from Li Wuqi. Beast, you skipped Su Xiao's class today. Su Xiao's mother-in-law asked us to convey to you in the class, before the sun goes down this afternoon, if you can't see you again, she will apply to the school for your expulsion. Although Lin Qinshu didn't care too much about the issue of school status, he didn't want to disappoint his parents. And the campus life is so beautiful. I have just lived a luxurious and trouble-free campus life. What the stinky woman said can't be true. After all, the terrifying background is there, and the expulsion of Lin Qinshu may be a matter of one sentence. Shuer, I'll send you back first, you have a good rest. I have to go back to school, there's a new teacher at school, and I'm going to be fired for skipping class. Lin Qinshu sent Wen Rushue downstairs to her house. Wen Rushue rolled her eyes. It's not good to you if you can't go to school, it doesn't mean much. Thank you today, if it weren't for you, the third uncle would not be the head of the family. I'll reward you when you're free. After speaking, he leaned over and kissed Lin Qinshu. After Wen Rushue got out of the car, he drove directly to school. On the way, he was still thinking about why he didn't receive a prompt to complete the task. It stands to reason that he has already completed the task of choosing one. How can there be a reward of 10 billion? However, this task was the most unpleasant one for Lin Qinshu to complete, because he really didn't like Wen Jiaming. As a father, even if he is a biological father who outsiders don't know, he doesn't feel his concern for his daughter. When she knew that her daughter had a fiancé, her expression did not change at all. He didn't even ask about Lin Qinshu's origin, so he wasn't worried that his daughter would be unladylike? This is the first point that Lin Qinshu does not like Wen Jiaming. The second point is that he obviously saw that in the photo of Wen Wenfeng, there was the figure of his youngest son Wen Jianfeng, and he didn't say anything, and even stepped on the photo under his feet, not letting Zhao Yaping on the side see it, as if he was afraid that Zhao Yaping would rush up and make trouble, interrupting his plan to wait and see. From these 2 points, Wen Jiaming is a selfish person, but there is no way. The task requires that in addition to him being the head of the house, Wen Rushue is the head of the house. Wen Rushue didn't want to do it herself, and he didn't want Wen Rushue to wade into the troubled waters, so he could only cheapen when jumping. Although Wen Rushue has deep feelings for her third uncle, she is also grateful. But judging from her overall feeling about the Wen family, Wen Rushue will rarely return to the Wen family in the future. Lin Qinshuo's car drove into the school and ran directly to the teacher's office building. The roar of Lamborghini's poison resounded throughout the office building, and it happened that Su Xia was downstairs on the phone and was about to go upstairs. "Teacher Su, I heard you're looking for me." Lin Qinshuo got out of the car and said with a smile. Su Xia, who was talking on the phone, glared at him and stretched out his fingers to make a silence. Lin Qinshuo stood silently aside, waiting for Su Xia to finish the phone. "Mom, I said that I'm not in a hurry to get married. What is less Zhou, less Guan? I'm not interested. I just come out of work. Don't you act like your daughter hates to get married?" Su Xia said impatiently into the phone. "Don't be willful. Zhou Feng is a promising young man introduced by his grandfather's friend, and he has already scheduled tomorrow's plane from Kyoto. You can go home for dinner tomorrow night anyway and meet that Zhou Feng." Su Xia's mother, Li Lingyu, said on the other end of the phone. Su Xia, who was talking on the phone, inadvertently glanced at Lin Qinshuo and suddenly had a plan. "Mom, I said I already have a boyfriend. You let Zhou Feng go back. I'll show you my boyfriend when the time comes." Li Lingyu immediately took a sip. "Are you a fool to be a mother? Just now you said that you don't want to fall in love, and now you say that you have a boyfriend. Your excuse is too bad." "It's true, I didn't say it because I didn't want you to know for the time being, and now that you found me someone to go on a blind date, I won't hide it from you at all." Su Xia glanced at Lin Qinshuo without a trace and turned his body back. "That's right, you bring that boyfriend over tomorrow night. If the situation is true, I won't find you a blind date in the future, so be it. I'm going to play mahjong." Li Lingyu didn't give Su Xia a chance to speak, and hung up the phone. After Su Xia's phone was hung up, he stomped his feet twice and turned to look at Lin Qinshuo. Lin Qinshuo was still immersed in the girlish feeling that emerged from Su Xia's body at the moment when he stomped his feet just now, and the next second he felt that the other party's eyes were not quite right. "Teacher Su, although I skipped class, I haven't reached the point of expulsion. Don't want to threaten me with this trick to do something bad." Lin Qinshuo crossed his hands in front of his chest. "Phew! Come up with me." Su Xia was angry and funny when he saw him, but when he remembered the tofu he was eaten yesterday, he suddenly lost a smile on his face. Originally, Su Xia wanted to take Lin Qinshuo to the office, but then after thinking about it, he turned around and walked towards the classroom apartment. Lin Qinshuo followed behind, thinking in his heart, "This girl can't take a fancy to me, right? Could it be that I have a system and I can't escape the unspoken rules today?" When I came to Su Xia's apartment, I smelled a faint fragrance as soon as I entered the door, which seemed to be the same as the smell on Su Xia's body. The teacher's apartment is one bedroom and one living room, and each teacher has a set, which is full of organs. For Lin Qinshuo, I am still curious about why the daughter of a municipal party secretary chose to live in the school. It stands to reason that the home should not be far away, but if you are crowded into such a teacher's apartment, there will be no daily life? Skipping my class twice, each time you will be deducted 5 credits, you don't have to graduate. Su Xia sat down and said directly. Lin Qinshuo also found a stool to sit down, and said nonchalantly, "Teacher Su called me, wouldn't it just scare me?" Su Xia originally planned to call people to the office and scold them in front of all the teachers, but now she has other plans. "Originally, I was going to talk to the registrar's office about your problem, but seeing that you are also a first-time offender, I will give you a chance. It just so happens that I have something for you to help me with tomorrow, and if you behave well, this matter will be written off." What Su Xia said is to let Lin Qinshuo pretend to be her boyfriend and go home with her tomorrow night to deal with it. There was no way, she didn't have any friends of the opposite sex. Because of her brother who was the god of war in the military region, no one dares to fight her idea, and those men retreat when they see her, for fear that they will disappear into this world for no reason, but this is also what she wants. Now that I finally met a man who was not afraid of her, and dared to take advantage of her in front of the whole class, this person was the person in front of him. Can I say no? I don't care what students can help, Teacher Su was too exalted to me. Lin Qinshuo probably heard from Su Xia's phone call just now that he was going to help. He didn't want to wade into the muddy waters of this thick family, and if her brother, who was the god of war in the military region, found out, his feet would have to be broken. It would be too dangerous. Ding! Detected beauty with a face value of more than 90 points and ask for a host. Option 1, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend, accompany her home to solve the troubles of the blind date, and reward strength +1. Option 2, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend, accompany her home to solve the blind date troubles, and get the approval of at least 2 Su family members, strength +1, stealth card *1. Invisibility card. After use, it can turn itself transparent through light refraction, which lasts for 1 hour. Incognito cards? Damn, now this sci-fi thing is popping up? This is a mission that I have to go. Maid, I just opened my mouth to refuse, and the next second will send me a task. The dog system is deliberate. Lin Qinshu scolded in his heart. As long as the system released the task earlier, he agreed. In this situation, if Su Xia agrees to his refusal like this, then how can he pretend to be Su Xia's boyfriend? Isn't this mission just like this? I can promise you one thing within the scope of my ability, and by the way, I won't pursue your skipping class. You should think about it. Su Xia saw that coercion could not work, so he could only lure. As long as she can solve the matter in front of her, she will not hesitate to make some sacrifices. Lin Qinshu was silent for a while, and the other party gave him a step. He could just take advantage of the situation, but he was unwilling if it was too simple. In this way, if you help me do something, I will promise to be your boyfriend for a day off and help you solve the blind date. Lin Qinshu's eyes rolled slightly. There happened to be something for the other party to do right now, and Su Xia's identity background just met his requirements. Okay, say, what do you want me to do? Su Xia readily agreed. Lin Qinshu first added her WeChat, then opened the Wen family's secret file, picked a few photos and sent them over. These are some of the crimes that I know about by chance, and the other party's family is huge, and if I go to the police, not only will it not be effective, but it will cause trouble to my personal safety. If your identity is as rumored, then they should all be brought to justice. Lin Qinshu sent some criminal evidence of Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiashu. Wen Jiashu has done many things for the Wen family over the years, which means that he is the dark side of the Wen family, and these are all evidence that can make them sit through the prison. Lin Qinshu didn't plan to let them go. He was not a saint, and people's hearts were unpredictable. He didn't plan to put 2-time bombs outside. Only if they were allowed to eat public meals, that would be the safest. At first he had no channel to get them, because Wen Jiashu's connections were stronger than the so-called Li family, and he was helpless even with the evidence of the Li family in hand, let alone the Wen family. It just so happens that Su Xia's identity background in front of him is hard enough, so you can give it a try. As for why he didn't give Su Xia the information of the Li family's father and son, because he now has another plan. It is a bit too cheap to directly let the Li family and his son eat the public meal. And although the strength of the Li family and his son is not as strong as the Wen family, Li Jianfu's network of connections is all over black and white, unlike Wen Jiashu's connections, only in the white way. What's more, if Su Xia can get the 2 Wen Jiashu brothers done, it will also prove that their family has the strength to deal with the Li father and son, and then hand over the criminal information of the Li family and his son to him. Su Xia clicked on the first photo, which was a photo of a big tree. What is this? What does the tree say is so important? This is a place where the body is buried, and the body is buried under that tree, on the Wen family. You're probably going to have to hurry, maybe he'll be moving the body soon. After the Wen family saw this photo, they would definitely find a way to transfer the corpse away, and then he would have no worries about it, and he would come back again to make trouble. Originally Lin Qinshu didn't plan to pay attention to it, it was Wen Jiaming who made trouble. What did he have to do with it? When Su Xia heard this, he sat up and looked at Lin Qinshu in shock. Wen family? The 4 major families of the demon capital, the eldest son of the Wen family? Lin Qinshu nodded and pointed to her mobile phone. Turn it back, there is Wen Jiashu's in the back. These evidences should be enough for you to take down the 2 brothers. Su Xia hurriedly flipped through the photos again, and there were some agreements and contracts. After looking at it for a while, Su Xia's face was full of solemnity, and then he quickly stood up and took the bag on the side. I'll look for you again tomorrow afternoon, and now I'll help you deal with this matter first. She was originally a jealous and hateful person, and coupled with the education of her original family, she had zero tolerance for these crimes. Su Xia walked out quickly with her bag, and Lin Qinshu was left in her room, looking confused. This girl is also resolute. Lin Qinshu muttered. This matter is done, and now that he is idle again, he got up and prepared to go back to Yunlu Villa, and he didn't plan to go to the afternoon class. Suddenly, the mobile phone vibrate, and Lin Qinshu took it out to see that it was Li Qing calling. Master, the house you explained has been found, not far from your school. There is a community by the mountains and rivers, Silver Lake Villa. I have sent you the sales phone number, you can always go to see the property. Lin Qinshu then remembered that he had promised Yi Mingxi to buy a house, and he called Yi Mingxi. Does Meng Meng have a class in the afternoon? I made an appointment for the sale of the property, let's go see the house. Senior, there are exams in the last 2 classes in the afternoon, this exam is very important, is there enough time for the first half of the class? That's enough, I'll pick you up now, wait for me downstairs in the dormitory. Lin Qinshu dialed the phone from Li Qing in the car, the sales was a woman, and the charming voice rang from the other end of the phone. Hello, here is Zhang Chen from Gold Medal Real Estate, how can I help you? With a hint of pinching sound, Lin Qinshu's bones were about to be crushed. It's Li Qing who asked me to find you, is there a house for sale in Silver Lake Villa? I'm here now, about 20 minutes. Jiaodong University only needs 10 minutes to get to Wenhu Villa, and reserve 10 more minutes for Yi Mingxi, after all, women don't go out so fast. Oh, it's Mr. Lin. Sister Qing told me, I'm here now, you come and call me, and I'll go out and wait for you. Zhang Chun's voice suddenly became enthusiastic. Okay, I'll call you when it's time. The phone hung up, and Yi Mingxi walked out of the dormitory building. Senior, I heard that you were called to the office by the new teacher, are you okay? Yi Mingxi asked with concern as soon as he got into the car. It's okay, the teacher told me not to skip class, otherwise my graduation certificate will be withheld. Lin Qinshu smiled and touched her head. Then don't skip class again, or you'll become at the same level as me, and I won't be able to call you senior. Yi Mingxi covered his mouth and smiled. The two soon came to the gate of Inhu Villa, and at this time there was already a man wearing white professional clothes, with a pair of black silk under his feet setting off the long legs of more than 1 meter. The big yellow waves were tied up at will, and there was a hint of charm in his smiling face. After Lin Qinshu got out of the car, Zhang Chun greeted him. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Chun, and I just talked to you on the phone. Lin Qinshu looked at the woman in front of him, and the system did not prompt that her appearance did not reach 90 points, and she should also have 80 points. But that mature and charming taste is still a plus, and Lin Qinshu can score 85 points. Well, let's go, take us to see the house. Zhang Chun took the two to villa number 33 of Inhu Villa, where the villas are all detached. Although it is not as big as Yunlu Villa, it is more than 500 square meters, and there are front yards and backyards. This kind of small villa is exactly what Lin Qinshu is looking for, and the rest depends on whether Yi Mingxi likes it or not. Yi Mingxi walked around every corner thoroughly, and occasionally raised his hand to gesture to what should be placed here. Senior, isn't it expensive here, and it's too big to clean? Yi Mingxi suddenly remembered that he should consider saving money for Lin Qinshu, although it was said to be a love nest sold to the two, but it didn't seem to be necessary to buy such a good one. Zhang Chun hurriedly said, the property here has an ant to clean, and you can clean it once for a few hundred yuan. Of course, such a big house has to be cleaned by an ant. Meng, if you like it, it's here. You watch first, Miss Zhang and I will go to the rest of the procedures. Lin Qinshu and Zhang Chun came to the hall. Miss Zhang, how much is this suite? I didn't even ask the price after watching it for a long time just now, but it also made Zhang Chun more confident in this order. Mr. Lin, this suite has just been renovated, no one has come to live in it yet, and it is fully equipped with household appliances. So the price will go up a bit, at 42 million. More than 40 million? It feels expensive, after all, this is near the campus, not the city. Converting it back, 1 square is almost 100,000. Miss Shang, I hope to buy it for 40 million, you go and discuss it with the original owner. If you can settle it today. After Lin Qinshu finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and played, ignoring the other party's head-scratching posture, and leaned over from time to time to reveal a deep ravine in front of his eyes. It's not that Lin Qinshu doesn't want to watch it, it's that it's really a nest of fire after watching too much. Okay, I'll go and discuss it with the original owner, and I'll get back to you later. Zhang Chun took his mobile phone and walked outside. Lin Qinshu was thinking that if this Zhang Chun was capable, then the matter of buying Consolidating could also be handed over to the other party. After all, he promised Chen Shan that he would have a house over there and rent it to her. There have been a lot of recent quests, and they've all been crammed together, and most of them haven't been completed yet. Speaking of tasks, why hasn't the reward in the Wen family ancestral hall been received yet, but it hasn't been completed? I have to go to Wen Rushue to find out the situation later. Don't delay the completion of the task halfway. After a while, Zhang Chun walked in from outside the door. Lin Qinshu's eyes turned over, and suddenly the mobile phone in her hand fell to the ground, and she hurriedly bent down to pick it up. At the moment of bending over, two white rabbits on the chest were about to come out of the crowd together. Lin Qinshu knew that Zhang Chun did it on purpose, and he didn't demolish her, so why didn't he watch it? Even if it's a nest fire, you have to watch it. Zhang Chun also began to think after hearing Yi Mingxi call him a senior. She thought that the two were just ordinary couples. Maybe they were the playthings of Lin Qinshu, the rich second generation, who played casually. If it's a plaything, why can't she? It's better to be a plaything next to such a rich second generation than to waste time on those silks. Mr. Lin, the original owner here, agreed, on the condition that everything will be dealt with today, and he will receive a down payment there. Zhang Chun twisted his buttocks in a hip-wrapping skirt and came to Lin Qinshu to sit down. Down payment? I didn't need that thing. I brought the contract, and I paid him the full amount after signing it. With a down payment, who do you look down on? Zhang Chun's pupils shrank slightly, and he paid 40 million at once, which seemed to be a powerful rich second generation. By the way, Miss Shang, I plan to buy a suite in Consolidating. Do you have a house here? Lin Qinshu saw the other party's non-ink style of doing things, and planned to finish Chen Shanshan's suite. Yes, what are Mr. Lin's specific requirements? Zhang Chun asked happily. This is the rhythm of making a fortune. Thompson's houses are all hundreds of millions. If she can make a deal, it is equivalent to the number of orders she has opened in the past few years. To be renovated, preferably one that no one has lived in. It doesn't matter if you have home appliances or not. You can just buy them when the time comes. Thompson's house is not small, so it's useless to have requirements for area. The closest place to work is there, and it's always expensive. Anyway, after completing the task, the money also came back, and he was not spending money indiscriminately, but making money. Zhang Chun hurriedly looked at his mobile phone, and there was indeed a set of listings in it that met Lin Qinshu's requirements. Mr. Lin, there is a set of renovated here, but there is no furniture. What do you think? Zhang Chun leaned next to Lin Qinshu, pressed the pair of white rabbits on his arm, and handed the mobile phone in front of him. Lin Qinshu felt the softness on his arm, coughed dryly twice, and pretended to be calm. Are you free? I want to check it out. Of course, you don't need to bring a key there, it's all password locked, so I don't have to go back to get the key. I can go directly after I finish here. Zhang Chun said excitedly, today is the rhythm of opening 2 orders. Lin Qinshu nodded. That's okay, I'll call Meng down, write her name on this suite, let her sign a contract with you, and I'll transfer the money to the seller after signing. Lin Qinshu withdrew his arm and got up to go out to find Yi Mingxi. Although the soft feeling is very comfortable, Meng is still here, and it is not good to be seen. Later, after sending Meng back to school, let her rub it enough. At this time, Yi Mingxi also finished looking at the house, came to Lin Qinshu's side and sighed, this house is so beautiful, can I really live here in the future? Lin Qinshu touched her head, fool, of course you can live as long as you want. Let's go and sign the contract, you are the owner of this house. Yi Mingxi was pulled to the table by Lin Qinshu. Zhang Chun, who was next to the table, was still in a state of shock and did not come back to his senses. The house of 40 million was given away casually, and he didn't write his name? You must know that even if many rich second generations have money, they also buy houses in their own names, although they verbally say that they buy them for those women. In fact, they only provide them with those women to live in. But the rich second generation in front of him is different. He doesn't write his own name, only writes the girl alone. Zhang Chun, who came back to his senses, looked at Lin Qinshu's eyes shining. After Yi Mingxi signed it, she found out that she was the only one in the name of this house. Senior, don't you have to sign it? Lin Chincho shook his head. This is bought for you. I have too many assets in my name, plus my name will become more troublesome, and besides, isn't yours mine? The relationship between the two of us should not be bound by this so-called name. Zhang Chunrun on the side was stupid. Why did these words sound so familiar? Many men say that they buy a house for a woman, and in the end there is only the man's name. This sentence is what the man said to the woman at that time, right? Now the words are the same, but the situation is reversed. The former is to ask the woman not to bother with writing her name in the house, and Lin Chin's code is not to write her own name, but only to write the woman's name. What assets too much will become troublesome? Big brother, you pay in full, what's the trouble? Alright then, all mine is yours anyway. Yi Mingxi nodded as if she didn't understand. She had also heard that it seemed that there were too many assets in her name, and it would be difficult to buy a house. However, I don't know that it is only when I take out a loan to buy a house, and I will check the assets in your name. After signing, Lin Chincho transferred the money to the seller, and after Yi Mingxi changed the password of the gate, Lin Chincho drove Yi Mingxi back to school. Senior, if you don't have time on the weekend, can I take Qingqing and them to the villa to play? Yi Mingxi asked before getting out of the car. Of course, I happen to have something else to do this weekend, so you can take your roommates to play. It's your house, don't worry about me, you have the right to control the house. Lin Chincho touched her head dotingly. I don't know why, he likes to touch Yi Mingxi's head very much. Thank you, senior. With a chirp, Yi Mingxi happily kissed him. Lin Chincho left the campus and drove to Consolidating, and today Chen Shanshan's housing problem was also solved. Coming to the gate, Zhang Chun was already standing there waiting, because she was a salesperson, so she could take someone in to see the house. If it was just Lin Chincho, even if she drove a luxury car of hundreds of millions, she couldn't get in, unless she became the owner here. Lin Chincho opened the window and shouted to Zhang Chun, "Get in the car and take me to the park." Why didn't Miss Yi come? Zhang Chun saw that Lin Chincho was the only one in the car, and asked suspiciously. She still has classes in the afternoon, and this house was not bought for her, where is it? Lin Chincho drove into the underground parking lot. When Zhang Chun heard this, his eyes flashed. This is a good opportunity, and then said with a smile, in Building A, I didn't expect Miss Yi to be a student. I'm a student, too, but I'm older, so you don't see it. Lin Chincho said with a smile. Where, of course I know that Mr. Lin is also a student, but Mr. Lin is really young and promising. Zhang Chun's eyes were as bright as water, staring directly at Lin Chincho, as if he was going to eat him in the next moment. Young, rich, and a little handsome, this kind of high-quality man, I can't find it with a lantern, but I didn't expect her to meet it today. Zhang Chun took Lin Chincho to the 33rd floor. Lin Chincho looked at the elevator button on the 33rd floor, with a strange look on his face. The villas bought for Yi Mingxi are 33, and now the resettlement residence for Qin Shanshan is also 33 floors. After the elevator door opened, a gate appeared, and the buildings of Tomsonipin were all large flats, with one floor and one household. Mr. Lin, this is a relatively large room type, and it is also the most suitable for your requirements. Zhang Chun said according to the password of the gate. As soon as the door opens, you can see the river view under the huge balcony, and there is even a smell that has just been renovated not long ago. Lin Chincho opened the door of the balcony, and a river breeze blew in. More than 500 square meters, it seems to be a bit big. Qin Shanshan just lives alone, it seems that there is no need to live so big. Lin Chincho pondered, and suddenly found that he could see the Golden Trade Building outside the balcony here. Zhang Chun looked at Lin Chincho's contemplative appearance on the side, thinking that the other party thought that the house was not good enough, so he hurriedly introduced, the property security facilities here are perfect, and it is 50 meters away from the Huangpu River, with a 270-degree first-line river view, and the scenery is very beautiful. This property is also one of the top 10 luxury homes in Asia, and being able to own a house here is sometimes a status symbol. Lin Chincho did not respond to what Zhang Chun said. He was not dissatisfied with the house here, but he felt that it was too big, bigger than the villa he bought just now. In such a big house, if only one person lives, it will be empty. But apart from here, it seems that there are no decent real estate around. After thinking about it, he turned around and wanted to look somewhere else, but he didn't find that Zhang Chun was directly behind him. Turned around and hit Zhang Chun's plump body directly. Zhang Chun was wearing high heels, and when he was hit like this, he was about to fall down, Lin Chincho hurriedly stretched out his hands to pull her. Originally, he was going to pull her arm, but who would have thought that Zhang Chun's two hands would be raised instinctively because he was about to fall, but Lin Chincho didn't catch his arm and slipped away. The short contact between the two made Lin Chincho's heart beat. After all, he was still a young man with strong blood. Lin Chincho hurriedly let go of his hand. "I'm sorry, I wanted to grab your arm, I made a mistake." Zhang Chun pretended to be shy. "It's okay, what does Mr. Lin think of this house?" Lin Chincho looked left and right. "The house is a good house, but it is too big, and it is inevitable that it will be a little empty when you live alone. And I didn't buy it for myself, I lived for someone else, maybe the other party didn't like such a big house." Hearing Lin Chincho say this, she guessed that it wasn't because of the price, but because of the show. Zhang Chun's eyes flickered. To this extent, of course she knew that she should give something, and she knew this very well. Half an hour of content that you are not interested in. Lin Chincho stood on the balcony blowing the wind, looking at the river view outside. "This house is famous all over the country, I didn't expect that I would have a day here, and I bought it for someone else." Feeling the wind blowing on the balcony, Lin Chincho's soul gradually flew back. What happened just now made him feel very good, but it was only this aftertaste, and next time, if the object was Zhang Chun, he would definitely refuse. Zhang Chun wiped his lipstick and touched up his makeup, came to Lin Chincho's side, and just wanted to ask something. Lin Chincho took the lead and said, "Go get the contract, I bought it here." Zhang Chundu was so sincere, and the problems of his entanglement have been easily solved. The smallest of Thompson's products is more than 400 square meters, and there is no difference between more than 400 and more than 500. It's a big deal that he will come to Chen Shanshan more in the future, but I don't know if Chen Shanshan is willing or not. Zhang Chun looked ecstatic. It seems that he has taken the initiative to exchange for huge wealth. "Mr. Lin, the current price of this suite is 120 million, is it a mortgage or full payment this time?" Zhang Chun took out a contract and gave it to him. "The full amount, I am a student with a mortgage or anything, and I don't have that qualification." Lin Chincho picked up the contract, looked at it twice, and signed his name. After signing the contract, Zhang Chun took the contract and was about to go through other transfer procedures, and Lin Chincho also transferred the money. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. If you have any needs in the future, you can contact me at any time, and I can serve you 24 hours a day." After Zhang Chun finished speaking, he threw a flattering look at him. "The commission for these two orders is higher than all the houses she sold in the previous years combined." Lin Chincho chuckled and shook his head. He wouldn't touch this kind of woman. He didn't know how many people had eaten it, although his eloquence was good, but it was limited to eloquence, and Lin Chincho would refuse if he went further. After all, the women around him now are all top beauties with a value of more than 90 points. Lin Chincho left Thompson Epine and returned to Yunlu Villa. He worked hard all night last night, and got up early in the morning to fix the Wen family's mess, and now he just wants to go back to take a shower and sleep. Told Li Qing the building number and password of Thompson Epine, transferred 10 million to her, and asked her to buy household appliances. Now there are still a few days before the weekend, and the decoration will be better in these days, and then I will be able to take Chen Shanshan to move in. Lin Chincho slowly fell asleep in the maid's massage, and it was already night when he opened his eyes again. After getting up, Lin Chincho found that Li Shui had already cooked the meal, so he took a bite casually, packed one, and drove out with the son of the Pagani Wind. The Wen family's task has not been completed until now. He has to go to Wen Rushua to find out what the situation is. As for the son of the Wind this time, he plans to give this car to Wen Rushua, and it has been piled up in Yunlu Villa. As for why he didn't drive it for other women, it was because Yi Mengshi was still a student and didn't have so many places to use a car. Chen Shanshan has not completely become his woman, so she gave the car to Wen Rushua, who needed it most. Lin Chincho drove to Wen Rushua's downstairs, and called her on the road just now, and finally answered the phone this time. Wen Rushua didn't go to the bar today, so she stayed at home to rest. Lin Chincho came to Wen Rushua's house with food, and as soon as he entered, he found that the house had been cleaned up. The candles and petals had been cleaned up last night, and the whole house was clean and tidy. Wen Rushua hooked Lin Chincho's neck with both hands and hung on him. "I heard that I was going to reward you, can't you even wait for a day?" Lin Chincho put his backhand around her waist and said with a smile, "If it weren't for something today, I wouldn't have been able to wait even a moment." After speaking, he picked up Wen Rushua and walked into the room. An hour later, when Rushua lay on his chest and drew circles with her fingers, I really don't know at all, I haven't recovered yet. Lin Qinsho kissed her forehead. Who made you so charming? Forgot about me, you haven't recovered yet. By the way, what's going on with your third uncle? Did you completely take down the Wen family? The mission has not moved for a long time, and I don't know if something has changed. When Rushua thought for a moment and said, I heard that a shareholders meeting was held this afternoon, and a lawyer was called to notarize, so it should have been resolved. Ding! Congratulations to the host, complete the delivery of Wen Rushua to the position of the head of the Wen family, reward 8.8 billion, spirit +1. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 88 billion yuan, and the balance is 10,362,369,053 yuan. Host, Lin Qinsho. Power, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 8. Charm, 8. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Ride, Pagani Son of the Wind, Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Yulu Villa, 33rd floor, Building A, Thompson Epine. Skills, martial arts mastery, chess mastery, marksmanship mastery. Balance, 991-206-9053. A sense of coolness suddenly poured into Lin Qinsho's mind, making him suddenly more energetic, and swept away the fatigue he had just finished exercising. Well, why did option 2 complete the mission? When Rushua is next to him, doesn't even Wen Rushua know? With a ding, Wen Rushua also sounded a message prompt. She took it from the bedside table and looked at it, and her face suddenly became stunned. What's wrong? Lin Qinsho saw her face change suddenly. When Rushua put down her mobile phone and sighed, the message sent to me by my third uncle, after he integrated the shares, he transferred 48% of the shares of the Wen Group to me, and he kept 10% for himself. From now on, I am the real head of the Wen family, the chairman of the Wen Group. Lin Qinsho was stunned when he heard this. According to his understanding of Wen Zheming, the other party was a selfish person. Why would he make this move? Lin Qinsho actually didn't misunderstand Wen Zheming. In fact, his move was also selfish. Lin Qinsho's methods were too terrifying, and Wen Zheming also felt that the other party didn't seem to be particularly pleasing to the eye. He transferred so many shares to Wen Rushua, and even the position of the head of the family was given to Wen Rushua, although there was a trace of reason to compensate for this daughter, but more because of the fear of Lin Qinsho. If you have this power, you have to have that life. Since it was given to you by your third uncle, you can take it. The Wen family owes you enough, and it is not too much to take it. Lin Qinsho hugged her tightly, and the two chatted until late, and finally fell asleep. Lin Qinsho entered the bank card with a large amount of money, and Shan also received a reminder. When she saw the balance of 99 billion, for a moment, she would think that Lin Qinsho was not laundering money. After checking the origin of the funds, no abnormalities were found. Nearly 10 billion funds appeared in private bank accounts, and the entire Modu Bank was shaken. You must know that if 10 billion appears in the company's account, it is still relatively common in the magic capital, but if it appears in a private account, the entire magic capital will not have more than one hand of people with this kind of strength. Wu Shougang was about to shine at his lover's place at night, when a phone call suddenly came, which almost scared him to death. Maid, I know who it is, Lao Tzu killed you. Wu Shougang scolded and picked up the phone. After seeing the phone, he hurriedly changed to a flattering smile. President, it's so late, and you can still be called by the president. It's really flattering for Xiao Wu. Shut your rainbow fart mouth. I found out that the person in charge of a large fund account is a little girl you promoted a few days ago who just went to work. Is there such a thing? A dull voice came from the other end of the phone. Wu Shougang was shocked. Could it be that Lin Qinsho made some kind of moth and transferred the money away? Ouch, I'm wronged. It's a kid who said that he has hundreds of millions of funds that can be deposited in our bank, but the condition is to promote his little girlfriend. I have reported to the headquarters, and Shan's position was still approved by the headquarters, so you can't rely on me if something goes wrong now. Wu Shougang didn't know what was going on, so he had to remove himself first. The head office said impatiently, "What are you anxious about? I'm not looking for you to ask for sin." The private bank account in charge of Chen Shan has now transferred another 8.8 billion, and the balance has reached 9.9 billion. This is a big customer of our bank. No matter what method you use, keep this customer for me, and if necessary, you can apply to the headquarters for assistance. Wu Shougang was stunned, originally thought that he had come to Xingshi to ask for the guilt, but it turned out that it was not. And Lin Qinshou's financial resources are so terrifying, it actually reached a deposit balance of 9.9 billion. Yes, Xiao Wu will definitely leave this owner in our bank. I think the big reason why the other party is willing to be in our bank is because of his little girlfriend. Does the president have any plans? Let's put a little heavy bet on that little girlfriend, and we will definitely be able to keep the big money owner. Wu Shougang's eyes rolled slightly, and he instantly thought of the exact reason. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, he said, "It's not fair to other employees to be promoted too quickly, but all the performance of other employees combined is not as good as her. In this way, you arrange her training first, and then give her the position that our company wants to go abroad to get an MBA, and she will sit in your seat when she comes back. And then you." It is worthy of being a person who can be the head of the bank, and he has already come up with a good plan in a short time, and according to this process, other employees dare not say anything even if they have opinions. After all, people have the ability to get 10 billion in, and if other employees have this ability, of course, they can get the same treatment. Ha! She sits in my seat, so what should I do? I'm 6 or 7 years away from retirement. Wu Shougang said aggrievedly. He asked the head of the bank to put forward a plan. Where did he think that the head of the bank's plan had to kick him out? You're in a hurry, can't you listen to me? The head office was rude, and this Wu Shougang always interrupted him and didn't let him finish his words. You go back to the headquarters and sit as the vice president of the headquarters. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Vice president? Or is it from headquarters? That's different. Wu Shougang excitedly put down the phone and pounced on the junior again. At this moment, the two parties did not know these things, and they were sleeping soundly in different beds. Lin Qinshou slept directly until noon, and was woken up by a hurried phone call. You don't have to go to class in the afternoon. I've already asked for your leave, and I've delivered the clothes to your roommate. Wear that set of clothes and come to me. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshou realized who was calling. Lin Qinshou touched the cold position next to him. When Ru Xue had already gotten up, this was the first time he had slept so late. Ding! Host drowsiness is due to the ascension of the spirit, which needs to be run in with the host's body, which has been completed in the host's sleep. I see, no wonder I slept all afternoon yesterday afternoon, and slept until noon today last night, thinking that my kidney qi was insufficient. The sun is on the butt. Don't get up yet. When Ru Xue walked in wearing an apron. When Lin Qinshou saw her apron outfit, he immediately felt his blood gushing. Wearing an apron in a vacuum, this picture is too tempting. Lin Qin couldn't brush his teeth, pulled Wen Ruxue into his arms, and carried out a morning exercise. More than an hour later, the two walked out of the room. Lin Qinshou couldn't help but sigh. Wen Ruxue's 95-point appearance is too terrible, and now she has become a real woman. That charming aura is exuding all the time, and her kidney doesn't know if she can withstand it. It seems that Su Weiwei's task must be completed. With that King Kong kidney, it will not be a problem to come a few more when the time comes. When Ru Xue had just made lunch, and it was cold again after being delayed by Lin Qinshou. After she reheated the food, the two sat down at the table and went to eat. I may have to go to the Wen's group today, and the third uncle called me and asked me to go over to take over some affairs, and he will stay in the Wen's group to help me. Now that there is no one else in the Wen's group, I can go back to work. When Ru Xue looked at him and said. When Ru Xue knew that Lin Qinshou didn't seem to like her third uncle very much, and she didn't want her to go back to the Wen family, so she looked at Lin Qinshou with a little nervousness. If you want to go, you can go. The Pagani Wen Sun downstairs will be opened for you, and it is easier to commute at ordinary times. Lin Qinshou also knew Wen Rushue's concerns. She was originally a capable person, and it can be said that she inherited Wen Jiaming's business acumen, otherwise she would not let people know Pashue's name just by a bar, and even spoke highly of it. And Wen Ruxue is not the kind of woman who is suitable for the Golden House, she is suitable for shining outside. When Ruxue happily took a sip on Lin Qinshou's mouth, leaving a mouth full of oil. After the two of them finished eating and cleaning up, when Rushue drove to the one group, while he took a taxi back to Yunlu Villa to drive. Originally, when Rushue said that he wanted to give it to him, but he refused, but there is a group of maids in Yunlu Villa, if when Rushue sees it, then things will become troublesome, and now is not the time. Back at Yunlu Villa, I didn't stay too much and drove directly to school. In the car, he thought that he had skipped a lot of classes recently. Should he consider donating money to the school or something, and get some privileges? The more Lin Qinsho thought about it, the more feasible he felt. There were still many classes he had to skip in the future, and he couldn't let the courses restrict his happy life. After entering the school, the car drove directly to the building of the principal's office. Lin Qinsho walked straight into the principal's office and sat opposite him with the principal's confused expression. "Is there something wrong with this classmate?" Lin Qinsho took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and handed it over. "Principal, I would like to ask if our school has any projects that need funds. I happen to have some spare money and want to sponsor it." When the principal heard this, his eyes lit up and he quickly stood up from his seat. "What is this classmate called?" The principal led Lin Qinsho to the sofa, ready to make a pot of tea for the enthusiastic student. "Junior, Sociology, Lin Qinsho." Lin Qinsho introduced himself. The principal was a little familiar when he heard this name, as if this name had often appeared in the past few days, and suddenly remembered, "Isn't this the new Shan that has been boiling on campus in the past 2 days?" Those who drove hundreds of millions of luxury cars through the city all came to the principal's office. "It turned out to be classmate Lin, but your high-profile deeds in the past 2 days have been reported to me," the headmaster said with a smile. Lin Qinsho waved his hand. "Principal, let's get down to business. I really want to make some contributions to the school raised me, and now it's time for me to give back to the school." The headmaster nodded in relief, and turned to get a stack of papers. "These are all research projects submitted by various departments and majors of the school. You can pick and see which ones you want to donate and sponsor." So much. This pile of documents, it seems that there are at least dozens of projects waiting for funding. Lin Qinsho looked through it. Many of them were teachers, professors, and even student-initiated research projects, which were already approved in feasibility studies. There are more piles of those that have not passed, and the principal sighed and said, "There are too many schools in the magic capital, and our Jiaotong University is just a drop in the ocean. Although there are many rich people in the magic capital, but many of them are given priority to other schools to donate, and these approved projects can only wait in line for the funds to come in one day before they can be studied." Ding! Trigger hidden mission, research funding from Jiaotong University. Option 1, sponsor all funds that pass the project, reward physique +1, cash 30 billion. Option 2, sponsor all approved and failed project funds, reward physique +1, motor skill proficiency, and cash of 50 billion. Hidden mission. This is the first time Lin Qinsho has encountered a hidden mission, and he has actually rewarded so much money, and he hasn't figured out how to use the 9.9 billion, and he gave him tens of billions? Who's too much money, though? Headmaster, count those who don't pass together, and I'll sponsor them all. Lin Qinsho patted his chest and said. Glancing at the amount just now, it is trivial to sponsor these projects with his financial resources. This kind of hidden project is most likely a welfare task, which is not very difficult and has a very high reward. It's just that there may be more subtle triggers. What? The headmaster was stunned. He didn't know if he had just had auditory hallucinations. Those who don't pass should also be feasible. If they are outrageous, they should have been torn up by you. I have sponsored all of these projects, but I have one condition. Lin Qinsho's eyes rolled slightly. He originally just wanted to mix up his right to class, but he didn't expect to trigger the hidden task. This time, the principal heard it clearly, but he still couldn't believe it, and asked unconsciously in his mouth, what conditions? The amount of money needed for these projects is huge, and he doesn't believe that a rich second generation can come up with that much money. The condition is that I have a lot of things to do on weekdays, and I hope that the principal can give me a privilege. Even if I don't come to class, I can't deduct my credits, just let me graduate smoothly. Student Lin, there is nothing wrong with this condition, but do you have so many funds? These research projects are often in the tens of millions, and the few, in the millions, hundreds of thousands. I think you should do what you can and pick a few projects. The principal didn't believe Lin Chincho's words, and felt that the other party was probably a swollen face and a fat man, although he was not a teacher, but he was also a school teacher, and his quality as a teacher made him euphemistically persuade the other party. Lin Chincho smiled, and saw the principal's doubts about him. Why should the principal persuade me? The sum of these projects, I can sponsor 100 million, it's enough, and the car outside my door is 100 million. Hearing Lin Chincho say this, the principal was suddenly full of joy. Yes, Lin Chincho has a car of 100 million, and it is because of this car of hundreds of millions that he heard about the student in front of him in the past 2 days. What Lin said is true. These approved and those that did not pass the research projects are roughly estimated to cost more than 100 million. Principal, you only need to agree to my conditions. I decided to donate 500 million yuan for the research of our school's academic projects, and after solving this batch of research projects, I will also take care of the follow-up. You give me the school account number, and I'll transfer the money. You'll know if I'm lying when you get the money. Just kidding, the expenditure is only 500 million, and for Lin Chincho, the length of the balance will not move, and the principal is still short-sighted. The principal excitedly ran to the desk and rummaged through it, and found the school account to Lin Chincho. After a while, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses rushed into the principal's office. Principal, our school account has an extra 500 million, and the note is that it is the fund to sponsor our academic research. When the principal heard what the principal said, he was sure that Lin Chincho was not bragging, and while he was excited in his heart, he was still pretending to be calm on the surface. Well, I see, I'm following up on this matter, you go out first. After driving out the finances, the principal excitedly shook Lin Chincho's hand. Student Lin, the school will definitely remember your donation, and can even set up an inscription for you to commemorate your sponsorship. Lin Chincho hurriedly withdrew his hand. By the way, principal, remember to be anonymous, I don't want to be so high profile. When any news reporter comes to me, I will be even more annoyed. Remember to deal with my conditions, and I won't disturb the principal's work. With that, he left the principal's office as if he were running away. Lin Chincho, who escaped from the principal's office, scolded, "Rub, this principal is still an old glass." Just now, the principal had been holding his hand excitedly, and the other hand was still caressing the back of his hand, and goosebumps were touched. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, the research project funds of Jiaotong University, the reward of +1 physique points, the mastery of motor skills, and 50 billion in cash. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 5 trillion yuan, and the balance is 51,362,369,053 yuan. A wave of energy suddenly poured into Lin Chincho's body, suddenly making him feel that his whole body became more condensed. Host, Lin Chincho. Power, 8. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charm, 8. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Ride, Pagani Son of the Wind, Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Yulu Villa, 33rd floor, Building A, Thompson Epine. Skills, martial arts mastery, chess mastery, marksmanship mastery, sports skills mastery. Balance, 5941-206-9053. Lin Chincho looked at the balance. It had risen to more than 50 billion. It felt like a dream, so much money. If it was spent normally, it would be enough to spend several lifetimes, and his mood had not yet recovered from the 9.9 billion, and there were more than 50 billion, and his mood became a little numb in an instant. Moreover, his personal attribute points and physique have reached the peak of ordinary people, and there are really a lot of things rewarded for this hidden task, and there is also a lot of money. On his way back to the dormitory, Lin Chincho passed by the basketball court when a basketball ball rolled at his feet. Lin Chincho picked up the ball and threw it away, and the basketball entered the basket impartially. This scene shocked everyone on the basketball court to stay where they were. Damn, am I dreaming? It's just that distance, so far away from the basket, 2 basketball courts, so easy to throw into the basket. Looking at his easy appearance, he seems to know that he will definitely be able to enter. Isn't Mo a basketball genius? Remember, if you don't look like it, let the teacher pull him into the school team. I don't remember, but I'm very handsome, and I'll recognize it next time we meet. Lin Qinshu didn't know that the ball he threw casually caused a shock in the basketball world of Jiaotong University. As soon as he got the basketball, relevant knowledge appeared in his mind: which angle, how much force to use. This is the reason for his mastery of sports skills. Lin Qinshu returned to the dormitory. His roommates had gone to class, a suit hung on his bed frame, and there was a box on the table with a pair of shoes and belts, watches and so on. Lin Qinshu flipped through the tag and found that it was not the brand he knew, but the tag said that the price was 3,000 yuan. Plus those watches and shoes and the like, it should be about 10,000 yuan. This Suxia is also luxurious enough. Find yourself to act in a play, and even used to equip yourself with costumes. Although Lin Qinshu didn't want to wear it, but for the sake of the completion of the task, he still cooperated with these clothes. He didn't bring the tie, he was still a student, and he felt that he was no different from real estate sales when he wore that tie. Lin Qinshu unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his shirt, revealing his strong chest muscles, and said to himself, "This is what a student should look like." After changing the equipment, Lin Qinshu drove to the teacher's apartment and made a call to Su Xia. "Teacher Su, I'm downstairs for you. Do you come down or do I go up?" "Come on, I have someone here who wants to see you." "Want to see me? Who?" Lin Qinshu walked up the stairs and came to the house to take a look, and a heroic girl wearing a police uniform appeared in front of him. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Xiao Runan. Appearance, 95. Age, 26. Height, 171. Bust, 36E. Opinion, 0. Well, here is another beauty with a face value of 95 points. Lin Qinshu looked at Xiao Runan in front of him, wearing a police uniform, a police hat, and a face without makeup. This kind of dress already made Lin Qinshu feel very amazing. A pair of bright big eyes, a straight nose bridge, and the chest that was almost blown up in the police uniform, wearing black police pants, and big leather shoes couldn't cover her huge beautiful legs. This is the best figure Lin Qinshu has met during this time. Such a beautiful and well-figured woman is called Runan, and I don't know if her family wants a boy. This is the student who gave me the information, Lin Qinshu. This is my friend, Officer Xiao Runan. Su Xia introduced the two to each other. Xiao Runan looked Lin Qinshu up and down. "This is the student who pretended to be your boyfriend tonight? What does Hangerlang look like? Are you sure you can cope with the past?" Xiao Runan stretched out his hand and pulled the shirt on Lin Qinshu's chest. Lin Qinshu said with some unhappiness, "Officer Xiao, although you are a policeman, but you are so manipulative, I can sue you for molesting a young man." Xiao Runan glared at him fiercely. "Tell me, where did these things come from?" Xiao Runan pointed to the photo materials on the desktop. It seemed that Su Xia had typed out all the information. Lin Qinshu frowned. "Teacher Su, it's not kind for you to do this. You not only made the evidence I gave you public, but also exposed me, and even brought a police officer to me for questioning. This little thing can't be done well. Tonight's play, you can act it yourself." Lin Qinshu turned around directly and was about to go out to leave. "Wait." Su Xia trotted in front of Lin Qinshu. "This time it's me who didn't do it, and I apologize to you. But if you want to bring down the Wen family, you must have someone from the police station to help, and I believe that only Runan, and only she cannot be infiltrated by the Wen family." "Runan, you are really, this kind of tone. People are the ones who provide evidence, not the criminals." Su Xia rolled his eyes at Xiao Runan. Xiao Runan muttered and snorted. "A man is so stingy. Okay, I apologize to you. I'm so anxious because the current situation is a bit unexpected. The Wen family has been arrested. That idiot went to the Wen family ancestral hall to dig trees at night, and was caught by us on the spot, and there is indeed a skeleton in the location he dug up, and he has begun to file a case for investigation. But when Jiaxu is much smarter than his eldest brother, and according to the investigation, he disappeared after returning home, and even the surveillance around his house failed to find any clues about him." Xiao Runan said this point in Lin Qinshu's expectation. The Wen family would definitely go back to dig up the body. Originally thought that he would hire someone else to go, but he didn't expect him to go by himself, and it was really stupid. And when Jiaxu, who is so cunning, must be hiding, Lin Qinshu has so much evidence of him, and people with a little brain will not believe that the other party will let him go because of some verbal promises, but he didn't expect that even the police couldn't find him. Lin Qinshu walked back into the house, found a chair and sat down. "You don't care where the things come from, I'll provide you with evidence, and you still ask me for the origin, so don't cooperate. And I've given you all the things, and you haven't been able to catch anyone, but instead came to question me as a student, and now the police are not very good. Xiao Runin was speechless, so he could only snort and said, "We want to know the origin because of your own safety concerns. When Jiaxu knows that the source of the evidence comes from you, and if he does, then maybe he will attack you, and you can apply for police protection." Lin Qinshou's eyes flashed with coldness, and he also thought of this stubble, so he exchanged conditions with Su Xia on the same day, just because he was afraid of long nights and dreams. He himself is not afraid, but when Rushue's side is different, if when Jiaxu is mad and makes a move on when Rushue, it will be troublesome. I don't need you to worry about my personal safety, but there is one person who may need you to send someone to protect me. That's not good. People who have nothing to do with the case, our police force will not be dispatched to protect them at will. Xiao Runin shook her head. When Jiawan is like snow, she and I will expose Wen Jiaxu's crimes, so that we can always protect it. Lin Qinshou was considering whether to buy a security company and train some people on his own. Lest you ask people for everything, and you may not do it well. Okay, I'll go find her, Xia. I'll leave first. If you have anything else to say as a student, you can convey it to me. Xiao Runin heard that there was another party who could provide clues, so he left the house in a hurry. Lin Qinshou rolled his eyes. This girl didn't even want to add a contact information, and asked Su Xia to convey it. Forget it, this kind of tigress is not suitable for him. Let's see you soon. Teacher Su, let's go, hurry up and finish it, and go home and sleep early. Lin Qinshou stretched his waist, and the mermaid line ran out because of the raised hands. Su Xia glanced at it inadvertently, and a hint of redness flashed on his face. He didn't expect the student in front of him to be in such good shape. Come and pick up something, I bought some things, and you can give them to my family in your name when the time comes. Su Xia lifted up some nutritional products and some packaging boxes on the ground. Lin Qinshou glanced at it and found that most of them were cheap things. I am responsible for pretending to be my boyfriend, so naturally I don't have the consciousness to buy gifts. Carrying things to the car, Su Xia looked at Lin Qinshou's Lamborghini. Your car is so small, where are you going to put it, or take a taxi? Lin Qinshou looked at these big bags and small bags, as if his poison really couldn't hold so many things. You don't need to take a taxi, I'll just have someone come and give us a ride. Lin Qinshou took out the phone and called Shang Ping, asking him to send a driver to send them there, and Shang Ping immediately arranged for the driver to drive in the direction of Wang Jiatong University. The two went back upstairs to play with their mobile phones, and waited for more than half an hour before the driver was late. When Su Xia saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in front of him, his eyes widened. She didn't know Lin Qinshou's sports car. The sports cars in the Magic Capital were rotten, and even a lot of hundreds of thousands of domestic trams were made into sports cars, so she didn't know how much Lin Qinshou's car cost. Plus she just came to school, her identity was originally more difficult to make friends, and she didn't like to read forums, and she didn't know Lin Qinshou's recent news. But she still knew Rolls-Royce. She didn't expect Lin Qinshou to call a luxury car with a phone call. Classmate Lin, you shouldn't be renting a car, you don't have to rent it so well. Su Xia was a little surprised, but secretly decided in his heart that he would return the rental car money to Lin Qinshou later. Why do you care so much? Just sit in a car if you have one. Lin Qinshou opened the car door and sat in. The driver got out of the car and took everything to the trunk and put it away, and then handed Lin Qinshou a card. Mr. Lin, this is what Mr. Shang asked me to hand over to you. This is what Lin Qinshou asked Shang Ping to send by the way after making the phone call just now, although he is pretending to be his boyfriend, but he has a task to do. You have to prepare some gifts by yourself. He also brought the 10 Perfection Tonic pill, and that's all he can get. The Su family has an official background, so he can't go with the money. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I'll transfer the money to you. You're still a student, and you can't break the bank. Su Xia took out his mobile phone and looked at him. The driver in the front seat glanced in the mirror with a strange look on his face. 300. Lin Qinshou didn't bother to tell her more. How did this woman's IQ become a teacher? Su Xia clicked on Lin Qinshou's WeChat and transferred 300 yuan to him. Lin Qinshou, who was playing with his mobile phone, did not hesitate to collect the money. Lin Qinshou was holding his mobile phone and reading some information from the security company. Xiao Runin's words just now alerted him. he still thought that this society was too simple, and if something happened, it would be too late for him to regret it. However, he is not very satisfied with these security companies. Most of them are people who come back to work after 2 years of being soldiers. This kind of person who has not gone through the bloody storm. It is okay to be an ordinary security guard. If something really happens, he runs faster than anyone else, which is not quite in line with his imagination. Just when Lin Qinshu was on his way to pretend to be his boyfriend, there was already a huge shock in the school. All submitted research projects, as long as they are not unreasonable, are all approved and enter the funding process. The school is rich. All of these projects passed? If the research is successful, our school will be able to go up several grades. There are still a lot of talents in our school, but we are just short of money, and now we suddenly have money, and Jiaotong University will soon become famous. Have you heard, there is a god who donated 500 million? 500 million, although it sounds like a lot, but which of these research projects does not burn money? What's this? Shanhao said. As long as you lack money, ask him. Who is this Shanhao? I asked my friend to ask, does he still lack a son? Grandson can do too. Anonymous, maybe I'm afraid that you guys will harass him. According to internal information, it is a student from our school. Students? Such a rich student, our school is just a Shunli. It can't be Shinli. The Shan family has a good cooperation with Moda University, and Moda University has also created many excellent project results for the Shan family. Except for Xinyu and Shinli, our Jiaotong University has no connection with the Shan family. Then why do Xinyu and the others want to study at Jiaotong University and not go to Moda University? It is said that it was because Xinyu was avoiding some suitors, and those people thought that Xinyu would definitely go to Moda University, but Xinyu came by surprise. Shinli is simpler, he doesn't want to be bound by his family, and Su Xiaohua attracted him to Jiaotong University. Speaking of this donor, there are crouching tigers, hidden dragons in our school, and there are many invisible rich second generations, and people don't like to be high profile. Those who can easily donate 500 million yuan donating to each other, donating to the second generation of ordinary people. Hey, didn't you pop up recently? That's right, Lin Qinshu from that superb dormitory. Do you think it could be him? Because of Lin Qinshu's donation project, the campus forum began to be active again. In the girls' dormitory, Su Weiwei was reading a book at the desk, when suddenly a girl rushed into her dormitory. Vivi, have you heard? Zhou Yuming excitedly grabbed Su Weiwei's arm. Su Weiwei looked puzzled. What did you hear? Zhou Yuming took the glass of water on Su Weiwei's table and drank it all, and happily explained, our brain research project with Professor Wu has been approved, and now we are entering the funding stage, and we will receive the research funds tomorrow. Really? Su Weiwei stood up from the stool with a pout. Tears flashed in her eyes. This news was too important for her. The brain research project is a project that she persuaded a medical professor to work with. She struggled to show her talent for medicine before the professor was willing to join and apply for research funding from the university. However, although the project was approved, the research funds were not allocated, and the initial funds for the project were tens of millions, which was difficult in itself, and the school had no donations recently, so it was shelved. It's true, the forum is full of project approval orders, and some projects have already received money, and our project may be a little late, because more funds are needed. Zhou Yumeng clicked on the forum and asked Su Weiwei to see it. Su Weiwei looked at the discussion in front of her, and a smile appeared on her face. I don't know which noble person donated the money, but I must thank that person in the future. Although the project has not yet started, at least this project has given Su Weiwei hope. Zhou Yumeng raised a mysterious smile on her face. I know who donated it, and the other party asked for anonymity, but the finance is my aunt. Just now my aunt told me her name, and asked me to have a good relationship with that person. Maybe I can step into a wealthy family. Su Weiwei covered her mouth and chuckled. Then you have to work hard. Such a caring and low-key rich second generation is rare. Judging from the anonymous donation from the other party, and the donation of so much, it must be a low-key and high-quality rich second generation. Vivi, do you want to know who the other party is? I can tell you, but you can't say it. I don't want to add a few more competitors, but I wouldn't mind if it was you. Zhou Yuming smiled and touched her face. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. Of course I want to know who it is, but I don't want to be your competitor. I plan to have a chance to thank him in the future. After all, his donation is very important to me. This person is a student of our school, or the same class as us. I have never heard of this person before, and the rich second generation suddenly appeared. If it weren't for the fact that my aunt was the school treasurer and saw the name of the transferor, maybe only the principal would know about it. Now I am the only one who knows the name of the donor, except for the principal and my aunt, and of course, you will know it soon. Zhou Yumun laid a lot of foreshadowing in front of her, making Su Weiwei roll her eyes. The name of this donor is Lin Qinshu. Strange to say, I always thought the name was familiar, but I knew that I definitely didn't know each other. Vivi, have you heard of this person? Zhou Yumun looked at Su Weiwei. When she heard Lin Qinshu's name, Su Weiwei's body trembled slightly, but she didn't expect it to be donated by him. Su Weiwei nodded slowly. Count yourself as acquaintance. You didn't come to class the day before yesterday. There was no place in the class at that time. I sat with him. He was in the sociology class. If the donor is him, then your dream of a wealthy family will be useless. He already has a girlfriend, and he is Yi Mingxi's younger sister. Hearing Su Weiwei say this, Zhou Yuming suddenly remembered that this person was coming. It turned out to be him, Lin Qinshu from the best dormitory, the person who drove hundreds of millions of luxury cars on campus recently and chased Yi Mingxi away. However, he only started to be so flamboyant a few days ago. Why is he suddenly becoming low-key now? Donated 500 million and was anonymous. Zhou Yumun covered her mouth in surprise. Su Weiwei shook her head. This kind of other people's thoughts don't guess, just remember the other party's kindness, but Lin Qinshu doesn't seem to treat her very well. Su Weiwei shook her head. Now is not the time to think about that. The research funds are in place. She should put all her thoughts on it, and strive to cure her incurable diseases as soon as possible. As for repaying the favor, let's wait until I'm completely cured. Su Weiwei took Zhou Yuming's hand and walked outside the dormitory. Let's go find Professor Wu. Lin Qinshu on the other side had already come to a small town on the border of the magic capital, and after getting out of the car, he looked at the self-built house in front of him, so that Lin Qinshu couldn't react for a while. Su Xia has such a terrifying background, and the whole family actually lives in this 3-story self-built house? And look at this facade, it's been a little old. Su Xia saw his surprise. I have lived here since I was born, and our family lives here, including my grandfather. Grandpa is a native of the magic capital, and he retired after the war and chose to return to his roots, not choosing to settle down in the urban area of the magic capital, but choosing the most remote small place in the magic capital. My parents have a dormitory allocated by the unit in the city, and I also live in a dormitory, where only my grandfather and a nanny, Aunt Wang, usually live. I'm sorry, I'm superficial, maybe I've watched too many TV series, and I'm a little preconceived about everything. Lin Qinshu smiled. Before, he thought that people with such a powerful family background as Su Xia must have grown up with a golden spoon in their mouths. Who would have thought that their family would be so honest, and the self-built house they lived in was not as big as the house in his hometown. The driver took the things down, and Lin Qinshu and Su Xia lifted them up halfway. There was also a Ferrari parked in the gate. The two glanced at each other, and Su Xia shrugged her shoulders, indicating that the car was not hers. It seems that it is the blind date, and Zhou Xiao from Kyoto has arrived here one step in advance. Wait for me somewhere nearby, and I'll call you when I'm leaving. And tell Shang Ping, you will follow me today. After Lin Qinshu explained to the driver, he walked in with Su Xia. Mom, I'm back. Su Xia shouted as soon as he entered the door. Lin Qinshu followed behind and saw two middle-aged women coming out of the kitchen, who should be Su Xia's mother and the nanny she just said. On the tea table next to it, a middle-aged man with glasses sat looking at a document in his hand, and on the other side of the tea table, an old man was playing chess with a young man in a suit. When they heard Su Xia's voice, everyone cast their eyes. Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, I'm Su Xia's boyfriend, my name is Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu said hello. Li Lingyu's originally smiling face suddenly froze, and then changed to an embarrassed expression and greeted, Xiaolin, come, sit down first, dinner is not so fast yet. She didn't expect her daughter to really bring a boyfriend back, and she thought it was a casual remark. Auntie, this is some small gift for you, not very valuable, a little heart. Lin Qinshu handed over the things Su Xia had bought. I'm here, what else do you bring, thank you. Xia, this is Zhou Feng from Kyoto, this time I came over. It's here to play. Li Lingyu originally wanted to say that the other party came to see Su Xia, but after seeing Lin Qinshu, she took this sentence back. Su Xia nodded and said hello, and then came to his grandfather Su Dang's side. Grandpa, are you doing lately? Su Dang smiled and said, it's so good, the devils can still kill a few. Where did Kobayashi go to school? Su Banning put down the documents in his hand and looked at Lin Qinshu. This family seems to be very amiable, not as difficult to speak as Lin Qinshu imagined. Uncle Su, I don't have a job yet. Originally, I wanted to say that I was a student, but fortunately, I reacted in time, and if I said that I was a student, they would see through that I was a fake boyfriend on the spot. And Su Xia is a teacher, and if he has a teacher-student relationship, he will definitely be opposed by their whole family. Oh? What does Kobayashi plan to do? Do you have any plans to take the public examination? Su Banning's family, except for Su Xia, all eat the country's food, so they naturally asked this question. For them, serving the country is more important than doing business. I haven't planned yet, and I haven't figured out what to do. Lin Qinshu was telling the truth. He had also thought about whether to create a business or something, but he gave up the idea together. He is not an entrepreneurial talent, and entrepreneurship is too tiring. He has a system, he just needs to enjoy life, and leave the business to others. No job? This brother can come to our company, and my Joe Group also has a branch in the Magic Capital, which is in the Jinmao building. Although we only rented a floor for the time being, we plan to contract the Jinmao building to be a branch of our Joe Group. Zhou Feng also interjected when he heard the conversation, for fear that others would not know his true identity. Lin Qinshu looked at him with a strange expression. This face was stretched out in front of him. Do you want to fight? Jinmao building is his asset, and it is only a matter of his own words to drive away the branch of Zhou's group. General. As soon as the words fell, Su Dang locked Zhou Feng's chess game with one move. Zhou Feng said with a smile, old man Su's sword is not old, Zhou Feng is far from being an opponent. A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Dang's eyes. His favorite thing on weekdays is to play chess, and he has never had an opponent. Now that he catches one of them, he will be killed in 3 or 2 steps, which is really boring. It's old, but young people don't play much with this kind of old stuff anymore. That kid, you don't know how to play chess, come over and play. Su Dang sighed, and then looked at Lin Qinshu on the side. Zhou Feng was a little embarrassed by this sentence, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was Su Dang's disappointment in his chess skills. It will be a little bit, you can accompany the old man for a few steps. After Lin Qinshu nodded to Su Banning and left his position, he walked in the direction of the chess table, and Zhou Feng reluctantly left his seat. Su Xia looked at Lin Qinshu with some surprise. You can also play chess. There are really not many young people who can play chess in this era. It's going to be a little bit, I should be able to play with the old man for a while. Lin Qinshu smiled. He is a chess proficient person, not to mention chess, even if it is a lucky flying chess, he is a thief. Okay, as long as you win the old man will give you a chess deck. Su Dang laughed. The two set up the chess game and began to play chess. And Su Xia was not interested in the chess game, so he went to the kitchen to help. Su Dang thought at first that Lin Qinshu's level was about the same as Zhou Feng's, and after playing a few moves, his expression became solemn. Lin Qinshu's chess was pulling him to a place, and it seemed that Lin Qinshu had the final say on how the other party played the whole chess game. Su Dang had to think about every move for a long time, while Lin Qin played without hesitation, and seemed to have no idea of considering the follow-up development at all. After a while, the chess game entered a dead end, and Su Dang laughed and said, Lin Xiao's chess skills are excellent, and the old man is willing to bow down. But the old man has one more request. I hope you don't deliberately let me show your true level. I'll see how many steps I can hold under you. Su Dang saw that Lin Qinshu was letting him go down in order to let him have fun. He could also see that Lin Qinshu's chess skills were far more than that, and he was the most powerful chess player he had ever seen. Zhou Feng's face on the side was a little ugly. He thought that Lin Qinshu would be disgusted by Su Dang like him, but he didn't expect to win Su Dang and get the other party's appreciation. As soon as this contrast appeared, how could he leave a good impression on the Su family? The old man lifted me, it was all luck that defeated you just now. Lin Qinshu said modestly. Su Dang waved his hand. It's okay for you to deceive other people, but it's not okay to deceive me, this old man. Hurry up, let's do the next game. The two of them set the game back up. In the second game, Lin Qinshu didn't let him, and he blocked Su Dang in a dead game in 3 or 2 steps, and he saw that Su Dang didn't mind that others were stronger than him, but he minded being stronger than him and letting him go, which was tantamount to teasing him. Ha, it's really amazing, Lin Xiaoyu is the most powerful person the old man has ever met to play chess. The old man does what he says. This is a chess made of agarwood, an old friend sent me 2 before, and now I borrow flowers to offer Buddha and give you a pair. Su Dang looked at him appreciatively. It is difficult to find young people who can play chess nowadays, let alone people who are so good at chess. Su Dang took out a box of chess from under the table and gave it to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu was not polite. There is no need to be too twisted for the older generation. It may be better to have a real temperament. It's time to eat. Su Xia came out of the kitchen and shouted. Lin Qinshu hurriedly got up and supported Su Dang. It seemed that Su Dang's legs and feet were a little inconvenient. What are you, old man? Lin Qinshu looked at it suspiciously. Su Dang shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm old, the physical examination said that I have a little kidney failure, and I have to make up for my kidney. I'm an old man who also replenishes my kidney. At this time, Zhou Feng on the side suddenly interjected, Old man Su, there are many medical professors in our Zhou's hospital, let me arrange a time to give you a checkup? When you are old, don't toss and enjoy your old age. Thank you Zhou Xiaoyu for your kindness. Su Dang shook his head and came to the dinner table with Lin Qinshu's support. An unpretentious round table, not even mahogany. Lin Qinshu prefers this kind of atmosphere. There are no rich and expensive luxuries, they are all the simplest furnishings, home-cooked food. Su Banning sat next to Su Dang. Su Xia was sandwiched between Lin Qinshu and Zhou Feng. This seat was arranged by Li Lingyu, and she didn't want to embarrass Zhou Feng. Some commonplace, Xiao Lin and Xiao Zhou don't dislike it. Li Lingyu greeted with a smile. I don't dislike it, I'm used to eating delicacies from the mountains and seas, and occasionally eating some simple home-cooked meals is also a good experience. Zhou Feng also replied with a smile. The scene instantly fell into embarrassment. Lin Qinshu tried very hard to hold back a smile and didn't speak. This week, the family was afraid that he didn't take his brain out of the door, and came here to show off his wealth, not to mention anything else, he really didn't have emotional intelligence. People politely said that they didn't have any vegetables, but Zhou Feng was good, and directly confirmed the other party's statement that he really didn't have vegetables. If you can't speak, you can talk less. If you don't like the food, you can go out to eat, no one will stop you. Su Xia is not used to him. Zhou Feng also realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, and smiled awkwardly. Li Lingyu also came out to play a round game. How do you speak? Xiao Zhou is more honest. Originally I thought that I should not go to the Shuiyun Pavilion to eat tonight, but I inquired about it over there. It is too expensive. A meal costs more than 100,000 yuan, and I also took the number to make an appointment in advance. I have heard about Shuiyun Pavilion many times, and I have always wanted to try it, but I was persuaded by the price. Isn't it just a Shuiyun Pavilion? No problem, I'll call to book tomorrow's meal. Zhou Feng's embarrassing performance just now he can't wait to quickly pull back everyone's impression points. Although Su Xia came back with her boyfriend, isn't she still married? As a child of the Zhou family, the only requirement for marriage is the other party's family background. Su Xia's family background has exceeded the standard, not to mention that he is still such a beautiful person. Even if he uses all means, he will take down Su Xia. Zhou Feng put down his chopsticks, and asked for the phone number of the Demon Capital branch to get to Shuiyun Pavilion, and called directly. Lin Qinshu was on the side and buried his head in eating. Li Lingyu's homely meals were of a very high standard in his previous life, big fish and meat, including his favorite fried redwood fish and squid stewed pig's feet. And Lin Qinshu's eating appearance also made Li Lingyu very satisfied, which was a recognition of her cooking skills, and Lin Qinshu looked more in line with the atmosphere of their home. Eat slowly, no one will rob you. Su Xia said while sandwiching the dishes for Lin Qinshu and doing a full set of plays, and she showed a very intimate appearance for Lin Qinshu. I'm sorry, Auntie's cooking is so delicious, and it looks a little ugly. Lin Qinshu smiled. Hey, is it Shuiyun Pavilion? I'm going to order tomorrow's lunch, and you reserve a place for me. Zhou Feng said domineeringly. Shang Ping on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment when he heard this, How could the order call come to him? I'm sorry, sir, our Shuiyun pavilion is ranked with a number, and we need to pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan to get the number, and the current number has been lined up until the 1st of next month. Do I want to help you get a number? Although I don't know how the other party knows his phone, it's a bastard to have money and not make money. What? There will be a place on the 1st of next month, and today is only the 8th, what are you kidding? I'm Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group, you arrange it, I'm going to eat at noon tomorrow. Zhou Feng reported his name, but now he is calling in front of everyone. If he is rejected by the other party like this, how can he have face at all? Shang Ping sneered, even if you are the Zhou family of the Zhou Group, it is useless. Shuiyun Pavilion has the rules of Shuiyun Pavilion. If you want to take the number, you will make a deposit, and there will be customer service to contact you. I am not taking the number. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Zhou Feng's face turned blue and purple for a while, and he actually refused and dared to ridicule him. Zhou Group picked up the phone and immediately called back, but the other party blocked him. Xiao Zhou, forget it, we don't have to eat, Auntie just said it casually. Li Lingyu hurriedly gave a step for Zhou Feng to get down. Zhou Feng squeezed out a smile on his face. Auntie is fine, maybe this customer service is not sensible, I'll talk to his boss. Zhou Feng made another phone call, asking people to find out the phone number of the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion. When the call came, Zhou Feng also dialed it directly. Suddenly, Lin Qinshou's mobile phone rang, and Zhou Feng glanced at him. At this time, he couldn't imagine that the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion was sitting next to him. Lin Qinshou picked up the phone, and before he could speak, Zhou Feng said on the side, I'm Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group in Kyoto. I want to book a seat at noon tomorrow in your Shuiyun Pavilion, you. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Feng heard his voice coming from the phone next to him, turned his head in astonishment, and saw Lin Qinshou's expression that seemed to be smiling. Zhou Feng put down the phone. You are the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion? Lin Qinshou took back his mobile phone. It seems to be. Zhou Feng's face was full of anger. Since you are the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, why didn't you say it earlier? You want to tease me like this? He felt like a clown. You didn't ask. And Aunt Li has persuaded you several times, you have to pretend to be forced. Lin Qinshou said with a smile, then took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Li Lingyu. Auntie, this is the Supreme Membership Card of Shuiyun Pavilion. With this card, you can go to dinner at any time, no need to queue up and no need to get a number. Originally, I wanted to finish the meal for you. After all, the food you cooked was so delicious, and now it is a little rude to mention the food from other places. Lin Qinshou pointed at Sang and scolded why, implying that the Zhou family was rude. Except for Su Dang, everyone at the entire dinner table looked at Lin Qinshou in shock, including Su Xia. They have all heard of Shuiyun Pavilion more or less. For the top restaurant in the Magic Capital, there is a limit of 8 seats per day, although I heard that the seats of Shuiyun Pavilion have become more and more unbooked, but Shuiyun Pavilion is still a symbol of top restaurants. Li Lingyu took the card in a flash, and Su Banning on the side hurriedly stopped her. He is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and he cannot accept these financial gifts, and it will be very troublesome to be found out. Uncle Su, don't worry, this is just a card, not linked to property, and Su Xia's family is also my family. Just inviting the family to my restaurant for dinner is not a violation. Lin Qinshou knew Su Banning's concerns and comforted him. Xiao Lin just said that he was unemployed, but he didn't expect to give us a big surprise when he turned his head. Looking at Xia Xia's appearance, even she didn't know that you were the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion. Su Banning looked at Lin Qinshou with a slightly meaningful gaze. Uncle Su misunderstood. Although I am the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, I have not participated in the operation, so it is not intentional to deceive when I say that I am unemployed. As for Su Xia, she likes to talk about love without burden. If the two of them are talking about their background and family history when they are in love, then this relationship is no longer pure. Speaking of this, Lin Qinshou also took Su Xia's hand and looked at her with affection. A hint of approval flashed in Su Banning's eyes, as if he recognized Lin Qinshou's words. Then this card, Auntie is welcome. Li Lingyu put away the VIP card of Shuiyun Pavilion. She was originally very passionate about food. She accepted it herself, and she will eat it once in the future. It should be fine if she only eats it once. Su Xia, who reacted, hurriedly pulled out her hand. Even she was almost deceived by Lin Qinshou's acting skills. If she didn't know that the other party was here to pretend to be her boyfriend, she really thought he was in love with her. Zhou Feng's face was ugly. and he originally wanted to regain some impressions, but he was slapped in the face again. "Why don't you wait for me to eat?" A rough voice sounded, and a mighty and domineering man walked in through the door. "Brother!" Su Xia saw the person coming and greeted him happily. This person is Su Xia's elder brother, Su Feng, the god of war of the southern military region. I heard that a hairy boy from Kyoto was going to go on a blind date with his sister today, and he rushed back from the military region. As soon as he entered the door, he saw two young men at the table, both wearing suits and leather shoes, which was his least favorite outfit. The nanny hurriedly took out a set of cutlery for Su Feng. Su Feng glanced at Lin Qinshou and Zhou Feng with his eagle-like eyes. Lin Qinshou ate calmly, and Zhou Feng's back was wet. The person in front of him is the southern military region, Su Feng, the god of war with the name of a madman, and he has a strong sense of oppression as soon as he enters the door. Zhou Feng squeezed out a smile. "I've heard the name of the god of war for a long time, and when I saw it today, it really deserved its reputation. I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou group in Kyoto, and I am here to visit today." "Oh? You're the kid from Kyoto who came to my sister on a blind date." Su Feng's faint tone made Zhou Feng's forehead begin to sweat. "There's no such thing, it's just to visit the Su family, but if Su Xia has this intention, it's naturally not impossible." "Humph, what about you, where did you come from?" Su Feng turned his head to look at Lin Qinshou. "Brother, this is my boyfriend, Lin Qinshou." Su Xia hurriedly introduced. Su Feng was stunned for a moment. "Boyfriend?" Suddenly, a strong sense of oppression pressed towards Lin Qinshou, who nodded and said hello to Su Feng. This scene made Su Feng's eyes flash a trace of surprise. He was full of murderous aura. Ordinary people would definitely sweat under this momentum, and the other party was so calm and comfortable. "Why did you come back all of a sudden? Didn't the military district send you a mission?" Su Banning looked at Su Feng. "There is a mission, and this mission is to come out and take a walk." Su Feng gobbled up his meal and stood up. "If you want to marry my sister, you have to have my approval. Come with me, both of you." Su Feng came to the back door of the house and walked straight out. Lin Qinshou was also full, wiped his mouth, and walked in the direction of Su Feng. He had to do a full set of plays by himself, and he also wanted to see what kind of person this legendary god of war was. Su Xia hurriedly followed. Lin Qinshou was brought by her to pretend to be her boyfriend. If something happened, she would regret it. They all know Su Feng's character, although he won't be heavy-handed, but he will definitely not be much better. Zhou Feng's face turned blue and purple for a while, and finally followed. His purpose is to marry the Su family, and if he retreats now, it will be a failure. Outside the back door was an open space, and there was a stone table on the side, and I saw Su Feng putting his hand on the table next to the stone table. "Don't say I'm bullying you, break your wrists, as long as you can tilt my hand a little, even if you win." Lin Qinshou was speechless for a while, thinking that he was going to do something, but he actually asked the two of them to wrestle with him. Zhou Feng stepped forward with a confident face. "Then play with the god of war." Zhou also learns some self-defense techniques on weekdays, and his strength is relatively condensed. "Brother, you're too naive." Su Xia pouted when he heard this. "Okay, then come out in a man's way, you two attack me together. As long as it can make me take a step back, I won't say a word more." Su Feng also felt that breaking his wrist was too simple, and he couldn't get to the point of deterring these two boys. The smile on Zhou Feng's face suddenly froze, and he said that it was just a wrist wrestling. How could it be replaced by a fight? Lin Qinshou turned his head to look at Su Xia and told her with his eyes that he would not agree to such a thing. Lin Qinshou didn't want to play such a boring game. His task was basically completed, and it was the second task. It is seen that he has been recognized by Su Daing and Li Lingyu, and no one has come out to question this pretending boyfriend, so there is no need for him to play a game of fighting with the god of war in the military region. "Fonger, these are all guests. What kind of system are you like this?" Su Banning still looks light. Su Feng didn't pay attention to what his father said, and directly reached out to grab Zhou Feng, who was close. Zhou Feng was in pain, and quickly broke free, and said with a smile, "I can have a discussion with the god of war. This trip to the demon capital is not in vain. Zhou usually practices karate, or a black belt." As he spoke, he took a karate stance. But when he was caught by Su Feng just now, he also felt the gap. Put on a posture and attack Su Feng. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. and he casually threw a punch to knock him out. "He can't do it, you can come along." Su Feng looked at Lin Qinshu behind him. Lin Qinshu walked to the stone bench and sat down. "If you win or not, you can just play by yourself." Zhou Feng was annoyed when he saw Lin Qinshu pretending to be forced. He got close to Lin Qinshu, flew up and kicked at Lin Qinshu's head. Lin Qinshu dodged the attack with his head slightly to the side, and then stretched out his hand to grab the leg and lift it up. Zhou Feng fell on the spot and ate. Chinese martial arts are broad and profound, and if you don't learn it, you learn the karate of the devil, and as a result, you can't stand on your feet. Lin Qinshu sneered. His shot just now made Su Feng's eyes stare at him, although it was only for a moment, but it also made him realize that the other party's skills didn't seem to be simple. "I didn't expect me to be blind, Lin Qinshu, right? Come and accompany me for 2 tricks." Su Feng said with some excitement. Lin Qinshu smiled slightly. "Uncle, you really lost your eyes. It was he who didn't stand firm, and it's none of my business. I have always been polite, but in exchange for not respect, what about the god of war?" Su Feng quickly rushed towards Lin Qinshu. "Whether you can call me eldest brother depends on whether you have some weight under your hands." He knew that Lin Qinshu didn't want to fight him, but he was a martial idiot. As long as he did it himself, he couldn't help but be unwilling by the other party. Su Feng instantly appeared in front of Lin Qinshu and punched him. Lin Qinshu turned his hands into palms, blocked his fist, and the whole person took 2 steps back. And Su Feng also took a step back. After a short confrontation, Lin Qinshu sensed that Su Feng's strength was still above him, and he was worthy of being called the god of war. Su Feng became even more excited, and shouted loudly, "Okay. Again." Lin Qinshu watched the powerful fist hit him, and after dodging sideways, a shoulder hit knocked Su Feng back. Draw a circle with both hands and pose in a Tai Chi starting pose. Su Feng's strength is above Lin Qinshu, and he can't beat it hard, but Lin Qinshu has all the knowledge of martial arts in his mind, and the other party is fierce, so he will take out Tai Chi and overcome rigidity with softness, although he may not be able to fight, but he can definitely be invincible. Just when the two were about to fight together again, Su Xia stood between the two. "Brother! How long are you going to make trouble?" Su Xia crossed his hands on his hips and scolded angrily. Although she was also surprised that Lin Qinshu was able to live with her brother in 2 ways, how could she say that the other party was also her own student, and she came here because of her own entrustment? If it was because of her brother, the other party was hurt in any way, then she would be too reluctant to go. When Su Feng saw Su Xia's appearance, he knew that his sister was really angry, so he could only give up. He didn't even listen to his father's words, and now he stopped messing around when he saw his sister angry. "Brother Lin, we have a chance to learn again." Su Feng laughed and walked over, grabbed Lin Qinshu and walked into the house. Zhou Feng, who didn't know when he got up, was full of iron, and after walking into the house, he made an excuse to leave. Looking at the back of Zhou Feng leaving, Su Feng said with disdain, "It's also a black belt in karate, and I can't even catch a move, and I even fell into a dog and ate when I attacked others." Zhou Feng, who was about to walk to the front of the car, heard this, stumbled and almost fell, and hurriedly got in the car and left. After Zhou Feng left, Lin Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief, and the current situation seemed to be that the task should have been completed. "Fenger, you said you came back with a mission? What task?" Su Banning looked at Su Feng and asked. Su Feng sighed faintly. "The military department asked me to come back and find a way, where the veterans of the army go. Some of them are voluntarily discharged, and some are discharged because of injuries. This problem has been appearing for a long time, and it has not been completely solved." Su Banning and Su Daing both sighed. Huaxia has always had proper arrangements for veterans, but with the increase in friction with the outside world, there are more soldiers who have retired from injury. And those veterans are basically having a hard time finding a good job. Su Feng continued, "There are many entrepreneurs in the magic capital, and the army hopes that I will come to the magic capital to find an entrepreneur who is willing to invest and help. Where do I know this kind of person?" Lin Qinshu on the side heard this, his eyes lit up. "Veteran, doesn't this coincide with his idea of opening a security company?" "Well, in fact, I want to open a security company, but I don't have manpower. I wonder if these veterans can come to me?" Lin Qinshu said suddenly. The 3 men who were sighing turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Su Feng didn't know that Lin Qinshu was the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, so he looked at his sister Su Xia suspiciously, and Su Xia also had a black line. Originally, I just asked Lin Qinsho to pretend to be a boyfriend, but now I feel that it is getting deeper and deeper. Brother Lin, the veterans of our southern theater alone can stuff enough security companies for an entire city, and our troops appreciate your kindness. Su Feng thought that the other party just wanted to show it in front of them before saying such words. Lin Qinsho smiled slightly, knowing that Su Feng was questioning his financial resources. Brother Su, don't worry, since I said it, it must not be empty words. I can send the security company all over the country, even the whole world. This is our bank balance, you don't have to worry about the money. Lin Qinsho showed the balance of his mobile phone to Su Feng. 10,000,000. 50 billion. Su Feng looked at Lin Qinsho in shock. More than 50 billion. Everyone present was shocked. More than 5 million they had heard of it. Even if it was more than 50 million, they would not be surprised, but more than 50 billion. How big does it take for a company to have a pool of funds? This Lin Qinsho was really invisible. He showed his wealth in front of so many people, and he dared to show it like this, which also proves that his money source is clean. Su Xiao looked at the fake boyfriend in front of him in disbelief. Why was such a hero coerced by a graduation certificate? Could it be that he is planning to do something, and his ultimate goal is actually himself? Su Feng also turned from shock to excitement. His task was to find a rich person to invest in a company that could work for veterans, and he didn't know how to start it, and it could be solved immediately. Brother Lin, is what you said true? Are you really willing to help me? Su Feng excitedly shook his hand. Lin Qinsho pulled out his hand with difficulty and said, I'm not helping you, I'm helping the country take in those brothers who are in difficulty. Su Deng also smiled at this time. It is worthy of being the one who can beat me in chess. I thank you on behalf of Huaxia. On behalf of Huaxia, Su Deng dared to say this sentence, and even Su Feng, the current god of war, was not qualified to say this. Su Feng suddenly remembered something, frowned and said, there are more disabled people among veterans. Is this a security company that is not suitable for you? If it weren't for the disability, those people wouldn't have been discharged. Besides, security guards must at least have sound limbs, and some of them even lack arms and legs. It's okay, make the company bigger. If you are not physically suitable, you can be a clerical or a coach, and there must be no problem in training. Lin Qinsho had already thought about these aspects, and when the security company opened, he would need a lot of people, and he would be able to use these people. Veterans are much better than those who are re-recruited and retrained. Hearing Lin Qinsho say this, Su Feng's frowning brows instantly soothed, happily hugged Lin Qinsho's shoulders, and took out the wulianya that his father Su Banning treasured and drank it. After half of the wine, Lin Qinsho saw that it was not too early, so he planned to leave. This is Li Lingyu running out. Xiaolin, it's so late, let's stay here. You and Xia Xia have been together for so long, and we are very open-minded as parents. Since knowing that Lin Qinsho has a deposit of 50 billion, Li Lingyu has also become much more enthusiastic. It's not that she worships money. At the beginning when she saw Lin Qinsho and didn't know that he was rich, she was also very enthusiastic. Now that he has money, he is even more enthusiastic. Who doesn't want his daughter to marry better, like this son-in-law who can satisfy the whole family, must be grasped well. Mom, what are you talking about? Su Xia pushed Li Lingyu back to the room with a slightly red face, and then came to Lin Qinsho and said, you go back, I don't have classes tomorrow morning, so I'll stay at home for one night and then go back. You pay attention to safety. After speaking, he pushed Lin Qinsho out, for fear that Li Lingyu would let Lin Xin guard again after a while. According to her guess, Lin Qinsho probably fell in love with her as a teacher, and she couldn't give a student a chance, even after graduation. If Lin Qinsho knew that the other party was so self-inflicted, he would definitely be speechless. If it weren't for the mission, he wouldn't have come to such a place to be someone's fake boyfriend, and it would be better to go back to his little mates to play games with this time, but there was also an unexpected gain. If he can get in touch with the military region, his plan for the security company can be realized quickly. I was worried that I didn't have bodyguards to protect the people around me, but now as long as I execute it faster, these problems will be solved. He handed over the box containing the 10 Perfection Tonic pill to Su Deng, so that he could take it when necessary, which would have a significant healing effect. Su Deng accepted the box with a smile and said goodbye to Lin Qinsho. Lin Xinshu called a car and asked the driver to send him back to Jiaotong University. His car was still in the school, although it was already time to not be able to enter the school, but with his relationship with the security uncle, it was easy to enter the school. Approaching the traffic light of Jiaotong University, a Rolls-Royce stopped waiting for the green light. Sitting in the car and looking out the window, Lin Xinshu was thinking about who to hand over this matter to, and suddenly saw a large truck rushing in his direction, and there was no tendency to brake at all. Lin Xinshu sensed that something was not right, and hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the car, hurry!" After speaking, he hurriedly pulled the car door and jumped down. At the moment when Lin Xinshu jumped out of the car, the big truck had already hit it, and the big truck didn't have the slightest intention of braking, pushing the car and sliding until it hit the tree trunk. Fortunately, Lin Xinshu jumped backwards, and immediately rolled out of the range of the car after jumping out of the car, otherwise he would have been crushed to death even if he jumped out of the car. The driver was not so lucky. After Lin Xinshu shouted, before he could even react, the big truck had already crashed, and the whole car had turned into a discus. In the big truck, a man wearing a hat stepped out of the driver's seat, lowered his hat a little, and prepared to leave the scene of the accident. Suddenly, a huge force slammed him into the large tire of the truck, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. When he looked closely, a man in a tattered suit and covered in dust was looking at him with cold eyes. "Who asked you to come?" This person in a tattered suit was none other than Lin Xinshu, who had escaped, and his clothes were torn in the tumbling just now. If he hadn't been staring out the window, he might have been hit and killed by this man. And the other party's skillful movements, at first glance, are intentional homicide. The man wearing the hat was a man in his 30s, and when he saw that Lin Xinshu was not in the car, the look of surprise in his eyes flashed. The man pulled out a knife from behind and stabbed at Lin Xinshu. Lin Xinshu seemed to have noticed it, slapped the knife off the other party's hand, and grabbed his head with the other hand and slammed it into the container. When he bumped into the other party's eyes, he continued to ask you again, who sent you? The man was covered in blood and smiled coldly, "No one sent me, I am a rich hater, and I can't get used to people sitting on Rolls-Royce." Lin Xinshu let go of the hand that grabbed the opponent's head, and instead grabbed the opponent's arm, flipped out, and broke both of the opponent's hands. He raised his foot and kicked at the other party's two knees, and in a terrible scream, the man fell to the ground in an instant. Lin Xinshu squatted down and looked at the other party, and asked again, "Who sent you?" At this moment, Lin Xinshu was like a demon king descending into the world, exuding a strong killing aura from top to bottom. Seeing that the other party was still biting and refusing to say what he commanded, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Lin Xinshu's eyes, and suddenly a siren sounded not far away. This is a traffic light on the main road, and there was such a serious car accident, the police noticed it, and it was normal to come so quickly. However, this siren also made the murderous intent in Lin Xinshu's eyes hidden. "I was almost knocked to death, and I was extremely angry in my heart, so I also had killing intent just now. If it weren't for the sudden sound of the siren, maybe he would really kill the killer and kill the other party." The police car soon arrived at the scene, and when they saw the half-crippled man next to the tires of the truck, and the tattered man sitting on the ground next to him, they thought that Lin Xinshu was the perpetrator and walked over to control him. "Are you police officers so sloppy? The truck driver was the guy who tried to hit and run and was beaten up by me." Lin Xinshu's eyes flashed. This group of policemen was a little out of the question, and it didn't feel right. As if they hadn't heard Lin Xinshu's words, one pulled out his baton, and the other took out handcuffs. Lin Xinshu clenched his fists, and he sensed that the two policemen seemed to be coming at him as well, and were about to resist. "Stop!" A policewoman quickly appeared in a police car. The other two male policemen immediately put away the guys in their hands and took a few steps back. This policewoman is Xiao Runan, who has had a relationship with Lin Xinshu. "What are you two doing?" Xiao Runan looked at the two policemen with sharp eyes. The two policemen dodged their eyes and said, "Officer Xiao, the Land Bureau asked us to come over to see the casualties. There may be a terrorist attack. Let us and others control the suspects." "What about him? Isn't he a suspect?" "Why go straight to this person?" Xiao Runan pointed to the truck driver lying on the ground on the other side and asked. She didn't say Lin Xinshu's name, because she was afraid that the other party would know that they knew each other. "That person is lying on the ground. We must catch this intact one first and go back together to assist in the investigation." one of the male policemen said hesitantly. Xiao Runan also sensed that something was wrong with these two people, but she didn't choose to startle the snake. The two were just ordered to do something, and the real people were still hiding behind. Daidu ambulances and fire trucks also came to the scene. Xiao Runan didn't ask any more questions, and grabbed Lin Qinshuo's arm. I'll bring this person back first, and you bring the rest back to me. Xiao Runan pulled Lin Qinshuo and got into her police car directly. Lin Qinshuo looked at the Rolls-Royce that had turned into pieces of paper. The driver should not be able to survive, so he could only ask Shengping to give the driver more pension at that time. Xiao Runan's face in the car suddenly sank. She didn't expect the other party's energy to be so great, and now she seems to be fighting alone. Officer Xiao, we met again, but your police station doesn't seem to be very united. Lin Qinshuo looked at Xiao Runan playfully. The person who still swore in front of him today does not even have a teammate now. If I hadn't come quickly, you might not know where you would have been taken to destroy the corpse. After investigation, Xiao Runan found that Wen Jiaxu seemed to be buying murder. And at this time, the person who can still let Wen Jiaxu kill is likely to be Lin Qinshuo. So she ran to Su Xia's house non-stop, but when she heard that Lin Qinshuo had just left, she didn't even have time to say anything to the Su family, and quickly ran in the direction of Jiaotong University. After Lin Qinshuo saw Xiao Runan, he also guessed who bought the murderer today. It seems that he still underestimated Wen Jiaxu, and being able to send someone to kill him so quickly means that he is already in a very safe place now, otherwise how can he have the mind to deal with himself? Don't worry, even if you don't come, I'll be fine. By the way, you're leaving, what should I do over there? Lin Qinshuo suddenly remembered that Xiao Runan was there to protect Wen Rushue, and if she left like this, wouldn't Wen Rushue be in danger? Naturally, there are people over there to protect me, and I may not be so nervous, and I will be taken away by the tiger from the mountain. Besides, protecting girls is more important to me than protecting you boys. Xiao Runan's words made the corners of Lin Qinshuo's mouth twitch. Lin Qinshuo gradually realized that this didn't seem to be the way back to his school, and hurriedly asked, "Where is Officer Xiao taking me?" "You are now Wen Jiaxu's #1 person who wants to kill. I must protect you 24 hours a day, but you live in a school and it is inconvenient to protect, so you can only go to my house first and let me protect you." "You're protecting me?" Lin Qinshuo looked at her speechlessly. With his martial arts mastery, he didn't need a woman to protect him. Besides, if he is protected by this woman, then there is no freedom at all. "Officer Xiao, I don't need protection, why don't you protect Wen Rushue? Personally, I still have some skills." Speaking of these, Xiao Runan suddenly remembered the car just now. "How did you escape just now? The car has become paper-like, and you have no skin injuries." "I happened to be looking out the window of the car in a daze, and I noticed that something was not quite right with the truck, so I quickly jumped out of the car." He also asked the driver to jump together, but he didn't react. Lin Qinshuo sighed, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The driver was implicated by himself and lost his life, and this revenge must be avenged. Wen Jiaxu doesn't know where to hide, and there is no one in the police station that I can trust, so you have to stay with me until you find Wen Jiaxu. Xiao Runan frowned. Lin Qinshuo patted his forehead. "I really don't need your protection. If you arrested Wen Jiaxu earlier, I would be safe." As soon as the words fell, Lin Qinshuo suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Get down." Lin Qinshuo grabbed Xiao Runan's neck, pressed it, and lay down himself. There was a sound of glass breaking, and a bullet slashed overhead. Lin Qinshuo pulled the car door and quickly got out of the car, looking at the tall building not far away, where a person was holding a sniper rifle at him. When he found that Lin Qinshuo saw him, he quickly put away his gun and was about to leave. Lin Qinshuo was full of anger, and quickly started his light work and ran towards the top of the building. And the sniper was calmly packing up his things. In his opinion, after he packed up his things and left, Lin Qinshuo couldn't run. After all, there was still some distance, and the master never panicked. Just as the killer was about to leave with the gun on his back, a figure kicked him in the stomach with great speed, causing him to fly upside down and hit the stone slab by the balcony. The person who came was Lin Qinshuo, who was proficient in martial arts and also included light skills. "Impossible. Why are you able to be so fast?" The killer looked incredulous. Lin Qinshuo, who had a full physique, was also a little panting at the moment. just now he used all his life's strength to rush here. Even if it was a full-level physique, it still made him a little breathing. Lin Qinshu didn't say a word of nonsense. The person in front of him had a gun, and his figure flashed, quickly breaking the opponent's hands and feet. The terrible screams resounded throughout the sky, and the killer was just about to take out his pistol. Who would have thought that the other party would not say a word, and directly came up and broke his hands and feet, and then he also hated why he didn't speed up when he just collected the gun. Where is Wenjiaxu? This is obviously a killer sent by Wenjiaxu, and there is no need to ask who sent it. The killer said coldly, I don't know Wenjiaxu, I'm just a person who takes people's money and eliminates disasters for others. Yes, another hard-mouthed person. The quality of the two groups of people Wenjiaxu found is so high. Lin Qinshu didn't want to talk nonsense, stretched out his hand and pinched the other party's neck, and was about to break his neck. Etc. Wait a minute. Xiao Runin came to the top of this building out of breath. She had already tried her best to run over, but she didn't expect Lin Qinshu to be so much faster than him. Lin Qinshu turned his head and looked at her sharply, as if he was waiting for her to finish speaking before killing the other party. If you kill him, Wenjiaxu will have more means to deal with you. You give him to me, let me investigate his origin and interrogate him. Xiao Runin came to Lin Qinshu and said. Lin Qinshu's hand on the other party's neck let go, and a weird smile appeared on the killer's face, and after a muffled snort, he fell to the ground. Xiao Runin hurriedly stepped forward to pinch his mouth open, and found that he had gradually become stiff. I actually committed suicide. This is not an ordinary killer, it seems that it is a dead killer with professional qualities. As long as he is caught, he must commit suicide. Xiao Runin said with a solemn face. In less than an hour, Wenjiaxu arranged 3 waves of people to kill Lin Qinshu, 1 in the truck, 1 in the black police, and now a sniper to shoot him in the police car. Wenjiaxu's thoughtfulness and unscrupulous means made Lin Qinshu feel that he was careless, and his estimation of these people was still too naive. Xiao Runin saw a scorpion tattoo on the killer's arm, and his expression became even more solemn. This is the killer of the poisonous scorpion organization, the top 10 killer organizations in the world. Scorpions? Lin Qinshu was still a student, and he didn't know what these code names meant. Xiao Runin nodded heavily. The Scorpion Killer Organization, after receiving the task, will not stop. If this person fails to kill you, another person will come, until he completely kills you. I'm rubbing, endlessly. Xiao Runin picked up the gun on the ground, pulled Lin Qinshu and left the rooftop. Don't worry about it here, I've already let the people above deal with it. The police in the magic capital don't know who is credible. I've already transferred people from Kyoto overnight. Lin Qinshu glanced at Xiao Runin with a little meaning, and the identity of this beautiful police officer in front of him didn't seem to be simple. I was able to transfer people from Kyoto, and I know so much about these killer organizations. But I didn't expect you to be able to rub a killer on the ground and have nothing to do with yourself. Who the hell are you? Xiao Runin remembered the scene he saw just now. The killer of a killer organization was almost killed by the student in front of him. Lin Qinshu looked at her with a smile. Your identity is not very simple. Who am I? You can find out if you go to investigate. The result is definitely a good citizen, a good student. It's just a bit of brute force, so you don't have to protect me, I can protect myself. Thinking of the scene just now, Lin Qinshu was still a little afraid. If it weren't for the sudden whim and feeling a dangerous aura, he might have been headshot. Xiao Runin shook his head. I have a hunch, Wenjiaxu's main target is you. As long as you follow me, you will be able to find Wenjiaxu sooner or later. Wenruxue, you don't have to worry, a team of people from Kyoto is around her, and Wenjiaming has also hired external bodyguards. I just need to protect you. Lin Qinshu took out the mobile phone with a broken screen, and couldn't make a phone call if he wanted to, so he originally wanted to call and ask Wenruxue. The vehicle drove into a community, which was some distance from the city center, and I didn't know whether Xiao Runin bought it or rented it. Xiao Runin seemed to guess his question, and said, This is a safe house, not my home. I usually live in a dormitory, and now in an extraordinary period, I have activated a safe house in the magic capital in Kyoto, and the police in the magic capital don't know this place. You can rest assured to live first. Lin Qinshu looked at the 80-square small house. He didn't plan to stay here, but Xiao Runin, this girl is also for his good, and he can't refuse directly, and he will slip away after she sleeps. But is it really safe to live here? Lin Qinshu took a shower and took off his rotten clothes, this safe house also had some simple casual clothes, otherwise he wouldn't even have clothes to wear. Lin Qinshu, who had just finished taking a shower, finally waited for the reminder that the task was completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task option 2, becoming Su Xiao's fake boyfriend, and successfully coping with the blind date. Recognized by at least 2 members of the Su family, reward strength +1, stealth card +1. Invisibility cards have been issued to the host's pocket. Invisibility card, the host can use it silently in his heart, with a time limit of 1 hour, during which no object or person can detect the existence of the host. Lin Qinshu touched his pocket and took out a card with an invisibility card written on it. That's too hasty, isn't it? Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while, and the things produced by the system didn't make a shiny card, and stuffed the card back into his pocket. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 9. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charm, 8. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Ride, Pagani Son of the Wind, Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Yulu Villa, 33rd floor, Building A, Thompson Epine. Skills, Martial Arts Mastery, Chess Mastery, Marksmanship Mastery, Sports Skills Mastery. Balance, 5941-206-9053. Lin Qinshu suddenly felt that he was full of strength from top to bottom, and now that he was fighting against Su Feng, he should not be inferior, and he might even be able to defeat the other party. Late at night, Lin Qinshu quietly went out, and as soon as he came downstairs, he noticed that something was wrong. There seemed to be several people around, and it seems that the clothes are not security guards but outsiders, and it seems that this so-called Kyoto safe house is not particularly safe, and it was exposed so quickly. Soon Lin Qinshu reacted to why it was exposed so quickly, that police car. The police car driven by Xiao Runan was exposed by those black policemen, so according to the trajectory of the police car, Lin Qinshu who she took away could be found. Rub, I haven't figured out such a simple thing, how did that girl become a policeman? Lin Qinshu scolded secretly, turned upstairs and planned to call Xiao Runan up, but as soon as the door opened, Xiao Runan was already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. I thought you were gone. Xiao Runan looked at Lin Qinshu with a smile. As a police officer, she naturally knew that the police car would be exposed, and she did it on purpose. Lure the enemy over and catch the turtle in an urn. Lin Qinshu looked at her like this, and also knew that she was doing it on purpose, so he simply stopped talking, lay down on the sofa, and waited for the show to come out. Soon there was a commotion downstairs, and some of the lights in the whole community were turned on, which should have been woken up. Soon after, several people were escorted in by a group of police officers in civilian clothes. I'm sorry to lie to you, this is not a safe house, just an ordinary place to live, used to catch these people. Xiao Runan explained to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu shrugged, it doesn't matter, you have your plan, I'll leave it to you next, I'll go out and breathe. This time Xiao Runan didn't stop Lin Qinshu from going out, after all, she hadn't seen Lin Qinshu's strength, but it was estimated that she was stronger than her, and the protection she said was only to use Lin Qinshu to catch that Wenjiaxu. It just so happens that now she is also going to interrogate these people, and it would be better if Lin Qinshu could get out. Lin Qin guarded out of the community, and now it is difficult to take a taxi in the middle of the night, and the mobile phone is broken, and he can't call a taxi, so he can only see if there is a taxi, and return to Yunlu Villa to let Li Qing pay. Lin Qinshu, who was walking on the road, suddenly stopped, because a person appeared in front of him, and this person was still known to him. Has the Li family also started to seek revenge on me? Lin Qinshu said lightly. The person on the opposite side was Zhang Tian, the bodyguard that Li Tianzong brought that day, and Lin Qinshu narrowly won the battle that day, but he didn't suffer any major damage. Zhang Tian didn't talk nonsense, and rushed directly towards Lin Qinshu, slamming his fist into Lin Qinshu's face. Lin Qinshu turned his right hand into a palm, blocked his arm and turned around, his palm turned into a fist, and a powerful punch hit Zhang Tian's chest, and Zhang Tian retreated again and again. Zhang Tian's face was expressionless, but his eyes were full of shock. In just a few days, Lin Qinshu's strength became so strong that he was beaten with one punch. The Li family is about to fall, do you want to consider coming to me? Lin Qinshu still admires this Zhang Tian. In the previous battle with him, he noticed that the other party's fists and feet had no killing intent, but simply wanted to defeat him. And Lin Qinshu also heard the conversation between Zhang Tian and Li Tianzong at the beginning. It seems that Zhang Tian only needs money, nothing else, as long as it can be solved with money. It is not a matter in Lin Qinshu's opinion. Zhang Tian put away his fists and feet. I'm not your opponent, I can't do this task. After saying that, he turned around to leave, and after walking a few steps, he turned back again and said, this time I didn't come because of the Li family. Someone sent a reward order on the dark web, offering a reward of 50 million to kill you, and your every move will be reported by someone on the dark web. 50 million, when Jiaxu is such a big hand. If he hadn't had money now, he would have wanted to take the 50 million. After Zhang Tian left, Lin Qinshu's face was solemn. He didn't expect the muddy waters of the Wen family to be so heavy. At first he wondered why the Wen family could be called the four major families of the demon capital at this scale. Now he deeply feels the energy of the Wen family. No, it should be Wen Jiaxu's energy. Lin Qinshu didn't choose to go to Yunlu Villa. He went back to school directly, and now there may be countless pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark, and if he returns to Yunlu Villa, he is afraid that it will affect those maids. Going back to school is the best for him, and there are still some barriers to entry into school after all. When he came to the school gate, Lin Qinshu asked the security guard Uncle Wang to help him pay the fare, and went directly back to the dormitory. It was late at night, and the other three people in the dormitory had already fallen asleep. Lin Qinshu took out the old mobile phone from before and inserted the calling card into it. Fortunately, I didn't lose it before, otherwise where would I buy a mobile phone in the middle of the night? Lin Qinshu dialed Su Feng's phone. His mental power has now reached 8 points, and he also has the ability to remember the numbers of these numbers. Brother Lin, it's so late, is there something wrong? Su Feng's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Su, I encountered something tonight. I want to ask if there are any veterans from your army in the magic capital? I'm in a bit of a desperate need for manpower right now. Don't worry, it won't be anything against social morality. I just hope they can help me protect a few people. Lin Qinshu felt that the situation was grim now. When Jiaxu dared to spend a lot of money to kill him, who knows if he would be mad and attack the people around him. Is something wrong? Do you want me to transfer some people out of the army? Su Feng also heard Lin Qinshu's slightly heavy voice. No, it's just a trivial matter, since we've all talked about the formation of a security company tonight, and we also need people to help. Let's take office in advance. Lin Qinshu rejected Su Feng's kindness. The requisition of veterans is advocated by the state, but if you transfer military personnel privately, Su Feng may be punished for this at that time. There is no need. There is no magic capital, but other cities do. There is a team in Su province. Those people's abilities are more extensive, and it is not bad. I will let them go to you tomorrow morning. Su Feng said after pondering for a moment. Okay, let them come to Jiatong University to find me. Thank you, Brother Su. Lin Qinshu thanked excitedly. The family doesn't talk to each other. You also helped me complete the task, and they are also one of my tasks, and I am also relaxed when I am arranged to work. The two gossiped a few more words and then hung up. Hung up the phone, Lin Qinshu also climbed into bed, but he didn't sleep. Now he is worth 50 million. Who knows if someone will come to assassinate him in his sleep. It's been too aggrieved, and when the manpower arrives tomorrow, he will let go of his hands and feet to find Wen Jiaxu's hiding place, and he will also have to set up the security company, so that those veterans can join in. In a daze, it was dawn. Lin Qinshu saw that the others in the dormitory had not gotten up yet, and he did not call them. There was no class in the morning, and several of them would sleep until noon. Lin Qinshu came to the school cafeteria for breakfast, originally wanted to ask Yi Mingxi to go with him, but then thought about his current situation. Forget it, and solve the matter first. At this time, Su Feng's phone also called. Brother Lin, that team has arrived at the gate of Jiaotong University. When will you go? Lin Qinshu had just finished breakfast and walked to the school gate. I'm almost there. When I came to the school gate, I saw the 7 people in Su Fengko. There are 2 women and 5 men, and there are women who make Lin Qinshu a little surprised. Hello, I'm Lin Qinshu. You should have been introduced by Brother Su. Lin Qinshu walked over and said hello. The 7 people all looked at Lin Qinshu, but they didn't expect that the nobleman in Su Feng's mouth was such a young man. Hello Brother Lin, my name is Yang Yun, this is Li Qing, Mo Fong, Huang Chang, He Yun, Qiu Lu, and Li Lan. We and Su Zhanshan were comrades in arms in the same military camp back then. Yang Yun introduced everyone to Lin Qinshu in turn. Lin Qinshu greeted everyone one by one. At this time, Shuiyun Pavilion's car had already arrived at the school gate, and Lin Qinshu called Shang Ping early in the morning to arrange for a few cars to come over, and at the same time explained that the other driver had died last night. Lin Qinshu has always blamed himself for this, and he is angry, and he also has a heart to kill when Jiaxu. Everyone, get in the car, everyone must have not eaten anything when they came over, let's go over there and talk again. Lin Qinshu led everyone to Shuiyun Pavilion, and for the time being, he wanted to set where to gather, but he hadn't decided yet, so he would take them for a meal first. When they came to Shuiyun Pavilion, Shang Ping and Li Qing were already standing at the door waiting for them. Li Qing was called by him, and Lin Qinshu of the security company was ready to let Li Qing take charge of the preliminary work. Lin Qinshu took the mobile phone in his pocket to Li Qing and asked him to change it into a new one. Li Qing had already gone to buy a new mobile phone early in the morning, and bought dozens more, all of which Lin Qinshu confessed, giving each of the 7 people a new mobile phone, and the others were kept for backup, or for others to use in the future. After leading everyone into the box, Shang Ping began to serve the food. The 7 people were surprised to see this kind of place, which made Lin Qinshu feel a little ironic. These are all people who defended their families in the country abroad. They have never eaten such a luxurious meal in their lives, and some social moths eat delicious food every day. After eating and drinking, Lin Qinshu began to talk about his predicament, and he was currently ordered to be rewarded on the dark web, and his own danger was nothing, mainly because he was worried about the safety of the people around him. I hope that Yang Yun and others can provide some protection for the people around them, and at the same time, they also want to catch the people behind the scenes. As long as the party who issued the release is hanging, the reward order should be lifted. No problem, we have all heard from Su Zhanshan, you are going to set up a security company to take in some veterans who have nowhere to go, and you can be regarded as the benefactor of our people. People like us who have been discharged from the army because of various other things are relatively good, and there are other brothers who lack arms and legs, and they can't find jobs in this society at all, and even life is a problem. I hope Brother Lin can give them a good place. Yang Yun sighed. Lin Qinshu nodded and called Li Qing over. Qinger, you and Sun Shi contact each other. The office of the Golden Trade Building will be used by these brothers first, and then go and register a larger security company. By the way, pay attention to where there is a base that is more suitable. If it is larger, it is best to build a few 100 acres of mountainous land and buy it directly for the brothers to train daily. Li Qing nodded and walked out quickly. Lin Qinshu turned around and continued, Brother Yang, there is now a person named Ji Mingxi in the school. I may bother the 2 sisters to protect it. My personal words are fine, and I need you to help me find someone. When Jiaxu of the Wen family, I don't know if you have any way. Yang Yin nodded. Our group of people are good at reconnaissance, tracking, and even hacking. Brother Lin first gave us Wen Jiaxu's information, and told us some detailed information that you know, and soon we will be able to have results. Let's find a place to stay first, and we'll lay things out. Yang Yan's words were in good order, so that Lin Qinshu was also relieved, and hurriedly asked Shang Ping to send a car to send them to the Golden Trade Building. A group of people came to the Jinmao building. Lin Qinshu originally had an entire floor of the office. Looking at the luxurious decoration here, Yang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Brother Lin, your environment is too testing. In a place where all kinds of eating, drinking, and entertainment are complete, it is really difficult to calm down and do things. The inside of this Jinmao building is almost the same as the clubhouse, and it has everything, which can be regarded as a vacation environment. Lin Qinshu smiled. No way, there are no other places for the time being, let's use them here first. By the way, there are also my parents who are far away from home. Brother Yang will see if there are any brothers who are nearby, and let them go over to protect them. For Lin Qinshu, the only person who can be found out now is Yi Mingxi, who is spreading in school, except for his parents. The others are okay, they shouldn't be implicated. When Rushue has Xiao Runan's people there, looking at Xiao Runan's confident appearance, he shouldn't have to worry about it. Yes, we have comrades in arms all over the country. Where are your parents? Yang Yun nodded and said. Lin Qinshu hurriedly told Yang Yun the address, and then Yang Yun went to call to make arrangements. The others also began to get busy. Mo Fong took out his laptop, connected the port and began to operate. Brother Lin, we have already arranged for people to go over, so they won't disturb your parents and protect them in the dark. Here we began to check Wen Jiaxu's information and traces. Yang Yun came back after the phone call and said, Lin Qinshu gave Yang Yun a thumbs up, worthy of being a soldier, the sufficiency is high. Lin Qinshu also transferred the secret about Wen Jiaxu to Mo Fang, and others were useless, so they didn't give it. Everyone started to get busy, and Lin Qin didn't have anything to do here, so he just went out for a walk. There was a place in his mind where he suspected that Wen Jiaxu might be hiding. Now it's time to take a look. Lin Qinshu took the elevator down and suddenly stopped on the 17th floor. The elevator door opened, and the two people inside and outside the door were stunned when they saw each other. Mr. Lin is so coincidental, I haven't seen you here in the past few days. The woman outside the elevator walked in with a smile as she spoke. This woman is Chen Jia, who was touched last time, and she is already the CEO of a large media company at a young age. It's a coincidence, I rarely come, and it's rare to meet you once. Lin Qinshu smiled. This time Yimingxi was not around, so there was no need for him to avoid suspicion. Mr. Lin is so busy, do you have time to go to dinner together now? Chen Jia is still resentful of being rejected by Lin Qinshu last time. This time, Lin Qinshu really couldn't eat it, and what Shui Yunjate was still in his throat now. I won't eat the meal, I just finished eating, or I'll invite Miss Chen to have a cup of coffee. After all, she is a beauty with more than 90 points, and she always rejects each other, and she is afraid that she will run away in the future. Then thank you Mr. Lin for the coffee. Chen Jia winked playfully, and the two came to a coffee shop in Buck on the first floor. Mr. Lin, the little girlfriend who followed you last time seems to have some fan base in Douyin. Last time I felt that she was a little familiar. Can you give me her contact information? I think she has the potential to be an anchor. Chen Jia took a sip of coffee and remembered this incident. Yes, I accompanied her to the interview last time, but the media company was not good, and I kicked it out. I'll give her your contact information, and it's up to her whether she wants to come or not. Originally, Lin Qinshu didn't want Yimingxi to be an anchor and show up, but maybe it was Yimingxi's own hobbies, and he couldn't raise a woman into a canary just because he was rich. Just like when Ruxue, she returned to the one group. Originally Lin Qinshu wanted to take her with her during this time, but then she gave up, and it may not be safer to be by his side. Xiao Runin already has someone with her hand, and she didn't let Yang Yun and others protect her, and catching the culprit first is the most important thing now. Miss Chen, I still have something to do here, let's make an appointment another day. After saying goodbye to Chen Jia, he hurriedly took a taxi and left. It wasn't until Lin Qinshu left completely that Chen Jia reacted from a state of confusion, saying that she was invited to drink coffee, but she really only drank coffee, and ran away without saying 3 words in total. Chen Jia stomped her foot fiercely, picked up the coffee and went back to the company, not even having an appetite for food. On the other side, Lin Qinshu had already taken a car to a community, this community called Wulong Villa. This place is an address that appeared in the Wen family's secrets, the secret base of Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua, and it was said in the secret that only the two of them knew about this place, and even the closest subordinates around them had never been here, and they didn't know about this place. If it weren't for the system, Lin Qinshu wouldn't have been able to find here. In order not to startle the snake, Lin Qinshu walked to a corner and climbed over the wall into the community. According to the secret of the building quietly approached, I originally thought it was just a community building, but after getting closer, I realized that it was actually a villa. Thinking about it, the Wen family is such a rich person, not to mention that Yang Xinghua's mother's family is also rich, and if he wants to find a place to be a secret base, he naturally can't wrong himself. And the privacy of the villa is stronger, and it is inevitable that there will be ears on the wall when living in a suite. Lin Qinshu slowly approached the villa, originally planning to sneak in with an invisibility card, but then he thought that maybe when Jiaxu was not here, then he wasted such a fantasy thing. Near one of the windows of the villa, a familiar voice was heard. Mom, where did Dad go? Now the police are looking for him everywhere, and if he is caught, what are we going to do? Lin Qinshu recognized that this was Wen Wenfeng's voice, and from this sentence, he guessed that Wen Wenfeng had already recognized Wen Jiaxu, and it was indeed a white-eyed wolf, and he screamed so affectionately so quickly. He's going to pick up your uncle, and when your uncle comes, he won't have to hide in Tibet. It's just that Lin Qinshu doesn't know what his identity is, why he can know so many secret things, this person must be killed first to be safe, otherwise even if your uncle can save your father for a while, he will be killed by this person with something. Yang Xinghua gritted his teeth when he talked about Lin Qinshu. If it weren't for Lin Qinshu, Wen Jiaxu would have sat in the position of the head of the family, and she would have left the Wen family and taken Wen Wenfeng to sit in the position of the mother of the Wen family, and now her life is already very comfortable. And Wen Jiaxu's original partner Yu Qing directly took out the divorce agreement after Wen Jiaxu's failure, and wanted to cut off relations with Wen Jiaxu. It seems that he thought that he would be affected by Wen Jiaxu's failure. Great, as long as my uncle is here, I can't arrest my father with any evidence, Wen Wenfeng said happily. Lin Qinshu was also thinking about who this uncle was. Listening to their meaning, he could still rescue Wen Jiaxu with so much evidence. What a powerful person. Yang Xinghua also smiled happily. When your uncle comes, let's vacate this place for him to live, and the slut in the room will be left to your uncle to enjoy. No woman can live well in his hands. When Lin Qinshu heard this, he immediately thought about who the slut in Yang Xinghua's mouth was. He knew all the women in the Wen family. It couldn't be Wen Jiaming's wife, and he hadn't heard anything about his family, and Xiao Runan sent someone to Wen Rushua's side, and he must have it in Wen Jiaming. Just when he was still thinking, Yang Xinghua in the window suddenly answered the phone and said happily, "Let's go, your uncle has arrived, let's clean up. Your father has ordered a very hidden private meal, let's also go have a few drinks with your uncle. Bring things, here is a temporary stay for your uncle tonight, let's go live elsewhere tonight. As your dad said, you can't stay in one place for too long." After speaking, Yang Xinghua happily ran upstairs. And just after she left, when Wenfeng's face suddenly became gloomy, his eyes flashed with not knowing what he was thinking, and he turned around and entered a room. It seems that he was so affectionate with his father just now, and it is also fake. This Wen Wenfeng is really not simple, even his mother lied. Lin Qinshu was thinking about how to keep up with them and find Wen Jiaxu. Yang Xinghua didn't say a destination just now. If she wanted to find Wen Jiaxu, she had to keep up with them, and sat incognito in the car? It doesn't seem to work. The stealth card is time limited, and it's useless in an hour, and if you haven't reached that destination in an hour, you'll be exposed. Once he is exposed, according to Yang Xinghua's character, he may swear to defend Wen Jiaxu to the death, and he will never be brought to Wen Jiaxu. It seems that he can only come hard and use Wen Wenfeng to coerce Yang Xinghua. Just when Lin Qinshu was about to make a move, the mobile phone in his pocket vibrate, and he hurriedly left the villa area to answer the phone, because the call was from Yang Yun. Maybe he already had some eyebrows. "Brother Lin, I found it. Wen Jiaxu was going to a farmhouse called Bishui Villa on the outskirts of the magic capital. According to my investigation, it is Wen Jiaxu's secret industry. There is no connection with his name. It is registered in the name of an ordinary employee of the Wen family. If it is not for screening all the ordinary employees of the Wen family, it is really not easy to find this clue." Yang Yun reported on his findings. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but praise Yang Yun's small team in his heart. He relied on the Wen family's secrets given by the system to find this clue. Yang Yun was able to find it simultaneously, and it was accurate to the whereabouts of the owner in Wen Jiaxu. "Okay, Brother Yang will send me the address, and then arrange some manpower to follow Wen Jiaxu, and then plan the next step when I arrive." Lin Qinshu originally wanted Yang Yun to do it directly, but in the dark, he felt that there might be powerful people among the people who came to Kyoto this time, and if he rashly let Yang Yun and them do it, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshu planned to leave the villa and take a taxi over there, but suddenly, the door of Yang Xinghua's villa opened, and a Mercedes-Benz Big G drove out of it, and Lin Qinshu hurriedly hid in the corner. Watching Wen Wenfeng and Yang Xinghua leave in the car, they suddenly remembered the slut in their mouth. Anyway, they already knew Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts, so let's go and see who the slut in Yang Xinghua's mouth was. Lin Qinshu entered the villa again. The door was not keyed, and he stepped on the wall with light power and jumped into the window on the second floor. Rummaging through rooms saw no one until he saw the entrance to the basement. Most of the basements in the villa are used as wine cellars, or to decorate a KTV or something, so Lin Qinshu didn't go to the basement to find it at first. Now the whole villa has been rummaged, and there is no one to see, only maybe in the basement. Who would have thought that someone would set up a place in the basement to keep people? And the basement entrance of this villa is also very strange. It is actually in the study. Lin Qinshu walked down the stairs, and the dim light made it difficult for him to see what was inside, until he came to the bottom. The entire basement is empty. There are no cubicles, but there are many shelves. There was a large bed in the middle, and a woman's hands and feet were tied to 4 bedposts. and the white sheet on her body could not hide her plump figure. Lin Chincho looked at the shelves with all kinds of torture tools on display, and even strange things. This one Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua are also playing with flowers, and they actually put so many such things in the basement. When he approached the bedside, he finally saw who the slut in Yang Xinghua's mouth was. Isn't this Wen Jiaxu's original partner Yu Qing, who didn't expect to be tied up in this basement by 5 flowers? At this moment, Yu Qing's state was not very normal. The whole person was writhing very uncomfortable, and her face was flushed. Lin Chincho thought about it and untied the ropes of her hands and feet, listening to what Yang Xinghua said just now. This was for her to take her younger brother. Even if he had to deal with Wen Jiaxu later, he wouldn't leave this woman here. Yu Qing's secret is the identity of the lily, and she has not seen her do anything hurtful, and she has not even helped Wen Jiaxu much. Yu Qing, whose hands and feet were untied, instantly knocked Lin Chincho down, and at this time, Lin Chincho realized that something was wrong with the other party, and this state was obviously drugged. Time went back to 10 minutes ago, when Lin Chincho left the villa to answer the phone, when Wenfeng came to the basement. Looking at the woman on the bed, with a grim smile on her face, she took out a small bottle of pink pills from her pocket, pinched Yu Qing's chin and poured it all in. "When my uncle comes, you will serve him well. This is something to cheer you up." When Wenfeng also took a bottle of water and poured it into her mouth, telling her to swallow all the pills, and then turned around and left the basement. At this time, Lin Chincho was also angry with the woman in front of him, and simply turned around without doing anything. An hour later, Yu Qing had also come to her senses. Lin Chincho hurriedly put on his clothes and said embarrassedly, "In extraordinary times, I had to use extraordinary means. Otherwise, you will burst your blood vessels and die. If you have nothing to do, hurry up and get out of here. I'm going to find Wen Jiaxu now." "Don't worry, I will take care of Wen Jiaxu. You can go back and hide for a while." After Lin Chincho finished speaking, he left this place quickly. More than an hour has passed, and when he gets there, maybe Wen Jiaxu has run away again, which is really a beauty's mistake. It's just that he left in a hurry, and he didn't see a trace on the sheets under Yu Qing's body. Fortunately, he had the foresight to confess to Yang Yun in advance, and they were going to stare at Wen Jiaxu. Even if they were not at the farmhouse, they could track each other's traces. When Lin Chincho took a taxi and came halfway, Yang Yun's phone called again. "Brother Lin, Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are still at the farmhouse, and it seems that they have spent the night here tonight. But the person he brought me asked Mo Fong to check. It was the second in command of the Yang family in Kyoto, Yang Lin. Yang Lin and Yang Xinghua have already left the farmhouse. Do you want to send someone to follow?" Yang Lin? He didn't know anything about the Yang family in Kyoto, so even if he knew the other party's name, he couldn't know how capable the other party was. Yang Xinghua showed a relaxed smile when she heard that her brother was coming, indicating that Yang Lin was definitely not simple. "Is there anyone else besides Yang Lin?" Lin Chincho asked. "Yes, a young man with a height of about 1.75 meters and an inch of hair followed Yang Lian. The other party seemed to be very sensitive, and at first we wanted to get closer, but his eyes looked in the direction we were, causing us to dare not get too close." Yang Yun's tone was solemn. Lin Chincho pondered for a moment and then said, "Then leave him alone. Our top priority is to solve Wen Jiaxu, and we must not let him live." After Lin Chincho finished saying this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Wen Jiaxu can't stay. With his own energy and Yang Lin's help, even if he is handed over to the police, he will be acquitted in the end. This is very bad for him. As long as Wen Jiaxu lives, his wanted notices on the dark web will continue to cause him trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Chincho couldn't help but scold. He thought he was holding a Shinhouse script. How did it start to evolve into a script for the rise of urban gangsters? Ding! The host's embarrassment to the current situation has been detected, and even daily life has been affected. Option 1, solve the problem of being wanted, find the character of the key release mission, and reward the golden silk soft armor *1. Option 2, solve the problem of being wanted and subsequent retaliation, let the person who issued the task leave Huaxia, reward strength points +1, golden silk soft armor *1. It's finally here. Lin Chincho is still very confused during this time. He has encountered so many things, and the system doesn't plan to release a task for himself. He must choose the second choice this time. He has seen Wen Wenfeng's dark and changing face in the villa just now, and the grass must be eradicated, and he has no intention of letting these people go. But there is one more thing that he needs to solve, that is, the concept of Yang Yun and others. After all, they are soldiers, and although they have been discharged from the army, they are still soldiers, and the concept of killing people may not be advisable in their eyes. Although Lin Qinshu has not experienced it, but if he doesn't do it now, it will only be him who will die in the end, and he will have to force himself to do it. A Mercedes-Benz Big G passed by the car that Lin Qinshu was sitting in, and he saw that this was the car driven by Wen Wenfeng, and there were 3 people in the car. The young man Yang Yan said was driving, and there was a man with sunglasses sitting in the back seat of the car, as well as Yang Xinghua. At this time, Yang Xinghua's face was very angry and he didn't know what he was talking about, but unfortunately the time for the 2 cars to cross was too short, and Lin Qinshu could only take a brief look, and he didn't know what happened in the other party's car. Yang Xinghua in the car was full of grievances and emotion. Yang Lin on the side said lightly, "When Jiaxu's matter is very troublesome, and someone from Kyoto has also come, and it has even attracted the attention of the central government. It's hard to keep him, and even if he can do it, my Yang family will expose some whole cards, and the gains outweigh the losses. Don't worry about the 2 fathers and sons, you can go back to Kyoto with me, and the child will have another one. The old lady is almost 50 years old, what will she do for life? Wen Feng is your nephew after all, can't you save him?" Yang Xinghua begged his brother to save his son. "Humph, he can't do that kind of waste rescue, he can't do the basic inheritance. Go back to Kyoto for a few days, and then go abroad. There are surrogacy agencies there. Take a little thing from your body, put it in someone else's belly, and it's no problem to have a few more." Yang Lin also knew about Wen Wenfeng's, and he was angry. "Humph! In vain, your brother-in-law also prepared a gift for you in that villa. Since you don't save him, don't take the gift, hurry up." Yang Xinghua crossed her hands and turned her head to look out the window. What good things can a lost dog have? Yang Lin smiled coldly. It's really not a good thing, it's just a young woman who still has charm, and it's tied, not voluntary. Yang Xinghua knows his brother's hobbies, and if he doesn't want it, he likes the kind of unwillingness. Yang Lin's eyes flashed when he heard this, and there were a lot of women who pounced on him with his family background, but he only liked the kind of people who looked down on him, which could be regarded as a psychopath. "Little Lu, go to the villa to have a look. If the gift is okay, I will consider saving the waste son." The corners of Yang Xinghua's mouth also showed a smile, and she hurriedly showed Xiaolu the way. Although she is also a ruthless person, Wen Wenfeng is a piece of meat that fell from her after all, but she is a married young family, and she has no other way than to beg her younger brother. As for Wen Jiaxu, she can't save it now and can only give up. Whoever asked him to poke out the basket made the young family unwilling to make a move. The main thing is that his value is not worth exposing some whole cards of the Yang family. On the other side, Lin Qinshu had already joined Yang Yun. Lin Qinshu said to Yang Yun with a solemn expression, "Brother Yang, I may not be able to do this in your concept, but I still confess to you that Wen Jiaxu must die. If I don't kill him, he'll cause me all sorts of trouble. There are only 4 people here, Yang Yun, Li Qing, Huang Chang and He Yun, and the other Mo Fang stayed in the Jima building. He is proficient in hacking and is not good at tracking. In addition, Xiu Lu and Li Lan went to Jiatong University to protect Yi Mengxi." After hearing Lin Qinshu's words, the 4 of them looked at each other, and there was a look on their faces that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. "It seems that Su Zhanshan didn't tell Brother Lin about our brothers." Li Qing said heavily, "We were actually expelled from the army, because we encountered an incident back then. A powerful 2nd generation committed the crime of killing a little girl, and was finally acquitted, and the one who was killed was my sister, Brother Yang, and several brothers and sisters, so they joined forces to cripple the 2nd generation. This was known to the troops, and all our credit was revoked, and we were expelled from the army." He Yun also added, "It is because of this that we were listed by the army as incorrect, so we were fired. Brother Lin doesn't need to be burdened. Even if a person like Wen Jiaxu is handed over to the police, he will eventually have a way to acquit himself. Kill this unforgivable scumbag, and several of us are willing to do it, without worrying about us." Hearing their words, Lin Qinshu was also relieved. "Wen Wenfeng is a ruthless and vicious person according to what I know about him. Maybe I won't let him stay." Lin Qinshu remembered that there was a Wen Wenfeng inside. "Naturally, we have also investigated Wen Wenfeng's deeds, and through the document that Brother Lin gave me, we also know that there is a father and a son. Brother Lin can do whatever he wants, and our brothers will try their best to help you. Yang Yun replied with a smile. Now that the conceptual problems have been solved, it is ready to do it. Lin Qinshu was the first to walk into the farmhouse and rushed inside, because he saw that there was a monitor at the gate, and Wen Jiaxu might have known that he was coming. Yang Yun and the four of them also quickly followed, and the tacit understanding dispersed. Lin Qinshu found Wen Jiaxu in a room. Wen Jiaxu was already lying on the ground motionless at this time. Lin Qinshu took a closer look and found that he had been stabbed in the chest and had no breath. Yang Yun and the others also came here, looking at the corpse that had been dead for a while, because the blood that had flowed out had already dried up. No, when Yang Lin left, he also came out to give him a ride, and it was only less than an hour in total. Could it be that as soon as Yang Lin left, he was killed? Yang Yun looked at the corpse suspiciously. What about Wen Wenfeng? There is no finding. Lin Qinshu guessed that Wen Wenfeng should have killed Wen Jiaxu. I've searched all over the place, even the employees here are all dead, and there is no one alive, and there is no trace of Wen Wenfeng. A few people rummaged through the entire farmhouse, and those cooks and waiters had all been killed, and Wen Wenfeng was really mad. It's not right, there is only one entrance and exit of this farmhouse, and we have been staring at it, and it is impossible for him to walk through our eyes without being discovered by us. Several people were puzzled by this. Thump! There was a sound of falling water outside, and everyone hurriedly ran to the edge of the pond, and saw that Wen Wenfeng had swam to the middle, and he would soon swim to the other end of the pond. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly. It seems that the dog jumped off the wall in a hurry. Where can he swim to such a small pond? Lin Qinshu gestured with his eyes to Yang Yun and the others, and the five of them scattered and surrounded the pond. At this time, when Wenfeng also saw a few people, and realized that the other party was looking for him, it seems that when Wenfeng knew that he couldn't hide. When Wenfeng saw that they had surrounded the entire pond, and regretted that he shouldn't have hid by the pond, he didn't want to escape through the pond, but after hearing the conversation between Lin Qinshu and the others, he was startled and fell off the pond. Li Qing grabbed Wen Wenfeng and threw him in front of Lin Qinshu. Wen Daxiao, what a ruthless heart, my biological father has done it. Lin Qinshu sneered and looked at the once infinitely beautiful young master of the Wen family in front of him. He is not worthy of being my father at all. I thought that the Wen family was already enough to be a nest, but I didn't expect him to be even more nesty, and he actually reached the point of losing his family, so he dared to jump out and recognize me. If he had recognized me earlier, with the ability of our father and son, the Wen family would have been ours a long time ago. Wen Wenfeng said viciously. Lin Qinshu shook his head speechlessly. Wen Wenfeng and Wen Jiaxu have the same personality, but Wen Wenfeng is too composed. That's why you killed him? You are really as capable as you say. Even in the current situation, you can easily deal with it. Yang Xinghua actually treats me as an outcast. I'm her son. When Yang Lin took Yang Xinghua away, Wen Jiaxu knew that he had been abandoned, and he was at the end of his rope, hiding in his room with the intention of turning himself in. How could I have such a father and kill him in a fit of rage? Wen Wenfeng laughed a little crazy. There are so many people dead here, so there is no need for Lin Qinshu to kill him. Someone must be responsible. Lin Qinshu made a phone call to Xiao Runan, and an hour later, Xiao Runan came here with 3 people. All 4 were in civilian clothes and did not wear police uniforms. It's not a small skill, it's faster than our police. Xiao Runan looked at Lin Qinshu in surprise as soon as he got out of the car. By the time your police are efficient, I'm afraid I will have been destroyed long ago. Lin Qinshu pursed his lips. You can go, leave this place to me. When Jiaxu is dead, this Wen Wenfeng has killed so many people, and he can't escape death. Just leave the rest to our police, none of your business. Xiao Runan asked Lin Qinshu and the others to leave. Lin Qinshu originally didn't plan to stay here, and asked Xiao Runan to come over to deal with these things. I had already called Shengping just now to send 2 cars to pick them up, and there was no way to get a taxi in this barren mountain and wilderness. Lin Qinshu and the others were standing at the gate of the farmhouse waiting for the arrival of the car, and suddenly a figure appeared in the distance. Lin Qinshu looked at it. Wasn't this person the young man who drove Yan Lin away just now? Brother Lin, this person is the young man we are talking about. I can feel a murderous aura on his body. It seems that the other party is here to kill us. Yang Yun's face became extremely solemn, and the other party was not good. Lin Qinshu frowned. daring to come over single-handedly like this, it is impossible without ability. I saw the young man put his hand in his pocket, as if he wanted to take something. Go in first, the other party may have a gun. Lin Qinshu pulled Yang Yun and the others and walked quickly inside. Xiao Runan's girl should also have a gun. He was not confident that he could use a hot weapon with his bare hands. What's wrong? Xiao Runan looked at Lin Qinshu, who hurriedly hid in. There's a killer, it's supposed to be here to kill our mouths. Can Officer Xiao give me a gun? I'll go and kill him. Lin Qinshu stared at the gun on Xiao Runan's waist. Xiao Runan hurriedly pulled out the gun, but instead of giving it to Lin Qinshu, he walked out. Only I have the power to execute in the demon capital, and none of my people have a gun, and there is only one gun, so it will not be your turn to use it. As soon as Xiao Runan's voice fell, a shot had already come in with a bang. Yang Lu was one of the professional killers raised by the Yang family since childhood, and is responsible for dealing with the dark side of the Yang family. There are a total of 10 such people in the Yang family, Yang Yi to Yang Shi. Yang Lin went to the villa arranged by Wen Jiaxu and found that it was empty, so he knew that Wen Jiaxu had been exposed, and in order to let the two fathers and sons not drag Yang Xinghua into the water, he sent Yang Lu to kill the Wen family father and son. As long as Yang Lu makes a move, Yang Lin will be relieved, and he knows that there will be no accidents. Xiao Runan quickly counterattacked, and the gunfight between the two sides broke out instantly. It's a pity that although Lin Qinshu has a large number of people, he only has one gun, and Xiao Runan is still unwilling to give him the gun, insisting on coming by himself. His mastery of marksmanship was useless immediately, but relying on a woman for protection was not his style. Lin Qinshu walked back quickly. He planned to go around behind Yang Lu and knock out the gun in his hand. Just as Lin Qinshu left this place, the gunfire also stopped. Xiao Runan didn't dare to take the lead, and the others didn't dare to go out rashly. Bang! There were a few gunshots from the back of the house. Xiao Runan's face changed suddenly, and she quickly ran to the rear, and the few people she brought were all guarding Wen Wenfeng behind the house. Lin Qinshu, who was just about to go around to the front door, also heard the gunshots behind the house, and immediately turned around and ran towards the back of the house, and secretly said in his heart, "This killer is really fast enough. He was shooting in front of him 1 second, and he has already run to the back of the house in the next second." Lin Qinshu didn't rush in rashly, just hid around the corner and steadied his breath. Yang Lu had already killed Wen Wenfeng and was walking in his direction. Just as Lin Qinshu was about to make a move, a gun around the corner took the lead in reaching out against Lin Qinshu's head. "How do you want to die?" Yang Lu said lightly. His eyes looking at Lin Qinshu seemed to be looking at a dead man. Is worthy of being a killer cultivated by the Yang family, and he knew Lin Qinshu's location in advance. "Let him go, I'll be your hostage." At this time, Xiao Runan, Yang Yun and others also came here, and seeing this scene, Xiao Runan hurriedly raised his gun and pointed it at Yang Lu. Yang Lu stretched out his hand with his back to Xiao Runan and counted, and then said, "You fired 9 shots just now, and the pistol used by the police is 8 bullets, plus the one you loaded. 9 bullets is the limit of a gun, so there are no bullets in your gun." Xiao Runan's face changed. There were indeed no bullets in her gun. She didn't expect the other party to be so accurate. It seemed that she was a professional killer. "Even if there are no bullets, the people on our side are enough to take you down, and your gun should have no bullets." Before Xiao Runan finished speaking, he saw Yang Lu take out a magazine full of bullets from his pocket. Xiao Runan's face suddenly turned pale. However, Yang Lu threw the magazine into the pond, and also took out the magazine from the pistol and threw it away. Yang Lu shook his neck, as if he was warming up, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "The task is completed, you can have a good time. The last time I played was 2 years ago. I hope you can let me play a little longer." And Lin Qinshu didn't speak from beginning to end. Even if he was held against the gun, he didn't show a panicked look. In the words of a martial arts master, the gun is faster than 7 steps, and his fist is faster within 7 steps. He could knock the opponent out the moment he pulled the trigger, but Xiao Runan came too fast, giving Yang Lu a chance to pretend to be forced, and Lin Qinshu wanted to see the other party finish pretending to be the first. After listening to his words, Lin Qinshu also showed a smile on his face. "Whether you lose your gun or not, it's the same for me. At this distance, your gun is not as fast as my fist." As soon as the words fell, a fist hit Yang Lu's chest with great force, causing him to fly upside down in an instant. Yang Lu rolled around on the ground a few times before standing up again, and the look of fear in his eyes instantly replaced the look of contempt for all beings just now. "Who the hell are you?" With such strength, comparable to the god of war in the military region, why have you never heard of your name? Lin Chincho punched him with a punch. This kind of strength is no longer a situation that he can play. He regretted it. He didn't pretend to be forced when he knew it, and shot everyone directly. The scene in front of him also stunned Xiao Runan. This reversal came too quickly. Although Xiao Runan has experienced several crises with Lin Chincho, she has only arrived later every time, and she has never seen Lin Chincho's move. Prizes. Lao Tzu Xing does not change his name and sits or change his surname. The people in the rivers and lakes call the bedroom tender stack. Please call me a stacked hero. If you don't like to call a hero, you can call it a stack directly. Lin Chincho smiled and walked quickly towards Yang Lu. Yang Lu grabbed the mud and sand on the ground and threw it out, and Lin Chincho could only use his hands to block the dust that was drifting towards him. In the next second, Yang Lu ran out like crazy. Lin Chincho patted the dust on his body, and muttered, "Shouldn't you make 3 indiscriminate moves, just this dust?" Then he picked up a stone on the ground and shot it at Yang Lu. Finger power. A sound of bones shattering sounded, and the stone thrown by Lin Chincho smashed steadily and fiercely on Yang Lu's knee, and Yang Lu fell to his knees on the spot. Lin Chincho came to Yang Lu's front and stepped on his palm. "Don't you want to play? What are you running? Are you going to play peekaboo with me? If you're such an adult, don't play these children's games." Yang Lu raised his head and stared at Lin Chincho viciously. A broken sound came out of his mouth, and blood continued to gush out from the corners of his mouth. Lin Chincho realized that something was wrong, and quickly pinched his chin, but it was still a step too late, and Yang Lu had already bitten his tongue and committed suicide. Rub, how can there still be so many dead people in modern society, biting their tongues and committing suicide at every turn, or taking poison in their mouths? Lin Chincho scolded secretly. Xiao Runan also walked over, looked at Yang Lu, who was already dead, and then looked at Lin Chincho, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. "I don't know who trained the dead soldier. As long as he is arrested in an accident, he will decisively choose to commit suicide. Fortunately, your strength is superior, otherwise we would all be more than lucky." Xiao Runan breathed a sigh of relief. "Kyoto Young family, follow Yang Lin. The rest of the matter will be handed over to you to finish, Officer Xiao." Lin Chincho stood up and walked outside, calculating the time. The car arranged by Shang Ping was almost there. Yang Yun and the others also followed behind Lin Chincho. Lin Chincho's strength just now made them admire him, and at a young age, he easily killed the killer carefully cultivated by the Young family. If the 4 of them go together, maybe they won't be each other's opponents. Lin Chincho only used one move to let Yang Lu flee, and a single stone could shatter the opponent's knee. They looked at Lin Chincho with admiration. The worship of the strong is something that both men and women will have. Yang Yun and the others originally thought that Lin Chincho was just a relatively wealthy ordinary person, but now this strength seems to be better than the strength of the god of war in their military region. As for the 2 hands that were exposed just now, Su Feng Lai may not be able to do it. Xiao Runan suddenly remembered the gunshots that Wen Wenfeng had just heard from inside, and hurriedly ran in to check the situation. As expected, when Wenfeng and the 3 people she brought, none of them were spared, and all of them died of bullets in the eyebrows. Xiao Runan sat down on the ground, but she didn't expect that it was just a Wen family disciple who was investigating the demon capital and killed 3 of her colleagues. "Kyoto Yang family, I won't let you go easily." Xiao Runan gritted her teeth and said. Lin Chincho closed his eyes in the car, and finally solved the thorn. "Now that Wen Jiaxu is dead, I don't know what happened to the wanted warrant on the dark web." Yang Yin sat in the same car as him, and he saw him with a look of wanting to say something. "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it. Your brother doesn't need to see outside." Lin Chincho opened his eyes and looked at him. "Brother Lin, Mo Fong found out about your reward order on the dark web. When Jiaxu paid a deposit of 20 million, and after killing you, he will pay the remaining 30 million. So, Yang Yin looked at Lin Chincho. When Lin Chincho heard this, there was a black line, and he didn't know what it meant. His bounty order is still there, but no one has paid the final payment, so his bounty order has changed from 50 million to 20 million. Even if there are only 20 million, it can make people flock to it, and his crisis has not been completely resolved. When Jiaxu of this dog day, can't you pay a little less deposit? Lin Chincho scolded secretly. Brother Yang, is there any way to get this bounty order? Otherwise, it's really annoying. Lin Qinshu is very irritable, and with a reward of 20 million, there will still be a lot of people who are not long-sighted to harass him. Yang Yin shook his head. There are many such unfinished bounty orders on the dark web, and there are always idle people to do it. 20 million is a lot, and it will be at the top of the bounty list. After thinking about it, Lin Qinshu suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and hurriedly asked, "Brother Yang, is there a way to register an account for me, and I will also reward some people to raise the price? Will the ranking be lowered?" Yang Yin shook his head. Theoretically, this is the case, but there will still be people who will see you. Just like buying things on the internet, there will always be people who will turn to the back to buy things. If everybody only buys what's at the top, everyone else doesn't have to do it. Lin Qinshu waved his hand. "That's okay, as long as you can get me an account. If you want to come to me, come here, you can't hide anyway, why not use this platform?" Lin Qinshu remembered that he also had a few enemies to put on and play. After the vehicle entered the Golden Trade Building, Lin Qinshu couldn't wait to find Ma Feng. Accounts on the dark web are not the current real name accounts, they are entered with special IPs and special methods. Looking at Mo Feng's operation, Lin Qinshu transferred 200 million yuan into it and asked Mo Feng to help him reward a few people. Li Tianzong is 30 million, Li Jianfu is 70 million, and Yang Lin is 100 million. Directly transfer the bounty to the platform, do not go through the procedure of the deposit balance. As long as someone completes the task, just come to the platform to receive the money. This kind of bounty order is issued and no longer need to be ignored. Even if Lin Qin is dead, the bounty order will not be affected. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on the Mozambican computer, and the Mozambican said to Lin Qinshu, "Yang Lin's reward has been returned, and Li Tianzong and Li Jianfu have been successfully released. This money is in the account, should I withdraw it?" Yang Lin's bounty was returned? Why is this, and Mozambique doesn't know why? Forget it, just return it. I'll just try it, and the money will be put in it, and you can use it in the future. It should also be particularly troublesome to return the money from the dark web. It's easy to charge money into the dark web. If you return it, it will have to go through many overseas accounts. Anyway, he is not short of money now, let's put it in it first. And you can use money to buy some intelligence on the dark web, and this money will be used sooner or later. Lin Qinshu left the Golden Trade Building. It was already night, and he went back to Yunlu Mountain Villa to rest. The tense nerves in the past 2 days have also been relatively relaxed, although the problem of the bounty order has not been solved, but those killers have failed a few times. According to Yang Yun's speculation, there should be no killers in a short time, but it is still necessary to be cautious. I don't know when the killer will come. Back at Yunlu Villa, Li Qing hadn't come back yet, and Lin Qinshu had a lot of things to do with her, and she wasn't so busy finishing it so quickly. After a simple wash, I fell asleep in the maid's massage technique. He had forgotten about the incident with Yu Qing during the day. In his opinion, Yu Qing was a beautiful young woman, and she was not a woman who had experienced these things for the first time. The two of them had a friendly match, and there should be no burden on each other. Magic City, a high-end community. At this time, Yu Qing was holding her legs in a daze. What she experienced with Lin Qinshu today was actually her first experience with a man. Yu Qing, who has always been with women, has a confused feeling about today's events. It seems that she is not as repulsed as she imagined, and even likes that feeling a little bit, which is a feeling that she will never have with her little girlfriends. The sweat, the sturdy physique, and every gesture of waving his hand made Yu Qing recall it and be deeply fascinated. A graceful figure walked in from outside the house, came to Yu Qing's side and hugged her. "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. I dare to let you receive such a hurt," the graceful woman said distressfully. She is the one who has always maintained a relationship with Yu Qing, Shan Lizhen of the Shan family in the demon capital, and also the aunt of Shan Li and Shan Yu. Yu Qing glanced at the woman beside her with complicated eyes, and then shook her head. "I'm fine, I just received internal news that Wen Jiaxu is dead. It's better to die. This kind of scum, dying too cheaply," Shan Lizhen said indignantly. Yu Qing also remembered that Lin Qinshu said that he was going to find Wen Jiaxu when he seemed to be leaving. It seems that Wen Jiaxu's death is also related to him. Should he use some connections to help him? Yu Qing's mentality has changed, and she feels a little uncomfortable with the hand that Shan Lizhen put on her back. Lin Qinshu didn't know all this. How could he have thought that an older young woman was actually the first to be with a man? Lin Qinshu, who was asleep, heard the prompt sound of the system, but he was too sleepy to listen carefully, and planned to watch it again tomorrow. Ding! In view of the fact that when Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are dead, they cannot solve the problem of being rewarded, the task is invalid, the reward is deducted by half, and the reward is +1 for golden silk soft armor. Early in the morning, Lin Qinshu got up and found the golden silk soft armor on the side, and he still vaguely heard the system prompt last night. The task of option 2 is half completed, but the cancellation of the bounty cannot be completed, and the task cannot be continued. However, the system is still very user-friendly, and he is given half of the reward. Lin Qinshu put on the golden silk soft armor, like a thin vest attached to his skin, and there was no sense of heaviness of the clothes at all. In the next few days, in addition to going to class, Lin Qinshu and Yi Mingxi went to buy some household items, and the villa that Silver Lake Villa bought for Yi Mingxi had a huge cloakroom, which was just enough to fit all the things he bought at Chanel that day. Li Qing's work efficiency is also very high, and the company and some procedures have been registered. However, it is more difficult to use land. Every inch of land in the magic capital is expensive, and the place that Lin Qinshu asked for is very large, so in the end, Lin Qinshu can only come forward to find Su Banning. When this matter was finalized with Su Feng, Su Banning was also present, and he said that he could find him if he had difficulties. Su Banning directly drew a hill on the edge of the magic capital for him, half gave away and half rented, and only collected Lin Qinshu an annual rent of 1 million. After all, he was doing things for Huaxia, and Lin Qinshu directly paid the rent for 20 years. In addition to these rents, you have to plan and build buildings, divide areas, and use a lot of money. Lin Qinshu has no plan to make a profit by getting a security company, he just trains some bodyguards for himself. Anyway, he has money, and the system will give him tasks in the future. At his point, money was already a number. Although he still has a lot of habits, he can't change them for a while. On Saturday morning, Lin Qinshu came to the gate of the University of Finance and Economics early, and today he was going to take Chen Shan to live in his Thompson Epine house. This was made a week ago, and during this time, Chen Shan also became busy, and the bank arranged a lot of training for her, and even some meetings that she was not qualified to attend at all. Wu Shougang took her there, as if to let her contact in advance. Originally, Wu Shougang was going to take her to the head office today, but she had already made an appointment with Lin Qinshu, so she could only ask Wu Shougang for leave. When Wu Shougang heard that Chen Shan was going on a date with Lin Qinshu, she hurriedly showed a flattering smile and let her have fun, and even gave her a holiday on Monday. How could Chen Shan not know why she suddenly had this kind of treatment? It was entirely because Lin Qinshu's assets of more than 50 billion yuan were in the Demon Capital Bank, and she was also considered by her superiors to be Lin Qinshu's girlfriend, so she was taken seriously. Chen Shan did not deny this. She was also selfish, even if she and Lin Qinshu did not clearly become that kind of relationship, but her mind gradually leaned towards that side. With this fact that is not a fact, there is an opportunity for her work to be smooth sailing, and since everyone thinks so, then she will acquiesce to it. Chen Shan drove the message sent by Lin Qinshu that she had arrived at the school gate, picked up the white canvas bag, took a deep look at the dormitory where she had lived for 4 years, and closed the door and left. Lin Qinshu parked the car at the gate of the school. He was not a student of the University of Finance, the security guard did not let him in, and he couldn't even buy the security guard of the University of Finance with the world's cigarettes. Either the chips are not enough for the security guards. Otherwise, there are really rules that people outside the school are not allowed to enter. After all, Keita is a school with beautiful women, and if people from outside the school can enter, the number of luxury cars coming in and out is terrifying. Lin Qinshu suddenly heard someone knocking on his car window, and turned his head to see that it was actually the Chen Yumon last time. Handsome guy, what a coincidence. Remember the last time you promised me? You'll have to give me your contact information when we meet again. Chen Yumon winked playfully. Lin Qinshu didn't expect to meet this woman again in the same position. He planned not to waste it on a whim last time, but now his mentality has changed a little. Some women should be wasted or wasted. However, Lin Qinshu still took out his mobile phone. I promised you, naturally I will do what I say. Let's add a WeChat. My name is Lin Qinshu. Shen Yumeng hurriedly opened her mobile phone and scanned the other party's QR code. She felt that the name Lin Qinshu was a little familiar, and she couldn't remember it for a while. My name is Chen Yumeng, you can call me Meng Meng. Chen Yumeng introduced herself. After the two added friends, they chatted for a few words, and Shen Yumeng left very acquaintedly. Last time, she saw Lin Qinshu pick up Chen Shanshan. If she guessed correctly, she also came to pick up Chen Shanshan this time. She didn't have the confidence to compete with Chen Shanshan for anything. Now she is more interesting, add some impression points to the other party, and she will have a chance in the future. If Chen Shanshan came out and saw that she was talking to Lin Qinshu and forced Lin Qinshu to delete her friend, then she would be busy in vain. Lin Qinshu's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. This woman is still a bit ranked. Soon after, Chen Shanshan walked out of the school gate, wearing the pleated skirt she had met for the first time, and the top was a white sports polo shirt, tied in a high ponytail, and carrying a white canvas bag. A breath of civilian school flowers came to her face. Lin Qinshu got out of the car and opened the co-pilot's door for her, and Chen Shanshan sat in under the envious gazes around her. "Where's your stuff? Don't you have to move in by the way?" Lin Qinshu looked at Chen Shanshan, who was lightly dressed. "It's nothing, it's just some clothes, I took it to the company, just mention it when the time comes." "Have you eaten breakfast?" "I just bought 2 buns in the cafeteria, one for each person." Chen Shanshan took out 2 buns from her canvas bag. Lin Qinshu happened to be a little hungry, so he ate it directly, and the oil in the bun slipped from the corners of his mouth. Chen Shanshan took out a tissue to help him wipe it. An ambiguous atmosphere rose in the car, and Chen Shanshan looked at his informal appearance of eating steamed buns, and felt very happy. This means that the class of the two is not very far apart. Whether it is eating, drinking and having fun, the two are relatively close. So that she doesn't feel a sense of distance. Lin Qinshu left the gate of the University of Finance with one foot on the accelerator. Chen Shanshan didn't have to go back to school, and he probably wouldn't come to this familiar and unfamiliar place again. In the girls' dormitory of Keita University, Chen Yumeng rushed into the dormitory excitedly. Baby, do you know who I met just now?" "I met the handsome guy who drove a Lamborghini, and I felt even more handsome than last time. I have successfully obtained his WeChat, and winning this local tyrant and rich second generation is just around the corner." Chen Yumeng held the mobile phone screen and showed off in front of He. He, who was originally going to congratulate her, suddenly saw the WeChat name and avatar, and grabbed Chen Yumeng's hand suddenly, asking her not to shake it and see it more clearly. A trace of disgust flashed in Chen Yumeng's eyes. Although the two seemed to be like sisters, they were actually plastic sisters, and they were a little unaccustomed to each other. Chen Yumeng still sat on the surface. "You don't want to remember this WeChat account, do you? If you want it, I'll just push his WeChat to you, why be so excited? We sisters, whoever succeeds, don't treat the other badly." Lin Qinshu. He gritted her teeth and called out the name. Chen Yumeng had already noted the name, so she didn't notice anything wrong. "Yes, that handsome guy is called this name. When I first heard this name, I still felt a little eerie." She suddenly remembered why she felt that this name was familiar, and after getting He's affirmative nod, she covered her mouth in shock. "Why did I go to great lengths to get the contact information that was actually your ex-boyfriend's?" Chen Yumeng sat down on the stool. She is the person who has heard the most of Lin Qinshu's wasteful deeds, but she has never seen Lin Qinshu, and even if she does, she will sweep it away and will not remember it. For a poor silk, she can't look at it with her eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "What did he do when he came to our school? Do you want to run into me?" Chen Yumeng, who heard this, immediately reacted. Lin Qinshu used to be a poor silk. All listened to He. According to what she saw, Lin Qinshu was a handsome and golden person. Maybe Lin Qinshu pretended to be poor and tested He before, but now that He didn't pass the test, he simply didn't pretend. What's more, Lin Qinshu didn't come to the University of Finance to look for He, but to pick up Chen Shanshan, the school flower of their University of Finance. Isn't Chen Shanshan hundreds of times better than this He? Why did she fight with the schoolgirl? The more Chen Yumeng thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. Since she was no longer He's boyfriend, she would be more able to do it. "Meng, I deleted this silk. I must have wanted to come to me through you to ask for reunion." He took Chen Yumeng's mobile phone and was about to delete Lin Qinshu. Chen Yumeng hurriedly snatched the phone over, joking, "This is the contact information she got after squatting for a week." Just because He was amorous and deleted, isn't that a busy job? Showy, let's not delete it yet. I'll tease him. Didn't he make you embarrassed? I'll make him fall in love with me first, and then delete him and give you a bad breath. Xian Yumeng comforted He. She is not afraid that He will be angry with her or break off her friendship. Shan Yumeng was worried that after He found out the truth of the matter, what should he do if he went to Lin Qinshu to ask for a reunion? Who can guarantee that Lin Qinshu will not retain a trace of affection for He? After all, the two of them have been talking for several years. There are enough competitors, and the school flower Chen Shanshan is not an opponent anymore. If she doesn't have an old love He, then she really won't have a chance. Okay, then you can seduce him for me, and when the time comes, ask him out to meet, and I will slap him in the face. He showed a cruel smile on her face, as if she thought of the scene at that time, and she couldn't wait to see it. Xian Yumeng nodded in agreement, but she was also thinking about how to create something to hook up with Lin Qinshu in her heart. Lin Qinshu didn't know anything about all this, and he took Chen Shanshan to Thompson Epine. When the car drove into this place, Chen Shanshan was already dumbfounded. Because it's only a few hundred meters away from where she works, it's just a few hundred meters away. She has also heard of the house here, the most famous real estate in the magic capital, and the price is top-notch. Lin Qinshu actually has a house in this place, and rents it to her at a rent of 800 yuan a month. When you open the door, the furniture inside is complete, and you can see the Huangpu River at a glance from the balcony. Is this really the place for me to stay? I can't be dreaming. Chen Shanshan muttered. Lin Qinshu came to her side and said with a smile, "Do you want to pinch yourself? If it hurts, you shouldn't be dreaming." Chen Shanshan really stretched out her hand and pinched her arm, and came back to her senses in pain. It's too big here, it's a waste for me to live alone. Saying that you are going to leave this place 800 a month? Just kidding, 80,000 may not be rented. Lin Qinshu hurriedly pulled her back. If it's too big, there's no way to solve it, but this is the closest place to work. If you don't live there, it's also used to pile up dust. So don't be burdened, live in peace, you've paid the rent. Under the constant persuasion of Lin Qinshu's incorruptible tongue, Chen Shanshan finally agreed to stay. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have a job and no place to live now. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu gratefully. If you really want to thank me, just make me a meal. I want to try your craft. Lin Qinshu involuntarily touched her head. Chen Shanshan did not feel repulsed by this, but lowered her head shyly. Then let's go grocery shopping. There is a Life supermarket downstairs, and there should be a lot of vegetables to buy in it. Cooking a meal for Lin Qinshu is the only way Chen Shanshan can repay now. Of course, there were other ways, but she didn't expect it. The two came to the supermarket and began to select some ingredients, just like a daily couple, and the distance between the two became closer and closer, from the distance of a fist at the beginning, to now walking together. During this period, the two also went to Chen Shanshan's place of work and took her luggage back. Chen Shanshan's luggage is also relatively light, a suitcase and a backpack. No wonder she said that she can solve the problem of taking luggage. The dishes that Chen Shanshan can cook are just some homely meals, and Lin Qinshu, who originally wanted to buy seafood, also gave up, because Chen Shanshan had never eaten it, and she couldn't cook it. You can only make some simple dishes such as tofu, fish, beef, etc. Chen Shanshan took out a clear glass bottle from her luggage, which appeared to contain liquor. This is my dad's wine, give you a taste. Chen Shanshan took out 2 glasses and poured the liquor. Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. He didn't expect a girl's family to carry an earthen cannon with him. I saw that Chen Shanshan didn't touch a glass with Lin Qinshu after pouring the wine, and just took a sip. Lin Qinshu held the cup and looked at her with a confused expression. This is a special drink, drinking water is not so enjoyable. After drinking a glass, Chen Shanshan filled herself again. The size of the glass can hold at least 100 milliliters of wine, so that the face does not change color after drinking such a glass, and she smacked her lips, looking like an alcoholic, which shocked Lin Qinshu. Why don't you drink it? Try it, my dad's wine is still delicious. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu, who was holding the cup and didn't move, and urged him to take a sip. Lin Qinshu took a sip of the cup. It was mellow in his mouth, but it felt hot in his throat when he swallowed it. He doesn't understand wine, and Mutai gives him a drink. After Chen Shanshan saw him take a sip, she hurriedly served him vegetables. My dad likes to drink, I grew up watching him drink alone, and I started drinking with him as an adult, and when I first drank alcohol, I thought it was delicious, and I liked it ever since. The corners of Lin Qinshuo's mouth twitched, and he felt that the wine was delicious when he drank for the first time. This is a natural drunkard. The two of you said a word, and I ate and chatted a word, and a bottle of wine was quickly drunk. Lin Qinshuo felt a little dizzy, but Chen Shanshan, on the other hand, accepted the bowl without changing his face. Lin Qinshuo couldn't help but sigh, this Chen Shanshan is no longer a drunkard, she should be a wine fairy. Most of the bottles of wine did not change color after drinking, and there was no state of drinking at all. In this house, there is everything that should be, even if there is not even something that should not be. You don't have to wash the dishes yourself, just throw them in the dishwasher. The two came to the private theater in the house, and with this private theater, they didn't have to go to the cinema to watch a movie. At first, when Lin Qinshuo proposed to watch a movie together, he was worried that Chen Shanshan would refuse, but who knew that the other party agreed. The company arranged for me to go abroad for training, and I will leave in 2 days, maybe a few months. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshuo inexplicably. When to go? Which country to go to? It's hard to break through the favorability of 90 points, and now I'm going to go abroad, and this magic bank will really come to trouble. Country M, the company has arranged it, go over there to get a certificate and give me a promotion when I come back. Lin Qinshuo was silent for a moment and then said, I have a security company under my name, I will send a female bodyguard to go with you, and the two of them will also take care of you. Although Country M is developed, it is too chaotic, and those things that are purchased for 0 yuan often happen, and I will be relieved to have someone to accompany you. Chen Shanshan just wanted to say no, but after seeing Lin Qinshuo's expression, she still nodded. She is really not safe as a girl in a foreign country, although there are people from the company there, but after all, she is abroad. Seeing Chen Shanshan nodding in agreement, Lin Qinshuo happily played the movie, which was a touching love movie. Lin Qinshuo was not interested in these movies, but girls liked to watch them, so they could only watch them hard. As the movie played, the two gradually leaned together. Chen Shanshan rested her head on Lin Qinshuo's shoulder, and Lin Qinshuo also held her hand. When she saw the intimate part of the plot, Chen Shanshan's face was slightly red, and this farewell happened to match Lin Qinshuo's eyes. In this dim environment, the eyes of the two got closer and closer. Lin Qinshuo lowered his head and kissed him. Chen Shanshan's body trembled slightly, but he didn't push him away. The two maintained the status quo. The movie time passed, and suddenly Chen Shanshan opened her eyes and pushed Lin Qinshuo away. No, I'm not ready. Lin Qinshuo's restless hands made Chen Shanshan sober up in time. I'm sorry, I was in too much of a hurry. Lin Qinshuo hurriedly apologized, but he secretly scolded his hands so uncontrollably, and the good atmosphere was gone. I'm sorry, I wasn't ready or thought about it yet. I'll admit I like you, but you're so dreamy to me, so dreamy that I don't even know if you're real. Chen Shanshan has lacked maternal love since she was a child, so she has some gains and losses in everything and has no sense of security. Fool, I'm a real person, how can I be so exaggerated? Lin Qinshuo took her into his arms. Chen Shanshan did not break free, and leaned on his chest obediently. Give me a little more time, and when I come back from training, I will definitely give you an answer. Lin Qinshuo had never received the favorability prompt, and he knew that he couldn't rush now, and he didn't expect that the last bit of favorability would be so difficult. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Qinshuo kissed her forehead. With this episode, although the relationship between the two has become closer, there is also a little estrangement. After the movie ended, Lin Qinshuo also left. Chen Shanshan didn't keep him, because it would be embarrassing to stay any longer. He found a substitute driver to drive the car back, and walked to the Jinmao building on foot, and the security company's base was still under construction, so Yang Yun and the others were still working in the Jinmao building for the time being. Brother Yang, let Sister Lan accompany a friend of mine to go abroad in 2 days. She is a girl in a foreign country, and I am relieved to have Sister Lan by my side. Yang Yun nodded, and asked Li Lan to apply for a passport and visa. The visa of Country M is more difficult to get, but as long as you have money, you will not be unable to do it. That is, Li Lan's former identity may be rejected by Country M, so she can only help her change her identity. Yang Yun has mastered all the channels in this regard, so Lin Qinshu only needs to be responsible for paying the money, and they will handle the rest. But then again, Yang Yun's team is really easy to use. There are people who are good at everything. Basically, in a word, they can handle it properly. Brother Yang, you have helped me so much, but I haven't talked to you about the treatment, because I was negligent. Ask the brothers if there are any requests, just mention. Yang Yun smiled. What can we ask for? Eat together. Before coming here, Mo Fong was an employee of a computer repair shop. I and a few others were migrant workers working on the construction site. Xiu Lu and Li Lan were also just waiters in the hotel, and they were all at the bottom of the work. We are very happy to be able to let us return to our old business, and Brother Lin can give us food. After they leave the army, it is difficult for them to find a corresponding job, and they have no special skills, so they can only do some simple jobs. Now for them, it is very satisfying to have a stable job, and it is to do the same thing as before. Lin Qinshu pondered for a while and said, "That's it, the salary of the 7 of you is the same, 2 million a year, all benefits are according to the highest standards. It is now the initial stage, and there are still too many places that need your help." Yang Yun was stunned, as if to confirm whether what he had just heard was true. 2 million? Brother Lin, are you sure it's not 200,000? An annual salary of 200,000 yuan is already very high, and for them, as long as they have 5 or 6,000 a month, they can live a stable life. What is the concept of an annual salary of 2 million? They have a salary of more than 160,000 a month, and they have not had so much in the past 2 years. That's right, it's 2 million, but after the establishment of the security company, the brothers who came later may not be so high, but they won't be treated badly. Lin Qinshu patted Yang Yun on the shoulder. Li Qing was also working in this Jinmao building during this time, and Lin Qinshu directly explained to her, asking her to pay Yang Yun and others a year's salary first. At this time, Li Qing also said to Lin Qinshu, "Master, I am not doing these things professionally, and it may not be so good. Do you want to invite someone with strong professional ability? I'm not shirking my job, I just find it a bit difficult to do these things on my own." Li Qing was afraid that Lin Qinshu would think that she wanted to be lazy and unwilling to do these things, so she hurriedly added a sentence later. Lin Qinshu also thought about recruiting someone to be responsible for this work. Li Qing's ability is at most suitable for an administration. If she is allowed to run it, she really can't do it, but where to find this suitable person? I know, you get these preliminary work done first, and I'll find the right person. Lin Qinshu agreed first, patted Li Qing's back and signaled her not to think too much. After dealing with some things here, Lin Qinshu went back to school, and on the way, he kept thinking about where to find this suitable person. Although there are many talents on the recruitment network, the cost of trial and error is too high, and if the ability is not good, it will delay some time. He doesn't care if he can make money, as long as he can drive it and let him toss less. Originally, he wanted Su Xiao to come. After all, her identity was very consistent, and she was the most suitable person to cooperate with Su Banning and Su Feng's troops to retire from the army. As a result, Su Banning and Su Feng were opposed, and even Su Xiao herself was opposed. She didn't like to do these things, she just wanted to be a teacher quietly. And Su Banning has the same objections as Su Feng. There can't be people from the Su family in all links. Even if it is really a clean breeze with 2 sleeves, it will cause a lot of trouble. When the time comes, things will not be done well, and it will cause a commotion, and the gains outweigh the losses. Why don't you go to Wenruxue to introduce a talent? During this time, he didn't go to Wenruxue, because the other party is now running all over the world. Wen Jiaming is taking her through the Wen Group's enterprises around the world, so that she can familiarize herself with the process, and Wenruxue is also happy to talk to Lin Qinshu to get him to agree. There must be a talent Wenruxue, but Lin Qinshu doesn't want to be involved too much with Wen Jiaming, and there will definitely be Wen Jiaming's shadow behind the person introduced by Wenruxue. After thinking about it, there is no suitable candidate, so let's watch while walking. Anyway, there is still some time to prepare for the preliminary work. After returning to the school dormitory, Xiao Lu and the others hurriedly surrounded him. "Beast, how is it? Has Li Tianzong's file had any results?" At the beginning, Lin Qinshu put the 2 people on the dark web, but no one has received the bounty until today. Lin Qinshu also went to find out. It turned out that Li Jianfu had the habit of posting a reward on the dark web, and when the reward order came out, he saw it, and immediately ran away with his son, and now he doesn't know where to hide. At that time, because of the reward order he issued, Su Feng also called him. But the dark web does not belong to the Huaxia system, and there is no evidence to prove that it was sent by Lin Qinshu. Su Feng can only verbally ask him to withdraw it. This kind of has involved buying murder, and it is an illegal and criminal act. In order not to make it difficult for Su Feng, Yang Yun and others, Lin Qinshu honestly withdrew the reward order, was deducted millions of handling fees, and then sent the criminal evidence of the Li family and his son to Xiao Runan in Kyoto. Although Xiao Runan's performance against Wen Jiaxu last time was not good, it also shows that she still has some strength. Originally, he planned to use violence to deal with the Li father and son, but now that they are hiding, they don't bother to look for it. Let Xiao Runan track down and arrest him. He is going to return to a peaceful life. Don't worry, the Li father and son are too difficult to protect, and they can't come out to trouble us, and it won't be long before both of them have to go to prison. Hearing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. That's good. I haven't been out with Yun Yun for a long time. I'm hiding in the dormitory on the weekends. I'm going to go on a date with Yun Yun tonight. Say goodbye. Xia Lu couldn't wait to leave the dormitory. Fan Jianxiang and Li Wuqi sat back on their stools. The two of us didn't have an appointment. Why did you run back to the dorm on the weekend? Yi Xiaohua, don't you have to go out on a date with Yi Xiaohua? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qinshu, who was lying on the bed suspiciously. You must know that Lin Qinshu has not been back to the dormitory for a long time, and he usually does not come to the dormitory during classes, but he returned to the dormitory this weekend. Meng Meng went to play with her girlfriends. I want to calm down and think about things. Yi Mingxi told Lin Qinshu before that she wanted to take her best friend to the villa to play on the weekend, and Lin Qinshu also said that he was not free today. Who knew that the date with Chen Shan would end in the afternoon? Shall we go out for a walk, then? I heard that senior sister Qin Wolin came back to school today. Let's go out and meet by chance. Li Wuqi said excitedly. I'm not interested, you two can go. Lin Qinshu yawned, ready to take a nap. What kind of school flower or something? He can't be interested now. Chen Shan hasn't done it yet. How can he have the heart to think about other women? Li Wuqi saw that Lin Qinshu was not interested, so he didn't call him anymore, and chatted with Fan Jianxiang on the side about this Qin Roland. I heard that senior sister Qin was invited back by the school, and the internship outside was lost, and she hasn't found a new job yet, and didn't the school donate hundreds of millions of dollars in anger some time ago? Those projects were extremely messy, and it just so happened that senior sister Qin didn't have a job, so she was hired back to deal with these things, the best of both worlds. Sister Qin is a business administration major in the Department of Economics, so it is most suitable for her to handle the allocation of funds for these projects, but why is the internship job gone? Could it be that there is something hidden? Fan Jianxiang added. Lin Qinshu bounced up from the bed. Let's go, I'll go with you to see senior sister Qin's demeanor. Lin Qinshu heard a keyword, business administration, and then a prompt sound of task release suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding! Detected host facing a managerial dilemma. Option 1, hire Qin Roland as the person in charge of the security company and reward 30 billion. Option 2, hire Qin Roland to be the head of the security company, so that her favorability towards the host exceeds 60, the reward is 30 billion, and she is proficient in the language. The one who can make the system release tasks must be a talent. As for why Qin Roland was fired by the internship company, it is none of his business. Anyway, now Qin Roland is a golden mountain in his eyes. As long as she can be hired successfully, she will be able to get 30 billion, and as for the favorability of 60, Lin Qinshu will not even think about it. I only need 30 billion in people, and I don't care if I am proficient in language or anything. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang looked at him in surprise. They looked like dead fish just now. How could they become energetic in an instant? Aren't you just very tall and not interested? Fan Jianxiang quipped. It's just now, it's now, hurry up. Lin Qinshu pushed the two of them out. The three of them left the dormitory together and walked aimlessly around the campus. After a few turns, Lin Qinshu couldn't help but ask, where are we going to find Qin Roland? How do you feel like you're wandering aimlessly? Li Wuqi pretended to be deep and said, only chance encounters can deepen the impression of both parties, and I went to find it. What is the difference between it and silk? Fan Jianxiang also nodded approvingly on the side. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. This kind of chance encounter could not be encountered for 3 days and 3 nights. Aren't you just silk? Silk gives herself so much psychological construction. I won't fool around with you, I'll go to the principal will always know where Chen Roland is. Lin Qinshu gave the two of them a middle finger and turned to leave. Li Wuqi and the two looked at each other. This beast shouldn't want to attack senior sister Chen again, right? Doesn't he have a leaf school flower? When did he know the principal? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qinshu's back as he left, and said suspiciously. Fan Jianxiang also touched his chin and said, who would think that he has too many girlfriends, he can't be allowed to take the lead, let's act in two, whoever happens to meet will call each other to report the location. On the way to the principal's office, Lin Qinshu passed by the school's artificial lake and suddenly found a girl standing by the artificial lake. The water was already above her ankles, but the girl did not move. Could it be a girl who can't think of it? Lin Qinshu slowed down and slowly approached that side. Classmates, look at everything, there is only one life in life, you must cherish it. Lin Qinshu shouted behind the girl, but the girl did not move, as if she had not heard Lin Qinshu's words. Seeing that the other party did not react, Lin Qinshu took a few steps forward again, and the wind in the middle of the lake blew, and a faint fragrance emanated from the girl and blew into his nose. At this time, the campus radio is also stumbling, and at this time, the campus radio will always play some songs. As for what songs to play, it is also decided by the singer, but the songs played on the campus will always add some atmosphere to the young university and deepen your impression of college life. As Lin Qinshu approached, the other party still didn't move, and he felt trapped in the soil. Just when Lin Qinshu was about to approach the girl, ready to pull her up, the girl moved, brushed her hair and took off the headphones in her ears, and turned to meet Lin Qinshu's eyes. Walking in the wind, today's sunshine, suddenly so gentle, the gentleness of the heavens is like you hugging me. The music on the campus radio also sounded at the right time, playing the song Gentleness by a band. By the artificial lake, a man and a woman take advantage of the sunset, and a sense of atmosphere like an idol drama appears between the two. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Chen Roland. Appearance, 96. Age, 22. Height, 171. Bust, 32E. Opinion, 0. Chen Roland. This is senior sister Chen. Lin Qinshu heard the system prompt and knew the identity of the other party. Is indeed amazing data, 96 points of appearance, 32E figure, this should be placed in ancient times, at least it is a disaster for the country and the people. That, I'm sorry, I thought you couldn't open it, and I shouted at you in the back a few times but didn't respond. Lin Qinshu withdrew the hand he had just stretched out. Chen Roland looked down at her feet, the lake water was already below her ankles, and it would indeed cause others to misunderstand. She nodded to Lin Qinshu as if to express her gratitude, and then walked out of the lake and left the place. Lin Qinshu originally wanted to call her down and tell her about hiring her, but judging from this situation and atmosphere, the chance of being rejected would be greater. It seems that we still have to find out the situation with the old man of the principal. Chen Roland is a cold royal sister, and she has never said a word to Lin Qinshu from beginning to end. She was just standing by the lake and thinking about something. Because she was listening to the headphones, she didn't hear Lin Qinshu speak. It wasn't until the campus radio sounded that the rustling sound interfered with her headphones that she turned around and found Lin Qinshu. Although Lin Qinshu had a well-intentioned misunderstanding, she still didn't talk to him and left on her own. Lin Qinshu came to the principal's office, and the principal at this time was wearing a pair of reading glasses and looking at a document, unaware of Lin Qinshu's arrival. Lin Qinshu stepped forward to take a look, and the document said Joyeu's plan. Lin Qinshu also let the principal find that someone had come in, and hurriedly looked up. When he found out that it was Lin Qinshu, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Classmate Lin, why didn't you go out on the weekend? The headmaster didn't take a break. I came back to look at the documents over the weekend. Lin Qinshu sat on the sofa and glanced at it briefly, not seeing what document the principal was studying. However, the principal did not intend to hide that this is a document sent from above, an excellent plan, and the cultivation of talents. Pick a few talents to cultivate, but our school only needs to submit medical professionals, and other majors are divided by other schools. Lin Qinshu nodded. He was not interested in these, he came to inquire about Qin Roland. Before he could speak, the principal continued, Student Lin, I originally planned to look for you for this matter. The excellence plan is not only to provide talents, but also to bear the talent training fund by the school. Our school is more generous in the project you donated, and the school intends to embezzle a little bit to put it in this plan. Do you think it will work? After all, the money was donated by Lin Qinshu to the school for investment projects, and if other places want to embezzle the money there, they still have to tell Lin Qinshu in advance. Lin Qinshu waved his hand, just leave the money for that investment project away, don't move it. I'll just give you how much money you need in this excellence plan. After speaking, Lin Qinshu felt that something was wrong. How did he make it as if this school was his property, and everyone who paid for it was met by him? When the principal heard this, he had a happy smile on his face. Then thank you Lin, this fund is not much, because the time is relatively long, it is not a one-time training plan, and there is a talent training of 50 million that can almost be maintained for several sessions. What? Lin Qinshu was stunned for a moment, he thought that he would be able to do it with 1 million. After all, isn't the so-called cultivation just to read more books and newspapers? What do you do with so much money? However, Lin Qinshu didn't say much, just now he saw that this plan was issued by the Huaxia government, and he would not be stingy with cultivating talents for Huaxia. Seeing that Lin Qinshu had completed the transfer, the smile on the principal's face was even stronger. Our medical class is full of talents, and I don't know who to recommend to go. Does Lin know any top students? The principal's meaning is to make it clear that Lin Qinshu will go through the back door. Anyway, it is all from this school, and whoever is recommended to go is the same. It is better to sell a favor to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu shook his head. I'm not familiar with the people in the medical class. The only one who has said 2 words is Su Weiwei. I don't know any of the others. The principal will arrange it himself. The headmaster muttered Su Weiwei. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has a heart. Lin Qinshu just wanted to express that he didn't know anyone in the medical class, but the principal only heard Su Weiwei's name, and didn't listen to anything else. Headmaster, there is one thing that I need your help with, and this is the purpose of my visit to you this time. After talking for a long time, he was fooled by 50 million before he talked about Lin Qinshu's business. Oh? Lin said that as long as the school can help, he will do his best to help. A large donation of 550 million yuan, how can a small request not be satisfied? And Lin Qinshu is so rich, the person who wants him to help must be the little thing in the school, there is no difficulty. I heard that the school hired senior sister Qin Roland back to deal with some project matters? After all, Qin Roland worked for the school was said by Li Wuqi, and his credibility is limited, so he should confirm with the principal. There is such a thing, recommended by the professor of the Department of Business and Commerce. It is said that the ability is very good, but I encountered something, so that it is difficult to find a job, and the school just needs this kind of talent, so I invited her back. The principal thought about it, and it was indeed true, and he approved it. Yes, I want the school to give me this person. I recently set up a security company to provide jobs for veterans, but the project has been stalled because there are no managers. I heard that senior sister Qin is very professional, so she came to ask for someone. After Lin Qinshu confirmed that what Li Wuqi said was true, he directly asked the principal for someone, and the veterans all moved out, indicating that they were contributing to China and society. Can you still let them go? When the principal heard Lin Qinshu say that he would provide a post for veterans, he was immediately in awe. I didn't expect that Lin had such a high consciousness at a young age. I have to give you this person, I will call her over now. With that, the principal took out his mobile phone and called the professor from the Department of Business and Commerce. Professor Huan, this is Lin Qinshu, a student from our school, who donated to the project fund. Now he wants to hire Qin Roland. What do you think? What do you think? Roland was called back, and she signed a contract on Monday and went to work. Why did she push her away? Professor Huan looked at Lin Qinshu with an unkind expression, even with a hint of anger, and he seriously suspected that the principal was pimping and trying to push his students into the tiger's mouth. But he didn't react. Qin Roland's job was vacated because of Lin Qinshu's donation, and it was precisely because of Lin Qinshu's money that Qin Roland was able to come to work in the school. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while, and the face of the principal on the side was dark. Didn't Professor Huang understand people's words? Said that this was the gold owner, and stared at people with that unkind look. The principal said angrily, "Professor Huang, you are a little rude. Lin anonymously donated funds to our school to do project research, and now he is asking for Chen, also for his company. Moreover, if Chen follows Lin, I believe it will be 10,000 times better than staying in school. I'm not going to introduce my students to someone else as a lover." Professor Huang seems to value Chen Wolin very much, and would rather offend the principal than let go. The principal wants to open his mouth to scold, which tendon is wrong with Professor Huang. People say that they want to hire Chen Wolin, and he is someone else who likes Chen Wolin and wants her to be a lover. "Professor Huang, it seems that you have a misunderstanding of me. Originally these words should not have been taken out and repeated, but if you don't say it now, you should not let people go. I set up a security company to work with major military regions in China to provide a place for veterans to work. But I don't know anything about management, and I heard that senior sister Chen has good ability, so I came to ask the principal." Lin Qinsho saw that the communication between the two old men was a problem, so he could only come out and speak by himself. "Is that true?" Professor Huang looked at Lin Qinsho suspiciously. "Naturally, it is true. Lin's consciousness is much higher than ours, and he donated so much money to the school, without asking for anything in return, and asked for anonymity. Based on this alone, you should not doubt his character." Before Lin Qinsho could speak, the principal jumped out first. If Professor Huang doesn't believe it, he can call the senior sister over and let her decide for herself. This old stubbornness doesn't make sense. Since you refuse to let go, then let the parties decide for themselves. Professor Huang was silent for a moment and then sighed. "Wolin is the best student I have ever met, but she is too beautiful, and her appearance is too beautiful to make people ignore her abilities. Her internship was based on her appearance, not her professional abilities. And her stubborn temperament also caused her to break up with that company, and was even banned by the industry and couldn't find a job." Professor Huang said that Chen Wolin is currently in a difficult situation, and now many companies are looking more seriously at public relations than on business. "I don't know what happened to senior sister Chen. If you can you tell me and see if I can help her? Can be banned by the industry. It seems that he has offended a big guy, and he is still a relatively civilized big guy, and he is useless. If it were changed to the style of the Li father and son, where would it be so troublesome to block, and they would be tied up directly home?" Professor Huang glanced at Lin Qinsho, and then looked at the principal on the side. The headmaster nodded and motioned for him to tell what had happened. Wolin's internship started very high, and she was the assistant to the president of Huang's group. Originally, with her ability, she was quickly able to familiarize herself with the work and thus other management positions. Who would have thought that the personnel hired her at the beginning because of her beauty, and she was never given substantive work during the period. The so-called assistant to the president is to be the president's maid. In addition to serving tea and pouring water for the president on weekdays, it is waiting for the president's page, 24 hours, no matter where you have to go to the president's side. When Roland knew the nature of the work, she left angrily, but was not approved, and even sued Roland for commercial espionage, causing her to be banned by the industry, and she was still carrying a lawsuit. Professor Huang clenched his fists, furious at the incident. Wang's group? This name sounds familiar. Lin Qinsho thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered where he had seen it. In the Wen family's secrets, when Jiaxu and the Wang group colluded, but after when Jiaxu was wanted, it seems that he has not seen the shadow of the Wang group again. Behind the Wang group is the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in the magic capital. Are these rich people so dirty? Is openly engaged in unspoken rules, and the assistant he is looking for is actually looking for a few lovers, and he is really lawless. Professor Huang, rest assured, although I don't know anyone from the Wang group, I will not let them bully our senior sisters like this. It's just a ban. I hired my senior sister to be the CEO of my company with a high salary, and as for the lawsuit, I will ask the best lawyer team in the country to help the senior sister win this unfair lawsuit. Even if it's not for the task, then you have to administer justice for your employees. In Lin Qin's heart, Chen Roland is already his employee. Being able to be assigned tasks by the system, coupled with the talents praised by the old professors of the Department of Business and Commerce, shows that the other party has some strength. Thank you, but I still want to help the professor at school first. A pleasant voice sounded outside the door, and a beautiful figure walked into the principal's room, and it was Chen Roland. When the president was looking for Professor Huang, he asked Professor Huang and Chen Roland to come over. Professor Huang arrived first when he was close, and Chen Roland only arrived now. As soon as she walked to the door, she heard Lin Qinshuo's words, although she didn't know the ins and outs, but through this sentence, she could guess the general meaning. When she saw Lin Qinshuo, she felt that this junior was a little familiar, and instantly remembered that it was the person who misunderstood her by the lake just now and was going to jump into the lake. Lin Qinji already knew who she was, and said with a slight smile, "Senior sister, I didn't expect to meet again so soon." It turns out that the junior is not only a warm-hearted person, but also a rich man. Chen Roland also said with a smile. It's just that Chen Roland's smile made the three men present stunned, it was so beautiful. Seeing Chen Roland's arrival, the president and Professor Huang talked about Lin Qinshuo's purpose word by word, and even beautified him into a great man. Professor Huang asked Chen Roland to make her own choice, whether she wanted to stay in school or go to Lin Qinshuo. The principal was direct and cancelled all the positions, directly leaving Chen Roland with no choice. Professor Huang pointed to the principal's nose and scolded him for being a mercenary villain, and the two old men immediately quarreled. Lin Qinshuo sat quietly on the side and didn't say anything. Looking at Chen Roland's gaze at him, he didn't open his mouth, so he let them make trouble. Originally, Chen Roland did not intend to accept Lin Qinshuo's solicitation, but what the principal said was indeed right, and this position was originally established because of Lin Qinshuo's donation. He has the right to withdraw this contribution at any time. If Lin Qinshuo really did that, then the existence of this post would become a joke. She didn't know Lin Qinshuo, so she didn't dare to gamble. And Lin Qinshuo's solicitation is not a bad thing for her, although it is the initial stage, but what she needs most is such a company that can grow together. Junior brother, please give me more advice in the future. After thinking about it, Chen Roland still agreed to Lin Qinshuo's invitation. Although it feels a little forced, it is also the best choice for her. Seeing that Chen Roland agreed, the corners of Lin Qinshuo's mouth also raised a smile. Senior sister, please rest assured, you will be grateful for today's decision in the future, and I hope to have a happy cooperation in the future. Lin Qinshuo stood up from the sofa and stretched out his right hand. Chen Roland also stretched out her hand and shook it gently with him. This soft touch made Lin Qinshuo's heart itch. Seeing that Chen Roland had already agreed, the two old men did not fight anymore, and they all smiled and said that the two of them would definitely create a Fortune 500 company by joining forces. Senior sister, it's a little late today, I'll pick you up early tomorrow morning, and let's go to the company to discuss some details. Lin Qinshuo said goodbye to everyone and left the principal's office. Roland, although Xiaolin is in contact for a short time, I don't think it should be an unreliable person. You can decide for yourself, and leave if you are not happy. Professor Huang said to Chen Roland after Lin Qinshuo left. The principal pouted on the side. People donated 500 million to the school, they didn't blink their eyes, and they donated anonymously. What qualifications do you have to say that he is unreliable, or you donate 5 million? Professor Huang suddenly blew his beard angrily and glared, and was speechless. Chen Roland couldn't help but hide her mouth and smile when she looked at the scene in front of her, and then said goodbye to the principal and Professor Huang, and returned to the dormitory where she had moved out and recently moved back. Lin Qinshuo, who left the principal's office, went to the canteen to have a meal before returning to the dormitory. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang had not come back yet, and they might still be waiting outside for a chance meeting. As everyone knows, the object of their chance encounter has already met Lin Qinshuo twice, and even has become Lin Qinshuo's employee. He had nothing to do, and he lay on the bed and turned on the Douyin. I haven't logged in since I finished brushing the gift that day, and I'm so idle today, so I can just go up and brush the gift again. Because of big data, Lin Qinshuo saw Xiaoyu's live broadcast room as soon as he came in, and he swiped too many gifts at that time, so as soon as he came in, he was noticed by everyone. A giant dragon special effect flew into the live broadcast room, and Shuangmu Qincha descended on the live broadcast room. Welcome, brother Shuangmu. It's been a long time since you've been to my live broadcast room. Xiaoyu pouted and said coquettishly. She didn't say anything about sending a message to Lin Qinshuo offline, because if she said it, these sailors would think that she must be communicating with Big Brother Bang Yi offline every day. During this time, Xiaoyu sent a lot of messages to Lin Qinshuo, but there was no response. She wanted to express her gratitude to Lin Qinshu, and at the same time wanted to see what the other party's purpose was for helping her like this. The great god is here. The big brother who helped Xiaoyu win the hot list of the day is here. Why doesn't Big Brother Bang speak? Xiaoyu, is it the wrong way for you to greet you? That's why Brother Shuangmu doesn't want to pay attention to you. Xiaoyu, go and change into your robe, with stockings and high heels, the big brother on the list will definitely take care of you. Xiaoyu looked at the rolling barrage that suddenly became active, and said with a smile, as long as Brother Shuangmu wants to see it, I'll change it. After waiting for a long time, Shuangmu Qinsha still didn't make any movement and didn't say a word. Xiaoyu could only change the topic and continue to talk about other things with the sailors. In fact, as soon as Lin Qinshu turned on his mobile phone, before he could see it, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang rushed into the dormitory. You beast! I treat you as a brother, but you can't think of us if you have good things. Obviously, I went to meet senior sister Chen by chance, so I didn't tell us. Li Wuqi looked at him with a resentful expression. Lin Qinshu looked at the two of them inexplicably, only to see Fan Jianxiang handing him the phone. On the screen is a campus forum, with the title Idol Drama-like Atmosphere. Qin Roland and Lin Qinshu. There is a photo in it, which is the two of them by the lake, looking at each other under the sunset, and Lin Qinshu's hand is still stretched out. But judging from the texture of the photo, it is still quite meaningful, which can be captured by others, and these students also have the potential to be paparazzi. Oh, well, I saw a girl with her feet stuck in the lake, and I thought she couldn't think about it. So I'm going to go over and persuade her. I don't know she's Qin Roland. But then I knew. Lin Qinshu returned the phone to Fan Jianxiang. This was photographed, and Meng Meng must have known it, but the other party didn't send a message to ask, and he didn't bother to explain, and some things became more and more unclear the more he explained. Alas, in vain, the two of us still thought that we would meet by chance, so I called you over. Who knew that you actually went to meet by chance and made friends accidentally? Li Wuqi shook his head and sighed. Okay, don't be like a resentful woman there, I'll introduce you to you another day. Lin Qinshu waved his hand impatiently to drive them away. Cut, aren't you just lucky, you met senior sister Chen, and you dare to introduce us to us, you don't even have her contact information. Li Wuqi looked at him with disdain. These words reminded Lin Qinshu that he really didn't have Qin Roland's contact information, and the two made an appointment to go to Jinmao building tomorrow morning. How could they meet without contact information? Forget it, just ask the principal tomorrow. Rare weekend, don't you go out to play? Fan Jianxiang is gearing up. Lin Qinshu hasn't been with them much in the past half a month. It's rare to be together, and they can make an appointment to go out and play together. You two go, I'll sleep. Lin Qinshu waved his hand. Li Wuqi and the others didn't say much when they saw this. They each took a shower, changed their clothes and went out. Lin Qinshu gave them a membership card of the Drifting Snow Bar, which contained a bunch of wine, drank and played casually, and pretended to be forced casually. Anyway, he was the boss of Drifting Snow. These brothers give them money openly, they don't want it, but these small cheapness, they can get it. With Lin Qinshu's financial resources, let them get rid of it casually. Unconsciously, Lin Qinshu fell asleep, and it wasn't until after the two of them left that the sound of the door closing was too loud to wake him up. When he woke up, he picked up his phone and found that he was still watching the live broadcast, but the sound was turned off by himself. Xiaoyu in the live broadcast room is talking about her recent situation. There are many MCN agencies looking for her, and she hasn't decided which one to go to. The original owner of the game company also came to her to renew the contract, but she refused, and now she loves to watch the newcomers live, and if she goes back as an old employee, those fans don't necessarily like to watch it, and the fans who love to see themselves have long been worn out of time by life. Tomorrow I will go to an MCN agency in the financial center for an interview, and the boss of that house will find me in person, and it is said that the boss is still a big beauty. And I heard friends in the industry say that the benefits of this agency are good, unlike those vampire-like MCN agencies, or even media companies, which are actually companies that want to engage in unspoken rules. Xiaoyu said her itinerary for tomorrow, and she didn't say where it was in the live broadcast room, because her IP is in the magic capital, and if she understands the place too well, she will inevitably meet some crazy fans. As soon as the words fell, a carnival gift occupied the entire live broadcast screen. Then another bunch of carnivals appeared. Made many people's mobile phone screens stuck. Lin Qinshu pressed the carnival for a long time, and kept swiping the screen. It took a while before it stopped. There was already a lot of scolding in the live broadcast room. My picture is stuck. The big guy is here, and if you don't agree with each other, you will brush the gift. Big guy, brush less, I can't see the light rain. Xiaoyu was also stunned. He had been scratching his head for a long time just now, and he didn't let go of any of these Mu Qin's farts. Now that I'm crazy about gifts, this big brother on this list won't come here to launder money. I'll go to the financial center tomorrow, and if we have a chance to meet, we'll have a meal together. After Shuang Mu Qinsha finished brushing the gifts, he left a sentence and left the live broadcast room, and the rest of the people were confused about the style of the big brother on the list. This big brother on this list has so much personality. How rich is this? Just to say something, I brushed a bunch of carnivals. No, I have to go out and pay attention to this big brother. If I start broadcasting in the future, let him come to me to brush it. You're thinking about fart, why do you say I'm going to brush it for you? There was a lot of noise in the live broadcast room. Xiaoyu hurriedly sent a WeChat message to ask Lin Qinshu, is what you just said true? Xiaoyu's IP address is in the Magic Capital, and the financial center of the Magic Capital is the only place it's true. I'll go to the financial center tomorrow for something. If there is a chance to meet, let's have a meal together. Lin Qinshu's words made Xiaoyu suddenly become unconfident. If you are a other netizen, you will definitely ask her where she is in the financial center, or why should she make an appointment to meet her once? The other party actually said that they would eat together if they were destined to see each other. Could it be that Shuang Mu Qinsha was actually a monk? He's not interested in himself? For the first time, Xiaoyu lost confidence in her beauty. Okay, I hope to meet brother Shuang Mu. Although she has doubts in her heart, she still has to work the surface. The financial center is so big, and it is not possible to meet it. Lin Qinshu went to other live broadcast rooms to take a look, and found that there was nothing to look at. Most of them were live broadcasts. Entertainment live broadcast still has to go to a special live broadcast platform to watch it. If there are so many coins in it, he doesn't want to come up and watch it. Lin Qinshu found that there was more and more information in the private messages. In addition to some netizens who sent greetings, there were also some female anchors. It's just that the pictures sent by these female anchors have been destroyed by the platform, and Lin Qinshu can't see anything. You can guess what type of photo it is, and these female anchors also sent him a WeChat number, with the sentence WeChat will not be destroyed. There are even male anchors who send him abs photos, maybe seeing that he is not very enthusiastic about Xiaoyu, thinking that there is something wrong with his orientation. The fish and dragons on the internet are mixed. Everyone wants to reach the sky in one step. This society laughs at poverty and does not laugh at prostitutes, and male anchors have no discipline. Lin Qinshu turned off his mobile phone and threw it aside. After a brief wash, I went to sleep. It's been a long time since he's been back to the dormitory to sleep, and it's quite comfortable to go back to the dormitory once in a while to sleep quietly. In the middle of the night, Lin Qinshu was woken up by a gentle push on the door, because there would be a creaking sound when the door of their dormitory was opened, and the slower it was, the louder it became, and it was necessary to open it quickly so that there would be no such squeak. It was because of this that Lin Qinshu woke up instantly. The 4 people in the dormitory all knew about this door, and no one would gently push the door open, even if it was the 3rd watch in the middle of the night. The speed at which they opened the door was very fast, not to mention Li Wuqi and the 2 who went out to drink. Lin Qinshu's body did not move, and he listened vigilantly to the footsteps that walked in from outside the door. With light steps and what seemed to be a woman, the man came to Lin Qinshu's bedside, pulled out a knife and quickly stabbed him in the heart. Lin Qinshu suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the hand holding the knife, jumped off the bed, and twisted the opponent's hand behind him. Who knew that the killer seemed to twist around the force as if he had no bones, and broke free. The 2 faced each other in the dark, each unable to see the face of the person opposite. The killer's soft bones seemed to have been professionally trained. Is the bounty order coming again? It seems that this trouble will not end without killing a few people who don't know the height of the sky. Lin Qin kicked his feet and quickly grabbed in the direction of the killer. I saw that although the killer was caught, he was able to slide away from Lin Qinshuo's hand in the next second, as if he was like a loach. Lin Qinshuo was very annoyed, so he could only turn his palm into a fist and punch the killer directly in the chest, and there was a soft touch on his fist. The killer, who had no time to dodge, snorted, took a few steps back, and slammed into the dormitory door. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Xin Yu. Appearance, 93. Age, 21. Height, 169. Bust, 36C. Opinion, 0. The inopportune voice of the system sounded, but Lin Qinshuo didn't have time to study it in detail, and quickly stepped forward to catch this female killer. The killer was hit by Lin Qinshuo's punch until the corners of his mouth flowed blood, but it was too dark for Lin Qinshuo to see. Just as Lin Qinshuo was about to get closer, the killer quickly opened the door and jumped off the balcony. Lin Qinshuo's dormitory is on the 3rd floor, and a professional killer should not fall to his death if he jumps from above. In the dark night, the killer left Lin Qinshuo's field of vision in a few jumps. Lin Qin stood on the balcony and looked at the departing figure, muttering, "It's quite big." The punch just now, Lin Qinshuo didn't mean it, who knows where it hit in the dark and misty, and it's already good to barely be able to see the figure clearly. However, after this incident, Lin Qinshuo also knew that he still couldn't be too lax, and the reward of 20 million was still a temptation for many people. Just now, the system had already told him the identity of the other party, but he didn't expect that the Shan family, one of the 4 major school flowers and one of the 4 major families in the magic capital, actually had a killer, and he was still a girl. I don't know if it's family or Shan Yu's spontaneous. No matter what, you have to pay attention to this Shan family in the future. Lin Qin glanced at his right fist unsatisfactorily, turned around and went into the dormitory to continue sleeping. In the dark night, a figure shuttled through the campus and burrowed into the building of the women's dormitory. As she entered the dormitory, the lights shone on her pale face. A pair of red phoenix eyes hung on the bridge of the towering nose, and a bloodshot streak hung on the side of the cherry-like mouth. After taking off the night clothes on his body, he revealed the tall and plump figure inside. The woman gritted her teeth and said viciously, "Lin Qinshuo. Okay, you disciple, I won't let you go." There was no one else in Shan Yu's dormitory, and it seemed that because of the weekend, no one lived in the dormitory. Shan Yu picked up his mobile phone from the desktop and dialed the phone to go out. How? Solved the task? A deep voice rang on the other end of the line. The intelligence is not wrong, Lin Qinshuo's strength is very strong. I was just punched by him, and my blood surged, and I couldn't stand normally. If I punched again, I was afraid that I would die on the spot. Shan Yu reported to the other end of the phone. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, he said, "I know. First press his ranking on the dark web back. You can't put it in front and let those killers die. I will find someone to try him after a while, if the ability does not match the bounty, and then cancel his bounty order. You can't invalidate the bounty list on the dark web because of the 20 million bounty." Shan Yu also nodded silently. During this time, I will also find an opportunity to kill him, and there are few people in this world who can make the dark web take the initiative to revoke the bounty order, even if he is strong. It is related to the ability of the dark web. You can do it yourself, and protect yourself. After the other party said this, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Shan Yu came to the bathroom, took off his clothes, and saw the attack part, and a bruised fist mark appeared in front of him. Shan Yu looked ashamed and annoyed, gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Qinshuo, I must kill you." Growing so big, it was the first time she was touched by the opposite sex in this position, and she was hammered with her fist, and the pain covered up the strange feeling. Lin Qinshuo, who had already fallen asleep again, didn't know these things, sneezed in his sleep, turned over and continued to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Qinshuo went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast and saw Chen Roland already waiting by his car, and he also saved time when he wanted to go to the principal to ask for contact information. Lin Qinshuo was high profile during this time. Even Chen Roland, who had just come back, had heard of it, and naturally knew that this was his car. Today's Chen Roland is wearing a black hip skirt and a pair of black high heels, and her original height of more than 1.7 meters is already level with Lin Qinshuo's eyes because of these shoes. The long hair was tied up, and a strand of hair fell from the sideburns on both sides, giving it a formal and lazy look. "Good morning, senior sister Chen." Lin Qinshu greeted with a smile. Chen Roland glanced at him expressionlessly. Senior brother, in 10 minutes, lunch will start in the canteen. Do you still think it's early? Lin Qinshu walked to the co-pilot with a smile and opened the door. He didn't drive back after drinking yesterday, and asked the substitute driver to drive the car in last night. Looking at Chen Roland's appearance, it seems that she has been waiting for a while. The whistling sound of Lamborghini shuttled through the campus, and the scene of Chen Roland getting on the bus just now once again shocked many people's jaws. I said, why did senior sister Chen appear in the parking lot early in the morning? It turned out that she was waiting for the owner of the luxury car. What a luxury car owner! It was Lin Qinshu of the best dormitory. Recently, the campus forum has been all about him. Hey, isn't he Yi Mengxi's boyfriend? Why did you catch up with senior sister Chen again? Can you do whatever you want if you have money? Sure enough, it's not that the beauty is cold, it's the beauty who can't look down on silk. I just took a photo, and I'll upload the photo to the forum later, so that Yi Mengxi can see the true face of her boyfriend. Support, we can't let the school flowers be ruined by the same scumbag. I hate it. 3 of the 4 schoolgirls have a relationship with this scumbag. Yi Xiaohua is the girlfriend of this beast scumbag, and Su Xiaohua sat next to him in class last time, and now even Qin Xiaohua, who is about to graduate, has sat in his car again. Only Shan Xiaohua has not fallen. Shan Xiaohua, you have to hold on. Exposed. Must be exposed. I want the beauties to know the true face of this beast. When this person said this, everyone immediately remembered that there was indeed such a thing. What is the origin of this beast, and why does every school flower have some contact with him? Lin Qinshu drove the car to the Golden Trade Building, and as soon as he entered the building, all the employees of the Golden Trade Building greeted him. This scene shocked Chen Roland. This is the Golden Trade Building, the top office building in the Magic Capital. It is said that the employees here are very proud, except for their top boss Sun Ji. They have a clear distinction between public and private affairs with anyone, and now they actually greet Lin Qinshu. This building is mine, but it's all rented out, and 1 floor is reserved for me. If you want to work in the future, you can work here for the time being, and the other piece of land is still under construction and will not be used so soon. Lin Qinshu saw Chen Roland's surprise. When Chen Roland heard this, she was even more shocked. The two came to Lin Qinshu's office floor, where Yang Yun and others were still making some preparations for contacting personnel. The Mozambican side is building an intelligence network belonging to Lin Qinshu, and through Wen Jiaxu's case, Lin Qinshu feels that he does not know many things about this society, and even the dark web has just known. The so-called Kyoto Yang family is completely unknown. What the Mozambican side is doing now is to collect this kind of relevant information, and doing intelligence is the most expensive thing. Lin Qinshu directly allocated 1 billion funds for him to build. Lin Qinshu took out a contract that Li Qing had prepared a long time ago and handed it to Chen Roland. Senior sister Chen, take a good look at the contract. If there is no problem, we will sign the contract today, and then you can carry out your work. The system prompt has not sounded, and Lin Qinshu wonders if he still has to go through the process of signing a labor contract to complete the task. Chen Roland sat aside with the contract and looked at it, and Lin Qinshu didn't bother. After all, signing a contract is such a serious matter, it must be carefully checked. The more Chen Roland looked at it, the more frightened she became. Far from being an unequal contract of harsh exploitation, this contract is an agreement full of benefits. When she joins, she will give her a house, and choose all the real estate projects in the Magic Capital at will, including Chen Roland. Even if she wants Thompson Epine, Lin Qinshu will buy it for her. A monthly salary of 1 million, 13 salaries a year, is equal to an annual salary of 13 million. There are all statutory holidays, and she is also given a month off for bad mood every year, and all of them can be reimbursed for traveling. As long as it is the money paid for the work, all can be reimbursed. This kind of immortal work made Chen Roland feel so unreal. Lin Qinshu spent a lot of effort and blood in order to take down Chen Roland's Golden Mountain. As long as Chen Roland's contract is successfully signed, he will be able to get 30 billion immediately. You can make money, but I definitely don't lose anything. After reading the contract, Chen Roland couldn't calm down for a long time. This kind of contract is impossible to appear in reality. She has self-knowledge. Just a person who has just graduated from college is not qualified to get such a high-paying job. If it weren't for Lin Qinshuo's unpredictable profit, he knew that she would be very capable in the future. That is, the other party has another purpose. After thinking about it, Qin Wolin felt that it should be the latter, and she now even doubted whether Lin Qinshuo was someone sent by the Wang Group. Qin Wolin's eyes suddenly became vigilant. "Senior brother, I know how many caddies and tails I have. Your contract is no longer a labor contract, it is completely the meaning of sending me money. What is your purpose?" It's bad, the benefits are too good, and it caused her misunderstanding. Lin Qinshuo's heart jumped. "Senior sister, don't get me wrong, I'm not just you, I'm not the only one who has good welfare here, but everyone else is the same. It's just that everyone has a different division of labor, so the benefits are also different. You will be responsible for more things, so you will be given this treatment. Others are worse than you, but not much worse. Brother Yang's salary is also set by me, but the annual salary is 2 million, with a year-end bonus." After Lin Qinshuo finished speaking, Yang Yun on the side nodded violently. Qin Wolin's eyes flickered. This treatment still made her feel incredible. "Junior brother, it's too much, I don't deserve this treatment, you give me the most basic treatment. An annual salary of 100,000 yuan is enough, I am a person who has just come out to find a job, I don't need such a high salary. If you really fancy my ability, then give me shares, 1% is fine." Qin Wolin felt that as long as she took less, she would not be manipulated, and if she really wanted to start a business, she could also take shares. Lin Qinshuo shook his head. "I won't give you the shares." Qin Wolin was stunned. Compared to the annual salary of more than 10 million, isn't 1% of the shares more cost-effective for Lin Qinshuo? And as long as there are shares, this company will be bound to Qin Wolin, so wouldn't it be better to keep her? Could it be that Lin Qinshuo can guarantee that this company will definitely make a lot of money? Lin continued, "One of the reasons I created this security company was to make myself available. The second is to take in those soldiers who have nowhere to go after being discharged from the army, and it is a project that cooperates with the military region or the whole of China, and has no intention of making money. If you are given shares, not only will you not get dividends, but you may also put yourself in it." After hearing this, Qin Wolin suddenly changed her opinion of Lin Qinshuo, but she also made up her mind why she wanted to take the shares. Qin Wolin tore up the contract and said, "Junior brother, make a new share, I must have shares, since the junior brother can be so righteous, how can I be a senior sister and tie it together, even if it is a loss? Qin Wolin is also responsible, and the lost funds also have a share of my Qin Wolin." Lin Qinshuo looked at her determined expression, and asked Li Qing to re-enter the contract, and the treatment remained the same, but 5% of the shares were added. "When the time comes, if you lose yourself, you will have money, but you will not let Qin Wolin pay it." It's just that he didn't expect that the words just now would have an effect. Qin Wolin's eyes went from doubtful and confused to now firm, just because he said those words. Qin Wolin glanced at the retyped contract and signed her name. The system prompt sounded as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of recruiting Qin Wolin. Qin Wolin's favorability reaches 70 points, completes the second choice, and rewards 30 billion cash, proficient in language. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 3 trillion yuan, and the balance is 87,412,069,053 yuan. Host, Lin Qinshuo. Strength, 9. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charm, 8. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Ride, Pagani Son of the Wind, Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Yulu Villa, 33rd floor, Building A, Thompson Epine. Skills, Martial Arts Mastery, Chess Mastery, Marksmanship Mastery, Sports Skills Mastery, Language Mastery. Balance, 8741-206-9053. Lin Qinshuo looked at the more and more balances, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, I can't spend it at all. Unexpectedly, Qin Wolin's favorability towards him reached 70 points, and it seems that his performance in the past 2 days has been quite stable, exceeding the standard and reaching the completion of option 2. I'll be your employee from today onwards, Boss Lin. Qin Wolin smiled and stretched out her hand. Senior sister, let's call me by my name, the title of boss makes me too uncomfortable. Lin Qinshuo smiled and stretched out his right hand to shake it with her. Then I'll call you senior brother Lin. I can't name Lin Qinsho. Qin Roland covered her mouth and smiled. Although she doesn't pay much attention to some things on campus, she has more or less heard the names of the best dormitories, and each name can make people laugh. Now that I've become your employee, I'm going to start working. Please tell me the progress of the current work first. There are still some difficulties. Qin Roland seems to be eager to put herself into work. Lin Qinsho asked Li Cheng to tell her about it, because he didn't know how the current work was progressing. Li Cheng pulled Qin Roland into an office to report on some of the current progress. Lin Qin went to the office where Yang Yun and the others were. Brother Mo Fong, how is the information investigation about the demon capital Wang family? Mo Fong is a young man in his 30s who wears black-rimmed glasses, and his glasses were originally not accepted by the army, because he was strong enough to be recruited into the army by exception. It's basically clear that the Wang family started with the real estate business, and Li Jianfu's Jianlong real estate was also supported by the Wang family. Now the Li family's father and son are hiding on the territory of the Wang family, and they don't know where they are. Mo Fong took a copy of the information to Lin Qinsho. Lin Qinsho looked at some of the information inside. The Wang family started from the underworld. At the beginning, it was to collect protection fees, and then it rose to grabbing land, not simply grabbing land to collect protection fees, but directly letting people transfer the land to their Wang family. The seized land met the government's land requisition, and Wang Tianfeng, the old owner of the Wang family, suddenly sensed the business opportunity, and immediately gathered people to grab many places in that era of underdeveloped information. This earned the first pot of gold. And Wang Tianfeng himself is also extremely romantic, with 8 sons and 3 daughters. However, when it comes to the grandson's generation, men have become scarce, and if it weren't for the progress of science in recent years, there would be only one Wang Jingde in the 3rd generation of the Wang family. Now the younger generation of the Wang family is only one Wang Jingde, and the other children born through science and technology are still minors. The oldest is only in his early 10s, and the current CEO of the Wang Group is that Wang Jingde. That is a capable child of the Wang family, with strong abilities in all aspects, and he also has all the characteristics of a gentleman. Lin Qinsho glanced at Wang Jingde's information introduction. It seemed that Qin Roland was recruited to serve this Wang Jingde, and was blocked after he was unwilling. Qin Roland will be the person in charge of all the affairs of the security company in the future, and you can directly contact her if you have anything. It is also thanks to this Wang Jingde's ill intentions that he has the opportunity to let her come to us. But if you dare to ban our CEO, you have to teach the Wang family a lesson. I plan you to do it, just ask me for how much money you want. Lin Qinsho put down the information of the Wang family and said to Yang Yun and the others. Everyone instantly came to their senses when they heard this, and they just found a little passionate feeling during this time, and with Wen Jiaxu's death, they returned to dullness. Now that there is something to do, everyone's enthusiasm has become high. Originally, Lin Qinsho also planned to go to the dark web to publish a bounty order to make fun of Wang Jingde, but after thinking about it, he gave up, and even Yang Lin couldn't go up to the bounty list on the dark web, which shows that there is still a big family behind it. Lin Qinsho left the office after explaining. Everyone was busy, and he was left with nothing to do, and it was not too good to stay. When I took the elevator downstairs, it happened that the elevator stopped again on the 17th floor. As soon as the door opened, it was not Chen Jie who came in, but another person Lin Qinsho knew. Lin Qinsho also brushed a bunch of carnivals for her last night, leaving a sentence of Xiaoyu who would eat together if she could meet her. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Gu Xiaoyu. Appearance, 93. Age, 24. Height, 162. Bust, 34 c. Opinion, 80. This is the first time Lin Qinsho has seen those well-known girls on the internet in real life, but he didn't expect Xiaoyu to look like a royal sister, and she is actually Lori's height, which is quite a big contrast. Xiaoyu was wearing a white gauze dress with a slip dress at this time. Her hair was simply draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a black mask on her face, although she was still recognized by Lin Qinsho at a glance. After Gu Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Qinsho in the elevator, he walked into the elevator with his back to him. Was the interview successful? Lin Qinsho said suddenly. Gu Xiaoyu turned around and looked at him in surprise. Are you talking to me? Do we know each other? It's really no secret that she came here for an interview, but she is wrapped up like this. Will she be recognized? She's just a game commentator, and she's not a big star, so she shouldn't have any illegitimate meals. Lin Qinshou smiled slightly. Didn't I tell you last night, as long as we meet today, we will eat together? Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened when he heard this, and he hurriedly took off the mask. Are you Shuangmu Qincha? In Gu Xiaoyu's imagination, Shuangmu Qincha was at least a man in his 30s and 40s. I didn't expect it to be a handsome guy, who looks about the same age as her. Lin Qinshou nodded. I didn't expect the interview you said was to go to Chen Jie's company. It's really a coincidence. Gu Xiaoyu was actually not completely sure that Lin Qinshou was the Shuangmu Qincha, because when Shuangmu Qincha said that, he also said it in the live broadcast room. I'm afraid that someone with a heart deliberately came here to meet by chance, pretending to be the name of Shuangmu Qincha, intending to mistreat her. Gu Xiaoyu took out his mobile phone and sent an expression to Shuangmu Qincha's WeChat. Lin Qinshou felt the phone vibrate, so he took out the mobile phone. Seeing that expression, I probably guessed Gu Xiaoyu's careful thoughts, and I was afraid that I didn't believe that I was Shuangmu Qincha. Lin Qinshou was also speechless for a while. Could it be that even his own Shuangmu Qincha was still pretended to be? He showed his phone to Gu Xiaoyu, and then Gu Xiaoyu was sure that the other party was her big brother. I'm sorry, brother Shuangmu, because you also said in the live broadcast room yesterday that you would eat when you meet by chance. Too many sailors know. I'm worried that someone will pretend to be you. Gu Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, showing her playfulness. It doesn't matter, girls still have to know how to protect themselves outside, and it's better to be cautious. Lin Qinshou shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. I didn't expect brother Shuangmu to be so young. I thought he was a middle-aged uncle. Gu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Qinshou in front of him. Now Lin Qinshou's charm has reached 8 o'clock, and with the same facial features, he has become more coordinated and handsome. When the charm reaches 9 points, it will become the level that all the opposite sex will feel handsome. When it breaks through to 10 o'clock, it means that men, women and children are all in one. My name is Lin Qinshou, you can call me by my name directly. Lin Qinshou is still relatively uncomfortable with the title of brother Shuangmu. Lin Qinshou? Burst. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. Lin Qinshou was not surprised by this scene. As long as someone heard his name, they would have such an expression. I'm sorry, I just remembered a funny thing. Gu Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. Lin Qinshou smiled, and just when the elevator reached the first floor, he walked out of the elevator. Gu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, seeing that Lin Qinshou didn't seem to be planning to eat with her, just because he laughed at his name. Just when she was stunned, Lin Qinshou had already gone out of the gate, and Gu Xiaoyu hurriedly trotted out. Double. Brother Lin, didn't you say that you would eat together when you met by chance? Gu Xiaoyu trotted to Lin Qinshou and stopped him. Oh, just casually, you should have other things to do, you can make an appointment later. Although he said that last night, he didn't have to lick the other party to eat. If you want to eat with him, you take the initiative to follow him. I don't have anything to do, it's just lunchtime. If you can, I'd like to treat you to a meal. After all, Lin Qinshou swiped a lot of money for her, and his status as the #1 big brother, even if he accompanied him to a meal, it didn't matter. Lin Qinshou thought for a while, as if he really didn't have anything to do now. Okay, let's have a meal together. Gu Xiaoyu nodded happily and walked to the co-pilot's seat, but she didn't know how to open the door. Lin Qinshou walked over and helped her open the door and sit in. You have a treat, you have the final say on what you eat. Lin Qinshou got into the car and said to Gu Xiaoyu. I swiped so many gifts for each other, it's not too much to eat a meal. Let's go to Manhwa Pavilion, I just happened to have a number today, and the number of Shuiyun Pavilion is too difficult to get, and it's so expensive. Gu Xiaoyu took out his mobile phone and flipped through his message with the number. Manhwa Pavilion? Isn't that where he last ordered takeout? Lin Qin guarded the accelerator and left the Golden Trade Building. Brother Lin, your car is so handsome, it's a Lamborghini. I've heard of Lamborghini, it seems that there are big cows and small calves, is this one a big cow? Gu Xiaoyu looked at the decoration in the car and asked. It's not a big cow, it's called Poison. Lin Qinshu replied casually. Poison, what a domineering name. Gu Xiaoyu doesn't know much about cars. It should be that most girls don't know much about cars, and they roughly know a brand. Anyway, sports cars look expensive. The two soon came to the Manhwa Pavilion. Lin Qinshu was here for the first time, and the previous time he had eaten was a takeout. After Gu Xiaoyu texted the number to the waiter at the front door, he brought it to a table in the hall. After sitting down, Gu Xiaoyu explained, actually, I originally planned to eat it myself, so I took the hall number, because the hall number is faster. If I had known that I was inviting Brother Lin to dinner, I should have taken a box number. Gu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Qinshu a little embarrassed, and Lin Qinshu shook his head and said that he didn't care. Although there is also a pavilion word, there is still a big difference between Manhwa Pavilion and Shuiyun Pavilion, and Manhwa Pavilion is more like an internet celebrity store with many people queuing up. Shuiyun Pavilion is a high-end private dish, with an elegant environment and complete dishes. Gu Xiaoyu handed the menu to Lin Qinshu. She also ordered a few dishes at random, and while waiting for the dishes, a young man in his 30s in a suit stepped forward. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect us to really meet by chance. I'm Shuangmu Qincha. The man said to Gu Xiaoyu with a smile that he thought was handsome. Gu Xiaoyu was stunned, and Lin Qinshu was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that someone would come to pretend to be him in front of the main master. Gu Xiaoyu's bewildered expression instantly turned into anger. She didn't expect that someone would really come to pretend. If it wasn't for the main owner sitting opposite, she would have to come to SMS authentication again. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Qinshu kicked her foot and signaled to keep quiet. Gu Xiaoyu also understood, and at the same time, he complained in his heart that Lin Qinshu was so evil. Really? Are you really Brother Shuangmu? Gu Xiaoyu pretended to be surprised and covered her mouth. The man smiled confidently. Of course, I also brushed so many carnivals for you last night, and I forgot about my brother so quickly. The man sat down, and their table was 4 in 4 directions. I didn't expect to really meet Brother Shuangmu. Gu Xiaoyu pretended to be surprised. Lin Qinshu on the side drank the tea in the cup and watched her perform. Since we all met by chance, then I can only push off the rest of the things. Let's go to the movies after dinner, and then go to rest. I opened a room in Bulgari. The man didn't even look at Lin Qinshu, as if he didn't exist. When Gu Xiaoyu heard this, his face darkened. The purpose of this person pretending to be Lin Qinshu was to do this kind of thing. I think you misunderstood. It was Brother Shuangmu who said it to meet and eat. I didn't agree, and I'm having dinner with my friends now. Gu Xiaoyu wanted to see how this man could pretend, whether he would continue to be so dead-skinned, or if there was another way. The man smiled coldly. What friend is so important to me? Lao Tzu has given you so many gifts. You can eat without eating. You have to go with me to this Bulgari. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but admire the man in front of him. He said such a brazen thing, and he really thought that he was Shuangmu Qincha. Acting is so deep into the play. Humph, you said you are Shuangmu Qincha. Is there any evidence? Show me the account number. Gu Xiaoyu snorted coldly. The man seemed to have been prepared, took out his mobile phone and showed it to Gu Xiaoyu. Lin Qinshu glanced at it, but he didn't expect the other party to set his avatar and name exactly the same. The other party also knew that there would definitely be flaws in what he imitated, so he hastily gave Gu Xiaoyu a look and took it back. If he hadn't met Lin Qinshu in advance, Gu Xiaoyu might have been bluffed. However, she knew that the other party must be fake. No matter what kind of evidence the man presented, she knew that the other party was fake. Is it confirmed now? I can give you tens of millions of gifts. I can also give others to brush. I give you the opportunity. Whether you can catch you depends on yourself. The man had a playful smile on his face. Gu Xiaoyu didn't bother to argue with him. Don't think about it. Don't give me gifts. The old lady is not rare. The man was suddenly furious. Slut, I'm going to find a marketing account to smear you now. Lao Tzu has money, and I want you to not be able to eat this line of food in the future. After speaking, he grabbed the cup in his hand and was about to splash it on Gu Xiaoyu's face. Lin Qinshu was quick to keep his eyes and hands, and slapped his palm, and the glass of water splashed on his face. If you are Shuangmu Qincha, then who am I? Lin Qinshu said the first words of the man after he arrived. The man reacted suddenly, looking at Gu Xiaoyu's playful eyes. He suddenly knew that he had been tricked. Obviously he had already seen Shuangmu Qincha, and he was still acting with him here. Slut, dare to trick me. The man grabbed the bowl on the table and was about to smash it at Gu Xiaoyu. Suddenly, the man felt his feet slip and sat down on the floor. Lin Qinshu stepped on his ankle, and a sound of broken bones sounded, accompanied by a man's terrible scream. The people of Manhan Pavilion noticed the situation here when the man was splashing water, and called the police while coming to dissuade him. Don't let this person run away, the one who swaggered and deceived must be someone with a criminal record, and he wanted to insult my girlfriend in front of me just now. Lin Qinshu pointed to the man on the ground and said to the store manager. As soon as he said this, the store manager and two young waiters pressed him to the ground and waited for the police to arrive. This is the financial center of the magic capital, and many iron riders can be seen on the road, and soon the police will come to the store. After investigating the situation clearly, I went to look at the surveillance in the store, and determined that it was the man on the ground who made the first move, and then controlled the person. The two of you also have to go back with us to make a record. It's very simple, but we have to go through a process. A young policeman said to Lin Qinshu and the two. The police had already said so, and they could only cooperate to follow the police station, but they didn't expect the police station to be on the street behind the Manhan Pavilion. With such a close distance, it's no wonder the police came so quickly. Upon arriving at the police station, the police investigated the man's information. Sure enough, he is a person with a criminal record. Named Lulu, who once committed a fraud case and went in and squatted for a few years. Because of his temperament as a fraudster, he often runs in front of some female anchors and pretends to be the number one brother. This trick has been tried and tested repeatedly, and many female anchors think that they are really the number one big brother, and Lulu is good at disguise and is very good at manipulating people's hearts. The female anchor was not only deceived of money, but also deceived of sex. If Gu Xiaoyu hadn't seen Lin Qinshu in advance this time, maybe he would have been deceived, but if he couldn't cheat, at least the money would have been cheated a little. After the two left the police station, Lin Qinshu had no interest in eating. At this time, Yang Yun called and said that he had something important to report. I can only make an appointment next time, and I still have to leave beforehand. Lin Qinshu hurriedly returned to the car and left here. Gu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Qinshu, who was leaving in a hurry, and he was also speechless for a while, but he also had a trace of curiosity about Lin Qinshu in his heart. This big brother on this list doesn't seem to be the same as the others. The two just said a few words from beginning to end. Lin Qinshu didn't make any excessive demands, and he didn't take advantage of her. Now that he is leaving, it seems that he doesn't want to stay with her for a moment. Lin Qinshu returned to the Jinmao building, and Yang Yun handed him an invitation. This was sent by someone just now. Lin Qinshu opened it and saw that it said that he was invited to a dinner on a cruise ship of the Wang family tomorrow night, and the inviter was the Wang group. He didn't think it was strange that the people of the Wang family could notice him, but the two parties who had no intersection suddenly came to invite, which also made Lin Qinshu puzzled by the other party's approach. Brother Lin, what you did in the Wen family before is not a secret, and the Jinmao mansion has changed owners, and the top private Kaishui cloud pavilion in the demon capital has also been acquired by you. Every move has been noticed by people with a heart, and it should be that you want to befriend you. Yang Yun analyzed on the side. Lin Qinshu also nodded silently, although he didn't want to be high profile, but these things couldn't be hidden from those people. Lin Qinshu thought that he would have nothing to do anyway, so it was better to go shopping. At this time, Qin Wolin also walked over. Senior brother, you need manpower at the initial stage. I want to recruit some people I know to come in, and other people must be recruited. Is it okay? Lin Qinshu waved his hand. Senior sister, you can decide these things yourself. I don't care about things. You have full discretion to decide everything, even if you recruit your parents in. Qin Wolin nodded, and planned to return to her office. Wait. Lin Qinshu suddenly heard the voice of the system in his head. Ding. Detected that the host has been invited to a banquet, and the top-level banquet must be equipped with a top-notch female companion. Option 1, invite female companions over 90 to reward master-class piano skills. Option 2, invite female companions with a face value of more than 95 to go together, reward mastery of piano skills, singing proficiency, charm +1, 10 billion cash. There are many candidates with an appearance of more than 90 points, but only Qin Wolin has reached more than 95 points. This female companion has to be hers. Senior sister, let's go to a place with me tomorrow night. There is a gathering of entrepreneurs. Let's go over together and see if there is anything worth learning. Even if he didn't have a task, he planned to take Chen Wolin over the Wang family's field and take her to raise his eyebrows. Chen Wolin didn't know that Lin Qinshu was going to take her to the party held by the Wang group, so she could only nod and agree. Li Qing, take my senior sister to buy a few dresses, buy a few professional clothes by the way, and you can also buy some casual clothes. Although Chen Wolin is also wearing a professional hip skirt now, it is a little faded when she looks closely. As his employee, whether he is away from home or in the company, he must be full. Wearing a faded dress, no one will believe that she is the CEO of the company. I don't have time to go shopping, and I have a lot of things to keep up. Chen Wolin hurriedly refused, and now when she just got started and was full of fighting spirit, she actually let her go shopping. That's okay, Li Qing, you go buy it for her. If you think it's good looking, buy it back, buy more, and try it slowly. Li Qing nodded, and called someone from a clothing store to come and measure Chen Wolin's size. Lin Qinshu returned to his lounge, during which Li Qing and others had already helped Chen Wolin measure the size and go to buy clothes. An hour later, a group of female clothing store shopping guides each entered Chen Wolin's office with a large pile of clothes. Lin Qinshu originally wanted to wait for Li Qing to go back to the villa together, but now looking at this situation, Li Qing should not be busy for a while, so he simply left by himself. Lin Qinshu, who was about to leave in the lounge, suddenly saw the Consolidating building not far away. I thought about whether to go and see Shan. I haven't contacted her since I left yesterday, and she hasn't contacted Lin Qinshu. If you go on like this, you have a cool rhythm. After all, you have worked hard for so long, and you can get a little bit of favorability. As a boy, you should take the initiative to see her. Jinma building and Consolidating are not far apart, and Lin Qinshu walked over. When Lin Qinshu came to the gate of Consolidating, the scene in front of the door made his expression cold. In front of Chen Shan stood a man of her age. The man held a flower in his hand and said something when he handed it to Chen Shan. Then Chen Shan took the flower in her hand, and the two chatted with a smile. Suddenly, Chen Shan's afterglow saw Lin Qinshu not far away, and she wanted to call him. Saw Lin Qinshu turn around and leave, and he didn't look back. Chen Shan suddenly realized something, and hurriedly chased after Lin Qinshu. When the man saw this, he hurriedly asked, Shan, what's wrong with you? The elders of the village and your father are still waiting to talk to you on video. Chen Shan stopped, looked at Lin Qinshu's lonely back, bit her lip, and didn't chase after her. The man in front of him is an elder brother in the village, who came to the magic capital today to deliver goods, and was entrusted by Chen's father to come to see Chen Shan by the way. Because I heard that Chen Shan worked at Modo Bank, which was a very honorable thing for the villagers, I made an appointment to video with the villagers on the big screen of the village committee in the evening. The bouquet of flowers was also paid by the village committee for the man to give to Chen Shan on his behalf. It just so happened that the most misleading scene was seen by Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu strolled down the streets, his thoughts a little confused. Lin Qinshu didn't know how he felt. Chen Shan was the first girl he saw after getting the system. The task given to him by the system is also a bit like Chen Shan's licking dog. Originally, I wanted to chase her down with my sincere ability to add money, but now it seems that she has failed. Yi Mingxi has always had a crush on him, and he is passive. When Ruxue got her because of her own charcoal in the snow, plus some love that she has lacked since she was a child. For Chen Shan, although she also used her money ability and put in a lot of energy, she was not captured. At a certain moment, Lin Qinshu even felt that Chen Shan was precious, and he would not have no bottom line for the other party to have money. Lin Qinshu came to the Huangpu River and looked at the not-so-calm river. But his heart gradually calmed down, and his eyes became more determined. Urem's love, what can be solved with money in the future? Don't waste time on romance anymore. Lin Qinshu secretly made up his mind and returned to his Yunlu villa. Lin Qinshu, who returned to Yunlu villa, called out all the maids and asked them to bring the wine up, so that they would not return if they were not drunk. In the end, I don't know when, Lin Qinshu broke off, and the maids were almost the same. When he woke up in the morning, everyone was in his bed, intricately asleep. I drank high last night, and I slept together. Li Qing came back later and drank together, but she woke up earlier than Lin Qinshu. Lin Xinsho told her to do so many things that she had to get up to complete even if she had a hangover. Lin Xinsho came downstairs and saw Li Qing, who was about to go out, and hurriedly called out to her. Don't rush to do those things, you can let them accompany you and give you a hand. By the way, was Qin Wolin's residence arranged yesterday? Originally, Lin Xinsho wanted to confess to her yesterday, but she was already too busy, so she didn't speak. Master temporarily opened a long-term room for her in the hotel of Jinmao building. I also asked her where she wanted the house. She said not to think about these for the time being, first busy with work. There is also the president's car Rolls-Royce Phantom that the owner has explained, and he can pick up the car today. Li Qing reported. Lin Xinsho touched her head. It's hard work, let's take a vacation today, take a good rest, and don't worry about anything. It's not hard, the master's affairs are the most important. The master has a good rest, Li Qing will go and get busy first. Li Qing was about to leave as she spoke. Was pulled into Lin Xinsho's arms, stretched out his hand and slapped him gently, pretending to be angry and said, You don't listen to what the master says, let you rest, it seems that I haven't punished you for too long. As she spoke, she picked up Li Qing, and in her exclamation, she casually picked a room and walked in, closed the door, and a pleasant voice sounded after a while. When the other maids got up, they all heard the voice, spat one after another, and went back to their rooms with their slightly red faces. The two tossed in the room for a few hours, and Li Qing finally chose to go out to work, but she brought Songyu with her. Songyu has a driver's license and can help her drive, or the two of them can change their cars. Lin Xinsho looked at the time, it was already afternoon, and he was about to pack up and prepare to leave for the Wang Group's party. Lin Xinsho changed into a relatively casual suit and drove to pick up Qin Wolin. The moment Qin Wolin appeared in the hall on the first floor, the air was stagnant. A slightly tight black dress skirt, a pearl necklace around her neck, and European-style princess hair. Because the neckline of the dress was relatively low, the spectacular scenery made Lin Xinsho unable to take his eyes off. Qin Wolin seemed to be very uncomfortable and kept clutching her chest. Lin Xinsho took off his blazer, stepped forward and draped it on her, which immediately made her feel a lot more comfortable. Is worthy of being a peerless beauty with a score of 96 points, and after a little dressing up, everyone can't take their eyes off it. Senior sister, you are very beautiful today. For the praise of girls, it is necessary to be straightforward. Beautiful is beautiful, don't be stingy with some simple praise, sometimes simpler, more able to make the other party feel your praise. Qin Wolin, who was sitting in the co-pilot, blinked her big eyes. Senior brother, wasn't I beautiful yesterday? Lin Xinsho smiled awkwardly. Both are beautiful, but the two kinds of beauty are different. Qin Wolin didn't intend to let her go, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Oh? How is it different, can you expand on it? Lin Xinsho pondered for a moment and said, Yesterday's senior sister is like a simple white lotus, innocent, sacred, and a goddess. Without any decoration, it is already the most beautiful flower in the world. And today's senior sister is a colorful black lotus, with colorful black embellishments. The senior sister appears charming, dignified, and full of temptation. Qin Wolin was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xinsho to really explain in detail the difference between her 2 days. Her pretty face suddenly became a little ruddy, and such a straightforward compliment, even she would be very useful. Don't be poor, drive well. Qin Wolin looked out the window. Lin Xinsho smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Qin Wolin's favorability towards him is still quite high, and the words he said will not arouse her disgust because of his favorability. Lin Xinsho and the two soon came to the wharf, and it was said that the steamer would sail out to sea tonight, sail all night at sea, and return to this wharf tomorrow afternoon. I saw a long red carpet under a huge cruise ship, and after Lin Xinsho got out of the car, he handed the car key to a waiter, and he would park the car and return the key to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for inviting a female companion with a face value of more than 95 or more, rewarding piano level 10 skills, charm plus 10 billion cash. Dear customer, your tail number 9527 Modu bank card received a transfer of 100 billion yuan, and the balance is 95,628,446,251 yuan. Host, Lin Xinsho. Strength, 9. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charm, 9. The maximum attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Ride, Pagani Son of the Wind, Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Ulu Villa, 33rd floor, Building A, Thomson Epine. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency, language proficiency, master piano skills, singing proficiency. Balance, 9562-844-6251. Receiving the task reward, Lin Qinshu unconsciously exuded a stronger charm, and the women passing by couldn't help but look at him a few more times when they saw him. Qin Wolin on the side didn't notice the change in Lin Qinshu at all. Qin Wolin took Lin Qinshu's arm, walked across the red carpet, and walked towards the cruise ship. There was a special reception staff at the entrance, and after reading the invitation, he took Lin Qinshu and the two to the guest room. This banquet is relatively long, and the guests will be accommodated first. After knowing their room number, guests can go back to their room by themselves if they need to rest. When I entered the room, I found that it was just a small suite, a bed, and a sofa. There is a statement in the invitation letter that you can bring a female companion, and in the eyes of this group of people, the so-called female companion is also brought on the boat for recreation, and naturally a two-bedroom will not be arranged for guests. Mr. Lin, this is your place to rest, please take your room card, then you can take a rest, the dinner will start at 7 o'clock, and then we can let our service staff take you to the main hall. After the receptionist explained to Lin Qinshu, he left the room. Lin Qinshu saw the embarrassment and discomfort on Qin Wolin's face, and comforted her, "This bed is for you to sleep in, I can ask their organizer for another room." Qin Wolin glanced at Lin Qinshu, "You can sleep on the bed, I can sleep on the sofa, this sofa is also quite big." Lin Qinshu smiled, "I'm not used to letting girls sleep on the sofa, don't worry, maybe there's something fun outside, I've been playing all night outside, you have the room card." Lin Qinshu put the room card into Qin Wolin's handbag. The two did not stay in the room, and chose to go out for a walk, although the dinner has not started yet, but the cruise ship is so big, you can walk around and see. What is this banquet for? Qin Wolin never knew what the theme of this dinner was. Lin Qinshu also let Yang Yin understand this problem. It is said that the magic capital, Jiangcheng, and Suzhou City, the junction of the three regions to establish a film and television city. The Wang Group took the lead and wanted to win the project and bring all the entrepreneurs of the magic capital together to discuss the matter. This is supposed to be a summit of Magic City entrepreneurs, although I don't know why I was invited, but it's better to have fun. I heard that there are also many star directors and the like, as well as people from the Chinese government. Let's take a look. Lin Qinshu is not interested in this kind of entrepreneur summit, he is interested in those female celebrities who don't know if there are 90 points of appearance, triggering some tasks. Qin Wolin's eyes lit up when she heard this, the construction of the film and television city, there must be a lot of security personnel needed, if we can connect with it, then we will make a lot of money. Lin Qinshu looked at her in surprise, she didn't expect Qin Wolin to be full of things in the company, and she just said a word, and she thought of the usefulness of the film and television city to the company. Was said like this, Lin Qinshu was also interested in this film and television city. The two came to the deck, and at this time there was a female star taking pictures there. Lin Qinshu didn't know him, but Qin Wolin knew. A young woman full of charm was scratching her head there. That's Su Huilin, a variety show host in Baodao. I like her hosting style very much, I went to her to ask for an autograph. Qin Wolin trotted over excitedly. It happened that Su Huilin had finished filming at this time. Looking at the photo, when Qin Wolin approached to explain her intentions, Su Huilin first looked left and right, and found that no one was taking pictures, and her expression immediately cooled. "Don't you see that I'm busy? Go away." Su Huilin pushed Qin Wolin away. Qin Wolin was wearing high heels, and when she was pushed like this, she stumbled and was about to fall backwards, but Lin Qinshu hurriedly supported her from behind. After helping Qin Wolin to stand firm, Lin Qinshu stepped forward and slapped Su Huilin in the face. "You dare to hit me!" Su Huilin was stunned, and the people around her were also stunned when they saw this. What is the origin of this kid, such a tiger? "You dare to push my people, what about celebrities? In my eyes, you can't even compare to a single hair of Roland." Lin Qinshu snorted coldly. I'm going to kill you, why are you still stunned? Did I invite you here to see that I was beaten?" Su Huilin shouted angrily. The assistant on the side rolled up his sleeves and was about to teach Lin Qinshu a lesson, but he was kicked away. The noise here also attracted everyone's attention, and many people came to watch, although the people on it were all heads and faces, but it did not prevent them from watching the excitement. What's going on? A young man with a height of 1.8 meters, wearing a white suit and a small head, walked over. Lin Qinshu looked at the visitor, clean, capable, no thick non-mainstream hairstyle, and no hanging-up dress. Wang Gongzi, I took pictures here so well, this madman came up and gave me a slap. You see my face is swollen, how will I see people later? Su Huilin said coquettishly to the young man. The young man didn't just listen to Su Huilin's words, and asked Lin Qinshu, I don't know what your excellency is called, is there any misunderstanding here? This banquet was organized by the Wang family, and the people who could come here were all heads and faces. Although the young man didn't know all the people, he wouldn't offend anyone. After all, this time he wanted to have a good relationship with everyone, and win the film and television city plan. One more person would have more strength, although he still had a follow-up plan, even if it was to avoid startling the snake. He had to make these things big and small. Who are you? Why should I explain it to you? Hit is beaten, Lin Qinshu, don't bother to explain the ins and outs of these things. As soon as Lin Qinshu's words came out, everyone present was petrified. This was a banquet held by the wine group, and he didn't even know the host, so it shouldn't have been mixed up. Where did the hillbillies come from? I don't even know Wang Jingda and Wang Xiao. Su Huilin also said disdainfully, and at the same time she was very angry in her heart. She was actually beaten by a hillbilly, which was really embarrassing and lost to the Pacific Ocean. Wang Jingda? A pleasant voice sounded behind Lin Qinshu, with a hint of coldness and doubt in his tone. Xin Wolin walked out from behind Lin Qinshu and looked at that Wang Jingda. Lin Qinshu had been protecting her behind her just now, and she originally wanted to persuade Lin Qinshu not to be impulsive, but Lin Qinshu moved too fast, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he took down all the people who came to find trouble. As soon as Qin Rolin walked out, all the men present were quiet, as if the air had stagnated. Wang Jingda's eyes were also full of amazement. He didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in this world. But he didn't know that this woman used to be his assistant, because he was on a business trip. The assistant and the president did not meet above. On the contrary, Qin Rolin knew the nature of her assistant's work in advance and left directly. Lin Qinshu looked at the president of the Wang Group and the next generation of the head of the demon capital Wang family in front of him. On the surface, he had a kind temperament, but Lin Qinshu still saw from the other party's eyes that it was angry and ruthless. It turns out that you are Wang Jingda. It is really better to meet if you are famous. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly and remembered the information about Wang Jingda. Very capable, but also good enough. This kind of talent is the most terrifying. It is his nature to be gentle, and his ability is his talent. This reminded him of a former classmate who dozed off in class every day and went to an internet cafe all night, but he came out on top every time he took the exam. At first, I thought he was cheating, but after observation, it was his strong learning talent, and he only needed 1 day to complete the course that others would take several days to complete. The rest of the time he can play as he pleases, and no one can surpass him even if he doesn't study. The current Wang Jingda is this kind of person. Wang Jingda also reacted from Qin Rolin's beauty, and said to Lin Qinshu with a smile, "It turned out to be Mr. Lin, this matter should be a misunderstanding, the two of you give me a face, let's expose it." Su Huilin wanted to say something more, but was instantly stopped by Wang Jingda's sweeping eyes. Lin Qinshu didn't speak, and pulled Qin Rolin out of this place. Wang Jingda kept watching Qin Rolin's back behind him, and then instructed the person next to him, "Within 5 minutes, I want all the information of that woman, as well as the information of the man next to her. He has seen many beauties, even if he is on a par with Qin Rolin, he has seen them, but none of them can have the feeling that Qin Rolin just gave him." Wang Jingda found that he might have fallen in love with this woman at first sight, perhaps because of Qin Rolin's cold eyes and cold temperament, or because of the other party's unwelcome appearance towards him. You must know that since he was sensible, there is no woman who will not flock to him, and no woman dares to look at him with that kind of eyes. When Qin Rolin saw this former boss who had never met, she thought that she was still in a lawsuit with the other party, and her anger filled her brain, and she didn't even react to her hand being pulled by Lin Qinshu all the time. "Don't worry, I won't let you be bullied in vain. I have asked Li Qing to find the best lawyer team in the country, the so-called compensation, I will let them compensate you. Lin Qinshu comforted softly. Shan Ruolin also calmed down, suddenly noticed something, and looked at him suspiciously. Did you call me by my name just now? Helped the senior sister get out. Didn't even the senior sister call it? Lin Qinshu just now called him by his name. Lin Qinshu coughed dryly. Wasn't the situation urgent just now? If you call the senior sister, I'm afraid that you will be looked down upon. Shan Ruolin unconsciously rolled her amorous eyes. Then you can call me Roland in the future. I have already left school, I don't need to be called by senior sister anymore. Let's go, it's almost time, let's go to the main hall and have a look. Lin Qinshu smiled and didn't say anything. He raised his hand, and Shan Ruolin also held him generously. In a luxurious suite on the cruise ship, Wang Jingde, who had just met Lin Qinshu and the others, was sitting in the room listening to his subordinates report the identities of Lin Qinshu and the others. Lin Qinshu, a student of Modu Jiaotong University, his parents are nothing special, and they grow tea at home. And he is the owner of the Golden Trade Building, the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion, and the shareholder of the Drifting Snow Bar. Even the re-election of the head of the Wen family some time ago was pushed up by him, and when Jiashu issued a reward order on the dark web, but there was still nothing to do. Wang Jingde took the information in his hand and looked at it. Jinmao Building? A building that can collect more than 100 million yuan in rent a year, but it is still insignificant for the Wang family, so it will not let him put it in his eyes. The main thing is that this person's experience is very mysterious, and he used to seem to be just an ordinary person, and suddenly he has become what he is now. And there is no way to even take the bounty of the dark web. You must know that the dark web has many killer organizations in the world. When Wang Jingde turned to the page of the dark web bounty order, he also knew the truth. This one Jiashu is really picky. With only 20 million Huaxia coins, the killer organization that can shoot is limited. Although it can't be said that Lin Qinshu is not powerful, it is not as exaggerated as imagined. If the deposit of the bounty is 20 million US dollars, then the world's top killer organizations are all here to kill him. Tell me about that girl. What Wang Jingde wants is information about another girl, and Lin Qinshu's information seems to him to be a little special, so he doesn't need to put it in his eyes yet. The subordinate on the side had a strange face, and after looking up at Wang Jingde, he began to read. That girl's name is Shan Ruolin, and she is also a student of Jiaotong University, but now she is in the internship stage, and the position of the company she interns in is the assistant to the president of the Wang Group. Wang Jingde looked at the lower person with stunned eyes. After he came back this time, the secretary did give him some information about the assistant, but there was no Shan Ruolin in it. It soon dawned on him that something must have happened along the way. Tell me carefully, I'd like to see what caused such a beautiful woman to get rid of. After the subordinate received the order, he took the information and told the cause and effect of this. It was Shan Ruolin who walked by herself, and it is said that she knew the nature of her work. However, our legal counsel has already sued her, and if she sues for obstructing the normal operation of the company, leaving her without consent, etc., she will pay millions of dollars, and she will come back honestly if she can't afford it. The subordinate said confidently. Wang Jingde looked at him like a fool. How could I raise a fool like you? I forgot the last information about that man. Lin Qinshu collects more than 1 billion yuan a year in rent, and he can't afford to pay these millions? Although I don't know what their relationship is, millions is a drop in the bucket for a person with a net worth of billions, you know? The subordinate muttered, I didn't have a big deal in the past, but later I learned that it was our Wang Group who sued me, and it wasn't a grey run. King. Jingde glared at him. From just now he could feel that Lin Qinshu didn't take him seriously at all. The other party was able to interfere in the change of head of the Wen family, and the Wen family was lost. The Wang family and the Wen family were equally famous, and the other party was definitely not afraid of them. Look up what her weaknesses are. I don't care what method you use, get this woman back to me. This is Wang Jingde's second heartbeat. The first time is when he was a teenager with the beginning of love. He fell in love with the sister of a classmate who was 3 years older than him, and when he expressed his affection to the other party, that sister disappeared and was never seen again. Thought that the other party didn't like him and ran away, but later found out that his grandfather sent someone to kill her. As an adult, Wang Jingde went to confront his grandfather Wang Tianfeng, but Wang Tianfeng told him that the woman was sent by the rival company to bring down their Wang family, and Wang Tianfeng knew about it in advance, so she killed her. After Wang Jingde learned of this, he left his grandfather's room. Now that everyone is dead, even if Grandpa says she is an alien, there is no way to confirm it. Since then, Wang Jingde has sealed his heart, and he is acting everywhere, and now the person who made him tempted again has appeared. This time he will definitely not let his grandfather interfere again. He is grown up, and he has the right to choose his lover. Also, tell the other side that don't hurt that girl later, and bring it to my room. Wang Jingde seemed to think of something, and instructed again. On the other side, Lin Qinshu and the two had already arrived at the main hall, and there was a stage in front of the main hall, on which there was also a piano, which seemed to be used for speaking and performing. On both sides are all kinds of food, snacks, and all kinds of alcohol. This banquet is still a buffet. Lin Qinshu casually picked up the dim sum on the side and ate it. As soon as the dim sum was down, Lin Qinshu suddenly felt that his stomach was turning over, and his stomach began to cramp. Senior sister, you take a walk first, and I'll go to the bathroom. Lin Qinshu said to Qin Wolin and hurriedly ran to the toilet. Lin Qinshu, who came to the toilet, was puzzled. He hadn't felt a stomachache for a long time. With his full attribute physique, how could he have a stomachache? Ding! The host's constitution has reached the peak of ordinary people, and after eating unhealthy things, it will be excreted by bodily functions. The system came out in time to solve Lin Qinshu's doubts. But not only did this puzzle not be solved, he was even more confused. The wine group's banquet actually uses unhealthy food? You said that he was poisoned, and Lin Qinshu believed it. Poisoned? Lin Qinshu had a flash of inspiration in his mind. What the system said was unhealthy, not that it was not fresh, and it was really possible to poison it. But why did the Wang family poison it? Could it be that there are other unknown purposes? Thinking of this, Lin Qinshu quickly emptied his stomach and walked out. Qin Wolin in the main hall saw a girl in a white dress appear beside her at this moment. When Lin Qinshu walked over, the girl in the white dress suddenly turned cold. Junior brother, let me introduce you, this is Shinyu from our school. I didn't expect to meet Xiaoyu here. Xiaoyu came with the elders of the family. We can get to know each other later. Qin Wolin happily introduced Lin Qinshu. Xiaoyu, this is Lin Qinshu from our school, you should have heard his name. After introducing Shinyu, Lin Qinshu was introduced in turn. Shan Yu? When Lin Qinshu heard this name, his eyes involuntarily looked at the other party's chest. The dress Shinyu wore today was very conservative, covering it all from the neck down, and I don't know if it was to cover up those bruises. This is the first time Lin Qinshu has seen Shinyu. It was dark last night, and he couldn't see a human face, only a rough outline. Although it is slightly inferior to Qin Wolin, it is also more beautiful than many female stars present. Lin Qinshu greeted Shinyu with a smile, and Shinyu nodded expressionlessly. She couldn't talk to someone who had injured herself with a smile on her face. Qin Wolin picked up the dim sum on the table and handed one to Shinyu. She also planned to eat one. After all, it was already dinner time, and she was also hungry. Lin Qinshu hurriedly grabbed her hand. Don't eat this, I have a stomachache as soon as I finish eating, maybe it's not clean. Shinyu sneered, isn't classmate Lin a little paranoid? All the ingredients for the banquet held by the Wang group are the freshest, how can it not be clean? Do you want me to introduce you to a psychiatrist, so that you can still treat it while you are young? If Lin Qinshu didn't know that she was the female killer last night, he would definitely feel inexplicable about her attitude, and she was so hostile when they first met. However, Lin Qinshu knew her identity, so he didn't take advantage of these words with her. If it weren't for the eyes of everyone now, he would have to do it. If you want to kill your own people, even if it's a schoolgirl, he won't show mercy. Senior sister, trust me, don't eat these things. Lin Qinshu ignored Shinyu's cynicism and looked at Qin Wolin with a firm gaze. Qin Wolin looked at Lin Qinshu's solemn expression